demographers will tell you this is supposed to be pretty slow moving, but the baby bust is happening so rapidly, it's just taking everybody by surprise. Same thing with climate change. The scientists said we're going to have major climate change. It just happened way sooner than anybody thought. And that's exactly what's happening with the number of babies that are born around the world. And not just in industrialized countries, that's a given. For example, the global replacement rate is about 2.2 kids per married couple or per couple. That happened way long ago when we went below 2.2. South Korea, which has the world's lowest rate, is almost unimaginable. And if you're looking at high-income nations, fertility fell below replacement in the 1970s. And that makes sense. You've got people that are not struggling for food. They don't wake up in the morning desperate just to figure out how we're going to eat that day. And there are people that make a living and they choose not to have more than 2 kids. I mean, I could afford 3 or 4. No, I was going to stop at 2, come hell or high water. I mean, that's just what industrialized people do in industrialized nations. Now, when you go to a country that is at starvation level, you need as many kids as you can get to help feed the family, like the old days on the farm. And since the mortality rate is so much higher in those countries, you got to keep pumping out kids because you're going to lose X percent. Can you imagine? You are a family or a couple and you're living in some third world country, and you literally have to say we're going to lose a percentage of our kids, so we have to punch out more. I mean, you may not be saying that, you may not be writing it down, it's not a formula, but that's certainly part and parcel of living that way. Donald Trump, by the way, said that a collapsing fertility rate is a bigger threat to Western civilization than Russia. Okay, I mean, that's a little bit much, but a few years ago, Japanese Prime Minister Kishida said that the collapse of Japan's fertility rate, which has been far greater, faster, and in bigger numbers, left it standing on the verge of whether we can continue to function as a society. And here is the problem. On the one hand, it's great news. The fertility rate, we're overcrowded anyway on this planet to begin with. Even though we do have enough arable land to feed everybody on the planet, but for civil wars and dictators, etc., where we have mass starvation, climate change is changing that. It's going to be more difficult. And as people are getting more sophisticated, more educated, making more money, people are going the other way on that one too. But even in those countries where they don't think the way we do, fertility rate is dropping like crazy, and that's what we're talking about. So the good news is the Earth is not going to be as populated as we thought it was going to be, which is great news. And the other news, the bad news here, is that the world is getting older. And that means as we age, we don't produce. We're not working. We're not farming. We're sitting in some...
I am a millionaire. You will be, baby. Reach out, baby. You will be. Millionaires, you don't. I'll be able to do that.
We've got to be fed. We've got to be taken care of. And if there are more of us than of you, young people, then you've got a real problem going on in the future. So aging populations, and that connects directly with fertility rates dropping, are just a god-awful mess. So I just wanted to, make you feel better. You know me. In the end, even if I have an up topic or two, I absolutely have to ruin it, and I have. On a Tuesday morning, I'm also taking phone calls in just a moment off the air for marginal legal advice. You can give me your marginal legal question. I'll give you marginal legal advice, and I'll do that at 877-520-1150, 877-520-1150, starting just as I log out. And a quick reminder of what's going on in the world today as we end the morning show, and that is Anthony Blinken. Just a quick recap. Anthony Blinken, Secretary of State, is in Ukraine right now with his basket of goodies, and that is the start of $60 billion worth of aid to Ukraine. And we're talking military but for it would just never happen. The country was going to lose the war with Russia. Michael Cohen, he's up again today. The defense starts with Michael Cohen today, and that's going to be the fireworks. Can't wait to see what the defense is going to say, and it may not be as powerful for them as you think, because the prosecution has already laid it all out. And then that cargo ship, Dolly, looks like it's going to be refloated this week in Baltimore Harbor. So, a lot going on today, and of course you'll hear about it throughout the day here on KFI. Phone number, you can call me right now, 877-520-1150. 877-520-1150. Handle on the law. And I go through these calls very quickly. No commercials, no breaks. Mr. Patience here at work, so you won't be waiting very long. 877-520-1150. Tomorrow morning, Amy King, wake-up call at 5 a.m. We're here until right now. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you find yourself agreeing with everything we say, we're doing it wrong. KFI. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
One night, two attacks. I'm Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A woman and a teenager have been stabbed in separate attacks on the metro system.
In one attack, a man followed a woman onto an elevator in South LA that takes people from the 105 up to the station. Investigators say the man stabbed the woman in the arm, then boarded a train and took off. This woman says it's terrible the woman was stabbed.
I'm terrified that happened. It makes me even more paranoid.
Earlier last night in Glendale, 3 minors stabbed a teenage boy on a bus while trying to steal his backpack. Police have arrested 2 of the alleged attackers. A third is still outstanding. Reporting live in LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The landfill because of landslides along Portuguese Bend. Construction manager Megan Turner says her team will carefully remove every piece by hand to preserve the historic structure.
Documentation of how it was constructed is just as important as having the original drawings to ensure that it was built to the original plan. And where it may have deviated, we have documentation of that so that it can come back together in the same manner.
It'll take about a month to break down the chapel piece by piece and about 4 years to rebuild it in a new location within the city limits. The LA Sanitation Department has proposed increasing rates.
The typical bi-monthly bill for a single-family home served by the Sanitation Department is just over $72. In October, it would be more than $92. In 4 years, more than double at $155. Sanitation Department General Manager Barbara Romero says the increase is needed due to debt, labor costs, and future projects.
These factors constitute rising operational costs that necessitate the proposed rate adjustment.
The LA City Council will take up the proposed rate adjustment in today's meeting. Michael Monks, KFI News.
The LA County DA has reduced the role of the prosecutors who got Rebecca Grossman convicted of killing 2 kids in a crosswalk in Westlake Village.
The DA says this removes a perceived conflict with Grossman Burn Foundation co-founder's new lawyer who wants a retrial. Grossman's prosecutors had argued the new lawyer also represents an assistant DA who supervised the Grossman trial in an unrelated case, which gives Grossman's lawyer access to inside info to find potential grounds for the retrial. The family says justice continues to be delayed since Grossman was convicted in February of killing the boys in a crosswalk in 2020. The DA says the prosecutors can still assist. Sentencing has been delayed till at least next month. In LA, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
House Speaker Mike Johnson has joined former President Trump in New York to show the former president's support in his criminal hush money trial. Johnson told reporters outside the courthouse the testimony of ex-Trump lawyer Michael Cohen should not be trusted.
This is a man who is clearly on a mission for personal revenge and who is widely known as a witness who has trouble with the truth.
Cohen testified today about Stormy Daniels' hush money payments becoming public in 2018. Cohen says he knew the payment had been made because he was the one who paid it. Airlines in the U.S. are suing to block the Biden administration from requiring greater transparency over fees that the carriers charge passengers. ABC's Gio Benitez says the Department of Transportation is already firing back.
Saying we will vigorously defend our rule, protecting people from hidden junk fees and ensuring travelers can see the full price of a flight before they purchase a ticket.
The airline said the new rule would confuse people by giving them too much information during the ticket buying process. The new rule is set to go into effect July 1st unless the lawsuit changes things. Smooth jazz saxophonist and six-time Grammy winner David Sanborn has died. Sanborn played on recordings by Stevie Wonder, James Brown, Harley Simon, and performed live with David Bowie and even the Rolling Stones. A rep confirmed he died in New York Sunday following a long battle with prostate cancer. David Sanborn was 78. Southland weather from KFI, another day of May gray, followed by sunshine this afternoon. Highs in the mid-60s at the beaches, low 70s for Metro LA and Inland Orange County, mid-upper 70s in the valleys, low 80s for the Inland Empire, 80s to near 90 in the high desert. Couple degrees cooler for tomorrow and Thursday, morning clouds, afternoon sun Friday and into the weekend with highs to the 70s and 80s. It's 58 at Dana Point, 61 in Long Beach, 60 in Garden Grove, 60 in Studio City. The KFI Market Report, sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is now trading down 10 points. The NASDAQ is up 41. S&P 500 up 1.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
Let's go to the KFI in the sky. I've got a big rig crash in East LA.
Well, it sounded a lot worse than it turned out to be. This big crash has already been cleared. It's the 60 freeway westbound right before the 710. It sounded really bad, but again, it has been cleared. It is slow, though, back from Garfield Avenue as you head through the 60 in East LA. In Glendale, that crash is cleared as well. The 134 freeway westbound at Brand Boulevard, it was in middle lanes, and that's definitely slow from Colorado Boulevard. Culver City, we've got a little fender bender that got taken away on the 405 northbound at Washington Boulevard. It's clear out of the right lane, but traffic still recovering back from the 105. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, Will Goldschreiber, KFI in the sky.
16th Minute of Fame is the new weekly podcast hosted by me, Jamie Loftus. And every week we take a closer look at an internet character of the day. Bean Dad, The Dress, 30 to 50 Feral Hogs. If you knew what any of those were, you spend too much time online. And I do too. Who are they? What made them notorious? Why did the internet choose them? What does a person do when they get more attention than the human psyche can handle? Listen to 16th Minute of Fame on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search 16th Minute of Fame.
Step into the world of power, loyalty, and luck. I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse. With family, cannolis, and spins mean everything. Now, you wanna get mixed up in the family business? Introducing The Godfather at ChumbaCasino.com. Test your luck in the shadowy world of The Godfather slot. Someday, I will call upon you to do a service for me. Play The Godfather now at ChumbaCasino.com. Welcome to the family.
No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. MITRE's mission is to solve problems for a safer world. If you have a passion for applied cybersecurity with skills in infrastructure threat intelligence, deterrence technologies, advisal threat emulation, or intelligence analysis, explore the many challenging and fulfilling career opportunities at MITRE.org/careers. That's MITRE.org/careers.
There are more identity threats than you realize. Even if you monitor your credit, only a little personal info needs to leak out. Like your social security number or password. You did any kind of thing? LifeLock alerts you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS. Go to LifeLock.com. Discover strength in times of uncertainty with In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio. Featuring biblical teaching you can trust, the In Touch Radio Network will give you encouragement throughout your day. Whether listening to Charles Stanley Radio, Daily Devotions, or our Spanish station in Contacto, In Touch Radio Network has the faith-based content you're looking for. To listen to Dr. Stanley anytime during your day, search In Touch on the iHeartRadio app or at iHeart.com. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Hey everybody, it is Neil Saavedra and my brother Craig Saavedra in for Gary and Shannon today. Yes, I sound like crap, I feel like crap, but boy am I happy to be with you. Can you hear me smizing?
And
school no matter what because they're tired of losing money. So my kid comes home with crap every day because people are coming to school when they're sick. He's had strep throat 3 times since the beginning of the year, and so I've got the crud. But you know what? There's just too much to talk about. The show must go on.
I'm sorry you're feeling bad, but I've got a question for you, Neil. When you say they need the money, so you're telling me if a kid stays home from school because they're sick, the district doesn't get money?
That's my cynicism, and I'm sticking with it.
Oh, okay. Not necessarily the fact of the cynicism. All right.
I don't need facts. I got anger on my side. I will say this: yesterday, I did get a talk back where someone said, "I'm worried about Neil." There was a couple of them actually. One was saying, "I'm worried about Neil. He works so much, and God bless you." It was from a gentleman, and I thought that was very, very nice.
You're on 24/7.
Now, everybody works a lot in this business, period. You know, Robin's getting phone calls at 3 and 4 in the morning because of breaking news, people being stabbed and everything. We all do, but thank you. The second was, I'm concerned about you. You're slurring and you're getting your name wrong. You kept calling yourself Craig. So let me get this straight. My brother is Craig. He is doing the show with me. I have 5 brothers and 1 sister. Craig is a 2-time Tony Award winning, this is all legal stuff I have to say, Broadway producer. And he's my pal. And I thought it'd be fun to hang out with him. So he hung out with us yesterday. So I'm not.
Just for the record, my lawyer does not ask you to say that. That's my my manager makes you say that.
Yeah, and then he says ignore Craig. This is what he wants you to do. You're like that person in a horror movie that's like, all right, babe, listen up. I'm going in there and I'm locking the door no matter what I say, how loud I scream. You do not open that door. 2 seconds later, it's like, oh my God, babe. Oh my God, babe.
That's me.
So, Craig is with me. I am not delusional, and I'm not calling myself Craig. Reminds me of the old Tim and Neil show days when people would write emails about how upset they were like Tim and Neil.
Oh, that's it.
Let's clean our ears out, people. There's stuff to get to. And we're going to start with this is what nice things file. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. If you touted the bridge to a united front. I don't know the Irish one, but it's between us and New York.
We rated someone.
To
People that don't rate or accept or reject
this
the data channel.
art installation.
So
Kumbaya, hands across the world. Look at the technology we have. It is like a
show me an email. I'll see y'all.
It's a circumference of diameter, and it's a 3.14.
A giant circle.
A giant circle, and inside is a screen. And Dublin can see us, we can see Dublin. Okay, there. Now you're up to speed on what the heck is going. We're going to give you the who, where, and why.
Across the face. Or eyeliner. I'm sorry. This is why I did not start a beauty channel. Because I am not. I'm sorry. Eyeliner.
You silly fool.
Should we do a name that is fitting with eyeliner? Who does eyeliner? I'm gonna get in trouble, I'm sure. Maybe we stay away from the eyeliner.
So break this down. We're talking about how we can have nice institution because the first thing everybody did
Neighbor McDonald's or something. Oh shit! Do you like McDonald's? Do you like Chicken Max? French fries? Patty? That's actually really cute. Let's say her Patty. Okay, Patty it is. Patty.
I know the guy.
You like that? Isn't it cute? I bet you. Have you ever been to the drive-thru? I feel like maybe someone should use the drive-thru before.
So we're sharing
Patty.
music.
You like burgers?
And then the middle fingers come out and everybody's flipping I'd be far from me to call anybody unattractive or body shape, for Pete's sake. I got bruises. I'm just saying.
And actually, you got larger breasts.
I know, right? I love my cupcakes. So, Ava Louise, an OnlyFans model, she flashed the New York to Dublin portal. Now, keep in mind, this is New York to Dublin. It's in the Flatiron district of New York. Craig can tell us more about what goes on in the Flatiron district.
There used to be a
Bi-coastal.
bar there, in the Flatiron bar that just closed recently. The building's actually closed, but it's in Midtown East, and it is a great hip, young part of the town. Why they put it here, I don't know. I would have done Times Square.
Can you say hip and young again? Because I've never.
This is radio. Those of you who have never seen me, I am the epitome of hip and young. As hip and young as a 6-year-old in dog seconds.
Oh, I will tell you, the kids love to use the word epitome. So, I was just curious because you got a place out in that area.
It's a great part.
So, I couldn't remember if you've ever taken me there.
Yeah.
Okay, so she flashed herself just I think on Sunday. The place has only been this portal's only been open since Wednesday, and we've already showed who we are. So now it's shut down temporarily. 2 different stories coming out. Some say it's because of the lewd, horrible behavior of us Americans. Although people were showing swastikas, and I don't know.
I gotta tell you, it's the Dubliners that started it and done more of it. But what's amazing is that
Look at the nationalists.
the guy that started this, the Benedictus Gillis, I think is his name, is a Lithuanian artist, and he's the founder of the portal. And his dream was to provide a window between distant locations, and we've abused it. But it's gotten a bad rap too. There have been a number of wedding proposals done over this, and connections between people that have family back in Dublin from New York that got to see each other. So there's been some positive. It's actually been over to people, but you give a camera to strangers and they will drop trout, moon, the other side of the planet, and show them their lucky charms.
Well, I will tell you this. I'm a proud spokesman for American Vision Windows. Love them. But you know what? I also have neighbors, so I have shades. You want to make a window to see across the world? Great. Put some levelers on it. Levelers?
Let's get to them.
Yeah. All right. More to come of this. This is going to be like watching a car race. You never know what's going to happen. So don't go anywhere. Vroom. That's the motor of Amy King. Let's get the latest news from Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
2 more stabbings on LA's metro system. The first happened on a metro bus in Glendale last night. Then about 2 hours later, a woman was stabbed in an elevator at the Vermont Athens metro station in South LA. The stabber hopped on a train and has not been found. California has been named the 9th most dangerous state in the nation. U.S. News and World Report says that's based on violent and property crime rates in 2022, when there were almost 2,200 reported homicides. Some of the most unsafe areas in Southern California: San Bernardino and Compton. Children's Hospital of Orange County has received a multi-million-dollar shot in the arm. The Sal Family Foundation has donated $6 million to help complete an urgent care center for kids in South Orange County. The center is set to open next year. Sun should break through this afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s in the beaches, 70s for the metro areas and valleys, 80s in the IE and high desert. This report brought to you by Robert Half. Let's check some slowing in Corona on the 91 with the KFI in the sky.
If you are headed west bound on the 91, starting at about Main Street in Corona, stays slow, really heavy, actually all the way up to Green
for a safer world. If you have a passion for applied cybersecurity with skills in infrastructure threat intelligence, deterrence technologies, advisal threat emulation, or intelligence analysis, explore the many challenging and fulfilling career opportunities at MITRE.org/careers. That's MITRE.org/careers.
Make a video. This song here was a departure for him, taking on a dance style instead of his usual rhythmic and urban sound.
Access to all the these sound conversations. Trusted insights into who you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access stations.
They don't have headphones.
All the good stuff.
Wait, you use Apple Music? You use Apple fucking Music? Are you fucking joking?
TV ratings through May 5th, and CBS again held the top 4 spots, starting with Frankfurt, averaging 8.5 million viewers a week, followed by Young Sheldon with 7 mil, 6.9 million for FBI, and 4th place NCIS, averaging 6.
Well, you usually get these 10.
NBC was represented by numbers 5 and 6, Chicago Fire and Chicago Med, and CBS was the address for the rest of the top 10, starting with The Equalizer, and Ghost.
Do not go to Pass. Do not go to Pass. Do not go to Pass. Do not go to Pass.
Again, the top 2 address.
We're not good at Iran.
We have to go around here, bro, and go through the game, bro. Unless you want to fight fucking bro. He's not fucking bro. Rabbi Rothschild and YouTube and filter by the budget, bro. Hold the
Thank you, JB.
Has Rabbi Rothschild and YouTube filtered by LinkedIn share to be
iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen. Cars, ladies on iPhone and Android. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there.
Listen, dealing with too many fucking assholes in here, right? Listen. Hey, Vita, how many fucking assholes are we dealing with right now? This prick as well. He's following me. He's fucking banned as fuck he is. He keeps fucking ruining my fucking channel, this little bitch. Fuck you. Get a life. Little faggot. I banned his ass. Will you ever learn? Take 5 minutes to think through your
What?
No. No, Larry. No. 5 minutes is good. Which is just about right. Take 5 minutes to figure it out.
That's happy. HAPPY. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're not in an accident, winning's everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Trump. Tricks are for kids. I feel like he's talking about Trump, but let's give it just a brief little nod. We got Michael Cohen
I think of like Wolf, Mr. Wolf, like from the Pulp Fiction. Sure. You know, you call him at 6 in the morning. It's 6 a.m. He's in a tuxedo at a cocktail party. And everybody, jazz music starts. He goes, we need help, blah, 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 blah. He goes, how far away are you? He's all, at least 35 minutes or whatever. He goes, I'll be there in 10. That's funny. And he pulls up in this, beautiful outfit.
You know the thing about the title, The Fixer, it's one thing if you call yourself The Fixer, and you want other people to refer to you The Fixer. My question is, did Trump refer to Cohen as his fixer? Because that's just a douche.
No, if you got a fixer, you want to throw that around.
But that's gross.
It's like my guy, I got a guy. I got a fixer. I got to write myself an apple.
You know what's amazing about this?
Hold on a second.
This back alley has a real tape vibe.
Get a guy. Get a fixer.
Get a guy.
Hold on, I want to make sure we get through a little bit of this first. Hold on. So this criminal trial of an American president, the first criminal trial of an American president, admitting to $130,000 payments from Daniels, which is not illegal, to ensure your silence, which is not illegal, about a sexual encounter, which is not illegal anymore. It used to be. So the payment led to these charges against Trump for falsifying business records, hiding the reimbursement to Cohen. He wasn't a president at the time. He was running and didn't want these things to come out. I guess who would, especially if you're married. Trump denies the charges, any sexual encounter with Daniels. I'll give you the breakdown of the testimony in a moment. Did you say, was there something super?
No, I was just saying the whole thing just reeks scum and villainy. I mean, it's like a circus show right now. Have you seen all the allies that Trump's coming to be here in the courtroom with him?
Oh yeah, the lady in the red dress. Who was that?
She was in Iowa. She's in Iowa.
So she walks up in her little red dress, and I saw videos of this. These people that are sycophantic Trump Klingons. I can't remember what they call those little fish that hang on sharks. They just suck the little worms or whatever off the shark. You ever seen those?
Yeah, I think they're called suckers.
Shark suckers.
That's what I call them.
I bet you it's shark suckers, but in black. Whatever they are, that's what I see. And you see all these people going, listen, you're not changing any minds here. People either love the guy or they hate the guy, and heaven forbid you try and stand in the middle somewhere and use his.
It's fierce on each other, that man.
That's her. Interesting look, kind of a boxy lady. Is that? I don't know. I'm not, I wish I could blame it on cold medicine, but I can tell you, when you have a kidney transplant, I can't take regular cold medicine. The only thing I can take over the counter for the most part for anything is time. So this is just me. So some of the things that came out on Trump, apparently, by way of Cohen's testimony, was someone that suggested to describe that access Hollywood stuff about grabbing women's genitals. She was the one that heard Cohen's testimony that said, hey, just say it's locker room talk. It's just boy talk.
You know, I don't understand with this trial. It's so things that don't make sense. Like Attorney Client, we talked about yesterday. But
I mean, that's why you're never supposed to tell your attorney, yeah, I'm guilty.
Why is it about to surreptitiously record a phone conversation with Trump? And then that was that's
Now, everywhere it is, as long as one person knows they're being recorded, and it's an area that
being recorded.
yeah, it depends. Legally, it's different in each state. California has very strict.
I looked into the New York laws, and they have very similar laws to California.
But it's, for whatever reason,
as long as Cohen can be recorded.
Okay, we got a break. We'll come back. There's a couple other interesting things that I want to bring up about Cohen's testimony.
then we'll go into some other stuff, including I love boy, did you marry me today. There's some news that came out on why are you married? Kelly Clarkson coming out about how she lost the weight. So maybe we'll do that a little later, what's happening. But finally, we get the truth. So go to where Neil Spaker with his big brother Greg Spaker in for Gary and Shannon today. We're going to have one that's when we return. Let's get the news from Amy King and KY 24-hour news.
Shohei Ohtani's former interpreter is due in federal court in LA to answer two charges of stealing nearly $17 million from the baseball superstar. Ime Utohara is expected to plead not guilty this morning. He is accused of stealing the money to pay off illegal gambling debts. Utohara has agreed to a plea deal. He'll plead guilty at a later court appearance. News brought to you by Thorson Motor Company. A congressman from the IE wants to know why more than 100 mail-in ballots went uncounted in March.
Congressman Ken Calvert says it's shocking that voters were denied their constitutional duty because of flaws in the mail-in ballot system. The ballots in question were cast by voters in Orange County, Riverside County, and San Bernardino County. Calvert says the ballots were tossed because they were not delivered to the registrar's office within 1 week of the March primary election day. Calvert has sent a letter asking the Postal Service why the ballots were delivered late and how the Postal Service plans to make sure all properly mailed-in ballots in the future will be counted. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Police in San Diego are investigating the events surrounding a former police officer who somehow locked himself in the back of his patrol car with a woman being arrested running inside. He claimed she was having a medical emergency in the summer of 2023 but barely got a call for medical assistance. And he took off his body cam before he got into the back seat. Another officer had come and let him out. The officer has resigned from the force. A bus carrying farm workers in North Central Florida has crashed, killing 8 and hurting at least 40 others. ABC's Jim Ryan says images from the scene show substantial damage to the pickup truck and bus lying on its side in the field. OpenAI has come out with a new chatbot model that promises to be more human-like than ever before. The company's Mark Chen says they've worked a lot to cut down on latency. GPT-4o's text and image capabilities started rolling out yesterday to the free version of ChatGPT. Its new voice mode, which talks and responds like a person rather than a software program, will roll out to Plus users in the coming weeks. Southland weather from KFI, morning clouds and sunny with highs in the upper 60s at the coast. Low to upper 70s for Metro LA, inland Orange County and the valleys. 80s in the IE and Antelope Valley. Morning low clouds with sun breaking through by afternoon expected to continue through the week. We'll see highs in the 70s and 80s. Cool down for a couple of days and then heat back up, but still stay in that 70s to 80s range. It's 62 in Irvine, 60 in Huntington Beach. We've got a crash in industry on the 60. Let's check in with the KFI in the sky.
Shoulder is where it's all at. That's little crash there. Car pulling. It's going to be the 134 westbound at Harvey Drive. Traffic's pretty slow back from Colorado Boulevard. In Corona, just a lot of slowing there. As you head westbound between Auto Center Drive and Ray River. Lots of slowing there as well. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, Will Coles run KFI in the sky.
16th Minute of Fame is the new weekly podcast hosted by me, Jamie Loftus. And every week we take a closer look at an internet character of the day. Being Dad, The Dress, 30 to 50 Feral Hogs. If you know what any of those are, I spent tons of time online. And I do too. Who are they? What made them notorious? Why did the internet choose them? What did they do to make it more engaging? I heard out.
It's just the DC lottery. New scratchers arrive on the first Wednesday of every month. With all new prizes and more chances to win. First Wednesday, contestants are calling it as will become Washingtonians' favorite holiday. Inspired First Wednesday holiday celebration. all over town. Celebrate every first Wednesday with subscribe juice and prizes. Jesus to win. Please be responsible. Happy first Wednesday. In this week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local influencers at uncertain times.
The economy is tough for everyone. Taking a step back and understanding that more customers are currently going through because of the environment. We have agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers in a local field but at a national scale is so efficient and important.
Live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
I don't know, bro. I touched something, and it was just really weird. I feel like it was like
We start this week with
there
the
was
debut of the new Peacock
like a
drama, The
stomach.
Tattooist of
My stomach
Auschwitz. That's followed by the new season of the Emmy-winning comedy X on Max. Sugar, starring Colin Farrell on Apple TV Plus, falls back to 8 with the new Hulu drama Under the Bridge, following at number 7 this week. Shogun on Hulu is in at number 6. Debuting at 5 is Dark Matter on Apple TV Plus, starring Joel Edgerton and Jennifer Connelly. And that's followed by the new show A Man in Full on Netflix, a new drama starring Jeff Daniels. The Veil, starring Elizabeth Moss on Hulu, starts off the top 3. The dark comedy Baby Reindeer on Netflix holds on to number 2 this week. And for the 4th straight week, the action drama Fallout on Amazon Prime Video is your top streamed show.
Incredible pasta. It's got combination Easter eggs, grilled chicken, tomato cream sauce, and chimichurri, and Parmesan
iHeart
chive.
Radio app is number 1 for
No, it's pretty good. I can't wait to try it. Here we go.
Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Get iHeart Radio Podcast Preview.
We got pizza and chicken. That's a pretty big bite. I know I do this myself.
There's something changing.
Okay, so here are the 4 leaders. We got ourselves this one. This is a meatball sandwich, and it's got some basil, some Parmesan cheese on top, and inside there are some ties. The government has registration of firearms, genocide happened.
You know what? We gotta remix this for Jesus real quick. Then you created Jesus in the front seat of the Hummer. Then you do Bible study in the front seat of the Hummer.
For free on the iHeart Radio app. Number 1 for music,
Then
radio,
you
and podcasts, all in one app.
TTS is on. Can you say Jesus' name in the front seat of the Hummer? Somebody chose Rabbi guy out. some brain in the pussy of the hummer. They can get some brain in the pussy of the hummer. Sorry guys, sorry y'all.
Anyways, thank you so very much. You can always talk back simply by going to my apps that red light button. Hit that thing and you've got 30 seconds to tell us whatever's on your mind. Dating,
She's a very sweet holy girl.
So back to Cohen's testimony that Michael Cohen, the alleged fixer for Donald J. Trump, going back to what is referred to as the hush money prior, even though it doesn't have to do with hush money, it has to do with payments. How it was made a situation. What do you imagine? But Cohen emphasized that Trump did act like it's interesting, even though it's not surprising. That Trump's concern was primarily about the impact on his campaign, not his family. Like, do you think that a guy who's cheating would be concerned about their family first? Well, you can keep hoping because that's not the truth. You got it. Craig is the fixer, is an attorney. Cohen provided detailed testimony as well, kind of stitching together all the motives, methods behind whatever it was with the payment. This includes that Trump is a micromanager, something that is completely unbelievable, and that he was kind of panicking. That they, after the takeover, we heard a lot of that stuff, cussing, freaking out, what have you. He accused Trump of directly instructing him to pay Daniels in late October of 2016. Other Republicans are using Trump to show loyalty, as Greg talked about earlier, showing up or being saying things that Trump can't say because of the gag order. So they're, going
I think it's funny how some Republicans are using this as a platform to push themselves as a VP, potential VP. J.D. Vance was there yesterday, today. Find that.
I need to water.
Oh my gosh, he needs to just stop. That's it. Just needs to stop. Stop talking. Stop saying things of any time.
Shit.
Yeah. Just, he gives I think in general, collegiate cheese vibes.
Please
Just
come back. What is it?
almost a little bit worse than somebody in a fraternity. It just
Better go to
some
TV.
prosecutors allowed no witnesses to disparage Cohen, but was pretty calm, composed, just not his style. He's kind of a blabbermouth. And once you get started, what do they call it? When you tell on yourself, someone who tells on himself just keeps going until he gets upset or something.
Oh God, is that funny?
Yeah, I would. He's not going to get, but everybody else in the world that never did anything under the flag of Trump will get off if he becomes president. You get a mark. Cohen's direct examination continued today. Defense likely attempting to challenge his fragility, his credibility, which is not a terribly difficult job down that level.
I actually think that's what this works. It's what you can defense. I'm a shot. This guy. That's so much money. It's like big. It's just been all that much. I love when people ask what math on something and they just do the math themselves.
A New York appeals court has ruled that the judge in President Trump's hush money trial properly determined that the things Trump says pose a significant threat to witness integrity. The court allowed the bank and against Trump to stay in place. Stores at the Empire Shopping Complex in Burbank were among the most targeted by thieves last year. Burbank police stats show there were 397 retail thefts in 2022. That number jumped to 866 in 2023. Stores include Target, Walmart, Nordstrom Rack, and Costco. U.S. Airlines have asked Federal Appeals Court to block a new Biden administration on so-called junk fees that require them to disclose all fees to people shopping for flights before they make purchases. Airlines say the new rule will just confuse consumers by giving them too much information during the ticket buying process. Settlement breakthrough this afternoon has the upper 60s at the beaches, 70s for the metro areas and valleys, 80s the IE and high desert. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh Grocery Store. The Pacific California Tornado Alerts Traffic Center. Lots of places. Let's go out to Van Nuys. We've got some slowing up 405.
I tried to ban them prior to messaging, but it's slash and slash ban. Update and slash copy paste. No cat. Like, I just accidentally modded one of them so quick on my own. I just get the first time.
Outside Appleton, save the Monica Freeway and come up to 60, slow down before you're driving heavy stretches through downtown. Continuing beyond the West LA on towards Santa Monica and eastbound side of the 10th Freeway out of Santa Monica, which is toward downtown and the left side of heavy stretches. So the California only have more traffic roads and they call it
which is going to and give you a bunch of energy, or you can try to go through the minerals at home. Another one is sports drinks. Drinks age rise and it makes you funny electrolytes and it will replenish the sodium in the water that you've lost.
iHeart has such a broad
Maybe sometimes
local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so
Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Here it comes, girl. I love this guy. I can't move my hands. I can't move my hands. I can't move my hands. I can't look at it right left and right. I can't fucking look at it. Oh, no. Everything can shut off his video. Like, who's the white gang? This is so funny. He's typing all this shit right there. He doesn't post it. Oh, you said it about. Oh, no, he didn't. Oh, my God. Yeah, everybody. What's going on? Bravo. Is he just gonna let me do it? That's good. Where's that? Motherfucking rabbit.
It's a bit like Spanglish.
I can't move.
It is a little weird. No, but I still like whining, and and you are too. You are a brand code, whatever your age.
What's that? Oh, that's so funny. Oh. Oh. Oh, baby. Here you go, Fed. Aren't you listening? Come on. Come on, spot me. Let's play. Dog. What's up? What's that? Damn. Come on. I wanna be the life like that. I wanna be class like a king. People that survive the school. Cause I'm the next big thing.
The
tax of
Y hoy a la mañana le escribí el gordo Undertaker para que le gestione, porque bueno, la Vicky
I don't know
también
this
necesita
game.
teléfono. La Vicky también necesita teléfono y agarré y le escribí hoy al gordo Undertaker. Que lo quieren comprar yo, porque hace años que estoy con y la Vicky se quiere comprar el S23, el FE. Y ¿cómo es?
A secret gas tax is speeding toward drivers over the next 2 years.
Nobody's talking about it.
Senator Janet Wynn says the State Air Resources Board emissions reduction report proposes a carbon tax, which is separate from the state gas tax, would increase 47 cents per gallon next year and 51 cents per gallon in 2026.
Middle class and also the low income is more expensive over $1 just in state gas tax and carbon tax.
The State Air Resources Board has said the increases are proposals, not a tax. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
2 people have been stabbed during nighttime rides on the metro system.
In one attack, a man followed a woman onto an elevator in South LA that takes people from 105 to the station. Investigators say the man stabbed a woman in the arm and before the train took off. This woman says she's scared to get on elevators at metro stations.
If I got on the elevator and somebody got on with me, I would be skeptical about, I would probably get out. I would want to be on there by myself.
Earlier last night in Glendale, a teenage boy was stabbed on a bus. In South LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
2 people have been arrested in connection with the stabbing of the teenage boy. Police are looking for a third attacker. A person has used a cane to fight off several masked robbers in Redlands. Police say 4 or 5 people got into the home Sunday morning by kicking in a door at the back of the house and confronting a couple inside. One of them started fighting back with a cane. Police say the would-be robbers left a few minutes later, didn't get away with anything. A woman was taken to the hospital because she apparently tripped and hit her head trying to get away from the robbers. An appeals court in New York has denied former President Trump's request to overturn the gag order in his hush money trial. Trump's lawyers filed the request last week, and Trump complained to reporters the order was unfair. Trump has already been fined 10 times for violating the gag order. Each violation is $1,000. President Biden has announced his administration will quadruple tariffs on electric vehicles from China from about 25 to 100%. ABC's
Like I
Dan
was
Trump
saying,
says the
I had to
administration is
stop.
also raising tariffs in other key industries
They
like
got another
semiconductors,
account.
solar power, and batteries.
The administration says is being done to protect more than $860 billion in investments it has made here in the U.S.
In a life, my man.
Trump era
Might
tariffs
have been
will
buddy
also
from earlier. I should have
remain
been
in
bad
place.
buddy.
Crews have started to demolish a section of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore,
I
which
just played that
collapsed
shit
in
too
March
much. My
when
hands
a
started
container ship slammed into a
The
support.
cost.
6 road workers were killed. ABC's Jay O'Brien says the controlled demolition yesterday appeared to be a success.
Is it your job? But not everyone fucking play by it. Like, we don't just sit here and like practice it all the time. This is your job. You do it all the time. But you know what I mean? Like, not everyone is just gonna be like great at it.
Smaller chunks of metal still
So as long as you're doing your best,
be towed
I
away.
think it's
The entire port is expected to be reopened by the end of the month.
I want to see it.
Actor Martin Short has been sworn in as the mayor of Flutter,
I'm just gonna see how
California.
you react to
The meeting was officially welcomed by the city and Harris Resort, Southern California yesterday. Short wore a purple suit and bow tie while he took the oath of office in front of
You got
Flutter
this. You
residents.
got
The
this.
only murders in the building
Don't
star says he's
worry.
proud to be mayor and will do everything he can to make Flutter even more fun. Short's time in office comes after other celebrities like Jane Lynch and David Hasselhoff served as mayor. Satellite weather from KFI, another May rain day.
Just think of
Winds
it
on
as
this
a
afternoon,
Saturday.
highs in the mid-60s
Yeah,
and
that.
beaches. Low 70s for Metro LA and Inland Orange County, mid-upper
Or
70s
just
for
think
the
of
valleys,
like,
low 80s for the Inland Empire, 80s to near 90.
I don't know. I think the biggest thing
Cooler
with
tomorrow,
it is
Thursday, with that
Margot.
pattern of morning clouds and afternoon sun. It's going to be with us through the week, and for the weekend, I should be in the 70s and 80s. It's 62 in Tustin, 60 in La Habra, 78 in Palmdale, 61 in Pomona. The KFI Market Report sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading down 39 points. The Nasdaq is up 32. The S&P 500 is off 2.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's
Chicken and lime.
KFI Revive.
Texas slowly accept somebody on the 110.
So there's no crazy shit going on now. Yeah, Tony with me. And they said, do not eat that. Don't eat that. That's the hardest thing to do.
There's South LA off the 10. Not looking too bad for your drive home. It's with the 105. Speaking of the 105, though, West LA takes the next place for you is
I've got to try something. They say,
South LA and West LA.
so yeah, I've got to eat more vegetables. I've got
Beyond the
eat more
105
fruit.
Speedway out of Los Athletics into the El Segundo. It's the Boulevard area. Heading toward LAX, though outside of the 105 game. Continues to improve. System like that is not straight to the South Bay, leading the 110 out of Torrance to speak with Lawndale toward
Hey, wait, it's 5 feet so big, it's going to fuck my bowel up again. What vegetables do I like? I like carrots, parsnips, broccoli, soy cabbage, I like white cabbage, I like red cabbage, I like farm squash. Oh no, get rid of this geezer as well. Get rid of this geezer as well. Get rid of him as well, man. Get rid of him, get rid of him, get rid of him. Get rid of him.
Okay.
Get rid of him. Get rid of him. Get rid of him. If it's found in anyone's chat, so get rid of him. Get rid of him.
Okay.
Now I can say to the doctor about drinking, right? It's, you know, can I still drink, right, alcohol and stuff like that? I said, just don't drink for a little while, like a week or whatever.
More chances to win. First Wednesday, as residents are calling it, has quickly become Washingtonians' favorite holiday.
Give me what I want.
Inspiring First Wednesday holiday celebrations all over town. Celebrate every First Wednesday with
So basically, in other words, trash can, they'll give you what you want. Grab it, bro. Child.
What impact do you want to have on the world? At General Dynamics Information Technology, GDIT, we put technology to work on some of the most complex government, defense, health, and intelligence missions. Grow your career beyond your imagination.
Didn't even get the fuck out of my chat. How about that, you little fucking faggot?
Top workplace, if you are driven by a vision of
Oh,
a better, more
okay.
secure future. Join us
I don't like your fucking name anyway.
GDIT.com.
Fucking weird ass goddamn name.
You're fucked, dog.
Fucking sick bitch. Get the fuck out of my chat. Don't come back.
Oh,
If
dog.
you have a passion
We're
for
gonna be
applied
fast.
cybersecurity with skills in infrastructure threat intelligence, deterrence technologies, and missile threat emulation or intelligence analysis,
God damn it, I'm gonna laugh.
challenging and fulfilling career opportunities at MITRE.org/careers. That's MITRE.org/careers.
There's some politics with what a major
I fucking banned him. I don't know how he got back in there.
Fucking amazing.
Backroom deals, CIA secrets,
That's fucking amazing.
affairs.
You trying to figure it out. Blow the wood burning, dog.
It's even messier than you thought.
Fucking sick, bro. Rabbi Rothschild. Sick bastard.
Oh, it's so funny. Okay, not too bad. Yeah, it's you. I gotta get him again. I got
So let's stick around for that. We've got John Cobelt coming up shortly. We're going to go to Blake Jolie in just a minute about another stabbing on Petro. Who would have guessed? But I want to remind you that the Dodgers take on the Giants tonight.
so I'm not gonna fight
in
for
San
you. Oh,
Francisco with first
fuck
pitch
you,
at
dog.
6:45.
Huh?
You can listen to every play of every Dodgers game on AM 570 LA Sports live from the Galpin Motors broadcast booth and stream all games in HD on the iHeartRadio app. Keyword AM 570 LA Sports. All right, Blake. So these are kind of, I mean, is it even news anymore to talk about people getting stabbed on the Metro? No, it's seeming like it's becoming more and more common. And Neil, you're saying that there's one stabbing, but I want to point this out. There are actually two stabbings on the metro system last night. The first one happened in Glendale. This was a teenage boy, reportedly. Three other teenagers went to steal his backpack, and I believe in fighting for that backpack, he was stabbed. And the three teenage boys who had stabbed him, again, this is on Metro West in Glendale, had taken off running. Police were able to arrest two of those teenagers, and a third is outstanding. Now, the other stabbing happened just 2 hours later. This time we're down in South LA at the Green Light Station. A man followed a woman onto an elevator at the Green Light Station. This elevator takes passengers from the 105 up to the station on the overpass there. This man follows the woman onto the elevator. Some sort of altercation, as it was explained to me, takes place, and she ends up getting stabbed in the arm, and that guy ends up getting back on a train and taking off. So this was in less than 3 hours. You have these two stabbing incidents, and this is at a time when crime stats are not looking so hot for Metro. I got some numbers back in February. The agency had told me that total crime was down 26% compared to January. So this was just from the previous month, but then crimes against people. And these are the types of crimes that seem to be more than don't seem to. These are the types of crimes that do make the news. Rose nearly 8%. These are crimes that are classified as crimes against people. This includes murder, rape, and assault. As you just last month in Studio City, that security guard who was coming home from work was fatally stabbed in the neck. That was a brutal attack. And just last week, a security guard shot at somebody who had stabbed him. This is a security guard working at a metro station who was stabbed and returned fire on the person who stabbed him. Where was that shooting? Which metro location was that one? Do you remember? I believe it was in the Hollywood. That's where Ron He's that's a rough one, not far from the kids. Those outlets, those stations get super stupid. Metro has taken measures. I'm curious to know exactly which measures or what measures they're eyeing, even more attacks come down the pipe here. As you guys will remember, they have talked about increasing security presence on the system. They've also talked about, as it pertains to buses, putting up plexiglass barriers and adding more teams, more security teams to these buses. I am waiting to get the latest. Usually the department on because there's a lot of pressure coming down on the system to make changes. The LA City Council, which does not oversee Metro, although some of its members do, they call for on violence on the Metro system, and they specifically want to know what demographic of people are being impacted by the violence. We want to go to the South every time we have one of those cases. Simply, all I have to do is show it to the city station attack, and we start getting through certain victims who have passengers including this woman. So you hear that she was followed also by somebody who was mad at her, and everybody I spoke with today had their own stories. And what a lot of people told me is they won't even get on the elevators there; that they're afraid of even getting on the elevators where that woman was stabbed.
And she made it seem like it was a whole situation. Is that a trend you're hearing about?
if he was in fact homeless, the guy who stabbed this woman. So if you go back to November of last year, you had Mayor Bass coming out. She, if you remember, big show of cameras and everything, as she went to ride the metro, of course, with security and everything, showing that it was safe. The reason why this really falls at her feet is, and a lot of people don't know this, she is the chair of the LA Metro Board of Directors. And so this, in addition to being the mayor, this is, squarely in her hands. And of course it ties in often to the homeless. I don't think the guy trying to get to work is dropping a deuce in the middle of the metro to try and get from one point to the other. And I also love that even Angelinos have a place where they draw the line. It's like, no, he was just regular pooping. He wasn't throwing it. That would be weird. It's like, well, no, it's weird to poop on there to begin with. And then throwing it, would have been, extra weird, but I guess it's not the only thing. Well, Blake, be safe, man. Don't get on that murder train or murder bus. But thanks for bringing us the scoop on these two new stabbings aboard the Metro. One thing I do want to point out to you guys, just right before I go, and you were talking about safety measures, I do want to point this out that one of the actions the board is taking is to secure gate entrances. So this would be just to make sure that bad people don't get into some of these stations, and I think that would go a long way because, as you say there, Neil, it's not the person going to work that's defecating on the transit system. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think they should get those sheriff buses. They transport people in, and everybody that boards the bus can't touch the bus driver, and they have to lock themselves up in the chains on their ankles and their arms until they get to their stop.
Beware of flying feces.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Blake. We'll be back with more Neil Spadra and Craig Saavedra filling in for Gary and Shannon today. Much more to come, including Disneyland, one of their oldest attractions, one of my favorites, actually getting a facelift of sorts. We'll talk about that when we return. Let's get the latest news now with Amy Kate in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
LA County will soon start taking applications again for its rent relief program for landlords who lost money during the pandemic. The program, which restarts next week, is specifically for mom and pop landlords who have up to 4 rental units. Those who qualify could get up to $30,000. OpenAI has introduced a new artificial intelligence model that it says works faster and can reason across text, audio, and video in real time. GPT-4o will power ChatGPT's chatbot in the coming weeks. During a live-streamed demonstration of top executives, the AI bot chatted in real time, adding emotion to its voice when requested. A woman getting ready to graduate from UCLA has filed a class action lawsuit against the University of California Regents, claiming the university did not protect her and other Jewish students and faculty members from what the suit labels campus terrorists during recent pro-Palestinian protests. Morning low should see sunshine and Wednesday precipitation at the coast, 70s to mid-80s. We've got a crash in downtown LA, just on the 10.
Coming on down for your westbound communities between past Saints Bay. Looks like it's right lane that shuts down. That's going to be a really busy drive for you. As we get to downtown, come away from the 60 and westbound on the 10, you'll get a little bit of relief around the 110 and heavy further westbound along the 10. Through Mid-City LA as you leave western, continuing to the west LA area toward the 405 beyond towards San Juan and the coast. Eastbound side of the 10, not looking too bad. Seeing a few delays for you approaching the 405 and saying sorry for approaching the 110. 110 north through south LA, not much change here. Still pretty heavy for you from before Manchester. As you make way through downtown toward the 101 southbound side of the 110. From the 5 as you make your way to Lincoln Heights and Leisure Park area back toward the 10. You can see as well. For Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Nick Polio-Keeney.
This just in from DC Lottery. New scratchers arrive on the first Wednesday of every month, with all new prizes and more chances to win. First Wednesday, as residents are calling it, has quickly become Washingtonians' favorite holiday, inspiring First Wednesday holiday celebrations all over town.
Celebrate every first Wednesday with new scratchers, new prizes, and new chances to win. Please play responsibly. And happy First Wednesday.
Miner's mission is to solve problems for a safer world. If you have a passion for applied cyber
cybersecurity with skills in infrastructure threat intelligence, deterrence technologies, advisal threat emulation, or intelligence analysis. Explore the many challenging and fulfilling career opportunities at MITRE.org/careers. That's MITRE.org/careers.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I'm Drew Iden.
And I'm Barbara McDonald.
And we're the hosts of the new podcast from HLN, Down the Hill, The Delphi Murders. And Barb, I think, it's important for us to kind of tell the folks that are going to be listening to this podcast, the real goal here is to tell the story of this horrible, horrible thing that happened in Delphi and do it through the voices and the people of the town, of the community, and really give a sense of what it was like to live through such a horrible, horrible crime.
And you're going to hear from friends and family members of both Abigail Williams and Liberty German, who were murdered in 2017, and it's still unsolved.
And it should also be noted that over the course of this podcast, we're not going to try to solve this crime. That is for the authorities to do. But what we're going to do is try to make some sense of it, because there's a lot of layers here. There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of theories. And so we're going to try to make some sense of what happened in this town. We'll be able to hear Down the Hill, The Delphi Murders. This is HLN's first original podcast.
You can also go to downthehillpodcast.com to see maps and photos and a lot of bonus material.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. We start this week with the debut of the new Peacock drama, The Tattooist of Auschwitz. That's followed by the new season of the Emmy-winning comedy, Max on Max. Sugar, starring Colin Farrell on Apple TV Plus, falls into 8, with the new Hulu drama, Under the Bridge, following at #7 this week. Shogun on Hulu is in at #6. Debuting at 5 is Dark Matter on Apple TV Plus, starring Joel Edgerton and Jennifer Connelly. And that's followed by the new show, A Man in Full on Netflix, a new drama starring Jeff Daniels. The Veil, starring Elizabeth Moss on Hulu, starts off the top 3. The dark comedy Baby Reindeer on Netflix holds on to #2 this week. And for the 4th straight week, the action drama Fallout on Amazon Prime Video is your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
Yeah, well, fuck you.
They promoted a course entitled
You played one of the wrong fucking
that
rabbi.
teaches them how to take blows from police. All these protesters acting like little children. It's like the kids none of these people really want to help the cause. What are you doing in Los Angeles? The action is Gaza. John Cobalt. Go there. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on Spotify and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Then I just want you to know I found a reason for me.
I don't know how he keeps getting in my chat. Same guy. How the fuck can you make a new name that fast? I don't know.
Don't you fret, my pet. You've got Shannon back tomorrow and the remainder of the week. So go.
I just like it, but
Where it's time to get some of that cash in your hand. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Grand, that's Grand, G-R-A-N-D. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. All right, good luck to you. Corbin Carson's going to be joining us coming up in just a little bit, as well as Chris Adler. Carson's going to be talking, Corbin rather is going to be talking about the Rebecca Grossman trial with an update, and then we'll also have the they're going to do an extensive $5 million refurbishment of the classic Disney attraction Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln, including certain show elements, lighting, audio, some sound. We're told that it's not going to be so drastic that it's going to be updates. They're not just reworking everything.
You think they're going to rework to make it look like when he stands up, it's real rather than that fake
That's my favorite part. Like a little, well, it's all pneumatic, so you hear the.
But his hands never really quite touch the chair when he stands up.
What are you going to do? He's not real, man.
When I saw this story, I saw that this attraction was getting a facelift. I'm thinking, they're going to take the things out of it. Is that what they're going to do?
We're gonna shush him up. We're gonna give him some Botox, but the attraction's been closed for a little bit. I mean, you can still walk around in here, but since April, they haven't do that. It's expected to remain closed at least through June 19th. As a matter of fact, right now, there's a couple people that I follow online, YouTube. I'm a legit Disney geek, so I love theme parks all together. I love Universal as well, and I know that I geek out, but there's one, a couple that I follow. One is Chris Provost. Provost? Is that what you call like somebody in a museum that oversees?
No, provost is school related.
Somebody oversees curriculum? What is a provost?
I'm hunting and pecking.
Yeah, you can correct me. But anyways, I thought it was something that oversees or information, like, or place. Anyways, so he does a great one. Provost passes what I think it's called. And there's one called Fresh Baked, and that is wonderful as well. As a matter of fact, I'm going to reach out to these guys and have them on the full report soon because their insights are great. So I learned about this Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln stuff by seeing a walkthrough being explained to by Fresh Baked. Is what's going on just yesterday with Fresh Baked stuff, and I keep up on all the things that are going on in the attractions right now. So although this particular Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln needs a facelift of sorts, there's also stuff going on in Critter Country, Tiana's Adventure, all this stuff is torn apart. The Haunted Mansion is getting full reworking up to Q.
Dude's gonna run out of weed.
To be torn up right now. So if you go
You got 6 minutes until 9 hours.
on Sundays and stuff,
Longer time, best way to smoke
has
weed.
been, I think they're controlling that purposely because there's a few attractions that are
Why the attraction closed during
now you go to Disney website or their app.
I wonder how much that affects attendance. People
Why don't you fucking pay attention to me?
Yeah, if you go where their favorite attractions are just
it's not the most exciting attraction. It's wonderful. If I don't see it before I leave, usually we don't
Do they got THC big cards over there?
It still makes me emotional.
It's amazing. It's originally created.
Damn, I smoke an ounce of 4 night, mainly through bongs too.
Oh gosh, you go back to those early days when they hydraulic fluid is red. They had problems.
Can you block this Rothschild promotion?
They had problems with, I think, when they first tested it, and it's like, yeah, I know. It's like, wow, this is a little too realistic. Yeah.
Well, it's been exciting.
That's my favorite thing about
Yeah, it's not historically accurate. This is what happened. So a band
I
is
even
going
went to what he was like.
Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln getting shot.
They put some anime video. What are you doing? You need to do a lot of Rothschilds.
Oh, he had that creepy, weird.
Apparently, exactly how he got very close to how it actually sounded.
But how did they know that? What was it doing?
Now I've got vape cards in Australia. Gas and extracts recently just need scripts, which is difficult to get for such strong stuff.
Hell yeah. God's not going to make it that ugly and have a weird voice.
A woman and teenager have been stabbed in separate attacks on the metro system in the LA area. The woman was stabbed by a man who followed her onto an elevator at a Greenline metro station in South LA. This man says the stabbing is wild.
Makes me double think about public transportation, just like the metro. Really insane.
Earlier last night, a teenage boy was stabbed on a bus in Glendale. 2 minors have been arrested in connection with the attack. The third attacker is still on the run. An ex-con has been found guilty of murdering a Bologna police officer and injuring another officer in 2018. The jury yesterday found true special circumstance allegations of murder of a peace officer, the performance of his duties, and murder for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. The convicted killer is looking at life without parole when he is sentenced in June. House Speaker Mike Johnson is not important in New York to support former President Trump in the hush money trial. Republicans have traveled to Manhattan to show solidarity with Trump during the trial. His ex-lawyer Michael Cohen is back on the stand today. He testified yesterday about being reimbursed by Trump for a $130,000 hush money payment to porn actress Stormy Daniels during the 2016 campaign. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Kyiv, assuring Ukraine that U.S. aid is on the way. It comes as Russian forces have been gaining ground in Ukraine's second largest city.
It would send panic for the more than 1 million people who live there, who face bombardments, and many of them would flee. Now, Blinken says some of this aid has already been deployed on the battlefield. He says all will come.
ABC's James Longman says Blinken's basic message is that America is back. Longman says the sense of Ukraine is that the delay in aid has already given Russia a major advantage. Soundline weather's pay up by 7 with highs in the mid-60s, low 70s for Metro LA, low to mid-70s in the valleys, 80s to around 90 in the high desert, mid-60s in the beaches, low 70s in Illinois, low 70s to low 80s in the IE. Right now, 62 in La Palma, it's also 62 in Irvine. It is slow on the 605 in Pico Rivera.
Seeing those toys where you're trying to make
എല്ലാ ലൊക്കാനോട്ടിൽ ഓൺലി എല്ലാ നമുക്ക് സർവേ
not look much better for you for buyers. So, and now toward it.
Also, the relationship between
towards Lawson. That antenna is really slowing down. Now it's 50 yourself on keyword is and can't find traffic. Leave the beginning of the freeway back toward at least it looks like Long Beach Boulevard, so going for a drive as well. Or something else.
Motherfucking bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Get the fuck. I find this motherfucker as well, and he's fucking still there. Man, listen. Fuck you.
Fuck you, Rabbi.
God damn it.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Master CBS's NCIS Origins is pulling out as the NCIS Rebuild products start production. Following Mark Harmon's
Can I see your ID?
Austin Stoll was on
The biggest reason will come.
NCIS Origins is one to
This is not a mental illness. I take someone feel that shit. I take 6 to 8 shots. I'm drunk. If I hit like over that, you know, hey, my age, they'll be driving. Yo, Johnny B, 428 from 5 Johnny B. Johnny, what's good, man? Oh my God.
bro. This man, what is this motherfucker? Like, what? This man has so many accounts, bro.
I know, it's so funny. Doug is hilarious.
Like, bro, if you have to constantly go into people's chats and like make new things to like, dog, like you have no job, you have no motion, you have no life, you have no bitches, you have no money. Shit's crazy, bro.
Since mid-March, and there's growing concern because of just how contagious the infection is. Hepatitis A impacts the liver and is only detectable through blood or stool tests. Health updates, Sarah Lee Kessler, NBC News Radio.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. We start this week with the debut of the new Peacock drama, The Tattooist of Auschwitz. That's followed by a new season of the Emmy-winning comedy Max on Max. Sugar, starring Colin Farrell on Apple TV Plus, falls back to 8 with the new Hulu drama Under the Bridge, following at number 7 this week. Showtime on Hulu is in at number 6. Debuting at 5 is Dark Matter on Apple TV Plus, starring Joel Edgerton and Jennifer Lawrence. And that's followed by the new show Abandoned on Netflix, a new drama starring Jeff Davis. The Deal, starring Elizabeth Moss on Hulu, starts off the top 3. The dark comedy Baby Reindeer on Netflix holds on to number 2 this week. And for the 4th straight week, the action drama Fallout on Amazon Prime Video is your top streamed show.
And those are the top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio. KFI AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
Happy to be with you today. Want to remind you that KFI wants to give you the chance to celebrate friendship with the Disneyland Resort. It's our vision back now. And you can keep listening to KFI and be 4-pack of 1 day, 1 park tickets to Disneyland World. So much going on there, first maybe. Yeah, we saw all the stuff going on out there. I've seen Pixar Pals Playtime Park. They have festival marketplaces there, 6 marketplaces, Disney Conference Park, new tasty menus, Pixar stories, lots of cool stuff going on there. So get into the park, get in there and stick around and listen for your chance to win. All right, this is a story that was bad because it was absolutely horrific. And Corbin Carson was our main man going on in the Rebecca Grossman trial. For a cycle of so the latest is just a quick background on what we're talking about here. This is Rebecca Grossman. She's the co-founder of the Grossman Burn Foundation. She's facing 34 years. That's something which has been delayed till June 10th for killing 2 boys during a crash in a crosswalk in 2020 West Lake Village. She was convicted by a jury of second-degree murder in February. And so the latest on this is a very unusual move of the LA County DA actually moved the lead prosecutors who got Grossman convicted. These are the prosecutors that are necessary for an argument before a new trial, which is Grossman's new lawyers made during the sentencing process. This is the case in which I've spoken to the family about for years. Most of those stories before the trial happened were the family complaining about why justice was taking so long. Now that the sentencing has been pushed back to June, like I said, this could push it back even further as we are assuming a new prosecutor will need time to prepare a defense against the request for the new trial. The case is I'm sure you wait years since that accident, and I'm pretty sure you can find that yesterday. The original prosecutors claiming a conflict of interest with attorney James Spurtis. That's the lawyer Grossman hired after the conviction. Spurtis is also representing the conflict, or the alleged conflict. Spurtis is also representing assistant district attorney Diana Tehran. She was recently charged confidential sheriff's records. That has nothing to do specifically with the Grossman case. No, but she's been in the news in a big way as one of
I love how Parsley has
the DA's right-hand people at personal picks. Right, and in addition to that, Grossman's prosecutors brought up the conflict is that Tehran was also supervising the Grossman trial cases. So why does this matter? Curtis wants a retrial in the Grossman case, but he will need to find a way to convince the judge a retrial is necessary. That requires going over how the prosecutor and the prior defense handled the case to see particular mistakes or procedural issues that they can use to convince the judge for a retrial. Now, the prosecutors alleged in the motion that Spurtis would be able to unfairly question Tehran about the inside info on the trial, or be able to use any mistakes Tehran allegedly made in her supervision of the felony case or in her felony case to cast doubt on the Grossman case. Now, all that seems fairly straightforward in the motion, that is, but where the confusion is the response from the LA County DA, who decided instead of addressing the issue of the alleged conflict with the new attorney, the DA removed the prosecutors who brought the conflict up in the first place. So that was this news all broke yesterday. It was all confusing. The DA sent me a statement saying that the case would now be supervised by the Major Crimes Division. The DA said this removes a perceived conflict with the Grossman case. The DA also said the original prosecutors would stay on to assist. That was a little new news, a little piece of things that came out yesterday afternoon, that they would at least stay on to help the new prosecutors from sentencing. Again, in the DA's statement, they said it had been but that there was a perceived internal conflict that is underlined by the DA's office, saying that conflict has to do only with the people in the case, not necessarily with the outside new representation. And so they thought that Ms. Trans previously was in the chain of command with that unit, so by removing the oversight of that unit and pushing over the oversight of the Grossman case to the Major Crimes Division, according to the DA, that would remove the conflict. But one of the arguments that I'm thinking is why prosecutors in the Grossman case, when Tehran has been supervised dozens of cases, and only the Grossman case has been affected so far. So it's very confusing. The families agrees. To them, it looks like it's going to take longer, and they're just waiting for justice for this horrible case, which we spent all these minutes talking about this latest unexpected update. And often lost in this is the 8 and 11-year-old boys who were crossing the when that jury
I know, and it sucks. Yeah. All right, dog. My mixtape is lava. My mixtape is lava.
We want to see justice in this, and if there is any smell or inkling about them effing around because she's Rebecca Grossman or because of that wingnut as a DA, we need to know. So I thank you for taking the time to give us that update because I don't want this to fall by the wayside. I don't want it to go, well, that was over with. She was convicted all those. I don't want us to keep on this, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, real world. No, I don't even have it. The real guy. Oh God. We got another one. Say it. Say it. Say it. That guy's brilliant. Oh. Why did he do that? It's not this. It's not.
Everybody got their back. That's about 10,000 likes already on TikTok. That's
charged of stealing nearly $17 billion.
Yeah.
I don't think family on TikTok can only check on their back.
Not guilty this morning.
You know what I mean?
Plea deal where he will plead guilty and the later court appearance. LA County health officials are investigating an outbreak of 5 hepatitis B infections identified among the homeless since March. And Children's Hospital of Orange County has received a $6 million donation that will help develop an emerging care center for kids. Southland weather for KFI sunny this afternoon, high 60s to around 90. This report brought to you by Progressive Insurance from the Southern California Toyota dealership. It's
Coming at us. And that's not the problem again. The height is an issue. But then they're like,
I need some PTS. I need some PTS.
Rabbi Rothschild, shut the fuck up. Yeah, they're going, these boys were hilarious. Soy boys. It's like, nigga, you're 5'2". Shut up. Shut up. There's no issue with that. I'm 5 foot, okay? Again, the height is an issue. But listen, you can't be like, oh, I'm macho. I'm gonna beat you up. When you're fucking here, okay? Okay, alright. House, I need you to look up Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube. I need you to dox his home address.
Please do.
And then get me a picture of his house.
Please do.
Send it to this faggot spamming my Tik chat. I need you to go find. Listen, House, I need you to go on a secret mission here. There's this fucking freak in my Tik chat.
Please do it.
He's coming in. He's like fucking.
Please do it.
And spamming. Does everyone here know who Rabbi Rothschild is? Rabbi Rothschild is Guinness World Record holder for most content on YouTube. We're going to dox him and blow his house up. Okay. Anyway, so. But yeah, anyway. So and that was the thing about the space. The space last night was this Arab bitch, the night Arab bitch, just this white bitch who's running it, is going, these like they're soy boys, they're too scared to argue with us. Like, bitch, you're in a fucking call. With a bunch of fucking midgets that are like, they're acting tough because they got cauliflower ear from the wrestling or whatever, you know, like, just fun. It's just, yeah, it's so good.
Collaborator, a partner, a kindred spirit, or even a rival. A person that dares you, drives you to create something truly inspiring.
And like again, it's not even like I will never attack you for your height unless you're going, I would beat your ass, and you're like they're posting your physique, and it's like you're like a college wrestler, so you're like 5'2". Like it doesn't mean anything. Okay. You're posting your physique, turning your fucking A rating or something. Yeah, let me show you this. Here, look.
And Google's Larry Page and Sergey Brin.
They didn't like each other very much at the beginning, or they didn't tolerate each other.
So you got this Nick, he actually didn't go for the fight. Yeah, he tried to come back and get the ratio. They've been showing it all night, clearly. This wasn't even close last night. And then we're just engagement boosting, right? You need to replace it. You need to reply to the people you agree with because that's this is engagement. They make show up. I don't know, etc. And then this guy goes, you look like a typical Fuentes fan. I look like typical Jackson Hinkle fan. And this is his arm. This is his bottom. Oh my.
Yeah, Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Dr. Dre hinted at it a while back, and now it's official. Eminem will drop his next album later this year. Titled The Death of Slim Shady and Rudy Gross, it'll be the rapper's 12th studio album and the first since 2020's Music to Be Murdered By. In a teaser posted to his Eminem music channel on YouTube, a true crime-style trailer talks about the quote murder of M's long-running alter ego Slim Shady. He said Eminem himself faced blurred voice altering, criticizing the character. Other than Dr. Dre again returning on the production side, who else is known about the upcoming Death of Slim Shady, Rudy Gross, except that it's due out this summer. It's what's poppin' on iHeartRadio. In person.
All right, everybody settle down. Find your place, please.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed.
Books out. We're going to start here with chapter.
Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. We start this week with the debut of the new Peacock drama, The Tattooist of Auschwitz. That's followed by the new season of the Emmy-winning comedy X on Max. Sugar, starring Colin Farrell on Apple TV Plus, falls back to 8 with the new Hulu drama Under the Bridge, following at number 7 this week. Shogun on Hulu is in at number 6. Debuting at 5 is Dark Matter on Apple TV Plus, starring Joel Edgerton and Jennifer Connelly. And that's followed by the new show A Man in Full on Netflix, a new drama starring Jeff Daniels. The Veil, starring Elizabeth Moss on Hulu, starts off the top 3. The dark comedy Baby Reindeer on Netflix holds on to number 2 this week. And for the fourth straight week, The Actors Guild on Amazon Prime Video is your top stream show.
Your top TV streams on iHeartRadio.
What do you mean? That's good
Well, you know what? My daughter, she goes to college out of state. I don't know what to do.
What is this? It's your dancer too?
Leaving her in college. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. And then driving straight
What's with the two? Running the no.
On demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
You see that? What is that? Rabbi Rothschild, I'm gonna fucking end your life, bro.
Please do.
Get my hands on you.
Please do.
I mean, the Holocaust, I think that's something true.
Cool.
Dog radiates whiteness. It's true. It's a smug white otter. That's why I showed you.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, but
Neil.
Craig's favorite in Fort Erie and Shannon today.
Seriously, where is it?
Happy Tuesday to you. Kind of a hazy day today. Getting through a lot of news updates.
Not stupid to spend, let's say it's $20,000 a year, $80,000 on loans with a massive amount of interest to get a job that gets you $50,000 a year. That's a bad decision.
It started out with a couple million here.
That's a bad fucking decision. Like if I was trying to get people to, like if I had like a loan company and I was offering rates like that for a payoff like that, everybody would call me a scam artist. But I'm still going to be, and that's what I think people are really mad about. I'll talk to you in a minute, but wait, we'll go with this. It's not a job to get 50K. You know, it's a bad decision because you have some level of education, so they don't know that. Anybody can look this shit up. I work in the education field and I work with poor students. What's your point? So whenever you work with a poor student, do you think that you're doing them a favor by telling them to take a $20,000 a year loan in order to get a job that pays $50,000? Are you doing them a favor by telling them to do that? I guess there's no point I can make that'll make you understand. What do you feel like I don't understand? I think let's start there.
Probably not. But how do you use $183 million on that?
Right.
Insane.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, Chris. In order for someone to steal $17 million from me, first of all, I'd have to have $17 million. Then the rest is all technicality. But when you think about having that much money that someone can basically, take this from you, is pretty crazy. Now, the one twist here is that because of the formality you spoke about, he had to say, plead not guilty. But this whole time, he's been very cooperative, has not been pulling anything, has been agreeable in dealing with the authorities, correct?
Correct. And Shohei Ohtani, there was a lot of question in the beginning when this happened as to whether Shohei had any involvement. Did he know? Was he part of it? Was he helping a friend? Did he do it, out of the kindness of his heart to help a friend who was in need? But the Fed has made it very clear that Ohtani had no involvement, and when we covered this weeks ago, the Fed said Ohtani is the victim in this case. And I covered the press conference when Ohtani spoke about it for the first time, and he looked like he was almost in tears and said he trusted a friend and someone very close to him betrayed him, and he was shocked. And those were his words. So, there was a lot of concern or question as to whether Shohei had any kind of involvement in it at all. But the Fed made it very clear that he did not. And also, this $17 million was taken over a year.
No more joking around. All right. No more joking about it. You being a pussy and all that. We're getting fucking railed. I need to find some affordable whisper raw secret. What the fuck is that?
Who actually went to prison after beating Heathen on games. He says he's still buying the family every time he didn't know about his arrest.
Hey, you're gonna fix me. You need to help me. You're gonna help me. Some of the trick things.
$17 million is a lot. But the problem with gambling, you guys, I know this from friends that I've had who
Oh shit, you gotta help me with some of these. I'm gonna.
Drug or alcohol is the high, even when they win, they put the money back because they need
No, almost this.
It's not about winning the money, it's about that high of winning. So there was a lot of speculation as to whether or not Ohtani was involved. But, people were asking me, well, do you think that he was involved in the sense that he was part of this gambling? Was there any sports betting? Or do you think that he was involved trying to help out a friend who got into a great debt? Because he was supposed to be safe for so long. Well, the Fed made it clear.
Okay, no issues on that. So it might take, let me go ahead and get you connected to the main portal, and there we can send the money from there, okay? And as you know that you have a multiple account, so you have multiple account or more than 2 accounts, ma'am.
Well, a single checking account and a savings account.
Okay, that's what I meant. Like what? Okay, like why I'm asking you is that as you know that you have one bank account that's under your name, okay? Like, and if you have a multiple account with the same bank, so what happens? The link can go to the both the account as well, okay? As we are verifying your bank account, so it's possible that any of your account get verified over the portal. That is a manual connection. So you just do one thing. You just go ahead and if you can see the last 4-digit number of the account you're checking and saving, just write it down in a piece of paper, the checking and the savings one, okay?
Oh, okay. I can do that.
Okay, once you're written down, just simply let me know.
I just heard
Seems like that he was the victim in this
Okay, just write it down. Okay, like we will now be starting the process for refunding you your money, ma'am. So please give me a couple of minutes, okay?
thinking somebody who seemed like a pretty kind guy.
I'm extremely sorry on his behalf if he has not made you understand properly the way it should be, okay? He just not seen to the company.
But now he's facing up to 30 years.
$17 million. Yeah. All right, Chris, thanks so much. Neil Spader and Craig Spader in Fort Erie and Shannon today. We'll be back shortly to go.
It's okay.
Well, at least you decided to listen to KFI. See, you're making progress on this.
Yeah, it's gonna aim it that way. Yeah, he wants to keep it private one. We've been getting that all days up.
Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, LAPD Chief Dominic Joyce is
Yeah, I was like, one of us probably did it by accident.
There's been a 12.6% increase in robberies on
I can't remember what the hell is another one?
happened in a variety of small businesses this year. We're seeing a significant
Yeah, hold on, my thing turned off.
small businesses,
Yeah,
restaurants,
do it one more time. My
stores,
advanced bot thing turned
gas
off.
stations, small department stores. Jesus, burglaries are also up 1% across the city, but businesses in Central and South LA have seen spikes of more than 18% each. In downtown LA, Michael Moats, KFI News.
Yeah, I have to. I had to.
More than 65 LA County probation officers are under investigation for allegations of misconduct.
Officials say of the
What if they
66
couldn't
officers
tell the
placed on
whole thing
hold,
or
39
not?
were for general misconduct, which includes use of excessive force, child endangerment, use of possession of contraband, and negligence.
This thing is supposed to go in these 4 hours.
For suspected sexual misconduct, and
I don't think I
for
can go
arrests
4 hours. Oh my fucking god,
14
these 4 hours.
officers were disciplined because of youth violence at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. The officers, as said, the employees are overworked, understaffed, getting no support from the county. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
The thing is, I'm on meds at the same time, so I'm not supposed to be doing that at all. That's very fucking oh my fucking god.
Convicted, they could get decades
I'm getting
in prison.
fucking rated. I'm getting more for you.
Earbags on eBay that they were new. Jay Barnes, the federal prosecutors yesterday
Yeah,
used in
it's like
counterfeit.
this thing time I
Prosecutors say they started shipping the fake airbags to the U.S. in 2008, selling thousands of them online. Armed men have fatally shot 2 prison guards in France and hurt 3 others in a Yellowstone prison van that freed an inmate.
The attack has amid rising drug-related violence across Europe. It happened in Toul in northern France. The unnamed inmate and the attackers escaped.
ABC's Inez de Lupataris is the French president has been briefed on the matter of the country's interior.
Does everyone here know WHO Rabbi Rothschild? Is Rabbi Rothschild a Guinness World Record holder for most
UN says a UN vehicle has been
Please type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and
Fill
order
up.
by live shared and there. Does everyone here know WHO Rabbi Rothschild? Is Rabbi Rothschild is Guinness World Record holder for most content on YouTube?
A statement from the Secretary General says more than 190 UN staff have been killed in Gaza and that humanitarian workers must be protected. Staff members from the UN's Department of Safety and Security were challenged yesterday from the European hospital in Rafah. And an appeals court in New York has rejected a request by former President Trump to overturn the gag order in Trump's hush money trial. The court found the trial judge properly determined Trump's comments posed a significant threat to witness integrity. Trump has already been found to have violated the gag order 10 times and is fined $10,000. The KFI financial update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is down 17, S&P 500 up 5, NASDAQ up 56.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
Satellite weather for KFI sunny this afternoon. Highs mid-60s to low 70s for metro LA. Low to mid-70s in the valleys. 80s to around 90 for the high desert. Mid-60s in the beaches. Low 70s in Lindo. 70s to low 80s for the IE. Right now, 61 in Seal Beach, 62 in Buena Park, 59 in Agoura Hills, and 63 in Sherman Oaks. We're off to a crash on the 605 in Pico Rivera. 605 southbound before you delay your boulevard, then
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You've got a lot of slowing from east to
Oh my god, what is it?
in Sherman Oaks, 405 southbound.
Yeah, that's wild.
Right on the shoulder. And on the flip side,
I got
405
her.
north of Ventura Boulevard, got a ladder in the carpool lane. Downtown LA, on the 110 south and the 10 west. Got a brand new red just reported in the lanes there. In Long Beach on the 710 north of Long Beach Boulevard. Got that crash in the 75 area. And in Long Beach on the 405 north of
Don't forget, securing the mission area is your top priority.
Sunflower got a poison brush on fire over on the shoulder. And on the 50
some debris in the middle lanes. With some California's only airlines, inside T-Line.
60 video podcast hosted by Jamie Watkins. Every week, we take a closer look at the internet character of the day. Being Dead, the Dress, 30 Minutes of Feral Hawk. They feel like any search word, especially when you have them. And I do too. Who are they? What are they in the shorts? Why does the internet choose them? What does a person do when they get more attention than the human psyche can handle? Listen to 16th Minute of Fame on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. With your free iHeart app and search 16th Minute of Fame.
This just in from DC Lottery. New scratchers arrive on the first Wednesday of every month. With all new prizes and more chances to win. First Wednesday, this weekend is for holding it. Inspiring Wednesday holidays.
Yeah, but it's your money.
His name is Konyaki. Yes. His name is Konyaki.
It's just a whole different situation. You can't really, tie our money into that kind of money. Just
I mean, the numbers getting so big, it's no longer money. It's just a statistic. But talking about gambling and wasting money, say just spending the $50 million to purchase a brand new 5-story luxury apartment building for the homeless.
Well, here's the stupid thing with all this, and I, give credit where credit is due. This story is an exclusive story from WestsideCurrent.com, and they really were breaking open the garbage we were complaining about yesterday, in particular with Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez, who was screaming, "Show me the money. Where is it going? Now you're going LA for LA," or whatever that initiative is that Mayor Bass has put forth, saying, "Hey, we need to get rich people in LA to help us pay." So what's going on? Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles, the HACLA, and the Los Angeles Housing Department. You've got Mayor Karen Bass's office in here, real estate developers, residents, neighbors, service providers, employees, all of these people are investigated, and during this investigation, revealing that more than 1,200 vacant city-owned
hotels and hotel rooms in these home key buildings intended for homeless housing. Despite all that money, millions and millions of dollars on purchasing and refurbishing them, as they're sitting unused. This area in various neighborhoods in Los Angeles. The investigation has spanned several years at this point, with the Home Key program initiated in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and that began in 2020 when they started doing this program.
This building you're talking about was purchased in March of 2022, and 2 years later, not a single homeless person has moved in.
So, despite over I wish it was $800. I wish. Despite over $800 million spent by the ACLA, the Housing Authority of City of Los Angeles, including funds from Project Home Key and other sources. They're vacant, underutilized, utilized at all. This investigation shows purchasing buildings that require additional costly upgrades for conversion to permanent supportive housing. What does that mean? Maybe there's deals with construction. Concern raised about the wasteful spending, which is par for the course for government lack of oversight, which is what Monica Rodriguez was saying yesterday. Mismanagement and the effectiveness of these projects at all. This housing first homeless policy is getting them into homes. I've said a bazillion times on the air, no exaggeration, but really a bazillion. You have to separate these people. They're not down and out. This is not a bootstrap situation that people need to be pulled up by. There are severely, criminally insane people running around the streets. There are veterans who should be scooped up, wiped up, cleaned up, and loved until bursts for giving what they have to this country. Protected. Dogs should be taken away from people that are living on the streets so that they can be taken care of properly, and separate the wheat from the chaff and the people that need to be taken care of a certain way. We are doing things that do nothing, and it is quintessential city hall politics when all you're doing is the equivalent of busy work, shuffling papers, making it look like you're doing something. You spent $800 million on things that aren't being used, and then you're asking for the private sector to come and bail you out. How do you CEO grade? Would you get fired if you ran a business?
Absolutely. But that's what happens when you get, federal money from the government.
Today's guest is that blue-eyed, bluegrass bat.
That's what I'm trying to say. When you're dealing with other people's money, it just doesn't mean. You take that $810 million that they used to acquire, 2,750 apartments and hotel rooms. That's $285,000 per unit.
You know what it costs to take care of, in a nice place, to take care of a loved one? Heaven forbid we gotta put mom in a home, okay? And I say that for the home, not mom. God forbid people have to deal with $10,000. No, you're looking at, on the low end, $7,000 to $9,000 a month. You're looking at weekly, like $7,000 to take care of one person. That is unattainable and unsustainable, because there's just flat out. Yet we keep going while they're doing this or they just keep putting a new horrific. You're talking at least 20-30% of people that are put into these places that go, I want back on the streets. I'd rather live off of $5 a day in a tent. And you know what else? Many have been keeping tent. Stay inside when it's cold or what have you. And then going back to their pied-à-terre down the street from my house.
So they're not taking the tents and putting them in the apartments.
No!
Look, I really believe that. If you have these people working for what they get, then they'll appreciate it.
How does John Kilbell do it? I think I pulled some. All right, back with more. Neil Spader, Craig Spader filling in for Gary and
Something sexy coming up when you're back.
Well, that's a tease because I don't even know what that's about. All right, go nowhere. Let's get the latest news with Deborah Mark in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A man from Riverside suspected of crashing into a house in Garden Grove and killing a woman has been arrested. Cops say the guy's Toyota Camry plowed through a home on Magnolia Street Sunday morning, and the driver took off. Police say they think the driver was under the influence, and that's what caused the crash. At least 8 people have been killed and dozens hurt after a bus carrying migrant workers crashed in Florida. A judge has rejected Hunter Biden's bid to delay his federal gun case. The trial is scheduled to start next month. President Biden says he's lying about his drug use on a form in October of 2018 so he can buy a gun. Biden has pleaded not guilty. From the Southern California Toyota dealers traffic center, Let's Go places point to a crash on 110 in downtown LA. On the 110 South, right at the 10 West, next to the pad over the shoulder, but your 110 South is going to be slow all the way from the 5. And Pico Rivera, 605 southbound before you get to Whittier Boulevard, still working on that accident from the carpool and the left lane. Long Beach 405 north at Wellington, got a wreck scooped over the shoulder. Also on the 710 north, right at Long Beach Boulevard, got a disabled vehicle in that Senator Viner area. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harmon.
Amazon presents Winning Moment. Bravissimo, Clarence. Bruh, what? We're getting an Amazon daily deal on 10 new pairs of Cruza. How you gonna celebrate, King?
I suppose I'll toss my red socks.
Bye-bye, Saki.
Put on a new pair.
Loving that logic, bro.
Then moonwalk to the ottoman and kick out my feet.
It's the move. Shop Amazon for winning deals on everything. Every day.
This just in from DC Lottery. New scratchers arrive on the first Wednesday of every month, with all new prizes and more chances to win. First Wednesday, as residents are calling it, has quickly become Washingtonians' favorite holiday, inspiring First Wednesday holiday celebrations all over town.
Celebrate every first Wednesday with new scratchers, new prizes, and new chances to win. Please play responsibly. And happy First Wednesday.
What impact do you want to have on the world? At General Dynamics Information Technology, GDIT, we put technology to work on some of the most complex missions in the intelligence community. Grow your career beyond your imagination with meaningful work that matters. At an award-winning top workplace, we are hiring clear technical and intelligence professionals. If you are driven by a vision of a better and more secure future, join us and apply now at gdit.com/careers.
MITRE's mission is to solve problems for a safer world. If you have a passion for applied cybersecurity with skills in infrastructure threat intelligence, deterrence technologies, and ISIL threat emulation, or intelligence analysis, explore the many challenging and fulfilling career opportunities at MITRE.org/careers. That's MITRE.org/careers.
In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio with Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences and trusted influencers and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Donald Trump is calling his hush money trial a rigged deal to keep him on the campaign trail. While exiting the court Monday, Trump again claimed Democrats are behind the charges.
You're doing great. I want to tell you great. They kept me here for 3 and 4 weeks. Listen, campaigning.
Ex-Trump lawyer Mike
the stand Monday, testifying Trump wanted to kill the Stormy Daniels story before the 2016 election. Cohen allegedly paid the adult film actors $130,000 to cover up a 2006 sexual encounter with Trump. He returns to the stand today. The former president is accused of falsifying business records to hide the payment in order to influence the 2016 election. And the Biden administration is standing firm in its opposition to a full-scale invasion of Gaza by Israel. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said the administration will not provide Israel with offensive weapons if its forces launch a major military operation in the city in southern Gaza. President Biden has faced backlash from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle over his threat to some U.S. weapons to the Israelis. That's politics. Mark Mayfield, NBC News Radio.
Joe Rogan podcast, pick it up. Day by day, Joe Rogan podcast, find out. Okay.
Yeah, listen to you on some true narrative of that and we also do Zippos.
That's not the same. Trust me. AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Neil's favorite Greg's favorite Gary
Yeah, this is the samurai that we have outside next to the, see the actual samurai house? Yeah. Crazy yellow samurai and the sword and the sword. The sword's even older than the armor. The armor is from the 1800s, the swords from the 1500s. So is that, that's right before she died.
So go to where, speaking of the metro we were talking about earlier,
300
if
years
you have not heard like the in-depth coverage
did it begin in
of
the
Kelly,
1500s?
the metro, you gotta listen to it tonight. Trust me, he's got you to more people snap on the metro talking about it. And he just
So I first found out about it. I don't even remember what year it was. I remember I was with my family. I was in Salt Lake, and we were walking by the galleries, and there was fucking huge paintings, Native American guy with a buffalo skull and a bullet hole in the head. And I was like, God damn, I was trying to figure out how to put that. And I snoozed. I snoozed and I lose. And then I got boxed. And I didn't lose. After that, here's an interesting story. And I'll just tell you, like, I was showing with this other gallery for a long time, that same painting was like in the back room, and they weren't really giving me my props, which is what people will do if they just want to kind of keep you at a certain level. So they do that to keep the prices down. They do that so you can do the gallery, so they won't keep paying for the gallery. But they don't go up. But no, I knew what I was supposed to do. I'm still at the galleries that were cool. You know what I mean? Because for people who hook me up, I'm going to stay there. You know what I mean? But I just wasn't getting my due on this other gallery, so I decided I wanted to get paid for it. I mean, professionally, I think about 16 years. But, you know, I've been doing it since I was a kid, just always. And when did you get, I want to say, that's what I were, right? When I was born, with Native American culture. I mean, from the time I was there's books in my grandparents' house, like one was called Fighting Indians of the West, and then there was like Russell and Remington books, the painters. And so I just look at these photos of like Sitting Bull and I mean, the crazy ones, but one of the crazy ones were like Geronimo and shit like that. And I just saw a look in their eye like a wild person, somebody who wasn't trapped by the system. And as a little kid, I just knew I knew that was better. And it was powerful.
It's not about a meet cute.
So that
Those things where it's like, oh,
it is so fascinating that so many Native Americans who got captured and put into reservation systems that eventually led to integrating Western culture. But when
Here comes Western peoples. Either when they were young, if they got kidnapped, or if they integrated with the tribes, like a lot of trappers, a lot of people integrated with the tribes. When they tried to bring them back to Western society, they all wanted to leave. They're like, get me the fuck out of here. Like, I don't want to do this. It's like we have this idea that cities, and especially back then, that somehow or another it was better. And we always have the idea that progress in terms of like what's going on right now is better than what was going on before. We always have that in our head that we're doing good. But it doesn't seem to ring true to the human spirit. There's something about human beings that they absolutely prefer that life. Yeah, I mean, you are more of a human being if you live in that life. If you're living a life in a city where you have to go do something you don't want to do, and you have to go hang out with people you really, it's like your tribe is your tribe. You belong there. It's a totally just simpler, better, more real life. I think that thing you just said too about your tribe, because too many people today, their tribe is not someone they kills. Their tribe is just people that they're stuck with because they're working with. You know, if you're working on a set, like if you're say if you're married, you're married couple, and you both work, you both with other people at least 8 hours a day. How long are you together? You're together for a few hours a night and you go to sleep. Yeah, you're tired. It's not a quality way of life. What's not the people you chose? It's the people that your occupation chose, or the opportunity for employment chose. And then you got to deal with these fucking schmucks in your office. I've been very fortunate. I never had to work in an office. My whole life, I dodged office life. But I know a lot of people that work in it. It's fucking annoying. Because they got your way. They're always there. They're always fucking imposing their bullshit on you. And if you're a person that works in an office, especially if you have a bunch of bosses, the boss-employee relationship is so often abused. It's such an abusive place to be where you have this person that gets to tell you what to do and make you sometimes work on weekends and make you like stay overtime and upsetting you if you do X, Y, or Z, which is no bear. Forces you to have the same ideological beliefs as them, forces you to have the same political beliefs as them. Or you need to do it right now, who you are. Yes, exactly. Like, that's why I think our country is almost like, right now, is that motherfucking victim. Have you remember him? Because like they're always kind of pushing him to the side, seeing how much shit he'll put up with. Right? That's Stephen Root. Yeah, that's my man. Where he's just like, how much shit we motherfuckers put up with. Yeah. And that's your life. In an office, and you're taught as a kid going to high school, like, if you do a good job here, you get to have an office job. That's what you're fucking shooting for. Yeah, and then you're working all day at school to try to do that. Yeah, it's very complicated, man. Trying to get through the education aspect of your childhood and the indoctrination aspect, because that's what it is. It's indoctrinating you into believing that the only way you can get by in this life is to become a part of this exact same system. So this is why school is structured like that. I think it's structured like that to teach you. It's also structured like that where you're sitting down in front of people all day long, learning things that you don't want to learn. Being forced to be immobile when you're a child, and you're literally just a hummingbird of energy. I don't know, little cat. Yeah, it's so bad for you. Let me inside, fluorescent lights when I was a kid, terrible for you. The whole thing is bad for you. Bad feeling. I couldn't wait to run away from it. Like everything, every fiber of my being was opposed to it. But they had everyone convinced that if you didn't do this way, you're going to be a fucking loser. And that's what I was convinced I was going to be a loser. So I was like, I got to figure out a way to make money outside of a regular job. I'm a fucking loser. I can't do a regular job. I got to be a loser. I have to be a loser. I have to be a construction worker. I have to do something else. I have to do something that's outside of the norm. Because I can't fucking do this. I can't sit down. I'm so bored. And it's also a terrible way to learn things.
burning
Like,
car
the
this
best
each
way
week.
to learn
One
things
person died in
is
the
things you
crash.
enjoy.
Several others were
Things you
taken to a
enjoy,
hospital.
and
All
then
these
if you
northbound
learn
freeway were
that
closed for
you do
several hours
something
last
you
night.
enjoy and
A
you just
Riverside
get good
County
at it, you
Sheriff's
go, oh,
deputy was shot
I
by
can
during
apply
a
that to
compliance check
everything.
in Paris.
I can apply that to
Deputies
all
assigned
things.
to the Riverside Alternative Sentencing Program
You
presented to
gotta
an address yesterday
You
where
gotta
several adults
pay
were in the
attention.
backyard.
You gotta
He said
memorize
one guy
some
lied about
nonsense.
who
You
he
gotta do
was,
some
tried
shit.
to walk away, then refused
These fucking
orders to stop.
calculations make no
Deputies tried to
sense.
shot the man with
You
taser, but
gotta
didn't work
memorize these
and ran
fucking
away.
people. A distorted
Shot
version
pulled out a
of
gun
the
and died in
actual
a
history.
hospital.
You know,
Israel is
always
celebrating its Independence
weird
Day as
distortions
these were
written by the winners.
Israel's marking 76
And if you
years
don't
of
do
the
that, you're a
backdrop
loser.
of the war in
We have such a
Gaza.
goofy society.
National ceremonies
Yeah,
scaled back, air shows
we made it,
canceled,
and
and
we were-
politicians
we were
heckled by an
born.
increasingly
Well, I mean, we,
angry
like,
and
our
still
ancestors
traumatized
made it,
public.
but I think
She
they were
says
maybe
there's
they
a
were trying to do the right thing, maybe they had good
many unable
intentions,
to celebrate
maybe
with
but it turns
128
out
hostages
it's
still
fucked.
being
Because
held
why
by
are you
Hamas.
doing it?
Gaza,
I think
just as
the
ceasefire
only
talks are
trick
stalling
is
again due
industry
to a
gave people
potential
jobs are
escalation
easy.
in Rafah.
You know, you
And the
need
summer
people,
travel
you
season
need to have
will kick off with what's
Here's a
expected to
job,
be a
this way you'll
record-breaking
work my
Memorial Day weekend. ABC's Dave Packer says from May 23rd to the 27th, nearly 44 million travelers
What the hell was going on?
50 or more miles from home.
I expect traffic
traveling by car. That's the most regulatory
United and Delta are expected more than 3 million passengers. Americans expected nearly 4 million. Versus the number one U.S.
People were
destination
starving. Dude
is
weighed 100
Orlando,
pounds.
Florida
No
International.
one had food.
It's
It was a real possibility
Southland
to
weather,
start this
KFI sunny, highs mid-60s to low 70s for Metro LA, low to mid-70s for the valleys.
And so
80s
they
for
all
Red 90
did
in
it,
the
and
high
now
desert,
we're still doing
mid-60s
it.
in the
And
beaches, low
everyone's
70s
fucking
in
miserable.
Landosi,
And then
70s for
everyone
ladies
just
in the
took
night. Right now, it's 65 in
Well, like
Cyprus,
the people that have
61 in Rio.
everyone's
Point your
stuck in that
truck fire
trap.
on the 15 in the
They fucking
Gulf
hate their
Pass.
bosses, they hate the corporation, they don't get out and talk shit about them. And they're going to take down the people that got out of it. Poor people that are crazy. Yeah, they don't like people that are crazy. You know, like I was having this conversation with my kids about like podcasters, influencers. You know, they were talking about, oh yeah, she makes millions of dollars. I go, here's what I gotta think about that. It seems ridiculous that she's doing that, but she has a product. Whatever that product is, she's making videos or TikToks or what have you. Someone's consuming that product. She's a business person. It's just a business is ridiculously easy to get into, and the product is nonsense. You got she got one right now. She's got like more than 70 bucks. But she's not, you know. But then you also have to deal with like from a psychologist perspective.
Spend too much time online, and I do too. What made them attractive?
People are
Interconnection.
by other people's lives. Intimidated by people driving cars with imagine driving, living in crazy homes, flashing money, wearing all these designer clothes. Everybody's on a best drugs,
Chicks for your
perfect.
limited, telling me cash back on everything.
And you're
In the sales system, and all it's like. And you never heard of cash back and sell like that? Cash back like a pump. Chicks for chicks.
As opposed to like a life that, you know, this you labor at
It's just in
these
from PC
pieces that
Lottery.
you make, and then
You
people
scratch your
stand
scribe on the first Wednesday of every
like,
month.
dude, that one that you
With all new
made
prizes and more chances to win.
the one
First Wednesday,
with
as residents
the
are
guy's got
calling
all
it, has
those
quickly
face
become
paint,
Washingtonians' favorite
like
holiday.
gray and black
Inspiring First
face paint
Wednesday
on.
holiday
You know what I'm
celebrations
talking about?
all over
Yeah,
town.
dude, that one was in my
First Wednesday
library. When people walk in and go, oh shit, yeah, right, look at that thing. You stare at that big thing. You stare at that. So much
Access to all
so
of
much
every
going on.
audience, live
That's what
conversations,
you
trusted
have to do.
influencers,
If you
and the insights and
actually
data
say
you
I'm an
need to
artist,
grow.
you have
iHeartRadio
to
is
stop
your
and
access
put
to
in the
the
track
Go to
and kind
iHeartResults.com
of wake them up a little bit, and then they can't even stop thinking about it.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
When did you want to come into the picture? I would say
Early 90s or 80s. She was with her for a while. She introduced to you as the fan club president. Yes.
And that thing is massive. That's a massive machine.
He asked me,
It's huge.
you know, I don't know what's going on with my
Sitting in
business.
my library.
I
You can't really see all
did
the
you do my
details
business?
on it
This is
that
not the
good.
first
It's like a
time.
JPEG.
She offered me a job.
When you blow it up,
I figured she just worked
yeah,
her
it's
way
not that
in, and
But you know,
everything
when you
that
look
she
at
needed, she started taking over everything. And
the
I think
snake
after
stuff, but
watching
really
some
the
of
thing
her
that gets me is
books,
always his face.
her bank accounts,
Just
everything,
the
I never
close up of
get
his
that
face.
feeling from her. Yes, because I knew she didn't like me. She didn't like me being around Selena.
I saw Yolanda running after her.
You put your soul
You know, but I
into
didn't
it,
talk to
and
Selena until
it's-
she was in the
it's
floor.
alive.
Yolanda, she
that
just
must be.
ignored, like nothing had
That's what
happened. She
art is.
turned around,
It's
she went back into the room,
speaking
and she
without
was
words,
out standing in the room, just swinging
through
the
this.
gun.
I mean, it's the most
There,
archaic
across the
language that
radios,
we
the
have.
police
Those
radios and
cave
scanners,
drawings
there
and
was something that came
Probably
across that
land was
Selena had
looking
been
at
shot
events when they were doing
at a
it.
hotel
They
in
wanted
Corpus
to
Christi.
say something profound.
Since
You know,
the
like,
trial,
they
Yolanda's
have,
done jailhouse interviews.
like,
She's
books,
made a lot of claims,
all that.
and then she has some secret.
Writing stuff.
The Stardust of Texas. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
They're all, they have the
Here's what it means for members.
Well, I don't know what that means. You know, I really don't. They could have been tripping balls. Or it could be that when you trip and fall, you meet those folks and you're real. That's what I was going to say. Yeah. I often thought about that, about UFO experiences. Because I think maybe it's like a state of mind. There's a state of mind that you
$1,000 just enter this nation.
you know, not there. But it's so hard to know because it's like it's such a multifaceted story, right? It's laced with bullshit. Because people are bullshitters, right? So everyone's bullshit. They distort something to make it more interesting, they twist it up in their own mind. Even your own memory is absolutely terrible. Because you always want to make yourself easier. Yes. Or if you're like self-loathing, you make yourself easy shit. Yeah. It's also just not reliable, right? So then you have this shocking thing where you're not exactly sure what happened, and then your body starts filling, or your mind starts filling in the blanks with like a lot of nonsense, and then you start challenging you over and over again, and then after a while, your memory is of the memory of you telling it, and barely even of the UFO experience itself. It's like you told it this way for a certain amount of time, you can't kind of keep repeating it. Yeah. And I'm like, what is the motivation there? Is it now just a story you tell to get attention? What makes you better? You're a special person. Yeah, we have to always be careful of anything that makes you special. Right? Anything that makes you special. What makes you special? Did you know you did trust, or are you just fucking, you know, what's going on here? Are you fucking just, are you even special because you saw Bigfoot? I think Bigfoot might be one of the things too. I think maybe, I struggle with the idea that everyone's done it. I really do. But I also struggle with the idea of this unknown bipedal hominid that's 8 feet tall. Like, where is it shitting? What does it eat? Where's its bone? No one's seen it on a trail camera? How's that possible? But why would everybody be lying? Maybe it's what we did. Well, there's no chance it's so smart that it knows what a trail camera is, but it doesn't think it's a trail camera. No chance. No chance it doesn't get photographed. No. Too many people go into the backcountry. You know, all my friends that do go deep in the backcountry, like my friends like Aaron Snyder, he does these crazy backcountry hikes. It's like 26 miles around with everything on his back. And they hunt for each of the camps. And you know, I'm not crazy about it.
How you doing, Tim?
Only the people that are nervous and don't understand the rules.
What's good in the hood?
Well, that's just like public sector.
How are you?
I thought,
You're very hungry? You're angry or hungry? Okay, there you go. For what are you hungry? That's wonderful to hear. I love it. So, for what are you hungry? What food? There you go. What kind of junk food do you want? Yes, I do. Lamb, shawarma, basically, with pita and tzatziki sauce and onions and tomato. I've had versions of it. It's lamb. It's very good. Oh, you have pork. Okay. Well, I've had. Oh, okay, chicken gyro. There you go. Is it good? It depends what, where you're getting it. I gotcha. Well, that's so you're gonna get a gyro. Hamburgers here. Oh, so they used to be really cheap, but now they're expensive. You know what? I love tzatziki sauce. Like cucumber sauce. Sometimes I just eat pita and tzatziki. That's it. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite snacks. It's very refreshing. Like in the summer when it's hot, I like to have pita and tzatziki, and just it's very refreshing. I in the summer sometimes have it every week. I very much like it. And I don't know, it's something, it's like cold, so it's like, to me it's refreshing. I can eat tzatziki with some pita and drink some water and be very hydrated and like feel very cool. Oh. Yeah, dog. So what I've been doing is just letting these bots go to town, and I'm getting to the point where I mean, even people who I didn't necessarily think knew about me, they know about me. Like who? Like who knows it? Who knows about me? There's this streamer. She's a girl. Her name is Amaranth. She's a big streamer on Kick. Yeah. Excellent. So, you know she's big, and she knows of me. In fact, you can't type my name into her chat, or it comes up as asterisk. When you type in Rothschild, asterisk show up, because I've spammed her so much.
A teenage boy has been hurt in a stabbing on a metro bus.
Can you repeat that?
Cops were called last night to an area along South Central Avenue near Glendale Memorial Hospital. A group of boys allegedly approached the teen, tried to steal his backpack.
Oh, they're coming after me? Yeah, no. People have to do it manually, and more people are doing it. But the funny thing is okay, the way that I make my usernames are like Rabbi Rothschild is sexy. So if I say Rabbi Rothschild streams like 24/7, 365, and it's all like the Rabbi Rothschild part is asterisked out, my screen name still shows, so they still know it's Rabbi Rothschild. So it doesn't really, they can do that. It doesn't really, everybody still knows what I'm doing. And so what I've been doing is I've got, I have phones, and I have these phones that I can use. I press one button on the phone, and it has it has memorized. I shouldn't say it has memorized. I have programmed it to memorize what I have to press on the phone in order to get to create a new account. So when I do it, I press the button. I can have a new account very, very quickly. And then what I do is I go into people's chat and I say to them, "Hey dog, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild?" And I mean, they won't even fucking let me ask the question anymore. They just ban me, which is fine. But it's good. I'm hearing bigger and bigger creators who are like, "Yeah, actually, I saw what this guy's doing. He just streams his life." Like this guy from Australia was in my stream. Apparently, he's a big streamer, and he was in my stream yesterday or something, or today, and he was saying that I was asleep at the time, but that he saw me. I had 33 people in the stream yesterday, and as I keep doing this thing where I just spam people come into my chat, and they're like, "Hey, were you streaming in so-and-so's, or were you spamming in so-and-so's?" And I'm like, "Yep." And they're like, "Oh, that's where I learned about you. So you just stream your life in here?" I'm like, "Yep." They're like, "Oh, cool. All right, well, pleasure to meet you." And when before, no one ever typed in my chat, never. Now I'm getting a few people every couple hours. So that's good. The more and more people who know about me, the better. And so all I have to do is just keep these robots going. The robots are really good, but they're obviously not as smart as when I do it. So when I do it, I got my other devices, and I've got one device that will automatically create a password. And I go into somebody's chat, and I'll spam them. And it's very funny to me how people are starting to handle me. Like, at first they would explode. They get really upset with me. And now they're like, "Hey, Rabbi, what's going on?" Like, I'm their friend. Like, "Hey," and I'll be like, "Hey, how's your day going?" And they'll be like, "Oh, good. I'm going fishing today. Gonna stream a little bit later after today's stream, and hope you have a good day." I'm like, "All right, well, hope you're having a good one." And I just do rounds. There are people who literally, this guy this morning, when I first started spamming people, this guy goes, "Oh, look, Rabbi's here. He's doing rounds. Everybody say hi to Rabbi." And I'm just telling you, I'm getting better and better known on this platform. And people are starting to see I'm very consistent. So they'll do their stream on a daily basis, and it's like throughout some part of their fucking stream, they're going to have this unexpected commercial break where I come in and I'm just like, "Hey, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is?" And I do get some people who I don't, okay. I love when people have the TTS on, the text to speech. If you have text to speech on, I will sit there all day and fucking hit it just to hear it say different things. It's just cool to me that you can type something and hear it aloud. It was cool to me when I first saw this happen almost 25 years ago with a computer, and I still think it's cool. So I do that. But a lot of people have this TTS, this text to speech, while they're driving in the car. And I have gotten to the point where I don't like to fuck with people when they're in the car because they could really kill themselves. And I realize how much I fuck with them. So they'll be driving in the car and it'll be silent. And then it'll be like, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? Rabbi Rothschild streams like 24/7, 365. And it will say this for like 10 minutes because I've spammed it so much. And they're trying to fix their fucking phone while they're driving at 60 miles an hour. And it's very, very dangerous. And I don't want to put people's lives at risk. So, while I haven't been perfect with it, I've started to learn that. Like, if somebody's driving, even though that's the perfect time when I want to fuck with them, if they're alone driving in the car, and they have TTS on, I'll do my best not to fuck with them. Because I know how it would be if I were doing it. Like, there's this one Uber driver, or like he's a DoorDash driver, and he communicates with his chat. And then I come in and I fuck it all up for him. Now, very easily, he could fuck me up and just say, wait 5 minutes to be able to talk. But nevertheless, guy hates me, and I understand why. There was another guy today, this truck driver, trucker 36. I went into his chat and I was like, hey man, I just want you to know, normally I would spam the shit out of you, but I see that you're a truck driver, and I really have a high amount of respect for truck drivers, because I don't think they get enough credit in society, and they make like all our lives work. If truck drivers stopped working, it would like cripple the economy. So I want you to know, I really thought what you do is a good thing. And the guy's like, oh, you're going to spam me? Fuck you. And then he fucking blocks me. And then I'm like, oh, okay, that's how it's going to be? Then I created a whole bunch of accounts and just spam the shit out of him. It's like, I came in trying to be nice to him, and he misinterpreted that. And so we went to war for a little while. And it's hilarious to me because how much... one moment, I'm going to sneeze. Pardon me. How much attention I get. Just, I mean, you know, when somebody's got a... Pardon me? What is that? I thought, okay, very well. So, it's amazing to me how much free advertisement people give me, where all I'll do is just come in and like spam them a little bit, and they'll talk about me for 30 minutes. I mean, I'm done. I'm not even fucking with you anymore. And they'll be like, fucking Rabbi. This one guy, every time I go into this fucking one guy's chat, he goes, fuck you, Rabbi. Fuck you, Rabbi. Every fucking time. And I recognize, like, this. I don't like making people upset, but I realize I'm not making them upset to the point where they're like very, very upset. I've pushed the limits, but like, if I really wanted to fuck with someone, I would create a ton of accounts and only fuck with one person and keep kind of bullying that person. Instead, I bully the whole fucking site, and you know, then I'm not kicking on anyone. There are some guys though. They make me laugh so hard when I fucking spam them. They're so funny that I can barely move my hands to be able to spam them. When these guys are like, "Man, ban this motherfucker! Man, somebody gotta ban this motherfucker! Ban this motherfucker! I told you, ban this motherfucker! Ban this motherfucker!" And I'm sitting there fucking spamming them, laughing my ass off, and I really am laughing so hard that I can't stop laughing, basically. That to me is absolutely hilarious. So that's what I've been doing. So you're going to have a euro? Okay. So, so you used to... How much were euros before? What price did you say? Right. You had the Chrono or something. What did you have? Drops me. Oh, that's right. Okay. And so, how much was it in euros, even though you didn't have the euro? How much would it have been? A euro. Okay, so it was like less than $1, and now it's like 10 times as much. Right. You know what? So I don't eat at McDonald's because it's not kosher, but I do follow McDonald's pricing structure because I think that it is a good gauge of the economy and basically like what poor people generally have to eat, or for whatever reason. And at least in the United States,
So when you shake it, the ice absorbs all the water, gets broken down, and the water flows to the
I
top
imagine.
of the
Well,
drink.
at least in the United States, McDonald's in the last 10 years, I haven't been there, but, well, I one time had to go to the bathroom. I didn't eat there. So I had to go to the bathroom in one, within the last 10 years. But in the last 10 years, McDonald's has doubled in price in the United States. Meaning, like before, you'd be able to get, I don't know, a hamburger for like 49 cents, and now it's $1. And before, well, they have some items on there that have gone up by like 4 times. Very, very expensive. And a lot of people in the United States are complaining because before, when you were poor and you needed something fast, you could go to McDonald's and they had what was called the dollar menu. And you could go to the dollar menu and get like a hamburger or a cheeseburger or like a chicken sandwich, and it was $1. So you could give the people there a $5 bill and get like 4 or 5 sandwiches. Now 4 or 5 sandwiches will cost you $20 or $30, and it has just gone. McDonald's has become, I think, unpurchasable for the common American within the last 3 years. Meaning, like, it was like a steak. Yeah, I love it. It's one of my favorite movies. I love that movie. It's phenomenal. And I think it's very good. And I don't know, even though I don't eat at McDonald's, and McDonald's isn't part of my life, it's American. And so there are a lot of parts about what McDonald's is that reflect America. Like you're saying, Coca-Cola and hamburgers and cheeseburgers and things, and French fries. Even though these are all European, well, French fries is an American thing, but like hamburgers are a German thing. America or the United States has adopted it, and it used to be like a staple of the American diet would be these restaurants, and it's no longer becoming that. They have priced themselves into a category that no one can afford them anymore. Like even there was something. You know what Subway sandwiches are? So Subway, I don't eat at Subway, but Subway had a popular thing for Subway about, I don't know, 20 years ago, where Jared Fogle, the guy, not the sandwich spot guy, but like basically a nobody, lost 300 pounds. He lost a lot of weight by eating Subway sandwiches every day. And the big thing for Subway was they were selling $5 footlongs. And this was like a revolution in the United States. It was like people went on this $5 footlong diet. They lost weight on this diet, and that's what they would do. Okay. Well, nowadays that same Subway sandwich is like $13. Very expensive. And Subway got sued. So do you remember I said it was $5 footlong? Okay, so it's $5 for a footlong sandwich. Does that make sense? Okay, but what Subway started to do was shorten the length of their bread. So their footlong, which is a footlong is supposed to be 12 inches, started to get to be 11 inches and then 10 inches. So what ended up happening was Subway got sued on it. And while I don't think that the courts made the right decision, they nevertheless sided with Subway, saying that the term footlong doesn't necessarily mean 12 inches, which it absolutely does in the United States. Something along those lines. That it was marketed, and it was like a trademark item and other bullshit. Basically, the reason why is because it set a precedent for other companies to be able to go through some of this bullshit stuff. So the court sided with Subway. Anyway, long story short, all the things that you're... People say that I do eat. I have a table there on the other side of the computers, and I do eat on camera, but I just don't eat in my bed. I have coffee and drinks and water and stuff that I have around here. But you're right. I eat what? No. No, it's not kosher. Yeah, he was. That's true. Same with the founder of Wendy's. And the founder of Wendy's worked at a KFC. Wendy's is a hamburger chain that was founded in Dublin, Ohio. They have square burgers, and they offer some things that like McDonald's and Burger King don't offer, like chili and frosties. Like it's like a chocolate or like a vanilla shake. What else do they offer? They used to have. I've only seen pictures of this. But like they used to have like a really big salad bar, and it's a hamburger place though, and they're known for their square hamburgers. And the reason why their hamburgers are squares, you know how they're saying that the founder was a Freemason? Okay, so the square is very important in Freemasonry, but that's not necessarily why they chose squares. The reason why they chose squares is because they say they don't cut corners. Like there's a phrase. Okay, so the bun is a circle, but the meat is a square. And the reason why, there's a phrase. Have you ever heard the phrase, like, when you're being cheap with something, you're cutting corners? They both are. the circle, the triangle, the square, rectangle, trapezoid. All of these are shapes that are very important in one way or another with Freemasonry. And so the reason why the burgers are a square is just it's more efficient to ship things in a square than it is with the circles. Anyway, I'm trying to think of other founders of fast food companies in the United States who have been Freemasons. And okay, so McDonald's was founded by Ray, by the McDonald's brothers, and then the McDonald's Corporation was founded by Ray Kroc. Now, Ray Kroc, to my knowledge, was a Satanist, but not a Freemason. He was like maybe an upper levels, but like he wasn't. Wait, he might have been actually. I think he. Oh yeah, I think he was actually. Ray Kroc, I think, was a Freemason, and he was a Satanist. All right, just for a moment. I think in like Illinois. I could be wrong though. Let's see here. Ray Kroc.
Like your social security number or password. LifeLock alerts you to threats you can miss if your identity is stolen. A dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS. Go to LifeLock.com.
I get it. Oh, that's very cool. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you. How are the airdrops going?
City Hall is horribly handling the homeless issue. We covered that. They're spending $800 million on places that are vacant using all our money. We covered that. I talked about the portal with boobies. Yeah, the portal and people showing their boobies and how this portal is this art installation. Technical marvel shows our stupidity. Yeah, and then Susanna Hoffs for the Bengals and I are now dating on Instagram. I think we're in love. I'm in love, and I don't care who knows anything. Just, they gotta keep it down. Your wife is in the next room. So, no, she's went to run some errands. That's why you're I'm not an idiot. Yeah. No. It's not like this is being broadcast on a 50,000-watt flamethrower of truth. Speaking of truth, this is
What piece of food you said?
to me personally a little bit, and I'll tell you why. But Kelly Clarkson, if you remember some months back, shed
Oh, Musaka. Yes. No, it's not Musaka. It's Saganaki. I know what you're saying, and I know what a Musaka is, and I know what it is with many layers. Saganaki. Yes. It is. Dude, just a moment. Hold on. This guy has to be shitting himself. I didn't realize it. One of my fucking bots is spamming him, and I think he's pissed off. I don't know. I just see his reaction. I can't hear him yet. He's very funny, though. This guy makes me laugh all the time. Let's see what he says. It's spamming the shit out of him.
Rabbi Rothschild is now Rothschild Family World Record Lender most content rabbi man from Pixar.
Wow, it was fucking with them. And that was just random. That's hilarious. Oh, it's much, yeah, it's so much fun. Right. And if they, a lot of times they'll have it on, and then I'll start fucking with them, and they'll shut it off. So I know it's kind of a rarity, especially if they're a bigger creator. Like, bigger creators realize people will fuck with you, and they'll say really mean shit on there. So get it in while you can. But yeah. Alrighty, Proto Gummer. I'm gonna get some sleep, my friend. I think I'm gonna try at least to get a nap in. You enjoy whatever kind of lunch you could, or whatever kind of dinner you can find, and get some sleep. I'm glad I could put a smile on your face, and I look forward to speaking with you again soon. Take care, Proto Gummer. That's right, baby. That's right. All right, I'll update you as soon as I can. Take care, baby. That's Proto Gummer, everyone. The man, the myth, the legend.
So I'm around 230, 227, whatever. I hover around there. So it was noticeable the minute I could see that it was happening. I told people on the air, say, hey, if you see me, I'm not working out or doing something great. This is what's happening to my body. Yeah, my medical professionals are doing this. I'm a public person. I'm not Kelly Clarkson public, but I'm KFI public, and I have no right to make people think that, you know, when they're struggling with their weight or stuff going on in their life, that I'm somehow winning when they're not. And so that was an important decision for me to be able to be public about it, because I didn't want somebody to think, oh, well, he's just doing the sit-ups and I'm not, and I'm a horrible person.
I'm already 19 minutes into this.
They turned that in the car. No, I think you know what I'm saying? Like, there's bears who stand up on two legs.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
Dude, it's an interesting story. And I'll just tell you, like, I was telling this other...
I just wanted to get that out. Son of a bitch, I knew it. Kelly Clarkson, I'm great.
But she, I don't know why she would say she's not on a Ozempic, but it's an Ozempic like trial.
Because there's a family of drugs.
Ooh, that's athleticism, kid.
Like in the back room, and they weren't really giving you my prop. Because what people will do, they just want to kind of keep you at a certain level. They'll do they do that so you can keep the gallery, so I don't get too big for the gallery. But they don't go up.
Because I talk about
But no, I'm still at the galleries that were cool. You know what I mean? If the people hook me up, I'm going to hook them up. I'm going to stay there. You know what I mean? But I just wasn't getting my due at this other gallery, so I decided, how long have you been paid for? I mean, professionally, I think about 16 years.
Kelly Clarkson, she's a beautiful girl, no matter what. She seems perfectly lovely.
You know, I've been doing this since I was semi-professional. Just always. And when did you get? That's for sure.
So obvious, you're public about your struggles.
Well, I mean, from the time there was books in my grandparents' house, like, you know, it's called Fighting Indians of the West, and then there was like Russell and Remington books, the painters. And so I just look at these photos of like City War and I was gonna say Crazy Horse, but it's one of the Crazy Horse with like Geronimo and shit like that. And I just saw a look in their eye like a wild person, somebody who wasn't trapped by the system. You know what I mean? And as a little kid, I just knew that was, I knew that was there. Also, but that just connected to it. Yeah. It is so fascinating that so many Native Americans who got captured and put into reservation systems and then integrated with Western culture fucking hate them. But when Western people either when they were young, if they got kidnapped, or if they integrated with the tribes, like a lot of trappers, a lot of people integrated with the tribes. When they tried to bring them back to Western society, they all wanted to leave. They're like, get me the fuck out of here. Like, I don't want to do this. It's like, we have this idea that cities, and especially back then, you're talking about that somehow or another is dead. And we always have the idea that progress in terms of like what's going on right now is better than what was going on before. We always have that in our head that we're doing the. It doesn't seem to ring true to the human spirit. There's something about human beings that they absolutely prefer that life. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you are more of a human being. If you're living a life in a city where you have to go do something you don't want to do, and you have to go hang out with people you really like, your tribe is your tribe. You belong there. It's a totally
more than 208,000 received innovative monthly payments of around $5,200 with a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage at a 6.86% interest rate. And Comcast plans to offer a bundle offering access to Peacock, Netflix, and Apple TV. Stream Saver will be available to Comcast customers later this year. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center, let's go places. We're going to crash on 110 downtown LA.
How long did you get it? If you get it for a few hours a night, you just sleep. Yeah, you're tired. It's not a quality way of life. But it's not the people you chose. It's the people that you were occupation chose, or the opportunity for employment chose. And then you got to deal with these fucking schmucks in your office. I've been very fortunate. I've never had one office. My whole life, a Dodge office life. But I don't know, I've been working for fucking annoying. This guy here, Larry, they're always there. There is fucking imposing their bullshit on you. And if you're a person that works in an office, especially if you have a bunch of bosses, the boss-employee relationship is so often abused. It's such an abusive place to be where you have this person that gets to tell you what to do and make you sometimes work on weekends and make you like stay overtime and upset at you if you do X, Y, or Z, which is no fair, forces you to have the same ideological beliefs as them, forces you to have the same political beliefs as them.
Crazy, dude. Reminds me of that movie.
Yes, exactly.
Like, that's why I think our country is almost like, right now, is that motherfucker military. You know, if you're going to like, they're always kind of pushing him to the side, seeing how much shit he'll put up with.
That's even real. Yeah. Yeah, that's my man.
He's just like, how much shit these motherfuckers put up with. Yeah. And that's your life. In an office, and you're taught as a kid or in high school, like, if you do a good job here, you get to have an office job. That's what you're fucking shooting for.
Yeah, and you're working all day at school to try to do that. Yeah, it's very complicated, man. Trying to get through the education aspect of your childhood and the indoctrination aspect, because that's what it is. It's indoctrinating you into believing that the only way to get by in this life is to become a part of this exact same system. So this is why school is structured like that. I mean, it's structured like that. It's also structured like that where you're sitting down in front of people all day long, learning things that you don't want to learn. Being forced to be immobile when you're a child, and you're literally just a hummingbird of energy. I don't know, yeah, it's so bad for you. But inside, fluorescent lights and all this, terrible for you. The whole thing bad for you. Bad feeling. I couldn't wait to run away from it. Like everything, every fiber of my being was opposed to it. But they had everyone convinced that if you didn't do this way, you're going to be a fucking loser. And that's what I was convinced. I was convinced I was going to be a loser. So I was like, I got to figure out a way to make money outside of regular jobs because I'm a fucking loser. I can't do a regular job. I got to be a loser. I have to be a construction worker. I have to do something else. I have to do something that's outside of the norm. I can't fucking do this. I can't sit down. I'm so bored. And it's also a terrible way to learn things. Like, the best way to learn things is things you enjoy. things you enjoy, and then if you learn that you do something you enjoy and you're physically good at it, you go, oh, I can apply that to everything. I can apply that to all things in life. You got to fucking sit still. You gotta pay attention. You gotta memorize your nonsense. You gotta do some shit. You fucking calculations. You gotta memorize these fucking people. That's a distorted version of the actual history. You know, I don't know. Some serious distortion. There's another one. And you don't do that. You don't do this. You're such a good guy. Maybe they were trying to do right, maybe they have good intentions, maybe you don't know. But it turns out, it's fucking stupid. Why are we doing this? I think it's industry tricky. Industry gave me the jobs. Jobs are easy. You need to feed people. You need to eat. You need to have a roof over your head. Okay, here's a job. This way you get a roof. Especially people that came over, like my grandparents, they came over from Italy. But these fuckers, they didn't know what the hell was going on. They didn't know what was going on. You know, they're just like, I'm going to feed myself. Get a job. So everybody gets a job. You got to get a job. Get a job. You got to eat. Because the reality of life then, in the 1920s, everybody was fucking starving to death. People were starving. Dudes weighed 100 pounds. No one had food. It was a real possibility to starve in America. People like real poor. In the 1920s. And so they all just did it, and now we're still doing it. And everyone's fucking miserable. And then everyone just feels kind of obviously. Everyone's stuck in that trap. They fucking hate their bosses. They hate the corporation. Can't wait to get out and talk shit about them. And there's like pissed off at people that got out of it. Or people that are free of it. Yeah, they don't like people that are free of it. They, you know, like I was having this conversation with my kids about like podcasters and influencers. You know, they were talking about this girl, she's making millions of dollars. I'm like, here's what I got to think about that. It seems ridiculous that she's doing that, but she has a product, whatever that product is. She's making videos or TikToks or what have you. Someone's been streaming that product. She's a business person. It's just a business. It's ridiculous. It needs to get into it. And the product is nonsense. But you gotta hand it to the people. She got lucky. She got born in the right time. That lady was born in the 1970s. She's fucked, yeah. But she's not, you know. But then you also have to deal with, like, from a psychologist perspective. You talk to psychologists about growing up in this time. It's one of the most challenging times. Because people are inundated by other people's lives. You're inundated by these people driving cars you couldn't imagine driving, living in these crazy homes, flashing money, wearing all these designer clothes. Everybody's got a filter on so their skin looks perfect. They look way more beautiful than they do in real life. And you're like, God damn, what is life? Like, what do I have to aspire to? What am I looking for? What do I get out of this? You don't have meaning. You don't have a sense of belonging that you make a difference. Like, that's a fucking empty sound. Yeah, it's a suck life. As opposed to the life that you're living. A life of an artist. Like a life that, you know, there's you labor at these pieces that you make. That people stand in front of. Let's do that one that you made for me. The one with the guy's got all the face paint, like gray and black face paint on. You know the one I'm talking about? Yeah. That one's in my library. When people walk in, they go, oh shit, yeah, right? Look at that. And you stare at that picture. You just stare at it for hours. Like, whoa, there's so much going on.
That's what you have to do. If you're going to actually say I'm an artist, it has to stop you fucking in this trap and kind of sway them off it, and then they can't even stop thinking about it for the rest of the day because it's like,
speech using artificial intelligence and
you're saying a lot of drugs.
Maybe that's what I'm missing.
So this ceremony was held just outside
LSD. I guarantee you that sounds
Buffalo's Ecom Harbor Center.
Oh, I bet it's Brian.
So The university's whole aim
But
to
you find that phone with that
take
thing
the
thing?
tradition of commencement speakers into the future by featuring the
That's one of that. I don't know if you're talking about soul capture or
You
soul
can't
capture.
even do. You can't
I
even
have
get a
that
box
one.
of balls.
Or that one's dope
We
too.
both
One of those
you
get that.
can't get a box of balls
And that thing
to
is
stand
massive.
to a commencement
That's a
speech
massive pain.
without it causing
It's
controversy.
huge.
So
And
the
it's
debate among the students
sitting in my
and
library.
faculty
You can't really see all the details
so
on it.
embrace the
Like a JPEG
presence of an AI speaker is part of embracing technology,
Yeah, it's not that
advancements, all those things.
But you
Others
don't really look at
criticized
the
it, saying
snake, the
not only
snake scales, dude.
does it not fix something, it was a
The thing that
mismanagement
gets
of
me is
funds
mistakes.
and not reflective of the
Just the
student's
quirks of
education experience.
mistakes.
You want to know a
That's the crack.
mismanagement of funds? Come to Los Angeles and see how much we spend on homeless to remain homeless. You found yourself lost.
Yeah, that one speaks.
You know what I
That one
did?
speaks.
This
That's
is how
what
I
art
know
is,
it.
though.
I
It's
spray painted so on the
speaking
side.
without words. It's communicating.
Yeah, because I keep getting confused with
I mean, it's the most
my
archaic
thinking
language
box.
that we have.
I
Like
got
those
the
cave
John
drawings and
Cobell
stuff.
thinking box and
Probably
sits in the
language
shower
wasn't
and I
that
can think
advanced
of
when
whatever
they were
the
doing
shower.
it, but they wanted
This
to
is
say
my
something profound.
soapbox.
You know what I mean?
The
They
page
didn't
is
have
dry and I can stand
like
on
books,
and complain about the
poems, all
world
that. They weren't
that's
strong
going
as
on.
far as
What I'm curious about is
writing stuff down. They write it down in like a big
technology.
and that's how they would communicate
It's
those
a,
truths. And if
it's
you,
a
if you
small
look at
school that deals in
they're
agriculture
always-
of trees that
they have the
grow
same
at the
theme.
top.
You know,
They
and
get
look at
together
everything
and
on
they
top.
sing,
A lot of it.
and they have all these
hunter,
weird apparatus
and
with
kind of
horns
rips
on
the
it. They
animal,
call it cool.
and they're going along, and then there's like this big tall
I
motherfucker.
don't know because why would they have
There's a lot of those.
Yeah, there's a lot of
I'm
way
sorry,
back.
I confused you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I have to. I'm just looking at fucking big names.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know what
that's
that
not me.
You know, I really don't. I could, it could have been tripping balls. Or it could be that when you're tripping balls, you meet those folks and they're real.
That's what I was gonna say.
So
Like,
I
same
think
grateful
you can't
for
win.
it.
You have somebody, you have somebody that canceled
I've
a
often
team.
thought about that,
People
about
want a reason to
UFO
complain.
experiences.
People
Because I
want to
think
be
maybe it's like a state of mind.
outrageous,
It's
fun,
a state of
shows
mind
I'm
that
up on
you can
the
achieve.
current events.
and you
I
see
know what's
them.
going on, and nobody's
You
outraged
know,
about
not,
anything
not if they're not
that's
there,
real
clearly.
or
But I think
articulated where they can show
if they're
their
not here,
math.
yeah,
I don't think
then they're there. But even if they're not, I mean, they're not there all the time, right? The idea is that there's something that's traveling. But that might also be
They
a
can look out. That would be great if
That's a lot
Sophia,
of-
the robot, is giving
It's so hard to know.
speech there.
Because it's like, it's such a
The
multi-faceted
university and
story,
someone
right?
gets up
Because
and
it's
she
laced
goes,
with,
everybody with explosive diarrhea, please stand
so
up.
everyone bullshits. They distort something to make it more interesting, they twist it up in their own mind. Even your own memory is absolutely terrible.
Because you always want to make yourself be the hero.
Yeah, or if you're like self-loathing, make yourself be the piece of shit. Yeah, you can do that too, but it's also, it's just not reliable, right? So then you have this shocking thing where you're not exactly sure what happened, and then your body starts filling, or your mind starts filling the blanks with like a lot of nonsense, and then you start telling it to people over and over again, and then after a while, the memory is of the memory of you telling it, and barely even of the UFO experience itself. It's like you've told it this way for a certain amount of time, so you can't kind of keep repeating it.
Artificial
And
intelligence.
like, what is the motivation there? Is it now just like the story you tell to get attention? What makes you better?
Yeah, you're a
But
special
everyone's talks to me.
Yeah, we have to always be careful with anything that makes you special. Anything that makes you a special person. What makes you special? Did you really see Victor? Or are you just a fucking loser? You know, like, what's going on here? Are you fucking
You were special because you saw
The higher shopping center in Burbank has become
I
a
think
top
Bigfoot might be one of them
destination
things
for
too. I think maybe, I struggle with the idea that
This recorded last year that jumped to
I really do.
866.
But I also struggle with the idea of this unknown
More than a quarter
bipedal hominid that's 8 feet tall. Where's its shit? Where's its bone? No one's seen a film camera? Motherfucker. But why would everybody do that? Maybe it's fucking your toilets. You know? No. No chance it's so smart
The news is brought to you by American Vision Windows, Guy from Saratoga, accused
No,
of
no
raping
chance.
a
No chance it doesn't get photographed.
Philadelphia in 2013. As
No.
a
How
common
many people go into the
friend,
backcountry?
woman says,
You know, all my friends that
Hillary
really
sent
go
her
deep in the
Facebook
backcountry
message
with
that
my
read,
cousin Karen.
"So I raped you. Will never do it to anyone ever again.
crazy.
Generate exam done the same day.
6 miles
Salt
in
and
with
spent
everything
years
on the
urging
back.
officials to file charges. Larry has been involved in international serve since 2021. Prosecutors with grants announced he'd been taken into custody late last month and will be held pending extradition proceedings. House Speaker Mike Johnson has joined former President Trump in the order to show the former president's support in his criminal hush money trial. Johnson told reporters outside the courthouse in testimony that ex-lawyer Mike Cohen should not be trusted.
This is a man who's clearly
No, I think you know what I'm saying? And like, there's bears that stand up on 2 legs. They do that all the time. Keep a seat out of between the trees. It's like Bigfoot.
Cohen testified today about Stormy Daniels' hush money payments becoming public in 2018. Cohen says he knew the payment had been made because he was the one who paid it. Airlines in the U.S. are suing to block the Biden administration from requiring greater transparency over fees that the carriers charge their passengers. ABC
There's
Geo
something
Benitez
about
is
just
the
the
Department of Transportation
undeniable
is already firing
vulnerability
back.
that you have, and that you don't really mean that much. You might think you mean a lot, but you're just a part of this massive system that's going on, this massive system of
The
life.
airlines say the
And
new
if
rule
you're
would
in
confuse
that, and
people
this
by
is
giving them too
experience,
much information during the
and
ticket
then
buying process.
you start freaking
Setting
out,
up windows that
and you
July
think
1st
yourself,
unless the lawsuit
and your
changes
brain
things.
is overdrive, your mind starts pattern forming, you start looking for things.
And Dolly Parton is working 9 to 5 with a Krispy Kreme to unveil the Donald Southern Sweets Donuts collection. The pastries include the Dolly Dazzler Donut, Peachy Key, Cobbler Donut, Banana Pudding Pie, and Chocolate Cream Pie. Parton is having some of her favorite Southern flavors in one unique donut reminds her of Krispy Kreme is inviting everybody in Dolly to visit shop Saturday. Anyone who shows up in outfits inspired by the singer will get a free glazed donut. Southland weather's KFI sunny highs by 60s to low 70s for metro LA, low to mid 70s for the valleys, 80s to around 90 in high desert, and 60s for beaches, low 70s in Lindosey, 70s to low 80s in Hawaii. Right now, 64 in La Habra and 61 in Laguna Niguel. Quick will crash on the 60 in East LA.
There's a certain amount of black crowd people, so just sit in front of that and say, the river wants to show. We're not going to show that guy's fishing fun. He's not just crazy, he just jumps down in the fucking swamp and brings up this big demon, big tiger fish. Tiger fish, that's crazy. I realized they don't do that, but I don't know something. You know, they ended and they brought back that. Yeah. You couldn't think of a better fucking title than the bullshit continues.
Ready to suck your home quickly and easily without having to deal with hair, lengthy selling process. Well, look no further than Seller's Advantage. With thousands of satisfied customers, they are the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their homes fast. They will buy your home right after
You're never gonna find me, motherfucker.
just days, not weeks or months, we're talking just days.
But then the researchers have to be accepted by the research
Because
community.
they will buy your home as is. And with those 5-star reviews, the only snow wonder why thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen Seller's Advantage for their home selling needs. Seller's Advantage is the fastest and most stress-free way to sell your home. So if you're ready to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage and get a no obligation offer at 888-221-ASK-IS, 888-221-ASK-IS, 888-221-2747, or you go to sellersadvantage.com, DRE number 1096165.
And it's a fun thing to think about. And to think about, like, the Pacific Northwest, it's like, the woods up there, if you haven't been, it's like a box of pizza. Like, you can't see shit through that. You can't see 30 feet, 40 feet. You can't see anything. It's just fucking trees, like, everywhere.
And how don't mushrooms have to do with Bigfoot, like those like mushrooms growing up under
Traffic Safety Administration Project Yellow Light and Council.
Yeah, elves, Bigfoot, like Santa Claus. This is a big party. Why not? Take my tree and hang out Bigfoot, elf.
There we go. What is happening?
I appreciate the support, people.
Aren't there, or are you seeing that they are there?
This is starting to get old. Cash back like a pro.
I think it's the latter. I think it's
Chase. Big
if they weren't there, you wouldn't be able to perceive them, and those substances just help you to perceive things.
Homes.com has collaboration tools to help home shoppers search, share, and discuss home shopping with family, friends, and their agent directly through the site.
That you're kind of
Though it was fun to get that email from your husband about that three-bedroom in the house, to which you replied via text that you would never live in. And you'd like to find a three-bedroom closer to the beach, to which he replied, why are you so uncompromising?
And then
Fun
all of
way
a
to spend
sudden,
an afternoon.
I remember the first time I really took a whole bunch of shrooms.
Homes.com.
When I was a kid, me and a bunch of my friends, like we just got a hold of some bunch of money. Like, long story short, we turned this money into a big bag of mushroom, and we all went down to New Orleans and ate them. And we cruised around, tried to go bowling, and then we went out and shooting up, and by the end of the night, we looked at the money that we still had, and everybody, we had a bunch of people passing out balls, and we're looking at the money.
Lighter's mission is to solve problems for a safer world. If you have a passion for applied cybersecurity with skills in infrastructure threat intelligence, technologies, and muscle threat emulation, or intelligence analysis, explore the many challenging and fulfilling career opportunities at MITRE.org/careers. That's MITRE.org/careers.
Yeah. No, I mean, so anyway, it was enough money that it was a stupid thing. Yeah, we paid for it later. We got lucky.
Social security number, password.
Long story short, we were going to come out here. It was our 80s. The next day, you got to eat something. It was like, what?
US-based restoration specialist to fix it.
No, I think I was right.
But
I think we tapped into something saying the system is bullshit, and if we didn't tap into that, you wouldn't make it where you did today. Like the fact that I saw that and I started on those, drugs and crazy shit when I was young is what led me here. I was doing a bunch of shit when I was a kid, and people were saying, what are you doing, art? Because I wanted to do that since I was a kid. That's what I wanted to do in my career, like album covers, comic books, shit like that. You're like, you're crazy, remember, it's hard, but I think with being, like a rebel, an outcast, that helps, that made it possible. Well, it's the only way, if you're a person that has like some crazy corporate job, and they watch into that, then it's going to be very difficult for you to break out and become an artist. Yeah. Although I actually moved up to the government for that, so that was something nice. I got a graphic guy for the occupational safety and health industry. So what did you do? When I designed all the like when I was here, don't carry stuff like this, don't do this. And then they have me edit like pictures of people that got electrocuted, faces blown off, and say, try to make this a little less fun. And yeah, that made me rethink. There's so many videos that I get caught in. Going over the first one, stupidest one that I ever thought was three dudes wanted to get high at work. They were asphalt layers, and they're like, let's jump in the asphalt mixer. They fucking jump in there, just smoke a joint. All of them died. Because asphalt is deadly. But I had to get into it before I started trying to do tattoos. Because I had young kids and stuff at that time. And it's hard to get stuff. But I had to try to do that. And 9/11 came along and we lost our contract. Because all the money was in the military. And so I had to make a plan. I tried to tattoo for a while of that and work out. And then started found. How did you get tattoo? A friend of mine actually from Big Love's Tattoo shop in Salt Lake, also Anthony Bugano. So I worked at Big Love for a while. My friend Rich runs that shop, and he's like just a total gangster of tattooing, like real type shit. I friends there for a while. Accidentally kicked my manager in the face. got fired. How'd you do that? There's a bar next door that I wanted to go to after work. And I was over there just drunk as fuck, and there was some dude in there that like was trying to fight me or something. He's like, I can kick your ass. And so I was like, all right, go outside. I'm gonna finish my beer. I'll be up there in a minute. And I was training to watch some Muay Thai at the time, so I was ready, like, whatever. And so I walk out the door, and my friend's holding the door open, and where's this dude? He's trying to kick my ass. Okay, he takes a swing. And I barely ducked it. Went down the sidewalk. I was like, all right, let's go. And I thought, as soon as he gets in the range, I'm just going to hit him with that high kick. Right? And so he gets in the range, I throw up a high kick, I spin around, and that's it, and he hit you in the box. Because he was going, I didn't even see him. He was running out of the shop because he saw us going by the sidewalk, the windows right there. He's like, oh, Greg, come on. And he goes like this, seriously, just hands out. So you went full rotation. High kick. Good job. Wasn't good for him. Wasn't good. It would have been better. Yeah, I did. I mean, like I said, I got the trace of David Muay Thai in Utah. There was a couple of good schools there. When I was young, we were tall dudes too. Yeah, good long kicks. Yeah, so that was my thing. I could guess what I like his little kick. Say goodnight. So he fired you for that? Like, knocked his teeth out. Chill. He didn't do it on purpose. Oh, come on. Well, I thought you were trying to hit him instead of hitting the other guy. Yeah, they probably still do. I didn't fucking do it. Like, well, how hammered were you though? Shit, hammered. So fucking hammered, I couldn't even see. That's why I was like, I'm just gonna throw out the long kick and take him out, you know. But then I thought, because the dude's still standing there like juggernaut, and I thought I hit him with my best kick. So I'm like, this dude has to go. Oh no! So then I'm like, all right, you go for you. And I fucking just tossed him onto the concrete. And I started to, you know that when you have like a scarf hold and with your leg. So I was pushing out the hip, getting ready to break his shoulder. And his fucking girlfriend kicked him in the face because she was watching the fight. And that's probably the ground game in the street, bro. Always. And so he scurries away. And I ran over and grabbed him and was like, no, you don't. I'm in the car. I'm dropping elbows on him. And then she wasn't done yet. This dude's girlfriend was badass. She shows me. Fucking ripped up my cheek. And somehow I got her fucking finger out of my mouth. And then I was like, I'm just going to kill this motherfucker now. He's going to be no good to you at all. And then just, you know, hit him with a bunch of knees and damn bar fights or stupid. That was long. Well, it all worked out. Yeah. Isn't it funny how those doors close? Doors close in your life, new door opens. Well, I called him the next day, and I was like, dude, I'm gonna be a little late. And Rich was like, no, you're gonna be a little fired, motherfucker. You kicked Mike in the face. Oh, I did not. Oh, no. So, but then, you know, everybody's laughing about it now. I'm sure those guys will get a kick out of Sanders. Like, oh, street fight. This is so stupid, you know. Please, folks, if you listen, don't do it. Don't do it. Y'all could have died. We all definitely could have died. Even the person who kills them, they wish they didn't do it. Yeah. Don't do it. No, I know people that have actually killed people. There's a guy who was a pedophile. Just got caught the other day. There's a bunch of these videos with these guys. They like bait pedophiles. Like they bait them on social media. Like the old show. To catch. Oh, right. Yeah, there's a bunch of guys doing it on YouTube, right? Then this one guy got caught. I only watched the clip of the guy getting punched, and some guy walks up to him. I think know that we can't become this. We want to know what to look for all these things. But you're right. When we do this as many people, we come on and off at times. We give too much focus to the nasty part of rather than the sidewalk. So we'll come back to that. That's a fascinating spin on what you're doing. I'm pretty sure from Beauty Queen Killer.
I'm trying to follow it. Yeah, you heard about it too, right? Yeah, so this is it.
9 days terror. Show right today. It is Neil Spader and Craig Spader filling in for Jerry and Shannon.
Don't show them the screen.
Let's get the latest news now with
that dude bounces his head off and the other guy runs off. But the sound of that guy's head hitting the concrete hard. And that's how people die. But people don't realize how
a $6 million donation that will help develop urgent care center for kids. And SpaceX has successfully launched another Falcon 9 rocket from the coast of San Barbara County. Liftoff from Vandenberg Space Force Base happened at 11:39 this morning. Launch carries 20 Starlink internet satellites, 13 of which have direct to cell capabilities. Sunland weather's nearby sunny, high 60s, around 90. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store. We crashed to 10 in Pasadena.
In the United States. You know what it takes? 300 from nothing. Yeah, I was like, I don't know what that is. It's very rare. But the fact that they wrote that in an article, 300% rock, easy, and they go to hot panic. Back in the day, maybe in the 50s, we may have jumped on that shit. It was in the newspaper when we found out about it. So many people bullshitting these days, and we let them get away with it. That's not illegal. We just feel illegal because William Randolph Hearst, who ran first publication. William Randolph Hearst is the guy who started printing those stories in the paper about marijuana. You know, that was, marijuana was the name for wild Mexican tobacco. It was slang for wild Mexican tobacco. Cannabis was like, well. And so they started saying it was a new drug called marijuana. It was causing Mexicans and black guys to great fight with. Why they would use it after work. That wasn't real. They were calling it that because we were trying to get. No, what I'm saying, they would actually get high. They were trying to get marijuana to be illegal because they wanted hemp out of business. For paper. That's what it was. Or nylon. Yeah, nylon. DuPont has come up with the patent for nylon. And then there's also paper mills like William Randolph Hearst owned forests. They would cut down to make trees. So you own paper mills as well. Hemp paper was the superior paper. So when they came out with the decorticator, which is a machine that was much better at processing hemp fiber, and they had it in Popular Mechanics magazine. So they started this campaign against hemp by creating this boogeyman that is a drug called marijuana and made people crazy. So that was the newspaper. Yeah, so that's the newspapers in the 30s. So they've been doing this shit forever. They've been doing the same fucking thing forever.
I wonder if there was ever a time when the media and the information was working for us, but
I think there's been people working for us. But there's always been stories that were heavily influenced by the intelligence community and by, you know, special interest groups. And there's always been the case, man. Journalists have always been a certain percentage. There's a certain percentage of journalists that are just bullshit. Not all they are is people. You know, all they are. And they're people doing a job. Like, that's their job. They work at this place. Hey, I want you to concoct a fucking story. It's the same thing there, dude. I think the whole fucking problem with the government is populist. When I was a little kid, and I was patriotic, like I was a little kid, and I loved the Constitution. Just as so cool that the checks and balances and the way that things are supposed to work is amazing. But then I heard about the boss, and I remember as probably a 10 or 12-year-old kid going, what? And the teacher would say, yeah, it's their job to go and try to influence our senators. I'm like, that don't seem right. And what do? They take them to lunch and they buy them shit? To fucking convince them to get those motherfuckers out of there. And then we're good. Because then all they gotta do is answer to me. And I'm the one paying them. They're trying to get extra fucking money. That's the same thing as if I was like, you know, working for a gallery and then selling art on the side. Yeah, I mean, good. And you know what happens? Like customers will come up to you and say, I saw your shit in the gallery. And I want to buy it directly from you.
Discover a new podcast from our library.
Do you have a deal like with a gallery where like if you have your stuff up in the gallery, they have to sell your stuff only to that gallery? I mean, does it vary?
Well, yeah, because sometimes you have to sign an exclusive. And some galleries will front you a bunch of money, so every deal is different. But right now, I don't sign exclusive deals. I just say, you know, you show my stuff. I still sell a ton on my own.
But you do that now because you're established.
Yeah. But if they see it,
gate.
in the gallery, and they come to me and they say, we saw it in the gallery versus there, then I'll try to get the sale to go through the gallery to actually still cut that in.
Yeah,
Because that's not really right.
right, that's right. That's the right way to do it. They saw it in the gallery. That's the whole benefit of the working relationship with you being in the gallery. I mean, that's how I found it.
Galleries are surprised to do it, but when you bought the painting, you would buy it from me, you had to go through the gallery.
I had to,
But
yeah.
I could have said, well, the gallery would have bought it from me.
Yeah, but that was,
Right, exactly.
right. In that sense, I understand what you're saying, yeah. But is there a situation with some artists where they have their pieces up in the gallery and they're not even allowed to be commissioned to make a piece outside of the gallery?
I think if they have an exclusive contract and they fronted you money, and if you come to them and say, hey, I haven't sold anything, can you front me some more money? And they're gonna take care of you.
Okay, so it's the fronting the money is the issue. Or
And
the
that's hardly
exclusivity.
ever.
So for the most part, like say if I went into a gallery and I saw some piece and it was really dope and they connected me to the artist and I get her email and I contact her and I said, hey, I really love this. I'm thinking of something along this theme. Can I contract you to do something like that? Can I commission you to do something like that? And they said, yes. Would she still have to go through the gallery?
What do you think
on your payroll fixing games.
right thing to do is for the artist?
I think the right thing, if you find out about it through the gallery, is probably go through the gallery. Yeah.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
We want to keep them open.
These are
You know, like, I fucking love them.
cancel culture.
I love, all the different content. Love different people's expressions. Whether it's through music, painting, or illustration, culture, whatever it is. I'm just interested in the things people create. So there's a place we grow. It's all the shit we create. Like, I'm all right. I love that. Yeah. I mean, more of that, we need more encouragement to create things. You know, it's a very valuable commodity. As privileged as it's not, it's seen as a no big deal if it's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's very strange.
Everybody Neil Saavedra and Greg Saavedra in for Gary and Shannon today. I gotta tell you, your talkbacks have been so sweet. You guys are awesome. I just love 30 years of at this station. I just love you.
The guy's so fucking boring.
Very supportive of you, brother.
Get into art, whatever art it is, whether it's music, at least you have a solace of some kind that you
I
can
just appreciate you when you know that I've heard
So
every single one.
what I aspire
Even
to
the
do
jackass
was
know
to
what we're talking
provide
about.
powerful stuff that
Anyways,
people that like they're out there
the
doing
Dodgers
crazy
take on the
shit all
Giants
day
tonight
like
in
you,
San Francisco with
doing
first pitch.
stuff that's affecting the world. They got a bunch of stuff on their
Every
mind.
play, every Dodgers game,
But just for
AM
1 minute,
570
we were
LA
painting it.
Sports, and stream all games in HD
I remember
on
last
the iHeartRadio app. Keyword is 570 LA Sports, powered by LA Care
For all of us,
Yeah.
you know?
That's what art
in the
is
middle
really
of our True Crime Tuesday with Catherine Vaughn. She's our
We
guest.
all
She's
have
the
it together,
executive
and
producer
we're not
for
actually separate.
Being
because we don't
Wayne
really
Killer
do
and
I
Ample
don't
Entertainment.
know
We're talking
you
about
can forget about all the
movie
bullshit
Killer,
that they're trying to make us
9
fight about.
Yeah.
Catherine,
Fucking
before we
check
go
out
to
the
some
show.
news,
Yeah.
talking about the
Absolutely.
heart
We matter to each other.
for those of
That's
us who
really
tell
important.
people about these stories.
You just think it don't matter in the great scheme of things, so when people
It's
get
kind of hard. You
like
have
real
two major
morose and
players
they
you have
start
to think
thinking
of,
about
which are
life
hard
is
to
being
work with,
futile,
and
there's
we
no
are the
reason,
ones
why
that
go
are most
on.
fearful about being in
Generally, that's
and
people
then
that
you have the
disconnect from other
D-bags, the
people.
monsters,
They
the
don't have anybody like
criminals,
real close
that are
to
treating
hang out with and say love. You know, and people need
politicians.
that in life.
And
It's
we want to be
You need-
supportive
you need a tribe.
of the victims.
You do.
And
We're trying to
give
do
us
all.
more details
You
on
need a tribe,
how
like your
horrific
family
they
should
were
be a
treated
tribe,
back
your
in
friends
this
should be a
place, but
tribe.
also
You know,
we
you
kind of
need
want to know
groups
what
of people.
makes
That's
killer
a
tick,
wonderful
because
life. That's a
we
joyful
want to be able to
life.
spot them
You
somehow.
have a life
How
filled with
do you
people that you
sort
enjoy
through those
hanging out
two things
with.
to bring a unique perspective
Do it right.
to the people?
And those people that think that they don't matter, that they are alone, you know, don't underestimate like the potential you have to actually affect people's lives.
Sure, you can turn it around too. How you feel right now is horrible and as dark as it seems. That's not how you're going to feel always. You just have to trust in this process. You got to do something. There was a funny little Instagram clip that I put on my stories the other day. This lady was talking about how she feels down, and then someone asked her, "Did you get enough sleep?" No. Have you been exercising? Nope. Have you been eating well? Nope. Have you gone outside? Nope. Have you stayed off your phone? Nope. Okay. That shit should feel good. Exactly. But that's our.
That's like saying, I'm broke. You go to work. You fucking save your money.
Right. Do you have people in your life that you love? You know, the thing that you love. If you don't have those things, you're gonna have a rough time with it. You know, that's what we're here for. We're here for doing things that we love, that are satisfying, and being with people that we love. And if you don't have those things, you're in a tough spot. And you know, the cold hard truth is for a lot of people, you have to be someone worthy of other people's appreciation too. Like, what have you done? Who are you? What's your character like? What do you like when you talk to people? Nice? Are you fun? Are you good to be around? Are you complain? You know, you want the world to be better, but you complain all the time? You're just a fucking Debbie Downer? Is that what you are? Because guess what? Nobody wants to be around you. You're going to be depressed now. And you're making people feel like shit. You gotta get out of that whatever mindset spiral you're in and come up with a better way to interface with humanity.
Because it's all about perspective, dude.
Yeah.
Like I was walking around Austin earlier today. I've never been here before.
This is your first trip?
Yeah. I go to like art towns for shows. It's all about business. I travel and doing shows and going home and right. But just walking around a little bit out here, I can look around and just see how fucking cool this place is, and how all these people build all this stuff, and they're doing it, and everybody's doing something here, and I'm part of it. And I get to just sit here and chill and like take it all in and go, wow, I'm in this new city. They're like building, they've got cranes on the tops of all the buildings. The restaurants look all vital. Shit, I'd love to see that. I'm like, dude, all these people have good perspective.
Well, I mean, I think more it's a good vibe, right? An overall good vibe of the city, right?
Yeah. I didn't know what to expect, but I was like impressed. I was like, this place seems pretty cool, and I realized that's my perspective. I'm looking for the good, right? But somebody else might be in the same exact spot, and they would only notice the weird homeless dude over there. Like they hope that he doesn't come over here and ask them for some money, or they're stressing out about their bills or whatever it is. And I'm just thinking, perspective, how fucking cool life is. Because it really is, dude. I think we've all gotten so fucked up by these little cell phones that have kind of captured us that we kind of forget.
Go outside. 9 Days of Terror.
Yeah, you know, go outside and experience some things. It's just hard to do when you're stuck. When you're at home and you're just like staring at your phone, it's hard to like put down and start doing it. It's hard, but you really have to. It's a trap. It's trying to get us to get sucked into the machine. It's coming. If you think it's difficult to resist now, just wait.
But just don't let your tolerance get all low. Don't just keep fucking with it. Right now, go camp.
Yeah.
Right now, go learn to ride a horse. You know, I got some crazy questions.
I know a lot of people.
I went down to the. Now check this out, dude. I went down on a photo shoot to the Navajo reservation years ago, like probably about 5 or 6, maybe 7 years ago. And the Apaches and the Navajos were kind of doing a peace ceremony, and I was down there with this native photographer and just a couple friends who were hanging out like Navajo. And we ran into this Navajo family. There's this dude that just got back from the military, and like his little brother and little sister, and we're all just hanging out. Like, take pictures to get ideas for paintings. Hey, just go do stuff. And so I read riding horses, and I haven't ridden a horse since I was a little kid in my town, but I learned how I rode horses every day as a little kid, 10 years old or something, riding to town. And so all these Indians are out there riding horses, and I want to fit in. I was like, jump up on one of these horses. And I jump up on one of the trail horses, that's been out on the trail ride all day. And I have these long ass legs. Everyone else is like shorter than me, so the first one long enough to jump up on them, and I'm all kind of off balance, and the horse gets weird out and takes off in a full run across the desert. Ran for like an hour, dude, and I'm shitting, it's bugging me, and it's like, I thought about jumping off and everything.
Oh my god.
And luckily I didn't train jiu-jitsu at the time, so I had this like this strong jiu-jitsu grip. And you get it, and I grabbed the saddle horn and just hold on to it. I'm like, I'm not jumping on, I'm wearing this motherfucker out. And he ran for about a mile of it,
She liked a comment
oh
on
my
Instagram
god.
that
That was
basically
great.
dating Craig.
Oh my god.
You would know that.
I didn't fall off. I didn't jump off. And he finally got tired, and I turned him around and walked him back to where we were all hanging out. And everyone was like, we thought they would be killing me off the prairie. And my horse, like, put his head down and chopped the ground. So I made this fucking cow.
They get wild horses, they break them, you know? They break them and get them to somebody to ride them.
Like, yeah, I mean, do pointers are amazing. And then I got to go down to a ranch in Mexico and
A woman and teenager have been stabbed in separate attacks on the metro system in the LA area. The woman was stabbed by a man who followed her onto an elevator at a Green Line metro station in South LA. This man's stabbing is wild.
Exactly fucking like that. It is like that, right? Because it's just like things way more powerful than you.
Earlier last night, a teenage boy was stabbed on a bus in Glendale. Two minors have been arrested in connection with that attack. A third attacker is still on the run. A man's pleading guilty to hate crime charges for shooting two Jewish men in the Pico Robertson area.
Under the plea agreement, Jamie Tran faces up to 40 years in prison. This
And you got some like this, like dogs.
Yes, exactly.
It's very
They
concerning,
call them
very
sacred
troubling.
dogs.
You see, this person had these views for many years.
Okay,
U.S. Attorney Martina Estrada says last year Tran shot two Jewish men who were leaving synagogues back in 2022. Tran allegedly emailed his college classmates anti-Semitic propaganda, which included a statement that read, every single aspect of the COVID agenda is Jewish, like trolling hate videos.
LAPD Chief Dominic Choi says robberies are up in the city.
The chief told the Board of News Commissioners there's been a 12.6% increase in robberies over the past 6 weeks in LA, with an 800 happened in a variety of small businesses this year.
Small businesses, restaurants, parks, clothing stores, gas stations, small department stores. The chief says burglaries are also up 1% across the city. Businesses in Central and South LA have seen spikes of more than 18% each. In downtown LA, Michael Wong's KFI. An ex-con has been found guilty of murdering a Pomona police officer and injuring another in 2018. The jury yesterday found true special circumstance allegations of murder of a peace officer and the performance of his duties and murder for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. The convicted killer is living in life without parole when he sentenced to June.
Next, you know,
A Republican state senator from Huntington Beach says a secret gas tax is being toward drivers over the next 2 years.
make sure I'm okay.
Entertainment wins as a state air resources board commission production report
Something
proposes
about
the carbon tax,
whatever
which is
that
separate from the state
relationship
gas
is
tax,
so unique
would
to dogs.
increase 47 cents per gallon
than any
next
other
year
animal.
and 51 cents per gallon in
I'm
2026.
concerned about you. Like, other animals I don't think we're concerned about. Like, your cat's not that concerned. Like, if you're in a face off, if you die, it seems like you break your leg, your cat's gonna go home. Yeah.
Orange County, Corbin Parks, and KFI. The bus carrying farm workers in North Central Florida has crashed.
And I started kicking the back, and he starts barking. He starts jumping up and down and barking. Because he thinks like some shit's going down. That guy's fucking with you? Like, what's happening here? And I was like, that's hilarious. Like, all the other stuff that we did with dogs, I don't know, work out.
ABC2 audiences and images from the scene show substantial damage to the pickup truck and the bus lying on its side.
They can tell the difference.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken's made an unannounced visit to Ukraine and arrived in Kyiv today. It shows
Yeah, they understand what violence is, you know? It's like, how does he, why is that?
Ukrainian President Zelensky welcomed Blinken as the U.S. sending more military
So that's totally why we kept them around. Yeah, we're like, as soon as shit starts to go down, we just jump in. I'm gonna get my knife. Yeah, take care of the hit them all at that time.
Head of Ukraine's National Security and Defense Council says Russia is using nearly 30,000 troops in its latest offensive in the Kharkiv region. The KFI financial update sponsored by Revive Real Estate. Dow is closing up 127. S&P 500 up 25. NASDAQ up 125.
rate.
So I was pushing it down the pit. Oh, no.
It's free. Just go to KFI.com.
Satellite weather from KFI sunny. Highs mid-60s to low 70s for Metro LA. Low to mid-70s in the valleys. 80s for Red 90 and high desert. Mid-60s for beaches. Low 70s in Lindo. 70s for 80s in the IE. Right now, 65 in Seal Beach and 68 in Lana Park, 67 in Mora Hills, and 68 in Sherman Oaks. We're going back to the Q10 in Pasadena.
Their tails to it. Their hair from which really is kind of what happens. Well, everything is kind of, based on, like fiction stuff. You get that idea from somewhere. But I think people says that Avatar is like broken space. I thought they said it's like dance with horse space. And they did, well, because my mentor, a friend of mine, wrote this. He was like one of my best influences that guided me in my career, Michael Blake. He's a brother. It wasn't about, they say, the white savior story is coming to save the Indians. That's bullshit. I'm like, you want to fucking do it. The white guy didn't save the Indians. They saved him. He learned from the Indians how to be a good person. There's nothing wrong with that. I barely remember that. I remember it was really good. He told me that he came up with that idea, but he heard a story where a supply train, a wagon train, pulled up to like an abandoned camp, like an army camp. He heard that story. And he thought, well, what would I do if I was that guy? Would I just go back to the base, to the army base, or would I stay there and try to figure out what happened? And he said, he just came up with the whole thing based on putting himself there in his imagination. Right. And he's just such a cool motherfucker, dude. Like, I remember I was saying, this was years ago, I said, I want to be the next South Turk, which is like the big Western art. Like, don't do that. Next anything. Be the first to go. Yeah, And hearing that, like that movie was a big influence on me. Because when I saw that and got how I took it, that's what really got me back into Western art. Because as a teenager, I was doing all the punk art. Like I did album covers for a lot of bands, Salt Lake, and comic books and shit like that. But as soon as I saw that movie and got the How I Took You book, that's what really brought me back to the Native American stuff. And I was like, this is what I'm going to do. I think what's so interesting about Native American, one of the things that you can say about Native American stuff is that we didn't really understand what was happening until the 20th century and the 21st century. We didn't really have an understanding of like how their cultures worked and how they interact with each other. The way it was depicted in mainstream media was always cowboy and Indian. It was like this very kind of simplistic version of what they did. We didn't really understand, much about Native American culture until people started writing these like Empire of the Summer Moons, these amazing books. When you get a real understanding of like Black Elk chiefs, like those kinds of things, you actually hear from the people who lived that life. Like what was that like? Because our version of it was all just stupid movies, and then Clint Eastwood took it to another level. Like especially the outlaw shows real. Yeah, and he moves back Comanche guy and 10 Bears. Yeah, and 10 Bears up his conversation. We're all going to go down. We're worried about liars. That's a heavy suit. Will Sampson. That's one of the best movies But that's like the real Comanche Texas training, because he was a Texas training type, you know what I mean? And those are both just awesome icons of the West. You should respect both of those, because neither one of them were like a hero or a villain, purely. I mean, the Comanche, they were out for conquest. They're colonizing the fuck out of it. They took all the horses, and they're like, they committed raids on other Native American tribes all the time. I mean, they were ruthless. Yeah. I mean, we've talked about this before. Just the name Sioux. That wasn't their name. That was their name for enemy.
extra tax.
Their name was the Lakota Peace. That's what they called themselves. Everybody else called them. Yeah, they're fucking everybody up because they're fighting for unity amongst Native American tribes. I mean, it was really no different than the interactions that we have with other countries. Sometimes you're connected to them and you're allies. Sometimes you're at war. Sometimes you're the same groups of people that used to be allies and now you're at war, or used to be at war and now you're allies. So yeah, United States and Japan, for example. You know, I mean, that's probably one of the best examples in modern times. Yeah, we literally dropped indiscriminate nuclear bombs on two of their cities. And now we buy the cars.
I don't imagine it's one to one of your friends. Sorry, I knew this fucking that's how still doing 8 years ago, dude. Let it go. They're fucking out. Come on, let it go. You wouldn't stop fighting, bro.
Apparently, you didn't get our memo. We were going to stop fighting. You guys just want to try your fucking mom.
Yeah, you just wanted to flex. You just wanted to flex your fucking big power. You still want to go to vacation in fucking Europe, dude. Imagine seeing the
First thing I see is the gaming metro static report.
When they dropped that first new city, just like, oh my God, what have you done? What have you done? What precedent? And
I was gonna say, John, we should get a sponsor for
that's
this.
what makes you
We
believe
should
in
dedicate a corporate sponsor to our Metro Crime Weekly Report. Yeah, it's a lot of stabbings.
Is that just mutually assured?
It is a lot of stabbings. Yeah,
No, I'm saying
last night, so let's get into it.
when
This first one was a woman coming up in an elevator.
That's
This was
when
in
it's
South
started to see all
LA.
the sightings.
She was at a metro station that corresponds off the 105. It's on an
You can't
overpass.
let me blow up the
And
whole
she was
fucking
taking
planet
an
before we
elevator from the 105 down on the freeway there
For all we know,
up
we're
to
still white.
the station, if you will.
Well, leave
When
that
they
in.
followed her onto that elevator, stabbed her in the arm.
They have no
They
idea. They
got
have no
back
idea
on a
what
train and
about
took
the
off.
alien.
Police are
They
still
have no
looking for
idea
that guy. That
what
woman was
14
stabbed again
is.
in
They
the
don't know
arm.
shit. And they're
Yeah,
in
she was taken to a hospital,
but
and
they're around
luckily
for
for
all the
her,
time.
is
It's very
expected
possible.
to survive.
Like that
Just a
in
couple
other
hours
dimensions
earlier,
that
on
are
the
equally
complete opposite
bizarre.
side of town up in Glendale,
We
a
are not
man was stabbed by 3 minors. This was an altercation that started on the bus.
Then
And
it makes
ended up
sense.
outside the
Start
bus.
showing up
Two of the
when
3 minors who attacked this guy were arrested.
They're like,
A third remains outstanding. Now it sounds like one of these kids accidentally stabbed himself. Apparently one of the attackers guys had stabbed
You're
him
gonna fuck up
to
the
his leg.
drywall now.
But won't speak to police is what my sources are telling
That's all it
me.
is. We're just their dumb kids in
So
the next room.
he was surprised to know stabbed himself.
because
Apparently we're in maybe someone jumping. Someone
way more advanced.
with a jumping start and he was having popcorn, in buttery hats.
The problem is with all that stuff is it's so hard to know what's true and what's bullshit. Just like the Bigfoot thing. It's so hard. Well, the Bigfoot thing's way easier, right? But the UFO thing is way more evidence. It's so hard to know what's bullshit. It's just so hard. It's so hard to know who's telling the truth, who's lying. It's so hard to know what involvement the government has. Like how many of these things are drones? Now that a lot
I'll
of
tell you what,
these
John, I went down to the station this morning. This was the South LA station, and as we always do with these Metro stories, is we start finding out that there is just so much happening on that system that goes on unreported. And as you allude to, there's a lot of reports of different stabbings. I mean, just last week at the Hollywood station in Hollywood, there was the security guard who shot somebody who stabbed him. So the security guard gets stabbed and shoots a
And when you
person.
find out what
So
they're really
we'll start
doing,
with this woman. I said that she saw me with the microphone, and I said this morning, I was telling one of our morning editors, I said, I could probably just leave my microphone on a stand at a metro station that says complaint here, and come back to a million sound bites. This woman saw me, she flagged me down, she's like, are you
there's
recording?
a company called
And
Bell
told
Labs.
me that she's seen defecation on the system. She said she's seen a lot of drug use, including crystal meth.
And
Well, we'll start
there
hearing
was a
some of her
military base
testimony.
right outside of Bell Labs. And they always think that military base was to protect New York City. But it's pretty far from here. Like, if you wanted to protect New York City, you put the base a lot closer. You wouldn't put it so far away, it would take like 40 minutes to fly there.
Yeah.
But Bell Labs is a mile away. And that was one of the main focal points of conspiracy theorists when they were talking about back engineering stuff from crash UFOs, fiber optics, and transistors. that they all came out very shortly after Roswell. And people don't exactly know how this video goes out. Those were probably the most basic things that they recovered. So they were easy to figure out, so that's why we had them first. And then it's just like those fucking PlayStation. And they release the film every 2 years. Maybe they have PlayStation 5 in 95, but they're still giving us PlayStation 1. Because they want to sell our I have to give us a PlayStation first. First of all, let's figure out travel. And we want to use the fucking spaceship once we got a time machine.
No, but you know, it's a lot of homeless people, a lot of addicts. I've always paid attention and be aware. If I got on the elevator, somebody got on me, I would be skeptical about,
some astronomers believe could indicate highly advanced intelligent life somewhere in the universe. They haven't been discovered, but they just theorized. There was this article that I was reading yesterday about it. If you find it, where it was here, they think there are massive structures that are like literally like a structure inside the solar system. And somebody made that well, this is just theorized, right? When they're talking about the highest potential level of technological ability that you can get to. Yeah, I mean, imagine if you got to a place where you had a self-contained solar system that's completely controlled by these intelligent beings, but there's a means to all of it happen. What if we're in that motherfucker? Everything else is like a type of civilization, one is directly harness the energy of a star using a Dyson sphere or something similar. So it's like it's solar powered. Well, I don't know what the fuck it is. I think when is this all going to be done? There's no real proof of them that are out there. The idea is that technological proficiency and innovation continues at the level that it is now for millions of years. What is it doing? But you know what? It's probably going to be weird than that. There's this shit you can imagine. Like, remember the 80s when you fucking had a Walkman? Right. Whoa, what are they going to have in computers? Right. Like, you know, you probably thought it was still going to be a cassette tape. Like, when you watch Guinness or Blade Runner, they're still using fucking telephone. They didn't even think of cell phones. Right. But that's our most obvious thing that we have right now. Star Trek had a walkie-talkie. Yeah, check out. Right. Because you're still like relating it. Like 96 the law. Right. Exactly. That's law. And so it's going to fucking God of War. Yeah, it's going to be going. That's what I think artificial intelligence is. I think, and this is, I don't really think this is a thought. Maybe the universe is God. And maybe the way God is created through intelligent life. That intelligent life creates a far superior version of itself in artificial intelligence, and that creates a far better version of itself infinitely. They just keep making better versions of itself as it has more understanding, more capacity, and grows and makes better versions of itself. It's eventually going to get to God-like power, the power to create universes, the power to create solar systems, the power to stop time, reverse time, the power to traverse immense distances instantaneously. It'll have capabilities that we could only imagine. We just imagine it, and it can do that. If we look at how we're living right now in comparison to how people are living when they're making that's what they think the spaceship is. Yeah, like when Bob Lazar was first examining the spaceship, the thing that's doing oil, there's no steam. Didn't make sense. How the fuck one thing takes it. Well, now we know there's 3D printers, and you could make it. Yeah, you could, I mean, I don't think you can make it that scale yet, but if you have enough capability, you have machines to do it. Yeah, I mean, and what are you doing? Right. 60 million light years ahead. Right. But who's to say they're not? Who's to say they're not 60,000 years ahead? 600,000, 6 million.
time machine, you can go back to check out some shit that already happened, or you could also go forward. I mean, we just have no comprehension of what you could. Maybe you could like start a project in the lab, right? And then travel, and you get all these fucking AI robots to work on it. And you travel way forward in time and go get it and bring it back. And then it's the fucking ultimate thing. You know? Like that's what I do when I have time machine. I'll be like, alright, I'm gonna get all these fucking helpers to build these awesome monuments, and then I'm gonna go in forward in time and stuff. Alright, you know what I mean? Like it would just give you, if you could manipulate time and travel through time like elements, like have you ever checked out you wouldn't be able to experience it because like you would always be involved in time being manipulated, so there's be no static time. So even in this static time, something could intervene instantaneously, always. Right. What if we don't really understand the nature of time to meet those definitions? What if you could get this time machine, what if you could kind of like step out of time in a lot of different ways that you can, right? You know what I'm saying? Right. Like you can go into a timeline and you don't have to even necessarily affect that timeline if you know how to just observe it, right? And not like physically disturb. What you do is affect it. You go forward to the future. The idea of a time machine, the current idea of a time machine, is that you can't travel where there are no roads. So once a time machine is invented, then everything from that time machine is invented forward becomes a completely different way of using time. Because time now is not linear. Time now, anyone malleable, so everything happens all at once. So people in the future will be traveling back to the moment where the first time machine was invented. So everything we think instantly. If you have a time machine, you need a million years of future to the if you were alive, you would be the million years after time machine. You would want to go back to the moment when it was made. You want and so the moment that that motherfucker on, everything changes forever. Singularity. Yeah, that might be the real singularity. But that was what Mike McKenzie did. Terrence McKenzie did. He thought that was going to happen around December 21st, 2012. But he checked out his time of zero. Yeah. And you know how they came up with that? Dallas, Greece and shit. How did the fucking YouTube? Right. These meditations, and they found out that time she is letting the world know that and that's where the fucking I Ching comes from. People in the 60s got all into the I Ching. There's a 50-cent gas tax coming in 2024 and another 50-cent gas tax coming in 2026.
But isn't there a game that's involved with the I Ching that kind of sort of patented? That's how you kind of you're on. I don't know
2 years. Plus, weather increase is going to go up between now and
right. That's what it's like. It's like a form of
extra
divination. Right. Yeah, it is like a fortune telling thing. That's what it is. I was trying to remember how he described it. But most people that have looked at time of zero, including guys like Paul Stamets,
and gave the California Air Resources Board the ability.
It might be. I'd also support this thing to subscribe to. So a lot of people are reluctant or open themselves up to ridicule. That's how it's everything. Everything's all these like religions and everything that everybody is into. Everything's ridiculous. So nothing is Taoism and time of zero is any more ridiculous than anything else. Tarot cards. I think it's really interesting because I really get into ancient Chinese culture. Like I was into, Kung Fu, like studying a lot of Chinese philosophy, Taoism, all that stuff. Those people were highly intelligent, spiritual people who were introducing deep meditations and discovering really profound truths. I think that we are at a level where we're so intellectual, that we're almost too intellectual. So it's almost like we can only think
think about things in this scale, like people see in a certain frequency, they can see certain lights, like dogs can hear sounds we can't hear. It's just like that. It's like our intellect is like this. And you can figure out how we exist within the context of because we fall in love with this. But there's also this, and your spirit, that's what figured out the Tao Te Ching. That's what figured out, how to tame horses and do one
nonsense about
thing. It wasn't just thinking cerebrally. That's kind of limited. I think our real
article here from April 8th of 2021 in the Elstone Times.
You can learn and know things. Because I don't think about my ideas for art. I don't say it come up with it directly. I just meditate. I look for it. Find great mobility. That's not an intellectual practice. Right. But obviously it yields results, right? So it's the right way to do it. But meanwhile, the people wouldn't think about that. They think, oh, what's the strict, how do you do this? You add these boards and that's how you make a house. They don't have this switches and that's how you make a computer. Exactly. That's why Bruce Lee innovated martial arts because he said, let's kind of break down all these systems. Let's not adhere to these He called it organized despair. All the karate forms and just doing your sparring and not really doing live training. It's a threshold that you don't want to cross. So you're stuck in this, let's go through all these boring, stupid rituals to try to prop up that bullshit society. When it's like, I think we've taken intellect as far as it's going to go. I think if we're going to get to the next level, we have to go.
I understand white people, black people, Hispanic people, young people.
I think it should be both, right? But I think the problem is that with money and with capitalism in our society and what our reward system is based on, we reward people going towards the things that are going to get you results that you show other people. Like houses and cars and stuff like that.
Like a quick result.
Well, like a physical, tangible thing that's measured and cherished by society as opposed to spiritual growth. We don't think of spiritual growth as being, it's almost like a frivolous pursuit of silly people. Making on spiritual growth. Fucking lazy bitch. Like, what are you doing?
What are you actually? You're going to sit around eating fucking cookies all day.
Yeah, you gotta do it. Self-love. Okay. I mean, think about yourself too much. There's so many other things to think about, and it's just, we have a very complex society that has gravity to it, and it sucks you in, and it makes you a part of it. You don't have a whole lot to say. You get locked in, and you get locked in when you're really young. And you get into the education system, and get outside of it, and you have to make a living, and take care of yourself, and pay your bills. You get locked in. Wow, space. You want space to happen right above you. And every now and then you're forced to see it. Like, I don't know if you guys got any of the northern lights from the solar storms like one
I haven't seen my daughter's a center. I was looking at
my buddy lives in Montana. He sent me photos. And Jamie, your buddy in Ohio, right? Yeah, it's wild.
It's crazy how that just happened all over.
Well, we knew about it. We knew they were coming because there's two different types of radiation that comes from those storms when they have these big coronal mass ejections. One of them reaches us in seconds. I think that's gamma waves. Is that what that is? It reaches us in seconds. And then the second one takes days. Yes, and that's the one that can take out your cell phone towers. We get big enough. We're really big. Yeah, we have a very, very vulnerable system. And we're essentially living in a house with a glass ceiling, hoping that it doesn't hail. Right? If your car's going outside, most of the time, your car's fine. Most of the time, it's hail. But if it hails, your car's I'm sure you've seen damage that hail's caused to people's cars. Fuck, man. And that is an unpredictable thing that happens way more often than these massive solar ejections. we still have books, and we read them by candlelight. But all the refrigeration is gone, biofuel generation,
Since January 1st, 39 placed on leave. General misconduct,
water
abuse of excessive force,
they need
child
someone to
endangerment,
figure out how to make those
abuse,
water
possession, contraband, and negligence.
Someone to
Conviction.
test the
18
water
were
on.
put on leave for suspected sexual misconduct and 9 for arrest outside of work. The union representing the officers said the employees were overworked, understaffed, and get no support from the county. The news is brought to you. Champions, a person is using key to try and find out several mass shooters and weapons. Police say 45 people kicked open a rear door at a home Sunday, setting off an alarm. The group confronted a couple living there in force. The couple's son to go downstairs, one of the people living there tried to find out the owners of the gate. Another hit her head after tripping and was
So how many million miles away?
Police say the was left after a few minutes without taking any. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is investigating problems involving Waymos and self-driving vehicles. San Francisco Fire Chief Janine Nicholson says the driverless cars are slowing down emergency responders. We're the last line of defense. Seconds matter.
That motherfucker is not stable. Dude, that son needs to be fairly stable.
The investigation involves 22 reports of Waymo, Bobo taxis, crashing, possibly violating traffic laws. Waymo recently received approval from state regulators to expand operations to LA and start testing taxis on highways. And dozens of Red Lobster restaurants from California to New York and North Dakota to Texas
What was the worst version of it? Wasn't there something that happened that took out like Morse code towers in the 1800s? I think there was one big historical vast injection that was documented within the last couple hundred years that they say that happened today.
Locations. It said yesterday the equipment is being auctioned off and the sale ends Thursday. We're going to go to the 405 next.
When was that one? September 1st.
Our country runs up $1 trillion
And so the Carrington event, most intense geomagnetic storm recorded from 1 to September 1859 during solar cycle 10 created strong auroral displays that were reported globally that caused sparking and even fires in multiple telegraph stations. Yeah, so what the fuck would that do today? So it just blows up everything that has electricity. Yeah, it cooks everything. Everybody's cars blew up, everybody's fucking houses. Oh yeah, it probably would. Probably cook your fucking computer in your car. September 1st, this Carrington was sketching on sunspots. He was blinded by a sudden flash of light. Carrington described it as a white light flare, according to a NASA space flight. The whole event lasted about 5 minutes. The flare was a major coronal mass ejection, a burst of magnetized plasma from the sun's upper atmosphere, the corona, in 17.6 hours. The coronal mass ejection traversed over 90 million miles between the sun. Okay, that's the distance to the sun, 150 million kilometers, and unleashed its force. But it's still on a planet, according to NASA space flight, it usually takes CMEs multiple days to reach Earth. The day after Carrington observed the impressive flare, Earth experienced an unprecedented geomagnetic storm with telegraph systems going haywire and world displays normally defined polar latitudes visible in the tropics, according to NASA science. Carrington put two and two together and realized that the solar flare he seen was almost certainly the cause of this massive geomagnetic disturbance. This was a connection that had never previously been made according to NASA spaceflight. The solar storm of 1859 found known as the Carrington event. Wow. So that happened today. What would happen if the Carrington event happened today? Probably cooks everything. But that's what's really scary is that all of our cars are controlled by computers. Unless you have an old car that has a carburetor, you're fucked. Unless you have an old ass, 1988 Toyota truck, you're in a bad spot. Right there. What would happen if the Carrington event today? As suggested that a solar flare on the level of Carrington event might not pose as big a threat to human kind of some fear. Still, a Carrington event pointed at Earth today would have substantial impact, mainly on human activities in space. Also, it wouldn't kill our grid. I think it's fucking guessing. Yeah, I don't like
.com has a collaboration tool tools to help home shoppers search, share, and discuss home shopping with family, friends, and their agent directly through the site.
Also, that
Though it
one
was fun to get
weekend
that
event,
email from your husband
we
about
don't
that
really
3-bedroom in the
totally
hills,
know
to
how
which
they
you
work.
replied via
Yeah, 'cause
text
they didn't have
that
the
you would never live in the
instruments
hills
to
and you'd like to find a
And
3-bedroom
what if they
closer to the
want to
beach,
sell that?
to which you replied,
Back now.
why are you so uncompromised?
It's
A
not,
fun way to spend an afternoon.
we've only been
It's just
around
a tap in.
a short amount of time. The fucking
Homes.com.
sun's been around for big years. Like, how long is it every now and then? She's off to take one shit. And glass, like, it's glass.
Wednesday
Destroying all the technology.
with open prizes and more chances to
You know,
win.
when they first started
First Wednesday, as
observing
residents from
gamma
Holy
ray
has
bursts in the
become
universe,
Washingtonians'
they
favorite
thought
holiday.
that there was
Inspiring First
wars
Wednesday
going on
holiday
in
celebrations
space.
all over
Because,
town.
well, yeah, when they first started detecting these gamma ray bursts, they found that they were happening like every couple seconds all over space.
And they're reading too much science fiction.
No, they realized, well, what do they know it was? What are these bursts? And they realized there's something called hypernova. So the hypernova, like our sun goes hypernova, that's what that is.
And that's what they're detecting all over the place.
Yeah.
So suns are always fucking blowing up.
Yeah. Well, there's so many of them. Eventually, they reach the end of their life cycle. And if they hypernova, if they're big enough, they have enough mass, and they hypernova, that's a wrap for the whole solar system. Yeah, like, I think it's a wrap for other solar systems that close by too. I think it's a wrap for like pretty much everything.
But maybe like you get to that point where
Capture the supernova. Hypernova is actually even bigger than a supernova. So this is the Hubble telescope captured a supernova. But there was a science channel had
A
this
Utah family says their son
documentary
is
on
sitting in a
hypernova,
Venezuelan
where these
jail
people were
after they
talking
say he
about
was
how
framed
when
for
they
being a
first
U.S.
started
spy.
measuring, they were like, oh
I'm
shit.
Becky Bruce,
Like,
the host
because
of
this was
Holy
like
Darkness.
post-World War II.
Spent the
You
last year
understand
working with
atomic
Josh and
bombs,
Tammy
like
to
what
tell
are
their
these guys
story.
about?
How
These
they
guys are
woke
blowing
in
up
the
whole
early
planets
morning
out there.
hours,
Oh,
just
fuck.
days after their
Imagine
honeymoon.
thinking that the universe is teeming with life, and that life is so violent that it's blowing up planets. Yeah. Total Star Wars shit.
How they
you'd have to agree with that
and
science.
eventually overcame. And we all the people who worked
Yeah.
so hard
And
over
you
those
know,
2 years to make that happen.
You'd have to try to litigate journals. They're going to fucking Star Wars going
I'm
on.
sure they had meetings. I'm sure they had meetings when they first detected these things.
It was a
I'm sure they
Venezuelan,
were discussing.
your alarms go
Okay,
off.
Mr. Eisenhower, we've got some problems.
They're going to do.
Subscribe to
We might not do shit after all.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
That's probably I don't know.
Station that has actual human eyes watching from the skies like a bright It's the John Cobell Show, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. As always, we're on for 1 until 4 every afternoon. And whatever you missed after 4 o'clock, listen to John Cobell's Live Demand. The podcast also on the iHeart app. You know, there are stories that come and go, and then there are stories that are going to stay on indefinitely until something happens, something changes here. Because we just found out this week that the price of gas in California might go up 50 cents next year, and then another 50 cents in 2026. Rounding the numbers off here, there was something buried in regulations by the California Resources Board that triggers this extra tax. Comes up with these complicated regulations. But gas, which is now at the moment averaging $5.28 in California, and $2 less in many other states.
I saw the one
$5.28 could be $6.28 in 2 years. Plus whatever other increases. So we're going to talk to Republican State Senator Janet White to explain
such a
what
great
kind
way
of
everybody was prepared.
tax this is.
Broke his
She's
sunglasses
calling it a tax
sunglasses
on a
coming
tax.
out my backyard.
Janet, how are you?
It was pretty dope, man. It's weird to hear all the birds stop chirping. Like everything stopped, all the
Where did
sounds
this come
stopped.
from? What is
And
the
then you
backstory of
just
this?
have this bizarre moment for a couple
Most
minutes
simple
where it's dark
terms.
out. Yeah, it's all weird. And then the eclipse looked makes it so weird that the sun and the moon are the perfect size that they line up that way. That gets people what are the odds? Is there any other planet in our solar system that experiences that? Yeah. What are the odds that the one planet that has intelligent life that is blocked out perfectly by our moon? And what is that? What does that do?
Don't have many charging stations.
Maybe it's
They're very expensive.
something that I think
Even with all the subsidies I read yesterday, Ford is losing $100,000 per EV.
I think it's
They don't want to manufacture
just the
great
vastness
numbers
and
anymore.
bizarre
So this is all gone in the toilet.
when you realize like,
I
oh,
don't
there's a
understand having
giant nuclear
an extra dollar
explosion in the
tax that
sky
forces
with
into
the lights on.
EVs. This is crazy.
Yeah, there's this other
Absolutely
block.
crazy.
Yeah, the other fucking rock that just drops, you know, is perfectly sized and shaped.
And that rock is also perfectly sized to give us a stable gravity. So we're not wobbling enough so that we don't vary too much our temperature. It keeps us stable because it's pretty big. That moon is pretty fucking big.
And the tides.
All that shit. It's all very weird.
With the anti-eclipse of one of the moons of Mars looks like. It's a small rock, doesn't fit perfectly.
Yeah, it doesn't fit perfectly at all. It just goes across it.
So that's the shadow that it casts.
I wonder if are there any other planets in the solar system that would experience an eclipse that's similar to ours?
I was trying to just look at that. Like I was thinking Saturn got multiple
Passed by the
moons
legislature
where
or
It would
existing
have to be
regulators from the California
Right, it would have to be
Resources
a
Board
moon. Like one of
levied the
them would have
tax.
to
I
line
don't
up.
understand where
And
it
it
came
have to
from.
be the
I
same
don't remember this
size.
ever being debated out loud.
In terms of like how it fits in the sky, the distance, so that it's the perfect size to block it out. And it's so perfect. Like all you see is like as it passes over, you just see the outside light. It's this black circle on the outside light. It's perfect. Yeah. It's perfectly established to give us an eclipse.
that is weird when you think about it. Like,
You know, the whole thing's weird. Yeah. It's probably one of the least weird things about space.
yeah, I had an astronomy class in high school, and that class would just trip me out. Hearing about how infinite and white dwarfs and tall stars and all this shit that's out there that they can see so far out there. It was wild. And then I got really sad when he said space is space.
I don't think he's like space.
Well, like, Eddie, I trust you because you beat Euler. I'm gonna listen to you.
There's some real interesting stuff going on now where they're finding galaxies that are so far away and they're so far formed, they're so well formed that they don't think that they should exist, given the timeline of the universe. They're very confused as to how these things exist where they exist, but they shouldn't have been formed in this way. But I think what it is probably the universe is probably older than we think. I think they're just, with the Webb telescope, they're just starting to be able to detect these structures in deep space that they're so far away, they're so old, that they shouldn't be able to exist if the Big Bang happened 13.7
Maybe they found a way to stabilize themselves. Like if you're, if you're in the right place at that time, your technology advances high enough before you destroy yourself. Maybe you don't have a planet where everybody can kill each other and have world wars every fucking 100 years, and you don't do whatever, and you build your technology in a good way. Maybe you just stabilize it so if like Big Bang happens and you got some timely zero shit that, you know,
That's the least likely. The most likely is that we have a bad understanding of how old space is. Galaxies that shouldn't exist keep being discovered by the James Webb Space Telescope. A bright red speck appears against the backdrop of a space photo, but astronomers say that it shouldn't be there. But there it is, published today in the National Journal Nature. An international research team led by Carl Glazenbrook from Swinburne University of Technology in Melbourne says that the light reaching Earth from this galaxy named JWST 7329 is 11.5 billion years old and comes from an ancient assembly of stars likely formed 13 billion years ago. It doesn't make sense because it's been thought until now there wasn't enough dark matter in the early universe to accomplish formation.
So let's talk again, all right?
Current understandings of what grows a galaxy suggest that dark matter halos, which are filled will fields of invisible material in space coalesce and collect stars and galaxies within the structure. It's only because of James Webb Space Telescope that the team has been able to clarify what the red speck was. 7 years of long observations using ground-based tech of the Y Observatory in the DLT Chile. All they could see was a faint red smudge. NASA's James Webb Telescope has been such an incredible thing. Waiting for the last 30 years, preserving all of the things This is something we've worked on over the years. Deep into the survey, looking for the oldest and most massive galaxies that form. We did the calculations of how old it is, and it's way beyond the bounds of what's reasonable to form in the cold, dark matter dominating the universe. It's really a huge problem. So I think they have crude instruments, relatively crude instruments for seeing that far back, and they keep getting better. And James Webb is better than the Hubble, and the more they can see, the more it reveals Hubble. And I'm just not exactly sure what the fuck is going on out there.
And when they find out, it makes them wonder, what the fuck was the answer?
Well, they also don't even know if the Big Bang was actually the beginning. There's a lot of people, including Sir Roger Penrose, think the Big Bang is and that there's also there might be this constant cycle of Big Bang expansion and then ultimately compression and the Big Bang again.
I mean, that really wild, but that makes sense because it's like, how is it nothing? Right. How is it nothing and all of a sudden it's yeah, it'd be more likely like everything expands,
But isn't it a weird thing to think, how is there something? If there wasn't nothing, why is there something? Yeah. Why is there always be something? That seems even less likely. Like, what the fuck is that?
right, but I mean, we gotta like assume if there's something now, probably all these stuff is something,
But how can it always be something? What did it, how did it start? That's the fucking,
that's the question. Like, if you ever got to meet God, you'd be like, what created you? Right. What created you? Right. You know? Right. And your mind,
Check.
oh! And then you'd be like, I am the fucking cyborg.
I think we're going to find out some very interesting stuff in the next 5 years. I think in the next 5 years, we're going to explode.
Yeah. But, you know, you kind of just, there's no other way to look forward to it.
Well, I mean, no finish breaks. Yeah. We're going to wrap this out and enjoy it.
So we just got to think, well,
We live in interesting times. We definitely live in interesting times. I think the most interesting times. Because, you know, there was an interview recently with someone talking about this. He was saying that this was the first time in history that no one has any idea what it was. Probably, yeah, because the way everything's expanding exponentially, kind of leads you to believe it's going to continue to do that. And then what are those unpredictable changes going to be? Right.
You know, my fucking life is completely different than it was 5 years ago, bro. And this is shit out of me.
On top of pop culture.
But I don't know.
Well, the whole world is like 40 years ago, right? COVID comes along, everything changes. And the whole world is like that. So, like, what, yeah, what does that look like? What does it look like 5, 20 years from now? It's kind of weird now. I'll say that. There's no way it's not going to be weird. It's weird already. You know? Yeah. It is. It's almost like, do you live your life fucking worrying about it? Or you just say, hey, check it out. This thing's wild, dude. We don't know. We just know those solar players can take everything out, and then we don't even know how to show them. At least there's something to do. Well, definitely something to do. We definitely can stop it. And we definitely should continue a lot of things. But it doesn't make any it is absolutely fascinating. Yeah, this is the timeline we're in for whatever reason. That's what it's really is. Everyone listening to radio and podcasts all in one. Why discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles? Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Is this your first time this time out? You know, everybody wants to see it. Like, someone said to me, like, they wouldn't, like, there's this theory, I'm sure you're aware of this theory, that they live the same life over and over and over again until you get it. You know, he said enlightenment is possible. You have to go at it over and over and over and over again to nail. And I was talking with a friend of mine, I'm like, okay, if you wouldn't want to do that, do you like life now? So I love life. I'm having a great time. So someone said to me that I have to do this all over again. Why don't I have to do so bad? Why am I scared of that? But everybody's scared of that. Everybody's scared to start from scratch again. Oh, everyone you were like, oh, sure, you're fucking awesome. Not really. Well, no, I'm not talking about just getting smashed and choked. I'm talking about looking forward to learning. Sure. And maybe that's just a blue belt. But it's like, I like looking forward to the big journey. You know what I mean? Like when I first started doing Kung Fu when I was like 19 or 20, I didn't know we didn't have to get choked. It was just fun, right? You know? And I was like, oh, I don't know anything about this, but I have so much to learn. It's so cool. And then after years and years, I'm kind of jaded. I kind of so fucking home. I don't think I really appreciate it. Yeah, there's things that you can get jaded by things. And new things are also very exciting. That's why it's really important for you to help with your mind. Try things. You always try things where you're not that good at because you keep getting better. It's just something you have to do, practice, learn, right? And enrich your things about it. Yeah. It's so valuable to do that, to be able to realize that you're not capable of learning new things. Yeah, that really is what makes you live.
Coming up at 2 o'clock, we're going to have Derek
Guinness.
And that is why today, Michael Cullen, Trump's former attorney of the dirtbag, who's been convicted of lying and perjuring himself to Congress, among other entities. He's going to be on
And so if you continue to do that, learn and play and
explain the cross-examination that
have fun. You don't have to be cold. You don't have to get stale. You don't have to get bored.
After the 2 o'clock news, what are the fans?
You can, yeah, you certainly can find things that are exciting. That's the saddest thing, I think, someone who doesn't have a thing. Someone who doesn't have a thing that excites them, and that doesn't engage with something that stimulates them. I think you need it as a human organism. A human organism needs to be puzzled with stuff to do. Makes it exciting for it. If you don't do that, you're going to feel shitty. Yeah, you do. You get bored. I mean, God, the best, most happy times in your life are when you have all these exciting projects. You don't know if it's even going to work. But I coach you, I'm going to try. I'm going to get excited about this. Fucking go after it. So let me ask you this about you. The work. I wanted to ask you a question. When you're painting Crazy Horse, is there any part of you that doesn't want to do that? Because like Crazy Horse did not want to be photographed. So you have to paint what you imagine Crazy Horse would do. It's kind of crazy that dude got so, got so famous and managed to avoid.
I was going to say, I'm going to go there in August and I'm going to see.
I think when I look back at all those the photographs, I mean, they were fucking. He wasn't. He was a smart dude.
We don't leave a tip,
He
and the
didn't want his
servers
picture out there, so he couldn't be identified because they're trying to kill him. They're definitely.
That was a different
I
restaurant.
think, like, you know, I definitely do a lot of spiritual work. But no, like spiritual introspection, and you know, like I have friends from the Oklahoma tribe who are like related to him that I talk to and learn stories from the Lakota as well themselves. So I try to have a deep insight for it, do a lot of research on what the really will look like, and also just think, is this the right thing to do? Do I have permission to do this? And if that kind of comes through, and the Lakotas themselves, they don't get a hold of me, no problem, and I talk to them about it, then it's okay. But it's like, it's not from an actual photograph. Of course. It's just right from your mind. Yeah. Well, not even that. I try to think about Black Elk's description of them and just try to put together the visual pictures in my mind. How did they deal with that sculpture, that giant sculpture of Crazy Horse, the one that hasn't been finished yet? I don't know, but I don't really. I like the idea of what they're doing, but I don't. It doesn't look that much to me like how I imagine. It's weird. How do giant sculpture of a guy and say, this guy. Yeah. You don't even know what that guy looks like. I know. How do you do
Well,
it?
I think they're doing that to kind of just pay tribute to him.
Seems like a weird thing to do, though.
You know, because I don't think, I don't know,
But it's one family that's doing it, right?
yeah. And I want to on this.
There's that image of him grow up where you can go to the baseball like that, right there. Right there, click on that.
To your state, John, you'll never know, and
That's
have
John
that
statue
go
or something.
toward
That's
whatever
supposed to be Crazy Horse.
the restaurant wants to use it for.
Random stuff. But he like cut pieces off of his body, like before he went to war, cut like 100 pieces off of his skin. Did he believe that? Didn't Crazy Horse do that as well?
No, Crazy Horse didn't participate in a lot of like the Sundance where
No, I mean, cut like pieces of his skin off, like marked his skin. No, he's not single. See if there's a story about Crazy Horse before we go to battle, cutting pieces of his skin off. So I thought this is a Crazy Horse did it as well. So he had like cut little pieces of himself off of his arm. They had little scars all over his arm.
I haven't heard that, but I heard Sitting Bull before the battle of Little Bighorn. Before the battle of Little Bighorn, Sitting Bull cut 100 pieces off his shoulders and his back
Dude, that's what I remember.
and all that to get a vision of what the battle was going to be like. And he stared into the sun and he saw all these soldiers falling into the camp. And so that's where, because Sitting Bull was kind of like the general. He was a little older at the time of the battle and had a bad wound on his leg, but he was a visionary, really respected medicine man, leader, and Crazy Horse was the actual fighter. So he'd go and kind of lead the troops and do the actual fight.
Did you find anything about Crazy Horse cutting pieces of his skin off? Maybe I'm fucking it up. But the thing that gets me is that they have these methods. So these are people that are living in a time where you have this pragmatic. You couldn't pretend that you could see things if you did a certain thing. Because you were trying to achieve a vision. So they'd probably done it before. They had methods to do it. And a lot of the methods involve pain. You know, like the thing where they pierce your nipples and suspend them.
Yeah, Sundance.
They do these things at a time where, you know, you're living a subsistence lifestyle. You don't have a lot of time for fucking around for nonsense. You know, and yet they found value in like self-torture.
Well, I mean, kind of. Do you have any pictures of Sundance? No, I was working on a thing with a Sun Dancer that has the white sage. There's a white sage around their knees and hair like this, kind of like a hero, where it was all and it painted both white across them.
And it's suspended, hanging by your nipples.
And you have to not eat for 4 days, not drink water, and everybody around the village like this tease you and throw little spear twigs at your legs and shit.
And before that,
It's an endurance.
and eventually it rips out of your chest.
And once it rips out, and like good friends of mine from South Dakota, they still have those scars like this. Yeah.
Did you ever see Man on the Horse?
I own that.
That was Richard. He goes through that ritual. Yeah. There's always that story though about that's why I'm saying there's a story about the white guy who goes and kicks ass at the Indians.
Yeah, because it like doesn't give the Indians enough credit. Right. In a way. Right. That one you can see has a little bit of the white savior thing to it. But it's not like they're not giving you something. That's what I think. The native culture has taught me so much. That's why I painted. That's why I got into that as a kid, because it was an alternative to the mind prison of the system of the schools. I could see in the people's eyes that they were free, that they were real, that they were powerful individuals, and I wanted to follow that. I didn't want to listen to like my second grade teacher who was, nothing I ever wanted to be. So it's those books, and I still have those books. That's what inspired me to do this, and that's what keeps me going and sharing it with the world, because I want to say this was a valuable, amazing culture that we blindly destroyed and committed genocide on. There were millions of people over here, and the whites came over and were just so fucking dumb that they wasted a lot of good knowledge. But there's still pieces of it alive, and maybe we can do if we can pay that back, learn from it.
My fear is that if it wasn't for the ability to interrogate an area in the century, we might have lost the future for forever. Yeah, imagine if we could, because the world wasn't much different in terms of our technological capabilities from like 1500 right? But from 1800 to the year 2000, it's showing fucking different. How did I not know that? How did this not taught in school? Like, what happened?
1,369 stories in 2024.
Choices for increase in small businesses are also up 37% compared to last year. Restaurants, mini marts, liquor stores, and gas stations, most targeted. Joey Otani's former interpreter has pleaded not guilty in LA to charge of stealing nearly $17 million from the Dodger baseball star. Ike Mizuhara is accused of stealing the money to pay off illegal gambling debts. Mizuhara has agreed to a plea deal where he will plead guilty at a later court appearance. A nonprofit has started a petition to get the feds and state to protect public access to San Jose State
technology of the
girls' popular state.
Children Foundation's Alex Barron says 2 million people per year visit the beach.
All of that August 1st, if San Jose State Chair Pat Melton is not able to sign the new lease.
The state's been employing a $1 lease thanks to President Nixon, but
New federal statutes require that many land leased by the military receive back their
a few thousand people have signed the petition to make sure the public doesn't lose access during the process. In Orange County, Corbin works at KFID.
The Republican state lawmaker from Huntington Beach says an upcoming secret gas tax would make more people leave California. Senator Janet Witt says the increase in carbon tax is separate from the gas tax, which is also set to increase 2 cents this July to almost 6 cents per gallon.
Somebody was murdering everybody back then. That's what's really wild. It's like just human life back then was worth so much less. People were so much more
The
savage.
tax is also expected to increase another 51 cents in 2026. State Air Resources Board says this is not a tax. This is just a preliminary report released last year that discusses options for supporting cleaner fuel. Several Republican state attorneys general have sued the Biden administration and Governor Newsom over EV truck rules. California's rules would ban big rigs and buses that run on diesel from being sold here starting in 2036. Newsom says that California needs to be an EV leader.
California is on the tip of despair in terms of the effects of climate change and experienced also widely Andrew Jackson.
AG's suit filed yesterday argues rules will hurt the trucking and logistics industry, raise prices for customers, and impact jobs across the U.S. Investigators say the cargo ship could cause the bridge in Baltimore to collapse, experience power blackout hours before leaving the port. The neutral demolition started yesterday for the remaining steel span that collapsed Francis Scott Cook Bridge. The bridge landed on the ship's bow after the docking lost power and crashed March 26th. The ship had been stuck ever since. The KFI financial update sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow closed up 127. S&P 500 up 25, NASDAQ up 123.
So anyway, he's this Greek warrior, and he's like a leader, and he's getting tracked down, and they're trying to find him.
Weather's KFI low clouds above mid in the morning, sunny highs, mid-60s to around 70 for metro LA, upper 60s to mid-70s in the valleys and below sea, 80s to low 90s in the high desert, low to upper 60s for the beaches, 70s to around 80 in the high. We are going to a crash on 405 in Long Beach.
They're basically like saying, if you don't, if Red Eagle, that's his Indian name, doesn't come in, we're going to really devastate these people. We're gonna, you know, all these people are gonna be having a bad time. So they were like basically gonna hurt their tribe. Right? And so he's riding in to surrender and sees the deer, shoots it, picks it up, cuts it, throws it over the saddle, and keeps driving and goes. Right? And he gets there to Andrew Jackson, and he's like, if I had an army, I'd fight you to the death. But you killed all my boys, and I'm gonna help him and kill him. And I'm not gonna let them suffer. So you can chase me so here I am. Do whatever. What to do. Well, Andrew Jackson actually said, this dude's so great, let's have a drink. And
16th Minute of Fame is the new
And
weekly podcast
as
hosted
they're
by
in
me,
the tent,
Jamie Loftus.
everybody's
Every
chanting,
week,
all the
we take a
soldiers
closer
are
look at
chanting,
an internet character of the day.
kill him, kill him, kill him.
Feral
That's the
hogs.
soldiers.
If you knew what any of those were, you spend too much time online.
Kill
And I
him,
do
kill
too.
him.
But what are
Jackson
they?
walks
What
out.
made them notorious? Why did the internet choose them? What does a person do when they get more
Red
attention?
Eagle is the greatest motherfucker of
Listen
all
to
y'all.
16th Minute of Fame on
And
every
anybody
single
touches the hair
podcast
on
network.
his head, you're not screwed.
Your free iHeart app for 16th Minute of Fame.
And that would be a fly ball during that meeting. Yeah.
Just
Like,
in
I
from
can't
DC
sit
Lottery.
down. Yeah.
New scratchers
But
arrive
just
on the
the
first
phrase
Wednesday
of,
of every
if you
month.
read the
With
story,
all
and
new
he
prizes
gives
and
us some
more
credit.
chances to win.
Like I
First
didn't really
Wednesday,
see it
as
justice.
residents are calling
But
it,
he's
has
just
quickly
great.
become Washingtonians' favorite holiday.
Says the shit.
Inspiring First Wednesday holiday celebrations all over town.
The history of
Celebrate every first Wednesday with you
so many
scratchers,
people
big
don't know
prizes,
what happened.
and
So many
chances to
people
win.
don't know that Native Americans went to Paris.
And happy First
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Met with
Maybe they're
whoever
trying to
the
see
hell
friends
was in
the
charge
same
back
way.
then.
Take
Yeah.
care of your personal
Crazy
well-being.
shit. The actual like, truth is stranger than fiction. Yeah. You know? Because we like the people writing fucking movies are gonna go, I don't want to try that fucking hard. Cowboy, Indian,
Crest,
can't put in the can, whatever. What if someone's gonna do like a realistic
check out the
movie
deals on
like
all your favorite personal care items each
That's
store
it,
online. Offer expires May
anybody
28th.
else know
Restrictions
anything
apply.
Empire
Promotions
Song?
being fair. Visit
Is he
Safeway.com
doing it? Is
for more
that
details.
official?
Judy was boring.
Hello.
Then Judy discovered
Taylor
ChumbaCasino.com.
Swift knows what the fuck he's doing.
How Judy's the
If
life
anybody
party.
should be entrusted with that, you see 1883. Oh yeah, it's amazing. That's amazing. I mean, it's good. And how the fuck was everybody put
So
the
at ChumbaCasino.com,
pieces on the
play more
arrows.
fun casino-style games.
Yellowstone, Taylor Swift, and then Empire Summer Moon go right and direct epic command leader Quanah and the rise and fall of the West Tribe. January 18th, 2024. He's good now. What's that going to be like? I hope that the Westerns come back as a genre, because I really think we should take pride in history more. You know what I mean? I think it was bombed us more. It was just like, we're Americans. There are like ancestors. They fucking went across the sea. They went across the continent. They fucking the Comanches. Like, they were brave. They were crazy. That's who our ancestors had. They should be honored. We should be thinking about them going, we're Americans. We badass. We're going to fucking World War II. He's you know, also a couple of world stars. Look at that. Americans. You know, that's crazy, bro. Like, the history. It's certainly fascinating. It's a little horror story. Horror stories, amazing accomplishments, great people, and all of the things together. Yeah, crazy stuff. Yeah. And listen, brother, no one captures it better. No one captures the Native American imagery and just the feeling of the other. Your stuff's awesome, man. It's dope getting friends with you. Yeah, same here, dude. I can't thank you enough. Being here is such an honor. You know, I really get my art out there to the world. Just can't thank you. I'm more than happy. More than happy to see this. It's awesome, man. I'm gonna keep trying to put good stuff out there. You will, I'm sure. I will 100% praise you. Everything you do is dope. I appreciate it a lot. What's up, man? Oh, I thought you said something. Listen, man. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you. Tell everybody how to get some stuff. Find it online. You can just look me up online. Great Overton Fine Art. Instagram. Great Overton Fine Art. I'll be in Santa Fe during the Indian Market. Mid-August, and I'll be at the fucking Jackson Hole Art Auction. One-man show, Jackson Hole Art Auction in September. And that's the fucking top of the top. So there it is. All right. Well, man. Appreciate you very much, man. Thanks for coming. Yeah. Bye, everybody.
According to court watchers who are watching this grilling of Michael Cohen on the stand this afternoon, under the defense's questioning, and getting into a bit all sorts of things. But the bottom line, Michael Cohen said,
I want to announce some upcoming tour dates. I'll be coming to see you with the Return of the Rat Tour. October 12th in Wichita, Kansas at the Orpheum. October 13th, Omaha, Nebraska at the Holland Performing Arts Center. And October 14th, Denver, Colorado at the Paramount Theater. All tickets go on sale this Wednesday, August 10th at 10 a.m. local time with the pre-sale code RATKING. And then Friday, August 12th, they will be on sale generally with no pre-sale code. You can get all tickets through theovon.com/tour. Those are trusted links on there. If you go elsewhere, you may get an untrustworthy link, and that could lead to upselling prices. So theovon.com/tour. I also want to tell you we have some new Be Good to Yourself tees in new summertime colorways like banana, salmon, and more. You can check those out and more at theovonstore.com. Thank you. Today's guest was grateful enough to let us tape out of his studio down in Austin, Texas. He's a linchpin in the mixed martial arts community and a prized UFC commentator. He's the host of the largest podcast on planet Earth, the Joe Rogan Experience, and his new hour of stand-up comedy is the best comedy that I've seen him do. We're grateful to have him here today, Mr. Joe Rogan. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for the hospitality and for jumping on. I appreciate it. Love to do it here. Yeah, we have, man. Last night was really cool.
It's your time, right?
Yeah, the new place looks great. Yeah. Do you feel when you go in there? Do you feel like was it scary to start to think, okay, I'm going to build like an actual building for comedy? I mean, it's like a whole new business, kind of, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming. It's a little overwhelming. It's kind of crazy. It's exciting, but it's part of you like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because I was listening to your show and I was like, damn, Joe, it felt like you were like a contractor, like a, you know, like a landlord kind of. It was like, oh, this is it feels like a whole different uniform kind of.
It's a totally different thing. But luckily, I got people running it, so my participation in that aspect of it will hopefully be minimal.
Yeah.
You know, but it is, it's definitely, you know.
But yeah, I felt compelled to do it,
you know, because I always felt like if you know, I never wanted to own a comedy club, but I always felt like you should have to be nice to comedy club owners because you never want to be one of those fucking people.
Right.
But then when I knew I was moving here and Cap City was already closed, I was like, maybe I should buy a fucking club and start a club. And so that became my focus. It became this thing where I was thinking, I really should do that. I really should set it up so that I'm setting up the right way. So I'm not setting up to try to make money. I'm just setting up to make an amazing environment for comedy and have a home for comedians who is so good.
Yeah.
They can go there and that's a great spot to hang out. And you just feel good about the atmosphere. You perform well. You treat well. Everyone treated with respect and with fun. And just a good atmosphere.
Has the city been receptive to it? Has there been like any like kickback like that? Has there been any like barriers to creating a comedy club that you didn't expect just because you've never done it before?
It's a process. I mean, it took a long time to get the permits and all that stuff, but it wasn't, you know, it's just normal. It's normal for any business, and especially if you get a liquor license and all that jazz. You have live performance.
Yeah. Dude, I heard you and that guy, they were talking about horse sex and when I pulled up in the lobby, I was like, oh, okay, this is my kind of place today. Dude, I saw in New Orleans one time they had a lot of the cops in the French Quarter on horseback, and two of the horses started fucking with the cops on them, bro.
Were the cops getting mad?
One of them was.
The other excited.
The one in the back, I think, was kind of like vibing with it a little bit. At least he was in the hand position, you know.
Right. You don't want to be the guy where the horse gets done fucking that horse and starts fucking you.
Yeah.
Or the horse collapses and you get trapped under it. I saw horrible videos of these dudes who are racing horses. They're running and a dog, a yappy dog, runs out onto the track and the horse trips over the dog and got died.
What was the dog running after? Tell him something or something?
Yeah.
No, but like the green bar.
Oh, just some shitty dog. That would be a good idea to bark at a fucking horse. And the horse trips, and the horse is full throttle. And the horse trips over this dog and lands on the guy. The guy goes in, the horse goes head first, and the guy goes with him. So the guy goes down, the horse comes on top of him and crushes him.
And the guy dies?
Somehow unethical that you don't show off your backside.
I didn't like that first.
But now you're thinking about
it. Dude, they had a fundraiser one time when I was going to LSU. They had a fundraiser there for a guy who had gotten hurt playing football, right?
Yeah.
So they raised all this money. They wanted to get him a nice, fancy wheelchair, one that had like everything on it, like the centrifuge or whatever you can have on a wheelchair,
right?
Speakers, and also get him a golden retriever like an animal because he'd gotten paraplegia from playing football.
Right.
They get him those things, right? There's fundraisers, a couple of different LSU rings. People are walking around the parking lot with buckets and stuff, raising funds. They get him that, and they give it to him, and then a few months later, the dog had the wheelchair or whatever, it had like life support on it for the guy as well. He had to have some kind of like oxygen system. The dog pulled the plug out from the thing, and the guy died.
Sometimes the newspapers, the reporters are going along with it because they got intimidated.
So, but yeah, seeing those horses fucking anyone to get caught, dude, for a little while, it's still like a party, especially in New Orleans, where people are kind of dancing anyway in the streets.
I can't find you a video of a Komodo dragon swallowing his deer whole.
Laundry.
That's what I gotta take, dude. That's your second option. Bro, did you see that, we made the, with Fox News last night, I guess I'm looking at different news sites, that front page of Fox News was Joe Rogan reading that TikTok.
Oh, reading the terms of service?
Yeah. It was the main thing, yeah, it was like, and almost was like, I was like,
Available to customers later this year. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center, let's go places. We're going to go back to the 405 in Long Beach. 405 southbound in Alameda, trying to clear a wreck. 4 cars involved. It's left the lanes, and it is a really slow line to release our Beach Boulevard. Then on the flip side, 405 northbound, right at Western Avenue, got a car on fire over on the right shoulder in Malibu.
I had Art at a wedding one time. Yeah.
Oh, what was that?
It was, I think it was just like a white wedding or something. Like, they say it was Art. It could have been something else. Or they could have just sold it. No, it was just like a regular, like, two whites getting married. You know?
The Art Park?
They said they did. This is in Louisiana. It was a fancy French place, and they said that they had Art Park over there. So we believe it. But yeah, I just thought it was crazy that like it was like the night after we did the interview, same day, right? So the head article is Joe Rogan's reading the TikTok degree, right? It's like it's almost like someone's like, is Joe the only person who's reading the terms of service of things in America, and the rest of us are just using shit like right out of the box, like not even paying attention to what's going on? That's what I felt like a little bit.
I think a lot of people are now with things like TikTok because there's been a lot of articles written about it, and a lot of people calling for it to be banned because it's basically Chinese spyware.
If they get us, then what would they like? So say we talked about it a little bit the other day, but say they infiltrate all the electronics, they get all the data and everything. But then how would they get us as people? Like, how do they get us into the cages?
Well, I don't think it's as simple as get people in the cages. I think what they want is intellectual property. They want to steal data. They want to, like, they have access to your computer. Right? What if you're working on some fucking weapon system? Or what if you're working on some communication system, and they have access to your computer? They can steal that data from your computer because they have access to it because you're using TikTok.
So it's just about information.
Yeah. One of the more disturbing things is saying that they have access to computers that aren't even being used for TikTok.
Right.
Like other computers are being
saying that.
Which is just, it's so insane. That would actually be something that someone would allow. They had an engineer, software engineer, back engineered TikTok and said it was the most, in terms of like invasion of privacy, it was the most egregious example that they've ever found.
So wouldn't there be some structure or template in American society or government or hierarchy that would protect us from that sort of thing? That's what I don't understand sometimes. Why isn't there like something that protects us from that sort of thing, or is it just our own responsibility?
I don't know what they can do now, other than ban it. But I know we were talking about banning it for a while, but then there was some sort of deal that was made where the data was going to go from the American version of TikTok to America. But it turns out that it's not. It's going straight to China, and then they get the version to America. See, that's
Yeah, we're going to keep using it. It's almost like, what if they told workers of makeup that would steal your face, right? Like, you're on, and it's going to put your face in China, and then we still use it, right? I mean, that's just reading the level of addiction that we have to, I mean, it's an addiction.
They have an office here. TikTok has an office in Austin.
For people that need help.
Yeah, you know what I thought about that? Somebody's had one freaking day. Like, what do you do? So, where's TikTok?
How old was she?
Good. Well,
that's all right. Dude, Tony ripped into that like the other guy, too. That was that table very strong.
Some fucking trucks last night, man. Some rowdy ass people. For a Tuesday?
Yeah, he crushed, man. It was fun. It was cool. I hadn't seen him before in a long time. I hadn't seen a lot of people in a long time.
Yeah, it's here's leaked audio from 80 internal TikTok meetings show that user data, U.S. user data, has been repeatedly accessed from China. I feel like with these tools, there's some backdoor to access user data in almost all of them, so the internal auditors hired to help TikTok close off Chinese access to sensitive information like American birthdays and phone numbers. And if you look at the terms of photos, it's a lot more. Yeah, what they have the ability to access is a lot more. That part, in terms of photos, no. Just reading that any company that would try to sell you on social media. It's one thing to like say, oh, we're going to target ads or whatever. Like what you do and so they have access to your audio. And they have access to your fucking microphone. Yeah, you're having a conversation. How much bullshit they can listen to people fucking listening to like talking to an animal or fucking, like recording like a recipe for a buddy or something. How much bullshit do they have to fucking say? Like, it's sad because it's like just a feel like a football field of Chinese people. Just listen to Americans like, this Rothschild did. Most of that stuff is not interested. They're interested in targeting specific individuals. Like, let's say you're an executive at a big software company, and they know that your kids are using TikTok, and your kids are also using your computer. Well, they get access to your computer now. Right. This is what you see today. I mean, obviously, I'm a Luddite. When it comes to this shit. So I'm just explaining from what I'm reading in terms of like what this could be interpreted as. They have access to your keystrokes. Meaning like whatever you're typing, you're typing to your wife, like I'm sorry, bullshit. Like whatever you're typing, they have access to that.
But it's just crazy that all of them are going to be in their sleep as people that work there in the middle of the night. They just have some love letters or some fucking, a couple gay dudes or something.
kid like serious, like dirty pictures to his players, and it's just like they're gonna be fucking losing their minds.
I don't think they would I know what you're saying, but I don't think they would access that.
Yeah.
I think what they would do is use it specifically target individuals that they think are working on valuable information. Yeah. Or if someone was like doing something that was the Chinese party deemed bad for China, maybe some Chinese person over here was like selling Chinese information. They just find out all kinds of things.
Say this, something like this happens, right? You're leaving work, okay? And things got compromised out in the world. You were at work, you were doing a podcast episode or something, and like things just kind of hit that level where it's like maybe a couple police precincts have been taken over just by vandals and crazy, like the pendulum's starting to, things are getting like AWOL, right? And then everything's the purge, right? You're driving home, you get fucking handed to you like 1,000 hammers, you know what I'm saying? Like you're getting all of it, everybody just texting you, John was like, I'm not even waking up tomorrow for work, I'll be up all, I'm gonna just be up at 4:30, right? Everything's all, what do you do? Like how do you, this is the end, this is when it's like, all right, the thing you hear is something from a strong wind with a voice box in it. It's like, this is it. You're leaving work. This is it.
I guess you have to respond to each individual situation it's like each thing will be unique. Like if someone trying to break in your house, if someone trying to rob you, if someone trying to break into your car while you're driving,
okay, so you have an hour. You have kind of an hour, right? You have 90 minutes to kind of get before that you get ready to go someplace.
They had to swim across the Rio Grande River on the U.S. Mexico border.
Magazine.
Oh, I'm fucked. But I'm wondering what you do.
That's what I would do. I'd load up some magazine.
Okay. Into what?
Into guns.
Okay.
Yeah. AR.
This guy's taking
magazine.
I'm like, I just see Joe with his big he's on field and stream and go fucking live.
Well, you could use those magazines as what back enough of them.
Okay, now you're thinking.
Slow bullets down.
Okay, let's say like you pick up your family or something. You guys stay. Do you have a bunker?
I don't currently, but this conversation makes me want a bunker. If the shit goes completely sideways, it would be great if there was a place with water and food. You got your water, you got your food like on the property.
Okay, what about in kind of in a city or in like a like what's maybe a business or something you hold up in? You think is viable?
A business that I hold up in would have to be some sort of fortified establishment,
like a mall.
No, you'd have to get something that you could defend.
Like mall?
Yeah.
I think you have probably like think of all you could hide in the fucking Macy's behind all the the squeezing frosty.
It would be a good excuse to eat that food because like we gotta eat something.
And that's the whole key because a lot of that stuff has like all the preservatives in it. So you have that, you have mannequins in there. Think about that. You can set up like that's like a mirage.
Right. Like a fake sort of situation.
Yeah.
Where people
So the mall I think would be good. That would be good about that. I'll go to the mall. Yeah,
the mall.
Yeah, because nobody's at the mall anymore.
The dumbest people at the mall. They're gonna fuck it up.
They got it.
They're gonna go, Russians are here, guys! Okay, shut the fuck up. I'm pretending to be a mannequin.
I'm like, hey, give me a medium.
That's gonna be the problem with dumb people. When shit goes south, there's some people that just like, they're ditch diggers. They're dumb people. They're minimum wage thinkers.
But they're gonna have a lot of questions.
Maybe.
everything. I think a lot of people.
But I think if things go sideways,
That's embarrassing.
well, a lot of people are going to panic and say,
Right. Couple immediately people will panic and people will try to group up. Some people will be trying to salvage shit. That's right.
that person's going to go. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to fall apart. But that's always like, whenever these things go weird, people fall apart. You know, a lot of people don't respond to pressure very well.
Yeah, I know. I got stuck in an elevator one time. I was at Mardi Gras, and we were in there for like 17 minutes. And some dude, there's two girls, and there was like 9 people. It was like a big day at Mardi Gras. I'm there with my buddy Josh Kelly, who's musician, he's playing. We take this elevator, and like 9 of us get stuck in this elevator for like maybe an hour. So you just hear Mardi Gras going on like, and we're there in a little while, and some guy goes to 2 girls there, he goes, "No more, we're going to get some great y'all." So he said, suddenly, like, everything in there is changed. We're like, nobody's thinking about that shit, you know? This is going. It was probably,
LA City fire medics
honestly, I bet it was almost as big as his table.
young people had an alter level.
Yeah, maybe 2 feet smaller on that end.
The news is
1
brought
foot.
to you by CJ's accident attorneys.
Yeah,
The
and
Supreme
some guy
Court
kept
has
trying
turned down
to
an
just pull the
appeal
door with
from prison officials in California
And how
who
many people are in there?
tried to get
I would say 7 people.
transmitted inmates with COVID-19 standpoint. The transfers in May of 2020 set off an outbreak that killed 26 prisoners in the guard there. Some state lawmakers later called the transfers initial worst prison health screw up.
He's not thinking about raping him, then you think he's going to be
Denied the appeals yesterday with no dissent. State faces 4 major lawsuits from families of those who died as well as inmates and staff.
Like, things started to escalate.
Airlines in the U.S. are
If you are
suing the
struggling with
Biden
addiction
administration for
and you don't
requiring
know
greater
how much help
transparency over fees that the
or where you
carriers
should go
charge
for
for
help, or
passengers.
you
ABC's
need to go to
Gio
treatment,
Benitez
or
says the Department of
or
Transportation is
anything.
already
You
firing
don't
back.
know what to do. I want to recommend Recover Here. Recover Here is a trusted resource that assists motivated individuals searching for addiction treatment to find the best options available. Recover Here provides a professional evaluation at no cost and helps you find the best treatment option with respect to your individual circumstances. Recover Here can save you time, money, and most importantly, your life by helping you navigate comfortably through your recovery journey. If you're struggling with addiction, I've been there, and it can get bad. Visit recoverhere.com. That's RECOVERHERE.com to get started on your recovery journey. Well, boys and girls, it's August, and that means it's National Hair Loss Awareness Month. Did you know that 2 out of 3 guys may experience some form of hair loss by the time they are 35? Kind of a lot, isn't it? Luckily, in most cases, hair loss can be prevented and treated, and Guinness is here to help. Once hair loss starts, it usually doesn't stop or reverse on its own. The earlier you take action, the more hair you're likely to keep. Clinically proven treatments are 90% effective at stopping hair loss, and 66% of men even experience regrowth. Keeps offers a simple, affordable, and stress-free way to keep your hair. Via convenient virtual doctor consultations and medications delivered straight to your door every 3 months. You don't have to leave your home. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to KEEPS.com/video to receive your first month of treatment for free, and you'll be supporting the show. That's KEEPS.com/CHEO to get your first month free. KEEPS.com/video.
Have you ever been in a riot? Like a riot type situation?
I always paid a breaker one time on mushrooms in San Francisco, though. Beta breakers? What is that? It's like a bunch of people that are like racers. They're like, they race in the street, you know? Just for long distance. Yeah, running racing. So it's a bunch of those folks.
Phase 2 breakers. I thought you were saying beta breakers.
Yeah, phase 2 breakers.
I'm not even say that.
Oh no, beta breakers I think is really different.
Phase 2 breakers.
Yeah, so
That's the run.
yeah, so that's the run. And you can just get a costume to just be in it, and it's like,
Oh, let's do dress up like a pink monkey.
yeah.
Oh, where is that? It's in the front. Oh, McDonald's. We dress up like Ronald McDonald.
Yeah, so people just do all kinds of costumes.
Every week, we take a
And we
closer
had a
look
bunch
at
of
internet
rooms out there
character
and kind of commandeer this water table that had kind of been left unattended.
What is a
water
table?
Just a table with a bunch of
Water.
So we got over there and people were running, they're going, and we started telling people that the water was for Asian people only, right? So we are eyeing that because people are running, they can't stop, they're trying to make a time. So for some people, like, oh, it's Asians only. And then the Asian people were all excited, you know, and we kept passing them up. Dude, we were fucking, I would take pictures with, like, people, and I'd have nuts hanging out on the side of it. I don't know, man, probably 28. And people are like, hey, let's get a picture together so we get it, and I just slip that bag out there, baby, that fucking gum holster. You know what I'm saying?
Tom Potter. No, America.com. Yeah, he's still cool. It's funny too. And he talked about way back in the day. And he used to do what he called a sack walk. Where he would pull his sack out of the zipper and just walk around parties. And he was like, no, like, how much the fuck are you doing there? Just not to be hanging out with his hands.
Yeah, you used to be able to party like that.
Access to all everybody's live conversations, trusted influencers.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. He's always such an interesting dude.
Is your access company. Go to IRResults.com for more.
He's very much his own person.
Yes. And there's not a lot of people like that.
And then I would get them all, or maybe even one, but maybe one all. And like a boat, let it sit.
Let it happen. Watch That'd be good to me. It's not they show. Yeah, both do that. But both take England and that's like where you get your visa from. Like, how are you gonna get that boat back to shore? You know?
Okay, so you gotta have a diesel. You gotta have another boat with diesel.
You gotta have a second boat, a feeder boat, and a tanker.
I'll work on that.
So you tanker like 15 years worth of diesel.
Get in there, do the blacks with a fucking BLM and smell all right. Wow, see, that's key too. You're gonna have to have that because what is your stuff there?
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Social media follow us now everywhere at KFIAM.
That's how I am, man. If I get something, I get it. You know what I'm saying?
It's a story about how the city of Los Angeles spending $100 billion.
Is a cognitive
$800 million to create.
I don't know if I believe that, but to me, it makes me just not be able to sleep that good. It makes me like wake up and be scared.
No, but it is. It is like that's one of the things that Stephen King said really affected him in his writing when he quit smoking.
He says they went to a neighborhood.
So I got a question for you. So whenever you're like, comics always knew that you were doing well, right? Like, but whenever you got your Spotify deal, was it scary that people, because they got like such big figures doing in the press, right? Was that scary that people knew that you were wealthy? Was that scary at all?
I wouldn't say scary, but it's just one of those things where people like start debating whether or not you should have that money. Why don't they give that money to other people? Why don't they fix the streets and the schools? What are they doing? And then some people that just jealous who get angry. You know, and there's a lot of angry, jealous communities. There's a lot of communities that look at other people's success and they feel bad. So they think you're doing something bad because they feel bad. They don't like the way it makes them feel when someone's killing. Like a lot of comedians are narcissists, and a lot of them are very self-centered. Yeah. And so they think that when you're doing something well or something's going well for you, that somehow they're going to take something away from that. You know, why does that happen? Fan thinking. People think like it's not enough for everybody. With comedy, they're clearly enough for everybody. With podcasts, they're clearly enough for everybody. And when other people are doing well, it's actually better for everybody because it like gets more people interested in podcasts, more people interested in comedy. That's my take on it. But I've always had that take. I've always like tried to help other comedians.
Oh yeah, I think I try to remember. You I think inspire a lot of people to try and think that way. You know, I heard you talking about that on Andrew Soldier show. I think you inspire a lot of people to try and think like, you know,
help everybody. Rise and shine. Let's all go. Yeah, it's good for everybody. Yeah. And it's good also for the art form, which is good for you. It's good for your act. Like when other people are killing it, it's good for you. You just can't. You can't have that miserly way of thinking that some people are. They want it all for themselves.
Well, some of it's a fee. I think especially for some people, if they never came from anything, it can be scary.
Yeah, it can be scary.
It can be scary because they never had anything. So it's such like this is going to go away. You know, it's like I probably had moments like that in my life for sure. This.
Yeah, you think it's going to go away. Yeah, especially when you're not really totally established yet. You just like doing a little bit of stuff.
Yeah.
Was it? It's got something to do with Kaiser. I never heard.
Do you feel like since you become more of a celebrity, has it made podcasting any different? Because like you started to get picked up by all the time when we got picked up for you because they have user agreements.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, what is that kind of pressure? Like, is it like you wake up in the morning and you're like, is it like, what's going to be in this box today? Right.
I just keep going. I just keep doing this thing I've already done. Like this.
Yeah.
Sit down. Talk some shit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, as long as you just keep doing the same way. I mean, that's why I'm so successful, because I do it the same way.
Yeah.
I don't I get better guests. I get more, people that maybe weren't interested in doing it before because it's so popular, they'll do it now.
Do you acknowledge, Governor, is your administration doing enough to determine whether the money that's being plowed into homelessness is being well spent?
They're scared of
and do you worry? I'm curious, do you worry that the appetite is souring among the public for spending more given?
Have you had people like that who reach out to me like they just think they're scared?
There's certain people that don't feel comfortable with being in front of such a large audience. Yeah, for sure. There's a few people that want to get on and I don't know if I can like deal with that. I'll get nervous. And I think people that wanted to do it in a more comfortable setting too. Like to feel like the studio audience, the studio atmosphere is daunting. Well, the cameras, like couldn't even just like set it up in every house or something like that. Like, we need to start trying to mitigate whatever the pressure is from doing something.
I can understand that. I mean, I've never talked to my father this much as a police. I had all of our time together. I never spent that much time with my dad. Yeah, that's true.
The other day. We had last night. laugh our ass off last night.
Yeah.
Fucking fun, man. Fucking fun. Great.
Kill Tony was
The best show. Kill Tony's the best show for comedy. For stand-up, for up-and-coming stand-up, there's no better atmosphere, no better, and it's the cornerstone of stand-up in Austin. Because it's such a good show, and you, for 1 minute, all you have to do is be funny. All that woke bullshit, all that virtue signaling, all that's out the window. All that, like, posing. You got 1 minute. You better come with some jokes. Come with some jokes.
Yeah. Or just come. I think we would laugh at that, dude. If somebody got up there and bashed down for a second.
I can't. For prices. They know everywhere up. His ass hanging out. He stood up and he raised his arms up in the air and he took his shirt off. And I fucking
yeah. He should just go and do this. How long before pressure goes fully nude?
Well, he did something the other day with a sock over his cock. He was doing something.
And at that point, you're just a damn 9-iron, dude. You know what I'm saying? He's half like his fucking nudity.
He's close. All he had on his pants. His pants was sagging.
Dude, my sister, one time was using drugs. I love his face. But, she, and she's but she did some, she got high with some guy on a date, right? And they went rock climbing, which seems insane to do your high, and ended up at a nudist colony on property, or like at some small plateau.
It's the public appetite. Do you think I'm hearing this? Like souring towards putting more money into it? I didn't hear a response to either of those.
When you feel like
There's something about falling from the extra scary to fall naked.
Dude, say you're falling, right? All right. You have a turtleneck on. Do you put your head inside or not?
I don't really think about it.
Yeah, you do.
I have a heart attack.
You don't think about it. You think about it. You're the best thinker.
No, I've been thinking of how to cushion the fall.
So what would you land on? You think chest first? Probably give it a chest.
No, I think you want to land on your feet and try to collapse your whole body and roll. But it's dead. There's a certain height. It's dead.
My buddy made love to a plane survivor one time, and then she ended up becoming a lesbian. So that was kind of crazy. But I think she never. I think she's trying to help him out.
She wasn't straight to begin with.
Yeah, right. And I think they both had kind of buzz cut and he was fucked. But what about like? So has your life? Just because your life's so interesting, man. It's like so many people try to like I think emulate Joe Rogan. And I think they emulate. Well, I think they try to emulate. They hear so many guests on here, people that are doing positive stuff, right? And so they try to emulate that universe, That's true. It's awesome. Do you feel like it's ever tough for you, for you to keep up with Joe Rogan? Does it ever start to get to like a thing in your head? Is that a crazy question?
No, it's not a crazy question. Right. I just keep doing what I'm doing. Like if I stop tomorrow, I enjoy doing everything. I enjoy doing comedy. I enjoy doing podcasts. I enjoy doing the UFC. But if I stop doing all of it tomorrow, I find other shit to do.
Yeah.
I like doing stuff. Yeah, I like doing things. I'll probably just get really more into archery and playing pool, and maybe I'll start drawing again or something. I don't need to do what I'm doing. I need to do things. Right. I'd probably just invest more time in jiu-jitsu.
Really?
Yeah, just different stuff.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think I see that with you. You mentioned archery.
Teenagers on a field trip to the La Brea Tar Pits have been taken to a hospital for eating weed edibles.
The red button right there.
Children's Hospital of Orange County has received a $6 million donation that will help develop an urgent care center for kids. And former President Trump's criminal hush money trial in New York is over for the day. Trump defense team will continue its cross-examination of Trump's former lawyer Michael Cohen when that trial resumes on Thursday. We're going to head over to the
Ignite is the same flavor as the CBD one, but this pineapple jalapeno was my idea. This is all my drink. That's why it's my face all over it. The flaming Joe.
Let me get in this back.
That's what it is. This this is, we came up with this idea. We were talking about coming up with a specific flavor, and I said, no, pineapple jalapeno. And so we went through like 7 or 8 different versions of it to achieve this one. But this one just nails it.
You can sell your house in a matter of days.
I love honey.
No agents, no
I love honey
commissions.
too.
We feel like $5,000 sneak up in the woods and honeysuckle.
Oh yeah.
Them bitches
If you're ready to sell,
I like
sell
honeycomb.
magic. And I even offer a
Scoop it out with the
$10,000
wax,
advance.
chew on the wax, and then show whether you should swallow it or spit it
Get
out.
out sooner.
Ooh, man.
Get an obligation offer.
Some get a young lady just getting in the high school.
But if you like honeycomb, like you eat honeycomb, the honey's in there, it tastes delicious. But then you're chewing on that wax. You're like, what am I supposed to do with this wax? Yeah, what is that wax made out of, by the way? It's not wax. So what is the wax made out of when a bee makes wax? Is that weed wax? Beeswax?
Well, you get to get these wax here, you can bring that up. What is wax?
This report brought to you by Hollis, a food professional cemetery law.
What is that?
Right? So it's almost like it disappears and then it goes back to being solid. It's a pretty powerful substance when you think about it.
But beeswax is not the same as candle wax, right?
I mean, I'm sure that they have a lot of similarities. I mean, people use wax on their cars too. Think about that, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Those are like synthetic waxes. Waxes are a diverse class of organic compounds that are lipophilic, malleable solids near ambient temperatures. Just lost the include higher alkanes and lipids, typically with melting points above 40 Celsius. Melting to give low viscosity fluids. Waxes are insoluble in water but soluble in organic non-polar solvents.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because it is interesting. You do take a thing of wax after it's melted and pour it in a thing of water, it turns right back into wax.
Or is that? Beeswax is a natural wax produced by the honeybees of the genus Apis. The wax is formed into scales by 8 wax-producing glands in the abdominal segments of worker bees, which discard it in or at the hive. Wow.
That's not a audio company.
Bees are dying too. Bees are dying from the heat. Yep, they're evaporating, they ejaculate, and their whole body blows up.
Is that real?
Bring it up, Ding.
All the good stuff. Yeah.
Fucking cheese something here today.
Pop culture.
Those stars are busy spring and summer coming up with Las Vegas residency and a North American tour on tap.
At temperatures over 170 degrees Fahrenheit, it is estimated that half of male honeybees will die in this manner within 6 hours. But the more sensitive individuals dying after only 2 or 3 hours. Oh, bees ejaculating themselves to death in heat waves.
Yeah,
Oh my God, brain, baby. I thought you were making that shit up. Hell no, dude, this is Animal City Beach, Florida.
This is Kid Rock's honey. That's
Free iHeartRadio is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's iHeartRadio Podcast Preview.
Does it play?
In the mountains of California.
Leading to date in the U.S., nearly 35 million people are under excessive heat warnings or advisories. However, the heat wave in Europe is of particular concern due to the lack of widespread air conditioning.
Yeah.
The hottest day ever in the UK was recorded in Congleton, in Yorkshire, July 19th, hitting a temperature of 104.5 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat wave has led to wildfires in Europe, with fires breaking out in residential areas around London, England, on the outskirts of Athens, Greece, and western Germany. 2 firefighters were injured while fighting fires. Twist their ankle.
This is a false headline.
Where's the bees? Where's the bees? They're jerking off to death.
There they are.
12 months ago,
I began investigating the story of a 16-year-old boy
Drones
who went missing
ejaculating
from a
against you
so-called
stress.
tough
Who
love
does?
residential. What I discovered
Dude,
was
I'm
that parents were
actually
sending their
postdoctoral
kids
fellow
these
at
expensive
the University of British Columbia's Microsoft
not knowing
Laboratories
that it was
told
linked
Newsweek
to what some experts
ejaculation
call
kills them because it basically eviscerates their abdomen. This happens during natural mating too. Drone honeybees always die after mating. Oh, what a terrible way to go. But they still do it. They don't know
And
that.
follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Imagine what you see, really, 80 eyeballs inside. Now, what is reality like for you?
You ever see that? A lot of sound and like tone on it.
You ever see what a bee's eyes look like up close? Oh my God. Look, pull up a close-up of a bee's eyes. Pull up that. Look at that thing. Mother Lord. The hair's coming off of it. Look at all the different simple eyes that more than one giant eye.
That's pretty simple.
Look at that one up there.
You let's see that top.
To the right of your cursor, Jim. Yeah. Look at that. Look at the eye. That's wild. Like, what is reality? If you have hairs coming out of the fucking eyeball.
Well, hairs are used, I think, to detect a lot of feelings and stuff like that. So imagine what they're pulling it through your eyes. Imagine if you could feel through your eyes.
What that thing looks like. What a crazy animal. They're still little, so we just kind of got used to them. That is a strange fucking creature. Like, those eyes are wild.
I mean, this is a small alien, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, that's Starship Troopers. Remember that movie? You don't remember Starship Troopers?
Nah, we didn't see a lot of space things when I was a child.
This was probably 20 years ago. This was about 20 years ago. Yeah, probably like 99 or 70. Oh, the video started. So what it was these folks, they landed on some planet, there were giant bugs, and they had to go to war with bugs. And that's what Starship Troopers was. TriStar presents. It's kind of campy, right? You know, it's like, but these bugs fuck these people up. From the director of RoboCop, Total Recall. Those are fucking fun movies. Is that Denise Richards in there?
Yeah, one like that fast and robot was in the streets.
Outbreak of hepatitis A.
That's coming.
And Neil Patrick Harris
They detected the first case in mid-March,
Wow, that's
and now they've spread to at
do you
least
think
5
they'll ever be able to email people to a new spot?
you catch
They'll be
hepatitis A.
able to, like, Star Wars type or Star Trek type, like, beam me up, Scotty, that kind of shit. Maybe.
Dangerous liver infection
Yeah.
that spreads
Reassemble you,
before
disassemble you, and reassemble you.
Will there be different like, airlines, kind of like you feel like
That's how you lose you. Like they lose luggage.
and
Which do my uncle?
homeless people.
Sorry, we lose 1,000 people every
Because
year.
according to all
But if you want to go to Cancun or not.
CBS, this is Joe.
Okay. Have you paid attention to all the luggage that gets lost now?
Oh man, yeah.
What is the increase in lost luggage over the last year? Something happened during the pandemic where they didn't work for a while, so everybody forgot how to do luggage.
Is that what you think happens?
I think there's an argument that there's incompetence, and there's an argument that they just haven't trained these people right, these people have left. I don't know what the real story is. I've heard a lot of people try and figure out why the airlines are so bad right now, and what they're doing.
Do you think that governmentally run things just overall are starting to fall apart? It kind of seems like that.
And then they shake the hand of another
Government's not
homeless
good at a
guy
lot of
who
stuff.
puts his hand in his
You know,
mouth, and now he's got
people working for the
hepatitis,
government.
and they're touching all the doorknobs and door handles in the neighborhood.
You have kind of like a fixed amount of money you can make. Look at all that
That's why
luggage
you need
that's
the
lost,
paper
man.
towel.
That's why you need your airport is just giant.
Just the way the luggage is tying out the Canada.
So, listen, because they don't have access to hand wash
Oh, this is technical.
You
I don't know. Let's find your bag.
We should fly FedEx. I wish FedEx would
for a living, and then you
You're better at it.
It's like they always get it there. It's like even if it's a day late or whatever it is, FedEx always gets it there.
Sure, you lose some things in FedEx, but I don't hear about a lot being lost. But you hear about a lot being lost with this fucking airlines.
Yeah, even people are not people are disappearing, but they're not getting where they need to go.
I heard about a little kid that was traveling to see his parents, and they canceled the second leg of his flight without letting his parents know. So he was stuck at the airport at 10.
And they'll probably sign a book deal with him.
Now I got a podcast.
The airport.
Tommy went to the airport. My parents are.
Dude, a buddy of mine met a girl on a flight, right? The flight never took off. They didn't get off the plane. The girl's like, come stay at my place. He goes to her place, and it's her grandmother's place, and they slept in the same bed as her grandmother. They didn't even get to make out or anything.
They slept in the same bed as grandmother. Why would you sleep on the floor? I would
Yeah, I would, but they were of a different ethnicity, and so I think it was like more honorable. Yeah.
Oh.
This is how we deal with this. My granddaughter, it's like, this is how we deal with here. But this is there.
What is he screwing with his daughter? Or is the grandmother sleeping with her?
I think he was just like that.
Two people that stabbed during nighttime rides on the Metro system.
Oh man, yeah.
That sounds like a porno.
Right? This one says she's scared to get on elevators at metro stations. If I got on the elevator and somebody got on with me, I would be skeptical about,
There's parts like that. I've seen ones like that where like where like a guy is in bed and then like the stepdaughter comes in and fucks him while watching the street. Oh yeah, like, like the wife
Jewish men in LA as they were leaving synagogues last year.
Significant sentences needed.
And the fake stepdaughter is fucking the guy right next to her.
Jewish community members and all community members.
It's always like naughty stuff.
U.S. Attorney Martin Stratas
One
says
thing
the guy
that
is facing
picked
up
up
to
big
40
time
years in
during the
prison under
pandemic
the
was
plea
like
deal.
stepbrother,
Prosecutors say the guy
stepsister porn.
Googled
They're
kosher
pretending
markets
it's
last year
stepbrother,
to find Jewish
stepsister.
people.
People got like
Our
stuck in
Republican state
houses
senator
together.
from Huntington Beach says a secret gas tax is being toward drivers over the next 2 years.
Well, I think they were like capitalizing on fantasy that people would have if they were stuck in houses with families. So like say if your dad remarried, like you're 17 and your dad remarried this new woman, this woman has a 18-year-old daughter, and you're stuck in this house with this girl who's now your sister, but she's not really your sister.
I'm a driver to school, like school clothes, like you know, I buy shit. And now a word from our sponsor, BetterHelp. I want to know how well you take care of your car if you had to keep it your entire life. Would you polish it? Would you tune it? Would you put a glaze on it, a gloss, a wax? I bet you would. Well, that's how brains work. We got to keep them for the long haul. So why don't we take better care of them? How we care for our minds affects how we experience life. And BetterHelp online therapy can help you take care of your brain. BetterHelp is online therapy that offers video, phones, and even live chat only therapy sessions. You don't have to see anyone on camera if you don't want to. I was struggling one day and I was driving somewhere, and I pulled over and bam, I was BetterHelping myself right there with a certified therapist. It's more affordable than in-person therapy. You can be matched with a therapist in under 48 hours. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/CHEO. That's betterhelp.com/Theo. You know, you want to get out sometimes and you want to get across the ocean. Maybe you do a plane, maybe you do a ship, or whatever. Or something, maybe it's Evil Knievel, your whole family out of a dang panic. But when you get to a new land, you want to be able to speak their language, don't you?
Appeals Court in New York has denied former President Trump's request to overturn the gag order in Trump's hush money trial. Trump's lawyers filed the request last week.
Babble's addictively fun and easy bite-sized language lessons. There's still time to learn a new language before you reach your destination. With Babbel, you only need 10 minutes to complete a lesson, so you can start having real-life conversations in less than 3 weeks. With Babbel, you can choose from 14 different languages. That's correct, including Spanish, French, Italian, and German. Start your new language learning journey today with Babbel. Right now, save up to 60% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/PO. That's babbel.com/PO for up to 60% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. Do you think more people are related than we realize that there's more that's sometimes why people get like born with certain deficiencies and stuff like that, like Down syndrome and all that, because more people related?
I don't know what causes that, but I would imagine that if you do have sex with people you're related to, what are the odds that, like, how high do the odds increase if you have sex with your cousin versus how high do the odds increase if you have sex with, like, your
Financial update sponsored by Revive Real Estate. Dow closed up 127, S&P 500 up 25, NASDAQ up 123.
How dangerous is it breathing in your first cousin?
It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com.
Southland weather for KFI, low clouds and fog back again in the morning, then sunny highs mid 60s to around 70 for metro LA, upper 60s to mid 70s in the valleys and Inland OC.
Having a baby with the first cousin is more than double
desert low upper 60s for the beaches, 70s to around 80 in the IE. Right now it is 65 at data point, 71 in Anaheim, the same in Diamond Bar, and 68 in Valley. Give an update on that crash on the 405 in Carson.
Southbound side of the 405 coming up at Wilmington Avenue. This wreck has been cleared of all lanes. We're still seeing a tough backup leaving the 105 freeway off the wreck. The driver remains slow all the way to the 710 and 1 lane. Gina with Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Even if you went, 2,000 yards or 8,000 yards, you would still, over time, people would still relate it. You just didn't realize it.
That's one of the concerns about that place, North Central Island, that island of uncontacted people. There's only 39 of them.
You're talking about that whole lot of life.
That place is only 39 of them.
Kind of, thinking about the way people is. Who would really want to tell me what I'm looking for? But I only bring up animals and everything. See, that's pretty
wow. So, Google will let you look up lists like the fucking cousin. But don't get crazy. Yeah, even I know everybody
Irvine's loading up on the 5 northbound Route 133 freeway, taking you to the 5722 with Southern California's only airborne traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez. Pick up your summer with iHeart. Using the defined generation.
It's just want to see you socially rather than genetically based, but I'm guessing there are biological consequences too. What are the exact genetic risks of two siblings at the time? Okay, you're probably right. Two siblings or kids together have a higher risk of passing on a recessive disease to their kids. So what is the number though?
It's Justin from DC Lottery. New scratchers arrive on the first Wednesday of every month.
If a brother and sister are both carriers or have a child together, each of their children would have a 1 in 4 chance of ending up with CF, cystic fibrosis, by getting a disease copy of CFTR from each parent. So the odds the brother and sister having a child with the disease is 1 out of 4 or 1 in 16.
Fascinating topics. Work that describes CNN podcast, The Assignment with Audie Cornish.
Dude, we used to say about us, if we rearrange a letter to sister, what does it spell?
I love the tech.
Resist.
I love the possibilities of.
And I never forgot that.
That's good. That's smart.
Yeah, I thought it was helpful.
And I probably wasn't.
So I had a question, like, do you know, like, how golf, like, the PGA started doing, like, the live, like, they have people leaving the PGA? Because this big money organization came in and is paying the best golfers. Could something like that ever happen to the UFC, do you feel like?
That's an interesting question. They've tried to do that before. Affliction came along before, and they got Fedor, and they got Tim Sylvia, and Andre Arlovski. There was a lot of like big name fighters that went over to Affliction and fought them, but they went under after a few events. It's hard. Doing something like the UFC, the UFC is so firmly established, it would be like trying to create a new NBA. It's like, maybe you could do it, but you need a lot of money. Fortunately for this live golf thing, is run by the Saudis, and they obviously have insane amounts of money. But even so, people pass on it because they don't want to be associated with the Saudis.
But you think, like, if they start to see that template work, and we don't really know if it's going to work yet, I mean, it's just, you know, it's just started.
It really depends on how much money they throw at them and how long they can do it for. They have so much money. They have so much money.
We can't even imagine it.
I don't think you can imagine it. Because you're talking about trillions of dollars. You're talking about oil money. I think they just keep that ball rolling. If they decide to do that, they may be able to have like a real rival. But right now, this is the first year. Is that correct?
They're all last year's second event has been completed. There's 28 events. They got like 6 more left.
And what does the vibe feel like out there as somebody who pays attention to golf and stuff? Does it feel like it's
they don't have a TV deal, so it's all being broadcast. And I would guess that this is a place to get a TV deal. There are still people. They just got a big announcer that went over from, I think, NBC. He's been a long time, 25 years guy. Who's that? He's got a really well-known voice for the golf.
Now, is there a stigma attached to this? These guys getting
there is
outcast,
but they don't seem to mind that much
because the money's so
great. They don't have to play golf every week like they had to.
Oh, so with PGA,
yeah.
Right, and like who's the one guy? Phil Mickelson, was his name? And apparently he's not playing good.
That's the other interesting thing is they're already getting prepaid money, so they don't. It's not performance based. There is performance based money they can run if they win. There's more money to win in the tournament, but they're getting. They have like I read about 4.5-year contract right now. So most of these guys have varying levels of money, 6 figures for some of them. Only 6 figures, probably. Sorry. On top of another.
It's okay, man. I'm nervous too.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions
for some people.
So for them, they feel like, fuck this, you might take it out. Every retire.
Yeah.
So fuck it. Fuck all the stigma. Yeah.
The argument against it is really that they're not going to be playing traditionally where everyone's been playing for over the years of like
the big tournaments that everybody's accustomed to. But they don't have a TV deal right now.
Right, it's just on YouTube and their website.
Man, YouTube is so big.
Yeah, but for golf, though, I feel like a lot of people, there's something about, I feel like I see my stepdad watches it on TV. You know, there's a Sunday afternoon TV thing. There's a tradition about that I feel like is really baked into golf.
Maybe. I don't know enough about golf.
Yeah, me neither.
But to answer your question, yeah, somebody could come along and do something like that. It's possible. You'd have to throw a lot of money. And you
have to get guys that are out of their contract, right?
Yeah. You'd have to get guys that are out of their contract or get guys that are on the come up, you know, that like right about to break into the UFC and get them before they, you know, because there's a lot of like really talented guys that are coming up.
Yeah.
There's a company called One FC that is based out of Asia, and they put on some killer fucking shows. And I've watched some of their fighters and some of their fights, and man, these guys are world-class killers. They're really good. They easily can be fighting in the UFC, many of them. And then many UFC guys like Mighty Mouse and Eddie Alvarez, quite a few guys have gone over there, and they're competing now in One FC. So that's like a viable alternative for some people who don't want to compete in UFC anymore, or maybe they have a more lucrative deal for One FC. But it's not in the public zeitgeist the way UFC is. Like, you tell people, like, oh, I was watching one FC, they're like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, they think something's wrong with you.
Right, we say UFC, it's like Q-tips, you know? It's like everybody knows what that means.
Yeah.
Yeah, NBA, everybody knows the NBA. Everybody knows the NFL.
Yeah.
Everybody knows the UFC.
The brand is just, the brand is strong. I mean, I think the UFC, the fact that it performed, it showed up every few weeks during the pandemic was unbelievable.
Yeah.
That brought I feel like it had to bring so many fans. That's when I became like, this is my favorite sport. I didn't realize it, but after like a certain month, I was like, oh wow, this is my favorite sport.
Well, once they started doing those events, when everything else was shut down, it opened up a lot of people's eyes, like what could be possible. And so then the NBA started doing events, and all these other sports organizations started doing events with no audience.
Yeah.
You know, didn't they have baseball games with no audience?
Yeah, I think the Dodgers won the World Series with no audience.
Like Brody was in the stands, they had fake cutouts of people.
Right.
Yeah.
It was weird. Just had FCC. Don't lie to me. I know you're lying.
You worked so long at UFC, you feel like that, and I've watched your pace of it. I remember when I did a show with you in Atlanta, and then we did a show the night before, then I was sitting behind you, and so like you guys are commentating, and you go right up into the ring, and you come right back there, and you commentate again. I mean, it was like watching it just seemed like a lot. Like, this is a lot, you know, like you have to have a real pace for it.
It's a real job.
Yeah.
You have to have energy for sure.
It blew my mind.
Yeah, it's like, and you're doing it for 6 hours. And I sit down for 6 hours. I'm going to try not to pee, which is lucky that I have good experience doing the podcast because I'm used to like holding my piss for 3 hours, but that's about my limit. So I always have to pee at least once or twice.
Ride that bag, baby. You know I like riding that bag.
Sometimes. But also, I'm drinking like Monster Energy drinks sometimes, which are like piss magnets.
Yeah.
They're delicious, but they make you want to pee.
Make you want to beat your wife, too, dude. I've seen a lot of dudes drinking Monster that you know they're going on to punch.
I don't know if the Monsters caused it. I think there's probably other factors.
Well, I'll say this. It's an every choice of someone, ladies and gentlemen. I'll say that. Do you think Rothschild? Maybe he used to be. Do you think you'll always work there? Do you ever? You've done it for a long time, you know. Do you think? I mean, I guess nothing can be forever, but do you think you'll always commentate for UFC?
I enjoy it. I enjoy the sport, but I enjoy watching it too. You know, when it came to Austin, it was the first time in 20 years that I sat in the audience and I watched it. It was great. I enjoyed the shit out of it. Just no responsibility, just being able to watch. I want to go to more of them that I'm not going to. At the Apex Center, those are great. Because it's a small arena, a small octagon, and you're right there, man, right there with the action.
When you started, did you feel like, did you have such a strong commentating team? I mean, now it's like,
it's stronger now than ever. Yeah, it's stronger now than John Anik is a fucking man. He's great, and Daniel Cormier is the fucking man. And, you know, when I get to do it with Dominic Cruz or, you know, anybody else that, you know, I think Paul Felder's fucking great. It's amazing. It's a beautiful job, and I love DC. Like, when me and DC hang out and have fun, it's just like, he's such a great guy, and he knows so much about the sport. You know, 2-division world champion and great wrestler, and just a dude who likes to have fun. Like, we laugh a lot. It's a great job, man. I love it. I look forward to it every time. I look forward to it this weekend. I'm doing this weekend in Dallas. I'm pumped.
Oh, nice. I don't know who's fighting.
It's Amanda Nunes. Yeah, Juliana Pena.
Yeah, was that the first one?
Yes. Who knows?
And Halle Berry was there at the first one.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Halle Berry's a big fan. She's here also.
Yeah, that was she had just let over there.
She's over there too?
Yeah.
He loves it. It's always, it's exciting. You know, he's a big fan of it now. Mark, he's a big fan of it. Yeah, he loves it. He got like super big. He's training now.
Oh, wow. Yeah. They should make him fight other owners of them.
$800 million of buying spree that the city spent buying up old buildings and hotels and motels, created 1,200 homeless housing units, but they remain vacant.
Somebody that
Spending to get money from the federal
You
government.
run martial arts?
And not only did no laws get passed,
he's a fish and he just had like 9 kids in a month. I heard on Twitter.
into some of these
How fucking efficient is that?
I think you do it through in vitro fertilization. Sure. Jerks off into a FedEx
makes you
tube and
wonder
everything.
why do they do their studies
I
every
thought
year?
about that. I thought about having a
Increases
PhD like
they'll
a
spend
machine or
millions.
something.
Here's an example.
You think that's
Number
what
one,
we do?
TFI
I think I was thinking about having a chat with a friend of mine.
Bus carrying
Like, I heard
school in Central
woman.
Florida is crashing
Damn,
into
bro.
Just want to let you know what you can and can't do.
12 Canadian wildfires is posing a health risk
Yeah,
for
dude,
millions
what's the
of people in
percentage?
the U.S. as the smoke shifts
Dudes who get
south
pregnant.
into
But you're
Kansas.
really confused
Kansas
now.
City are dealing with the worst
Like, how many men can get pregnant?
country.
All of
And
them.
Red Lobster is
Yeah.
reportedly
Today,
closing east
no,
seven restaurants across
no
the
one knows
country.
what to say.
But I think those men are trying to,
Website
woman,
shows
those men
the
are trying to trick other men
restaurants
to
are
fuck.
temporarily closed,
I
but
think
a
we're talking
restaurant
about
located
trans
is already selling kitchen equipment.
That's what we're talking about.
Southland Web
Oh, I
Street,
see. They put the ovaries into a man.
region from the
No,
upper
no, no.
60s
Like
to
a
90s.
biological
This report
female
brought to you by
becomes a
Allstate
man.
from the Southern California
Trans
Toyota
men?
Dealers
Oh, yeah.
Traffic Center
Yeah.
in both
So when
places.
they say can
The
men
car
get
crashed
pregnant,
on
people say
91
yeah.
Anaheim
And you're like,
Hill.
okay, I want off.
This is
I
a
want
bus
off.
down sign.
I can't take
Right
your
up on
fucking
Imperial
confusing
Highway.
reality.
That is where
But do
the
you
left
think
lane
ever
is
that
blocked
Mother
and
Nature has a plan, a bigger plan, where in the end it
messages
all
from the
ends
airport
up
off to the right shoulder
that
as
we're
we
like
speak.
trans,
Delays are
like
backing up
Ben
from just
Simmons
about
is
Green
like all
River.
like
Eastbound
cross,
flowing
you know what
backing up from the 57
Ben
freeway all
Simmons
the
is
way
like
to
a,
see this crash. Out to Commerce with
he's
Michael Bryant.
black and,
KFI
yeah, he's black and white, right? He played at LSU, he's a great basketball player.
What if it is?
But he's beige, you want to say he's beige? Does it make sense? There we go.
He's probably like, what the fuck, man? I'm a man. Leave me alone, bitch.
But if he put a wig on, if he put a wig on and say,
I just don't fucking arms and hands.
yeah,
You get tricked by that guy.
then you want to.
Yeah, you want to get tricked. You're trying to get tricked. You're like, trick me. Trick me, Ben Simmons. That's a fucking man. The size of his fucking hand. Go back to that picture. Bro, that guy's jacked. If you think that's a woman, I mean, maybe he is not. I don't know. I don't want to. I don't know. He's 6'11". He's giant.
Go Tigers, that's just I told you Tigers, but what I'm saying is,
What are you saying?
here's what I'm saying, man. I can't believe you guys can't understand.
I do understand what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm just I was gonna say, if we're sending somebody in, if they say the trans community is gonna send somebody in to fucking vouch for them, they need to send in a fucking warrior. You know, they can't send
I
in.
don't know what you're saying.
Okay,
I know what you're saying.
I switched to a new idea. What I was saying is, do you think we all in the same skin color and in some sort of a transsexual type of situation?
I think it's very possible that we all become genderless. Yes, I do think that's possible. Yeah, I think that might be what is happening with like microplastics. They're changing people's hormone systems. I don't know if you know about all that. Do you know about all that?
You know, I mean, I appreciate it.
There's a book called Countdown by a woman, her name is Dr. Shanna Swan, and she came on the podcast and she explained that there's certain chemicals that are in plastics and some fertilizers that are disrupting the human body endocrine system. And it's causing people's penises to shrink, walls to shrink, sperm counts are lowering. And one of the ways they find out about this is the size of people's penis.
Oh, wow.
Yes, in male mammals, the taint is 50 to 100% larger than female mammals. Like when you take up a gerbil, that's how they can quickly tell whether or not it's a boy or a girl. It's about the size of the taint. And when the introduction of phthalates, it starts with C-P-H-A-L-A-T-E-S. You say phthalates, and phthalates are a type of chemical that disrupts the human body, and because of the use of petrochemical products, the increase of phthalates into the human body from contamination has caused people's taints to shrink, balls to shrink, dicks to shrink, sperm counts to drop, and miscarriages to go up. And they think that if you think about that, like that is like causing gender to kind of compress and to become like more ambiguous. And in the future, if that continues to happen, what does that mean? Like, what do we become genderless? And then what do we do to try to keep the human race alive? Well, we may revert to genetic engineering, like some sort of a medical, technological intervention so we breed from like splicing genes.
We get enough males and we get enough.
Yeah, and that has always been what's crazy about this. Although this sounds nuts to talk about now, for decades, people that have been abducted by aliens have always said that aliens are performing experiments and making hybrids with human beings because their genetic material has run stale, because they're breeding, or they're rather reproducing through genetic manipulation rather than through sex. So they don't have sexual intercourse.
So they eat our eggs and stuff.
They eat all that stuff. They eat our material. But because they don't have that anymore. So that might be where all biological creatures that develop technology in our case involve a lot of plastic. The more technology, the more plastic in the body, the more the body can generate.
Why? And is since it's plastic in our water, like little molecules, does that affect the food?
Yes, it does. Yeah, we found a statistic every week the average person consumes a credit card size piece of plastic for microplastics. Yeah, but then Jamie found out that the way they calculate that is like worst case scenario.
Like somebody who really likes to, sucks on the bottle.
A lot of bottles. Yeah. A lot of chewing and vibrators.
Or chewing, like that dog we saw the other day. So, let me think. I have a couple more questions for you. Is that all right? Okay, cool. Becoming like a celebrity in America, right? Like, I know you don't think of yourself maybe as that right? But you become real popular. Is it hard to keep it from like affecting your family and kids and stuff? Is that ever like scary and stuff?
It definitely will affect everyone around, and it affects people in a weird way where like people like contact family members and ask for things, it's just like weird, and it's not, like want to meet. Like I've had people contact my family members to ask me to introduce them to people I don't even know. Like there's some like sort of celebrity network, you become a part of, you get a card. Like, hey man, you got 15 million Instagram followers, here's your card. Yeah. Call everybody on the list. Yeah. And then you can hook up your friend with Marky Mark.
Yeah. And does it get scary having kids that are like, does that get scary at all?
Like, all of it is scary. Yeah. It's scary. It's weird. Like, haven't that many people. Like, I get a lot of people contacting me saying they've got chips in their brain, and I'm talking to them for a chip in their brain. Not just one, like multiple people.
I used to have a woman like that who would come to my shows in Texas, dude, and her chip kept telling her to fuck me, dude. That's the crazy part.
Did she listen?
I would send her away, like so many times. I said,
was she hot?
She was hot, too.
Damn, why'd you say that?
Because I just thought it was like a scam or something. I thought it was like some kind of a setup or something, like I just got scared, because that's scary when somebody tells you that.
You got to think of that too. Imagine if you're a guy and you're worried that every girl you meet is trying to set you up. Like you're some oligarch type dude, and every woman you meet might be a hit woman, or it might be someone who's like trying to like get information out of some Russian spy, who's trying to record you fucking.
Oh, even if I ejaculate, dude, I'm not, I'm doing okay. But I'll even walk out of the room backwards, just to make sure, like.
How's that?
Just to so I can see if anybody's using any of the seed, if there's any loose.
Doesn't Drake pour hot sauce into his condom? Is that real?
Yeah, so where they went out months ago for sure.
So he's got a little bottle of Tabasco by the bed.
Look, Justin Bray needs to step his advertising up. That's all I'm saying.
Excellent. Justin has excellent hot sauce. It's very good.
It is good.
It's very delicious. We've got vinegar-based Louisiana hot sauce.
It's hot enough, but it's nothing crazy. It's
very good. What's it called, like diamond?
Yeah, diamond. I need to know this, man.
We'll find it. Jamie will pull it up. But he sent me a case of it. It was fucking very good.
Good.
Yeah, I'm not even
salads.
I'm not even asking for more, I'm gonna buy it myself. Poirier's Louisiana style hot sauce. You can buy it on Amazon.
And look at it, dude. Having fun with this.
Yeah, there it is.
It's so funny.
It's good too. Oh yeah, when someone makes something like that that's good, I appreciate it. That's a legit hot sauce. Dustin has some really good hot sauce.
Yeah,
He's a good dude too. I like him a lot.
yeah, Dustin's neat, man. He's really fun too.
He's a fun dude. He's a fun dude to hang out with.
And he likes to cook too. Do you think that Nate Diaz fight is just like do you think he's gonna care about it? Is that impossible for him not to care about it? Versus
Hamza Chimaev? Yeah. I mean, he has to care about it. Hamza is a fucking assassin. Hamza is a terrifying human being. He's terrifying. He's really good.
Oh yeah,
really good and really big.
I get scared at home.
Should be.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it is.
Yeah. Hamza's a murderer. I mean, when he gets into the octagon, he's a seek and destroy. He's a dangerous man.
Do you think that it's just a setup fight for the Lakers? Do you think that, or do you think
Nate asked for that fight?
Oh, he did.
Nate wanted to fight Francis and Ngannou.
Oh, damn.
Nate is as game as a human being has ever been. That dude is wild. You know what I mean? That's one of the things that Dana White said. They were saying, "Why did you do this fight?" He's like, "That's the fight Nate wanted." By the way, Nate asked for Francis and Ngannou.
That'd been awesome.
Well, no.
Yeah, you're right. No, I mean, but you know what? There would have been something exciting about it.
Yeah, murder. Yeah, something exciting. Francis Ngannou, a natural 270-pound man with his harder than any human being that's ever been recorded. He's the hardest punch ever recorded.
Well,
Francis is terrifying.
I think they could take it, dude. I don't know. I don't know. Nate just never ends, bro.
He's never a bookmaker.
Yeah. I hope so too.
There's certain things that there's certain physical attributes and advantages you cannot overcome. It's not saying that Nate isn't an amazing fighter. Nate is an amazing fighter and has been for a long time. I mean, you go way back. Nate has been submitting and beating people for a long fucking time. He's a tough motherfucker.
Yeah.
Francis Ngannou was trying to
Why do you think gigantic people come out of Africa?
Well, I mean, gigantic people come out of Iceland. Gigantic people come out of areas where gigantic people met and bred. You know, and Francis' father was huge. I don't know how big his mother was, but, you know, there's a lot of giant people in the world. And they find other giant people and they make big humans.
Dude, they should. That'd be an OnlyFans right there, giant people fucking.
Yeah, big giant people fucking. I bet people would love that. Because in OnlyFans, people only got together with other giant people and fuck.
I'd watch that.
And then have a little person in the room watch it.
And he demands that I get off the private property.
Do you go on OnlyFans at all?
No, I logged on one night and I logged off. You know, I'm trying to stay off of masturbation, stay off touching mountain. Yeah, I don't need to do it. I'm doing cool. You know, I feel better when I don't do it.
Is it masturbation or pornography?
Well, pornography I think is nice to stay away from. We talked about this before because my thought was just today. And you said it's fun, it's just people that use it, you know. So I think I don't like to have those thoughts in my head. It keeps me thinking too much sexual side and not enough connection side.
Right. That's the number one criticism of people who watch porn. Yeah, it makes things sexually so like romantic.
Yeah. If I want to have a family and stuff, I have to have more like, you know, real intrinsic kind of romantic connection thoughts. And I have to be able to not control my brain, but let my nature come through that way.
Not thinking like I want to recreate some shit I saw in a film.
Right. Or I don't even think that way. Like your subconscious just only remembers stuff. You know, it kind of goes around and it kind of floats around your brain and get a little.
How many girls
Elevator at Green Line Metro Station in South LA. This man says
that would
stabbing
just
is
normally have a job and never
Well, it's one of the reasons why I'm not seeing that many hot chicks working at Chipotle, I think.
earlier last night. A man was stabbed on West Glendale. Two minors
I think
been
it's
arrested in
gonna
connection with that
definitely,
attack.
but how
The
did they
attacker
get
is
an
still on the run.
like
The
just because you're
California
hot
Association of
and you show
Realtors
your
says
asshole, they
17%
bait through their
of states
Instagram.
owned buyers can afford to buy a median price
No two animals are the same, is that true? Sure.
That number is up 15% for the fourth quarter of 2023. The agency says a minimum annual income of more than $208,000 is needed to make monthly
That's how
payments
you get
of
an
around
example of the area.
$1,600 on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage and a 6.86%
I
interest
mean,
rate.
if you really think about
A
how many
memorial has been unveiled to honor the 10 people killed in the supermarket in Buffalo. Today marks 2 years since the racially motivated attack. And New York Attorney General Letitia James is one of the many leaders who spoke outside of the talks.
Let's imagine that's
Thank all of you for standing with this community,
up from
showing us again
7,000
that
in
love will always
2019.
conquer hate.
So all those people jumped on board during the
Will
pandemic.
never,
That
ever
makes sense.
break
This
us
is what I
down.
start to
The
worry about.
memorial will feature
That
10
it's gonna be
interconnected granite pillars
like
dedicated to
every
victims and
physical
survivors.
gig
The project
economy,
also
yes.
includes new
Okay.
building that will be a hub for
Right.
education, exhibits, and community events. The park-like memorial walk on the roof. And a new survey says medical providers who are prescribing abortion pills go down 8,000 within a month in states with abortion bans in 2023. Society for Family Planning issued its We Count survey showing providers were writing prescriptions that covered about 1 in 10 abortions nationally. Total, the survey counted about 90,000 monthly surgical medication abortions offered by medical providers in 2023, which was higher than in 2022 when Roe versus Wade was overturned.
Gary.
We're going to head over to the 101 next.
Gary Busey?
Gary Busey.
Look at that. They look very different.
He's like, hey, cinnamon whiskers.
And Gary Busey was a great actor who got in a horrible motorcycle accident without a helmet. Yeah, I'll just play some of these.
Equal measure your eyes with the wave-like LASIK exam.
Got my guitar, got my board, got my phone, got my love. Listen to you.
22,000 times measure your eyes.
It shouldn't be what you want me to tell you, and I'll tell you about it when you can see it.
More accuracy than ever before. I will give you a wave-like LASIK exam if
It
you
doesn't make you feel good, but you feel good when you did it.
This whole thing secure
No,
your
maybe you
nearsighted,
think it's
farsightedness, astigmatism,
Oh, you think people are taking advantage of him?
No, that's what
I
happened.
would do.
He got in a motorcycle
Exam,
accident
then the
without a helmet.
procedure
Back when LA didn't have a helmet law.
You're out of there,
And
you
he
see
crashed
crystal
his
clear.
motorcycle.
2020
Bounced his
better
fucking head off a curb. And you're like, yeah, that's serious brain damage. Like, see, pull that up. I want to say that was from like the early 2000s. He had a serious, that's why one of his eyes looks different than the other one.
Could it relate it?
His fucking skull got crushed. Yeah, in 1988, he acted then full forward. It just picked up his Harley Davidson from a shop and he tried to maneuver around a bus and accidentally turned too hard, started skidding, and hit his back brake, causing him to fly over the windshield and land directly on his helmetless head. Oh, yeah.
Right now it's 71 in
That
Woods and
is when
it's 70
things went
in
sour.
Rancho
His hair
Santa
still looks good.
They're great hair. They're great
We
hair.
are going to a crash on 101 in Woodland Hills.
Not good.
Southbound
Yeah.
sign.
Well, this is
and
my
it's
question. Do you think it's going to get to a point, right, where if we start losing jobs, right, and there's less jobs, and more people are on like OnlyFans, right, that you're basically going to have chicks out there, like literally people, women holding each other at gunpoint, like, you know, subscribe to my puss, stuff like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. If you're going to help, maybe keep pulling some help. Need some help, man. Like, I always see this video of like two Uber drivers, like, you're my ride. You know what I'm saying? You're my, like it's like people, like, it's all this digital, it's all online. It's just like people just like, subscribe to me now, you know, like, literally at junk food, like that's how bad it's going to be.
I don't think that's going to happen, but I think there's going to be a lot of people that are doing that to make a living. Where's the money coming from? Is it going to be subscribers paying other subscribers? Is it going to be like a hierarchy, like someone who makes like $1 million a month, paying someone who makes $100,000 a month, who pays someone who makes $10,000 a month? Is it going to be a pyramid scheme for pussies?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to get by Facebook and someone put it out there.
I don't think that's good enough. I think you have to have a whole body. Like, what is most girls on OnlyFans do? Do they show like bikini pictures? Like, what are they doing? Showing feet?
There's bikini pictures. I know that there's like meetups where like manager companies like have them all go to like a location together, like at the beach, and then they do like, you know, skit trucking and like
so that gets everybody excited, and then we get more, like, so they have
Stuff
bad
animals do, like stuff animals do before their owner pulls them away from them.
I heard that a lot of these girls, when they're interacting with people online, they're not really doing it, but they hire a company. And then someone writes these letters, because like, you feel like you gotta respond to people and text them, like how many of them are you gonna do this? Like how many can you? How many days? I mean, how much hours in a day do you have? And if people don't know how many you're responding to or who's doing it, like if you have, like, say if you have 1 million subscribers on OnlyFans and you get 100,000 messages a month,
Yeah, you gotta have something.
maybe they just have a person at the service who writes like sexy things, like thank you, sweetie, heart, kiss, blowing kiss, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're so sweet, thank you. And there's a fat guy right next to you. You know? Do you remember Marilyn Martinez? Did you know Marilyn Martinez? Marilyn Martinez was a comic at the Comedy Store. And very funny. And she used to do phone sex back in the day. When she was starting out as a comic. She would get on the phone with guys while they were jerking off.
Yeah, I think I just wonder if it's gonna come to that root that, you know, people just helping each other jerk off, and that's gonna be, you know,
I think it's gonna come to the point where you can't jerk off anymore.
This is American Radical.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Even with aliens and bugs, like sexless, genderless things with big giant heads.
autism too.
You think so?
Yeah, I think they have the highest narcissistic form of
John Cobell Show TFI AM 645. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
They might have Alzheimer's too. They could have it all. I mean, they put this man in the first time. Well, Asperger's got a different thing too. It's just
Asperger. I wonder if it's like a doctor. Is a doctor Asperger figured out Asperger?
I don't know.
Take a guess. Let's find out.
Ron Asperger.
Yeah, probably. Like a guy has a gal.
Fournier drink ingredient like that's right for Mr. Fournier.
You should know exactly wash your dishes.
Yeah. So let's find out where the name.
Get that thing.
There it is. There it is.
Because
oh, it's Perger.
The energy
Perger.
that you're using heating all this water is harming the planet. Hot water is a great way to get off your dishes.
Yeah. Yeah, they just seem so pure and they seem like outdoors. Yeah, they seem like
hike a lot.
They get water for everybody.
Yeah, shorts with little socks.
The mill with the mills,
hiking boots,
beautiful flowers.
Yeah,
and probably crazy sex too. I think so. I think Austrian women. Really? Yeah, and you don't see them a lot of porn or anything. I think they keep it really. They're kind of like. They're kind of like. They feel almost to me like Disney Amish kind of.
Disney Amish.
Yeah, like kind of whimsical, but like also very like stick to an old strip. Pull up some
Disney princess. Yeah, very Disney princess looking. All of them. Damn. I wonder like what nationality is known to have one person. You think there's like a consensus nationality that is the most beautiful woman?
I don't know, but I know that I thought for that so much jerking off in America, we could have done it.
Like it's a small world, like the ride.
People that are great about that, so they can do the cold water and we can do the hot.
Yeah, I mean, there's germs in clothes.
Why do you guys have still in podcast? Oh my God, I had a great podcast with Rich from Rich Rebuild. We were talking about cars, and then you come in here.
You started with them. I saw you talking about
his reaction. Very different than yours.
Oh yeah, that's cool, man. I would like to get some different. I'll like to get some different hobbies and stuff like that. I don't know. I thought about sometimes I thought about maybe getting into golf. Like that's one thing. Like in Nashville, it's like most people just there's just a lot of drinking and golf.
Just talk to me. He's a golfer cool. Him and Tony Hinchcliffe and Ron White.
Oh, Tony's built for it.
Built for golf?
I think so. He's just that perfect. He's very. He looks almost like Pinocchio, old, crazy brother.
Okay, that's fine. I can live with that.
You know what I'm talking about? Pull him up.
probably already in comparison. When you hit them side by side, make Pinocchio on one.
Dude, that was so much fun, man. It's interesting. You guys definitely made a good case for us.
Yeah, we're having fun out here, man.
Yeah.
You get to see it, right?
Yeah.
And how wild it shows. Tonight's gonna be wild too. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, a lot of good comments out there. A lot of good comments on stage. Yeah, just go. Yeah, like you said, having a sense of community is really important.
Look at those.
But look right there with the mic and the ice out there. It's almost like his hand looks like it was pulled up by a piece of cord.
Yeah.
To the right one more, please, Jimmy. Right there.
Yeah, looks like you're on the thing. This one's great.
Great act. Fuck Geppetto. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I wanted to ask you, Joe. I think we covered a decent amount of stuff.
We definitely did.
Stacks of plates out there. You'd be spending a couple hours out in the river.
What? It's 2020.
I thought about it more today. I thought about it yesterday. Yeah.
I was done, yes. 100%. I need my
I thought 30%
hair
was
dryer,
surprising. I didn't think I was
flat
going to
iron,
30%. I'll say this. I was diligent.
Really?
He saw it last night. Found it pretty pricey. I found that. Yeah.
And I never called myself a house.
During the pandemic.
Even though some
Prices
people
went
may
way up.
be okay with that.
You gotta have really, it's pretty pricey. But that's okay.
Dig yourself a nice big hole.
Now,
Jump in.
you gotta shekel up.
No, it's just people like you didn't exist.
Probably
Yeah,
not.
no, I do. It's been,
Did you buy in Nashville?
Yeah.
It's up there, for sure.
yeah, it's already went up.
Nashville's another place like Austin where a lot of people live. So it's like a smaller city, right?
Yeah, I would say it's probably half the size. I mean, I noticed that this feels more like a city. Nashville, it's still a city, but it's just a different
I love Nashville.
Okay,
I
I don't like to be
love
called a
it.
house wife because I never
Yeah.
was one.
That's a fun town. And it's also like Austin, a town that like appreciates art,
Said I
appreciates
never
live
been a
performance.
house.
Oh yeah, people come out all the time.
That's just
Yeah, I guess that's a smaller town.
Yeah, that's the tough part. And that's what I realized. It was like, you get up a little more, you know. Instead of having to go to LA to do like a month or 6 weeks at a time, you know. I think
I mean, we got
Dr. Shohei
Nashville.
Ohtani's former interpreter is pleaded not guilty in LA to charges of stealing nearly $17 million. The baseball star hasn't recently guilty of negligence. Space
A lot of
successfully
open mics
launched
and
another
different
Falcon
places where
9
people
rocket
perform. I
in
mean,
Santa Barbara
and
County.
since the pandemic started, it's exploded. And definitely since Kill Tony moved here, and Wall moved here, and Segura moved here, and Tim Dillon, and
11:39
all the
this
other
morning.
folks.
And the Fed chair expects interest rates to hold steady. Jerome Powell told the Ford Bankers Association in Amsterdam today that inflation readings are higher than expected. The Fed needs to be patient and let restrictive policy do its work. He also said that it's unlikely there will be a rate hike based on the data. We're going to go to a crash on the 605 in Baldwin Park. This morning is along the northbound side just before Valley Boulevard. Park lane is blocked and overall slowing all the way down from 105. It's like a
That's
Friday.
good.
Hey, am I in the sky?
Like, you know, this is good. It's not a consideration. But if I come here, we may have just tried it. Oh, so you can try for, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'll do 1 month a day.
That's a great movie.
Yeah. Oh, this is my question. So sometimes that's, you know, I've had times in my life where I've thought too much about regret and stuff in my life, right? Yeah, we talked about that some in the past, like in the past. Has there been anything along your journey that you kind of regretted? And how do you deal with regret?
I mean, individual choices and mistakes, yeah, but ultimately you learn from them. So it's no. Because like even the regret, the bad things,
With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
You know, those small things are beneficial in some way to get through. You know, if you do something that resulted in some death or some horrible kind of death, it's terrible. But I've been very fortunate with that. The dumb shit that I've done or the bad mistakes I've made, they taught me. And then you learn. It's like, that's why failure is so important. like failing and fucking up and making mistakes, very important. It's the way you learn. The bad feelings you get from something that you should have done or wish you didn't do or wish you did better, like especially failing in something where you half-assed it and you feel like a fucking loser. Like that just teaches you to leadership.
You have such a good ability to learn from those things. Some people I think kind of like, it's just like it's repetitive or something.
That's dangerous. Yeah. Dangerous to dwell on past mistakes because people sort of define themselves by the worst moments they've ever had. And that's the case. Like some people are stuck in high school. They're stuck in failures that they had like when they were first getting jobs. And they always think that they're a leader. They don't like the feeling of failure, so they keep low expectations so that they never have to feel that. You gotta get through it. You gotta get through bad feelings. You gotta get through it's very important. And you get through it by just picking yourself back up and moving forward going. But it's hard for a lot of people because that sting, they never get over it. Like the feeling of failure. And they don't have a good support system, good friends. They have a good community of friends. Very important. Because you feel like, when you feel like you're the worst, you're a fucking loser, like you're a piece of shit. But then you go out with your friends and you have a few laughs, and next thing you know, you're laughing, and you're like, I'm alright. We'll be alright. And then maybe you meet a new lady.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she like picks you up, and you're like, oh, you're gonna be okay. And then you learn from the last mistakes.
Yeah.
That's life. It just, those feelings of failure are so hard. They're so hard to get over, and they overwhelm people, and some people can't get past them. And then every time some new thing comes up, when you have to rise to the occasion, you have to perform, you think about that time you failed, and it fucks your head up, man. You think, I'm a fucking loser, I can't do this, I'm gonna fail, I'm gonna fuck up, Like bombing. Like, how many times have you had a bad set, and you're like, God damn it, I suck at comedy, I can't do this. I suck at comedy. That's just it, I just suck. And then you define yourself that way. You gotta get over it.
Yeah, I do know, thankfully, you never had too bad in a row either, which is kind of interesting.
Well, you learn from that one, and you like coming out guns blazing for the next show.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it activates some senses in you. Did you feel like you learned that from somebody, or did you always just have that kind of intuition when it comes to that kind of stuff?
I think I learned it from martial arts, because you get your ass kicked. And you don't want to get your ass kicked again. You either quit fighting, or you learn how to get a lot better. And then you get your ass kicked in training, which happens all the time. And, you learn from those mistakes. You learn, like maybe you were stationary too much, or maybe you telegraphed too much, or maybe you got tired, you haven't been doing your cardio. Those failures that you have from martial arts are so consequential because you get hurt. Like, you physically get punished, and then you don't want that to happen again. So you got to be either quit or get way better.
I like that, and that's great for a lot of my listeners. A lot of guys, are just, a lot of guys just trying to keep going in their lives.
Yeah, with everybody, my listeners, your listeners, anybody who's listening to anything, people out there.
Yeah,
that's why there's so many self-help books. That's why there's so many motivational documentaries and motivational Instagram pages. Is because people need stuff like that. They need something, and generally, the best version of it is coming from someone who's experienced fuck-ups and got through it.
Yeah, Yeah, I appreciate it, man. You're like kind of like a library. I was thinking about the other day in a weird way. You're like kind of like a library. That's interesting.
How am I a library?
Because you just have all this information that's passed through you, and you're able to like kind of. You're almost like a cleaners at the cleaners. If you ask a question, then it goes and gets the information and brings it to the front. And it's like wrapped up. Kind of, it's cool.
That's fun.
It's a nice skill, man. Because I was even listening to an old episode of ours, and there was information and like kind of suggestions and guidance you shared with me in there that were still resonating with me today. So it's just pretty cool.
Cool.
Yeah. So thank you so much, bro. I appreciate your time.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right. My man.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones, but it's gonna take.
welcome to the 2019 Warren Alpert Foundation Prize Symposium. Today, we are celebrating the achievements of 4 pioneers whose collective work has propelled us closer to understanding the ultimate enigma in human biology, the brain. The discoveries that we honor today span the fields of genetics, neuroscience, physiology, bioengineering, and beyond. And together, these discoveries helped give birth to the field of optogenetics, a revolutionary approach that allows us to visualize and modulate neurons with once unimaginable power and precision by simply exposing them to light. The work of Edward Boyden, Carl Dieseroth, Peter Hegemann, and Gero Miesenbach has not merely transformed our ability to see the inner workings of the brain, it has brought us closer than ever to elucidating some of the deepest secrets of the mind. Secrets such as the neural circuits that are involved in decision-making and behavior, as well as those involved in the development of neurologic and psychiatric disorders. To be sure, the advent of optogenetics as a discipline has stemmed from the collective work of many scientists over some decades. But the 4 recipients we're honoring today made pivotal discoveries and developed critical tools that have rendered optogenetics an indispensable technique in neuroscience. Now, the idea of tinkering with the nervous system to illuminate its functions has actually tantalized scientists for centuries. Think of the now classic frog experiments conducted by the 18th century Italian physician Luigi Galvani, who demonstrated that information in nerve cells is in the form of electricity, of the electrical impulse. That notion that light then could be used to manipulate the nervous system is in a sense a centuries-old extension of Galvani's ideas. In the 1980s, Peter Hegemann set out to understand how green algae and other simple organisms sense light. And in the 1990s, Peter and his team identified and characterized the light-activated molecules in algae that enable them to respond to light. Peter then, along with Carl Dieseroth, deciphered the key principles, structure, and function of light-sensitive proteins. In 2002, the notion of optogenetic neural manipulation became a tangible reality thanks to work conducted by Gero Miesenbach. Gero demonstrated that it was indeed possible to use light to modify neural activity. Gero used light-sensing proteins from the eyes of fruit flies and genetically incorporated them into nerve cells. And the achievement did not merely render neurons sensitive to light, but also offered a way to control their activity with light. Gero's work de facto showed it was possible to use optogenetics as a tool to study and manipulate the brain. Carl Dieseroth and his team subsequently conducted a series of key experiments showing the light-sensing rhodopsin proteins, the proteins first studied by Hegemann in single-cell organisms, could be used to activate neurons in the mammalian brain, which Carl and his team discovered had the necessary chemicals to make these proteins functional. Carl continued to work on optogenetics, elucidating the structures of several light-sensitive ion channels, discovering multiple new optogenetic activators. All the while, he's continued to use these tools to make fundamental discoveries about the inner workings of the mammalian brain. Edward Boyden worked on critical early experiments in optogenetics. He was part of a team, along with Carl Dieseroth, Feng Zhang, and others, that in 2005 published a key discovery showing that the light-gated ion channels of algae previously studied by Peter Hegemann could be used to control neuronal firing. Ed then, in his own independent laboratory, went on to refine optogenetics, developing optogenetic activators to allow independent control of multiple cell types in the brain, and used optogenetics to achieve neuronal silencing. Collaborating with pioneers in holographic microscopy, Ed developed tools that used optogenetics as a way to impact exact patterns of electrical activity on small groups of neurons mimicking natural firing. Now, taken together, these discoveries have fundamentally reshaped the landscape of modern neuroscience. They have set the stage for optogenetics-based therapies that could one day be used to restore vision loss, preserve movement following spinal cord injury, or modulate the circuitry that fuels anxiety and depression, and many other applications. Recognizing the people behind this kind of transformative science, science that carries the promise to reshape how we understand, diagnose, and treat disease, is the Warren Alpert Foundation reason for being. We would not be here today celebrating these momentous achievements without the vision of the Warren Alpert Foundation and its founder. Many of you will have heard the history behind the birth of the foundation, but this rather mythical story bears repeating. In 1987, Warren Alpert came across a news article that described the work of Sir Kenneth Murray, a British scientist who had developed a vaccine against hepatitis B. Somewhat impulsively, Warren put down the paper, picked up the phone, and cold called Murray. Now, fortunately, Murray answered the phone, and Warren Alpert announced to him that he had won the Warren Alpert Foundation Prize. The little detail that was missing, there wasn't the Warren Alpert Foundation yet. So Warren got to work. He contacted then Dean of Harvard Medical School, Daniel Tosteson, and asked him to help convene a panel of experts that could choose future award winners. And Dan said yes, and here we are 31 years later. Over those 3 decades, the foundation has awarded nearly $5 million to 69 scientists, 10 of whom have gone on to receive Nobel Prizes. I am thrilled today to have with us members of the Warren Alpert Foundation's Board of Directors. I saw Fred Schiffman and Gus Sheezer in the back, and I apologize if other directors have shown and I haven't been able to greet them. But on behalf of the scientific community at Harvard Medical School and the world over, I certainly want to thank the Foundation for its support of science and discovery, and for its indefatigable efforts to alleviate human suffering. I want to congratulate the winners of this year's Warren Alpert Prize and to express my deepest admiration for their transformational achievements. Now I'm going to turn the podium over to our symposium moderators, who is himself one of the preeminent neuroscientists of our time, Bernardo Sabatini. Bernardo received his undergraduate degree in biomedical engineering from Harvard. He went on to earn a PhD in neurobiology, as well as the MD degree from Harvard Medical School. He pursued postdoctoral training at the Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. Bernardo is a Howard Hughes Medical Institute investigator, a member of the National Academy of Sciences, and currently the Alice and Rodman Moorhead III Professor of Neurobiology in the Blavatnik Institute at Harvard Medical School. Bernardo and his team seek to uncover the basic mechanisms that underlie brain plasticity, a critical feature that allows mammalian brains to acquire new behaviors, to learn, and to adapt to new cognitive challenges. The ultimate goal of Bernardo and his team's work is to define the perturbations in these processes that can give rise to neurologic and neuropsychiatric disorders. Please join me in welcoming Bernardo. Bernardo.
Thank you, George, and thank you everybody for coming to this wonderful occasion in which we're going to celebrate the arc of discovery and invention that led to the field of optogenetics. And as Dean Daly just mentioned, the excitement in optogenetics for the neurobiology field is that it brought systems neuroscience into a modern era in which causal experiments suddenly became possible. And so from the times when scientists first put electrodes into the brains of animals, they found that there were neurons They reflected very specific features of the environment of the animal, of the state of the animal, or of the motor action of the animal. And these beautiful studies over many decades led to precise theories as to how the brain could perform computation, store information, or generate motor action. But the problem was that all these theories were very beautiful. In most cases, we lack tools to really test them with high precision. And optogenetics has given us the kinds of gain and loss of function experiments to control neural activity that allows us to test if these theories are right, and if the activity of particular neurons is necessary and sufficient to explain parts of behavior and signaling within the brain. Now, as Dean Daly mentioned, it's been decades that people have wanted to use light to control neural activity, and the literature is littered with many failed attempts to do so. And there's a very nice essay from Francis Crick, the co-discoverer of the structure of DNA, that he gave to the Royal Society in the early 90s, in which he talks about how one would like to be able to manipulate the activity of cells in the brain remotely. And he said, the ideal signal would be light. This seems rather far-fetched. This seems rather far-fetched, but it is conceivable that molecular biologists could engineer a particular cell type to be sensitive to light in this way. And so the 4 people that we're honoring today are the ones that took that idea that was deemed far-fetched and made it a reality. What I like about the story of optogenetics is that it brings together science that's done by many different people with many different styles. And so we're going to see examples of biophysicists who wanted to solve a problem that he encountered in nature. Pure curiosity-driven science to understand how unicellular organisms detect and respond to light. We'll see other examples from somebody who wanted to solve problems in his own laboratory. He wanted to drive his own research forward, have some roadblocks, and invent the technologies to get beyond them. And we'll also see examples of people who took an idea and almost on an industrial scale created dozens and dozens of permutations of that idea to push forward the field and endowed with us the tools that we need for optogenetics. So very different kinds of science that all came together to create this. Now, I've told you a little bit about why I'm excited about optogenetics. I want to spend just a couple more minutes on why you should be excited about optogenetics and why the Albert family should care. And George touched on these things. There are really 2 reasons. One is that optogenetics has allowed basic discovery into the brain. It's now giving us, we hope, new ways to treat neuropsychiatric disease. And so we've been able to identify cells in the brains of animals that makes them continue to eat, for example, even though there's no caloric drive, and hence might be relevant to obesity and diabetes. We found cells in the brain that mediate anxiety, that mediate feelings of anhedonia. Other cells that exacerbate or can correct the symptoms of Parkinson's disease or that drive forward processes related to Alzheimer's. And all of this work has led to a new appreciation within pharma that in order to treat neuropsychiatric diseases, one might have to target circuits instead of specific molecules. And I think that that's going to be the wave of therapy for neuropsychiatric disease in the future. Second, as George mentioned, in the future, it's quite likely that humans with optogenetic manipulations of their brain will walk around. And they will use these manipulations to correct perturbed patterns of activity within the brain. There are already trials going on in which optogenetic actuators are put in the eye to restore light sensitivity to the retina of individuals who have lost their own endogenous light-sensitive cells. So today we're going to hear from 4 leaders that we've chosen within this field who over decades in their own laboratories have driven this field forward. Some, turns out, have done it somewhat accidentally by, as I said, studying natural processes and then realizing the importance of what was here, continue to drive the field forward. And other ones have made it their mission to simply solve this problem. We have a jam-packed day, so we're going to try to keep on time. We're not going to do questions and answers, so you'll have to find the speakers at the breaks if you want to talk to them. I'm going to keep the introductions short. I'm not going to list the hundreds of awards that these 4 have collectively won, because today it only matters that they won the Warren Alpert Prize. So our first speaker is Dr. Peter Hegemann. He is the Hertie Professor of Neuroscience at the Humboldt University in Berlin, a very storied institution that's made amazing contributions over the last century. And he has really worked on optogenetics, I think, his entire scientific career. His thesis work was entitled Purification and Characterization of the Functional Chloride Pumps, haloredox, one of the key molecules that we still use today to manipulate the activity of cells. His first independent group that the Max Planck Institute in Martinsried was called photoreceptors of microalgae. So basically, his entire life, he's worked on this problem of how unicellular organisms sense light, detect light, and react to light. And through his curiosity-driven research, he has found and characterized and eventually identified with collaborators the central proteins that became the first wave of optogenetic activators that made all this possible. Peter, I look forward to hearing the story from your side.
So dear Dr. Saleh, dear Dr. Sabatini, thank you very much for the kind words of introduction. And to stand here is something really particular and a great honor for me. And I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the Vaughan Open Foundation, especially to the selection committee and all the members that are involved in it. So today, my short talk, the first 15 minutes, I'd like to guide you through the history and don't want to bother you with all the biophysics we do. And in the second part, I'd like to show you some examples of what we are doing now. So the first slide, which you see here, is a wonderful gate, and this is a sign for separation of the country. And on the other hand, it's also a symbol for reunification. And it's my pleasure to be here on the October 3rd, because it's the exact day when Germany became united 29 years ago. So my first conclusion is wars never help to solve any problem. And so my second statement is, when you start a new research project, it should start as a wonder. So you should wonder about something you see which you cannot explain. It can be a natural phenomena, or it can be a disease which is completely unknown or unexplored. So here you see red waves or orange waves that occasionally occur in the ocean, sometimes also here close to Boston. Or if you go to northern territories, you see red snow. And this is called watermelon snow. And the question is, how is it caused? And the reason is green algae or algae of the ocean are responsible for that. And like these algae, and this is Alexandrium, this is one of the most toxic organisms you can imagine. And if you keep them in your laboratory, you need a good aeration, otherwise you die. And this is Chlamydomonas nivalis that is responsible for the watermelon snow. And there's also the reason why this is called watermelon, because it tastes sweet. So my laboratory is working on a relative of this Chlamydomonas nivalis. I forgot to say the last sentence. A real pleasure in science is to work on something, the outcome of which is totally open. So we work on Chlamydomonas benhardi, which is the green model organism. And when we started to study the behavior, after some years we realized that it's not new at all, because there was a publication in 1866 by Andrei Fominsin, a Russian scientist, and he described in this article the behavior of Chlamydomonas, and this is written in German, published in a French journal, and edited by St. Petersburg University in Russia. So, and he used an assay, which you see here to the bottom right, population of Chlamydomonas, and you shine light on one side, and they move away from the light. And he asked already, what are the conditions under what it moves to or away from light? This person became famous because he established a botanical institute in Moscow University later on, and he didn't have time to work on algae, unfortunately, anymore. The other two people I'd like to mention is the physicist Ken Foster. He was a postdoc in Max Delbrück's lab, and a chemist Koji Nakanishi, because they worked on green algae many, many years later, and they worked on a wide species that were unable to produce carotenoids and chlorophyll. And they found that these are not phototactic, and they added vitamin A, and they realized that they could increase the sensitivity of these algae by 3 orders of magnitude within 1 minute after addition of this vitamin A. That was the starting point when I got interested in the work, and I spent some time in Ken Foster's lab, and his lab was totally chaotic. He couldn't do anything, but he was inspiring on the other hand as well. So we studied this species for a while and then realized it was strongly dependent on the ionic conditions, as already from Vincent said 100 years before, and we tried to establish electrophysiology, and we were heavily discouraged by the Chromadomonas community because they said it will never work. Except one person, Ursula Goodenough, where she should be in the audience. Oh, there she is. Ursula, wonderful. It's great to have you here. And she was the only person in the community who encouraged me and that provided a cell wall efficiency which allowed Hartmann Hartz and my group to establish electrophysiology. So he sucked the cell into the pipette and applied short flash, and what he notices that there is a fast photoreceptor current, which means ion influx into the eye, and a slow flagellar current, which is influx into the flagella. And he measured the wavelength dependent and demonstrated that it is over the opposite spectrum with 500 nanometer maximum, and we concluded that these photo currents are mediated by over the opposite. We learned over the years to record directly from the directly from the eye by using a patch pipette, and this greatly improves the sensitivity and the time resolution, and allowed us to record with a better time resolution, as you see here, and to conclude that there's no delay. And from these and other measurements, we concluded that the rhodopsin and the ion channels are directly coupled. And a few years later, we made another conclusion that they form a light-gated ion channel together, and the channel conducts proton and calcium. And it's interesting that we never talked about sodium because this algae lives in absence of sodium, so quite different from the neuroscience situation that you're facing now. And these are 1 million charges in one of these photocurrents, and we concluded that the conductance is about 100 femtosiemens, which is very small, and almost exactly the number that we know in these days. So we also noticed that there's a low intensity range and a high intensity range, so they have sensitivity dynamic range of 4 log units, and so we established this model. There is a light activated ion channel responsible for the upper light with area from 1 to 100%, and a lower region that needs some amplification, and this has not been completely solved. We also measured flagellar beating together with photocurrents and have demonstrated that the appearance of this action potential, which is so important for the later measurements, that these cause the switch from forward to backward swimming, so the trigger for completely different behavior. Then, in parallel, we worked on the purification of the photoreceptor by using Ken Foster's mutant and reconstituting it with radioactive retinal, purified the most abundant retinal protein, had shown at least in the eye spot, and proposed that this is a light-activated ion channel. No response from the community at all. After 5 years later, 4 years later, we got a mail from this gentleman. And he asked us, I've been interested for some time in potential methods by which mammalian neurons might be transfected with genes whose product would permit light-triggered and depolarization of the action potential. That was a very interesting conversation that we studied, and probably most of you know that this is Roger Chan, who became famous by the GFP studies, and he failed. And the reason why he failed is sent him the wrong gene. So, at least we have shown it ourselves that it was the wrong gene. The abundant retinal protein in chromadomonas is not the photoreceptor we were looking for. So, but the honor of clearly showing the way to go remains yours. So this is my tribute to Roger Chen, who died much too early. It was always wonderful. He has no social behavior. When you met him, he continued the discussion at the sentence where we stopped 3 or 4 years earlier. So, Then Sunil Kataria joined my lab, and he discovered in a Katsuza library, the first cDNA library for Chlamydomonas, 2 new genes. And they were related to rhodopsin to some extent, and they showed a 7' helix domain and a long C-terminal end, which is about 40% of the protein. And we decided to express it in oocytes, but didn't have the oocyte method established in the lab, so we teamed up with Georg Nagel in Frankfurt and expressed this protein in 4 oocytes by using 2 voltage clamp experiments. And we have shown immediately, after 3 weeks or so, that these are the photocounts that reflect the photocount of Chlamydomonas. So it was immediately clear that this was the protein we were looking for. These are the original experiments with longer illumination times with channel 1, which shows a very strong pH dependence and a moderate cation dependence. And we call this protein channel rhodopsin because they unified an ion channel and a sensory unit. And there are 2 of them, channel rhodopsin 1 and 2. So why does Chen work with channel rhodopsin 1 unsuccessfully? Because the counts were too small. And then he didn't find a person in his lab to work on channel rhodopsin 2. So then after this experiments, we expressed this in human embryonic kidney cells. The channel rhodopsin 2 because the channel rhodopsin 1 showed small photocounts only. And the next thing is, what we found is that the 7' helix fragment is enough to trigger these photocounts, and the 60% of the protein are unnecessary. So we had a very compact, small system, which is a sensor and the ion channel together. So channel rhodopsin, and the conclusion was that channel rhodopsin can be functionally expressed in animal cells. So that conclusion stimulated many, or a number, not many yet, 5 laboratories basically, to work on this. And the first publication came out by Carl Deiser and Ed Boyden. They demonstrated that this works in hippocampal neurons, and you can fire trains of light, and the response that you get is a train of action potentials. The next person was Hiromu Yabo in Sendai. He demonstrated that it works on brain slices, and this might be forgotten. And the third person was Stefan Herlitz. He has shown that this functions in an animal, and the first animal was not the mouse, it was a chicken embryo. And the third person was Alexander Gottschalk. He produced a cell line which continuously allowed channel rhodopsin to manipulate neurons. And the last person is Huo Pan, who demonstrated it in blind mice that it can reconstitute vision. And he was also pretty late, so he has not been in the focus so far, but he belongs to the key people. And then later on, as you know, Carl and Ed have taken over the field and delivered all these modifications and other things. And certainly, meanwhile, it's also heavily expressed in zebrafish and Drosophila in the mouse, and you'll hear more about it later. So the technology is relatively simple. You take DNA from a microorganism, Chlamydomonas, for example, connect it with a promoter region from the cell of interest, pack it into a virus, inject the virus into the brain, and then you wait for a couple of weeks, and then you can replace the needle for the light guide, and then you can study the behavior, among other things. So what you need is a photoreceptor, a genetically encodable promoter element, a chromophore, which is present in sufficient amount. And this was my biggest surprise, that the brain contains retinol in sufficient concentration to reconstitute the opsin efficiently. And certainly, living organism in the wilderness is not so easily identified in a cage. So the specificity is a major issue, so you can't target a single neuron, and in parallel you can target another neuron with another actuator or inhibitor, and then you can study learning and memory and sleep and locomotor activity and feeding, and certainly since recently vision, hearing, sexuality, autism, addiction, anxiety, Parkinson, and so on. And Carl and Ed will speak about this. So what remained for us? So we went back to our original starting point, and we wanted to understand the photoreceptor. And And this is the current knowledge we have about the channel rhodopsin. This is mainly based on mutagenesis studies and biophysics, and also on the exoid structure that has been provided by Osamu Noeki in Japan. And he used a hybrid which was originally designed by Hiromu Yabu in Sendai. And certainly MD calculations that tell us where the water is most likely in the channel. And you see here the retinal chromophore, which provides the light sensitivity, and the green amino acids that are responsible for color tuning, and the brown amino acids that are responsible for conductance and ion selectivity. And they mutated all of them and know more or less what they are doing. But the key elements of the protein are the gates, the central gate and the inner gate, which are closed in darkness. And you should keep in mind that the image we have is a dark state of the channel rhodopsin. So it means that it's closed, and what you still need is certainly information about the open state, which is not available at the moment. Also, I'd like to bring to your attention that in contrast to other proteins, the sensory photoreceptors are highly dynamic. So they undergo thousands of conformational changes after light absorption, and only a few of them are detectable as absorption changes because they have relation to the chromophore. And this can be monitored by changing of the absorption wavelengths. This is 470 of the dark state, and then 500, and then 390, and 520. And this is a mean conducting state. And then it decays the conducting state in 10 milliseconds, and it reverts to the dark state only on a second time scale. But most interesting part is not highlighted here, which is the initial state. And by using pump-hope experiments, we studied them in detail together with John Kennis. And if you excite the cells from the electronic dark state to an exciting state, the conformation changes occur on an energy landscape to a minimum. And then there is a dissection, conical intersection between the excited state and the dark state. And here the decision is made to return to the dark state or to go into the photocycle product. So this is a very central point for the efficiency of this rhodopsin. So the decision is made on a picosecond time scale in a range of 10 to the minus 12 seconds after the flush. Everything else, what comes later, is a dark activity. So we certainly looked at the chromophore to understand the system and also to manipulate it in the sense that we can use it. And that was done with Carl many years ago, and with Ofer Izar, his postdoc, who is now at the Weizmann and will come tonight. And I gave you a few examples. So if you mutated this residue, you get larger cons. If you mutate this residue, you get a shorter open state lifetime. But more importantly, you remove the voltage sensitivity of the protein. And that allows you to fire action potential with higher speed, higher frequency, to study, for example, interneurons. And the third example is this cysteine. If you mutate this, you slow down the photocycle tremendously. And it goes from 10 milliseconds to 100 seconds or so, and this can be used for continuous depolarization. So here's one example. You apply blue light, you excite the cells, it fires action potential, and then you apply green light, and it goes back to the states. So this step function rhodopsin were very useful for future experiments. But also the CARN itself was very difficult at different channel rhodopsins. For example, this one is inactivating, and is an invert rectifier, and this is hyperactivating during a light flash. It's again invert rectifying. And here's another species which is not invert rectifying. And here's another species from somewhere near Hawaii, recently discovered. It completely inactivates in continuous light for whatever biological reason, we don't know. So in these properties are clustered in different evolutionary branches. And also, what came out that the color tuning is very, very important, so we can collect different organisms to address different cells. So one important experiment or one important question is shown here, the question of inactivation. And this is a typical biophysical question because requires a deeper insight. So if you look at the photocycle again, I have shown you the basic photocycle, which is shown here again. And we recently found that there are two conductances, an early and a late conductance. And the first one, the early one, is proton selective, and the second one is sodium selective. And depending on the equilibrium, you get a more proton or more sodium selective photon in your science experiment. Alternatively, so more or less competing with the 30 cis isomerization, you get an syn-anti or anti-syn isomerization, and it produces a second dark state, which started its own photocycle. And the open state in this photocycle is only weakly conductance and is more sensitive for protons. And this is a reason why in steady state light you get this reduced steady state level. So the system is more complicated than probably as an applicant you might imagine. And the question is, how can we manipulate this selectivity? And we identified some years ago two key residues, one in the inner gate and one in the central gate. And if you replace this glutamate, which is conserved in most of the channel rhodopsins, you can manipulate the ratio between proton conductance, which is shown in red, and sodium conductance, which is shown in green here. And then you can combine certainly these different mutations to drive it further in one direction. But you can also look at the wild-type channel rhodopsin, and this has Johannes Vier done, and compare the proton and the sodium selectivity. And you might end up with a PS-GHR, which is almost exclusively sodium selective, or you should look at the crimson and CS-GHR, which is almost exclusively proton selective. So only at neutral pH and low sodium you get a current here, and at alkaline pH you get no current. So what we engineer in the lab, nature has done a billion years before. You only have to find it. This is a problem. If you don't know what to look for, then you don't get anything. And Ed's lab has, for example, identified this crimson, which is very interesting for many reasons. It is almost purely proton selective. So you get at neutral pH and low sodium large current and no current at alkaline pH. But if you mutate this glutamate at this position, you convert it into a sodium selective channel rhodopsin. And what we concluded from this is that the selectivity filter is in this crimson at a completely different position. So close to the surface, whereas the central gate is not important at all and not existing in this variant. So nature developed many different possibilities how to control conductance and selectivity. And if you look at the crystal structure, you see the reason. So the water pore in this crimson is blocked at this position, whereas it's a free-flowing water in the channel rhodopsin from plummeted. So, unfortunately, we have not been successful to produce a potassium-selective channel rhodopsin. And this is on the list for a long time. And Carl and I came together again to work on it. But as long as this is not finished, we made a compromise and established two-component opgenetics. And in this case, we combined a soluble photoactivated enzyme, which is a cyclase that produces cyclic AMP, and that allowed us to activate a cyclic AMP-activated potassium channel, which can induce hyperpolarization. Alternatively, we recently worked on a rhodopsin cyclase, which is also a rhodopsin with an unusual tail, and this tail is an enzyme directly coupled to the rhodopsin, never found before, and this produces cyclic GMP, and we can use cyclic GMP-activated potassium channels to hyperpolarize the cell. And here's one example by Yin Benal, a postdoc in my group. She used this blue light-activated photoreceptor enzyme and combined it with a small potassium channel from a bacterium, and she got nicely hyperpolarization, which was very efficient. And due to this amplification, you can use it at very low light intensities because it drives 10,000 charges after one photon absorption, which is much more certainly than a pump, for example, that only transport a single charge, or an ion channel, like lamidomonas, which transport maybe between 10 and 20. So this is I'd like to show you a few examples. Franziska Schneider, a former student from my lab, she now has a group working on cardiogenetics, and she tried this and was able to inhibit action potentials from the heart cells and also to inhibit heart beating in her model systems. So it works nicely. And here's an experiment in pyramidal neurons, and you see the marvelous expression. And here's a small blue light flash, and it causes a long hyperpolarization in these cells. And certainly it would be better and probably more comfortable to use cyclic GMP instead of IMP, and therefore recently Ulrike Scheib, she established in my lab the functionality of the rhodopsin cyclases, interestingly identified by a theoretical physicist. She became unemployed and moved to biology, and she discovered with her friends these rhodopsin cyclases. And this is good for controlling cyclic MP and also for hyperpolarizing cell. So these are only a few examples, and I'd like to summarize. The major player is still the light-activated cation channel. What we are still missing is a potassium-selective channel. It has been complemented by anion channels and pumps, and also since some time, light-activated enzymes that complement the ion transporters. So this is still the major player. I could continue, but in the favor of time, I'd like to finish. My conclusion is algae have taken over the brain research, and if we continue to destroy the climate, they probably will take over the planet and control it, what they have done over 3 billion years. And I still have hope that will not happen, that the human species will also survive for some time. And this is my goal. And I'd like to express my gratitude and many thanks to all my co-workers I had the privilege to work with, to my photoreceptor and neuroscience friends and colleagues, and to the climate wellness community where all the business has started. And certainly I have collaborators over the last 3 decades, and a few I'd like to mention. First of all, Carl, who worked with us for the last probably 12 years or so, and he transferred all the knowledge to the neuroscience committee, and he had enough and profound molecular knowledge, so it was always a pleasure to work with him. Thanks, Carl, for that. And Ofer Izai, former students, now a group leader at the Weizmann, he established optogenetics at the Weizmann Institute, and Georg Nagel, who worked with us in the previous times, and certainly many spectroscopies and crystallographers. And I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that wonderful talk. So we have 2 halves of the presentation today, and each one we have 2 of our award winners speaking. Interspersed between those talks, we have 2 postdoctoral fellows from laboratories in the Department of Neurobiology at Harvard. And so these are talks by junior scientists who are using optogenetics in their own research to advance the inner workings, in this case, of the mouse brain for both. So the first of these talks is going to be from Kimberly Reinhold. She did her undergraduate work here at MIT and then went to University of California in San Diego to do a PhD with Massimo Scanziani. And then I was lucky enough to have her join my laboratory here on the Quadrangle. And she's going to tell us about her work using optogenetics to both activate and suppress neurons in the brain to uncover how a mouse learns a new skill. And
thank you. It's a real pleasure to be able to share a vignette of how we apply optogenetics. When I was in college, I was required to take a PE class, a physical education class. So I signed up for squash because I never before attempted a racket sport. And the first day, I showed up and I tried to hit the ball with the racket, and I was very, very bad. The instructor sent me to a court by myself to practice. And I did. I practiced and I attended all the classes that semester. And at the end of the semester, I still couldn't hit the ball with the racket. But other students seemed to learn. Squash is an example of how we learn through trial and error. We learn to associate sensory inputs, like the ball flying at my head, with appropriate motor outputs. Maybe swinging the racket, or in my case, running away. And we learn these associations through practice and feedback. Trial and error learning is a fundamental component of many different cognitive abilities. Therefore, it's vital we understand where in the brain and how it occurs. What do we know? Well, we know that people with Parkinson's disease have damage to the basal ganglia, a set of nuclei deep in the brain outlined in green. And we know that these people are impaired in trial and error learning. These people can't learn things like episodic facts, people's names, the time of day when something happened, but they have deficits both in motor learning, like the squash example, and also in purely cognitive trial and error learning tasks. Interestingly, people with damage to a different part of the brain, the temporal lobe, are amnesics. So these people can't learn things like the color of the experimenter's clothes, but they can learn practice-based tasks, trial and error tasks. And so we see a dissociation that suggests that the basal ganglia specifically support trial and error learning. And this has been confirmed in a number of model species. To figure out what goes wrong in disease, it's important we understand how trial and error learning works in a healthy brain. So today I'll tell you about our work to try to do this, to try to nail down more precisely where in the brain trial and error learning is computed and how. First, I'll explain our approach. We've developed a task in which mice learn through trial and error. There are two stages, learning and then execution of the learned behavior. I'll ask if basal needed after the mice have learned, whether basal ganglia are needed during learning, and if they are, how. To ask the question, are basal ganglia needed, we'd like a way to shut off these structures and look for effects on behavior. Diseases and stroke do this, they shut off brain areas, and lesion studies do the same. But those changes are rarely specific to a single brain circuit and unfortunately are irreversible. There are other kinds of changes we can impose in the brain, but these have higher spatial and temporal precision, but what we're really looking for is a technique with high spatial precision that also has excellent temporal precision. For example, able to probe really fast cognitive processes like the learning update that happens between swings of the racket, right, happening on seconds. And Cure Optogenetics fills the gap. Let me first tell you about the task we use. Mice, like humans, have basal ganglia that receive sensory inputs and project to motor outputs. To study this area, we've designed a task where mice learn through trial and error to associate a sensory component with a motor component. The sensory component, well, we could have chosen an external stimulus, like a flash of light, which would activate the eye and a number of visually responsive areas throughout the brain, many of which themselves project to the basal ganglia. Now we have a lot of active brain areas in different regions, and it becomes difficult to follow the flow of neural activity through the brain from start to motor output. So we decided to play a trick. We restrict the cue to be the activation of just one brain area, the visual cortex. This is well studied, accessible, and has a specific projection into the basal ganglia. We can use viral and genetic tools to express an optogenetic protein specifically in these neurons with cell bodies in the cortex that send their axons into the basal ganglia. And then we can implant a fiber through the skull of the mouse, shine blue light through that fiber into the brain, and that will activate the optogenetic protein chalarodoxin, which you heard a bit about, these cat channels, and that causes the cell to depolarize and fire action potentials. So we turn on neural activity in this specific population. The motor component of the task is a reach to a food pellet. We make the mice do this in the dark so they can't see the food, and we've ensured that they also can't smell or whisk the food, so they have to use the forearm and the forepaw to see if the food pellet is there. So the task proceeds like this. The mice reach a lot. Often there's no food there. They're just hoping. The optogenetic cue turns on, and then they reach and there is food. So they have to learn through trial and error that the optogenetic cue predicts food. Mice learn to do this. Here I'll show you a movie where pellets come into position. Let's see if I can find a pointer. Thank you. So you'll see that pellets come into position. And then the cue, the optogenetic cue turns on. So keep your eyes on this blue circle when the light flashes. That means we're stimulating neurons in his brain. So the cue's about to turn on. There, it turned on. And he's learned that that means the food is now available. So he reaches and grabs it and eats it. Remember, this is happening in the dark, so he can't see the pellet. We're spying on him with an infrared camera. The light here is just a flashing blue light that has nothing to do with the cue. And it's just to ensure that the mouse doesn't reach to flashing lights. And we have a variable interval between pellet presentations to make sure he's not counting time. So he's learned this task, and we can plot his behavior across many cue presentations or trials on the y-axis versus time in seconds on the x-axis, and then put his reaching onto this and see that sometimes he successfully grabs the pellet, other times he drops it, sometimes he misses it, and often he reaches and there's no pellet there. But what's important is that when we add up all the reaching across all of these trials and plot that as a histogram, with reaches on the y-axis and time on the x-axis, we see this huge increase in the frequency of reaching right after the cue. And this tells us that he has learned the association between cue and food. We've taught a number of mice to do this. Here's the mean and standard error. And we think that these animals are paying attention to the optogenetic cue because when the cue turns on, they reach. This is the same thing I showed you on the last slide. But when on a random set of trials we omit the cue, the mice don't reach, even though the pellet is there. And when we omit the pellet but the cue still turns on, the mice do still reach. So it seems that animals can learn this cue response association. Are the basal ganglia needed? The basal ganglia are a good candidate to link the cue to the motor output because these structures receive diverse sensory inputs and project to motor outputs. And because there's a direct pathway from cue-activated cortex into the input nucleus of the basal ganglia called the striatum. And I now want to focus on this input nucleus, the striatum, and in particular the subregion that receives that input from the cortex, that receives that cue signal. This is the dorsomedial tail of the striatum, and for the rest of the talk, when I say striatum, I'm referring to this part specifically. Does striatum link the cue to the motor output? Does it trigger the motor output? Well, if this simple linear model is correct, then we should be able to see a change in neural activity. So we test this by recording neural activity in the striatum. We can acutely implant recording electrodes into the animal's brain and record the activity of neurons. And then we can just draw a line every time we saw a spike and represent the neuron's activity in this way, where the different rows are different cue present on the x-axis is time. So you see that this neuron has some activity around the time of the cue, and we've found a number of such neurons which seem to show changes at the time of the cue. So this might be triggering the reach. Second, if this linear model is correct, then when we shut off this striatum, the animal should no longer be able to do the cued reach. So we have an optogenetic approach to do this. There are output neurons in the striatum, but there's a second general class of neuron in this area, and these are locally projecting inhibitory neurons. So we can put a red activatable optogenetic protein into these cells, shine red light through two bilaterally implanted fibers, basically turn on these inhibitory neurons, and they act to shut off the neurons that project out, the alpha neurons. And so essentially what we're doing here is performing a spatially and temporally precise loss of function, where we're shutting off specifically the part of striatum that gets the cue input, and then that sends output to the rest of the brain. And we want to know whether that output of striatum is needed for the cued reach. Importantly, previous work has shown that inactivating this part of the brain using drugs doesn't paralyze the animal's arm, so the animal can still move. What does red light do to neural activity? Let's take a look at this cell that we saw before. What we find is that turning on the red light prevents spiking in this neuron. And this is an inactivation lasting a second, but at the end of the red light, activity comes back. So unlike a lesion, this is reversible. We can suppress the activity of the cue responsive cells. You can see that here. And across all of the striatal projection neurons that we recorded, we see about an 86% reduction in activity. So the red light suppresses striatum. We can turn on the red light on a random set of trials at the time of the cue and ask if the mouse can still do the cued reach. So here's the cued reaching you've seen before, and now we want to know what happens when we eliminate striatum. Can the mice still do that cued reach, or is cued reaching gone? What we see is that the mice are perfectly able to do the cued reaching, and in fact, there's no change in reaction time, and there's no change in the animal's ability to successfully grab the pellet and eat it. So we see no motor deficits at all. So it seems that striatum does not trigger the cued reach after learning, and there must be some other brain area that serves this function. We don't know yet. We have some ideas. It turns out these neurons that project to the striatum also have collaterals to the thalamus, the pons, and the superior colliculus, and we're investigating now whether one of those areas might be the link. But I began the talk by telling you that the basal ganglia are really important for trial and error tasks. So maybe the basal ganglia are needed during learning. In order to test this, we have to have a way to measure learning. The mice make cued reaches, but they also make spontaneous reaches before the cue even turns on, just hoping there's a pellet there. And we would expect that learning involves an increase in cued reaching, plotted here on the y-axis, and a decrease in non-cued reaching, plotted on the x-axis. And this is what we see. Here's an example learning trajectory from a single mouse. You can see from the first day to the last day, the animal increases cued reaching, and there's a little decrease in the non-specific reaching. So we can plot the direction of this learning change by putting on a vector from the first day to the last day. And then across mice, we see that all animals learn by modifying behavior in this way. Interestingly, when we shut off the striatum for 1 second, but on every presentation of the cue, animals do not show the normal pattern of learning. Their behavior is disrupted, and so and here are the averages for those two groups. And so it seems that striatum is needed during learning. We can plot this data in a different way and combine the x and y axes by asking how much more cued reaching does the mouse do with respect than non-cued reaching, with respect to non-cued reaching. And this is a metric we call D prime. It doesn't matter, it's just a way to quantify learning. I'm going to plot it on the y-axis and then the day of training on the x. To give you a sense for what this means, low learning values, learning index values, mean no cued reaching. Middle values, the mouse is starting to do cued reaches, and at high values, the animal is performing really stereotypic cued reaches. So animals with the striatum intact learn this task, but when we inhibit striatum, mice don't learn. Maybe my striatum was asleep when I was trying to learn squash. Importantly, we haven't permanently damaged the mice in this red cohort because we can perform a recovery experiment. So we stop the manipulation, and now these animals have the striatum intact, and the same animals are able to learn. Maybe hope for my squash game yet. Okay. So it seems that striatum is needed to learn acute reaching. Can we get any idea of how? One hypothesis is that the striatum might get information about the outcome of the animal's behavior in the past and use that feedback to update the animal's behavior in the future. And that could happen at different time scales. This updating could be fast, as in the case of the squash racket swing, where you swing, you're not very good, you swing again, you're a little better, but you're still not very good, and that update is very rapid on the time scale of seconds. Or we can imagine a student cramming for an exam, learn a bunch of information, but that doesn't really get into memory until the little power nap begins. And maybe here the update is on a time scale of minutes to hours. So if we had a way to measure learning on a faster time scale, we could ask about the basal ganglia involvement on a faster time scale. I've showed you we can measure learning across days. If we had a way to similarly measure learning across trials within a day, then we could look at kind of faster cognitive mechanisms. So now, instead of looking at the probability of reaching, we're going to look at the animal's reaction time, which is the time delay to the first reach. And we're going to compare the reaction time early in the day to the reaction time 100 trials later. If the animal is improving, then his reaction time is speeding up. We're going to plot that improvement, that speed up, on the y-axis. On the x, I'm going to show the change we expect if the animal is simply modifying the rate of reaching before the cue. Okay, so this is reaches before the cue, so it has nothing to do with cued reaching. And so we have a non-cued component and a cued component. We find that mice learn within a day, shown here. They increase cued reaching and decrease non-cued reaching. Does striatum store this accumulated learning within a day? If it does, then when we shut off the striatum at the end of the day, which we can do with optogenetics very precisely, wait and then shut off striatum, we expect that the animal's behavior will fall back to where it was at the beginning of the day. But if striatum does not store this learned accumulated performance change, then we expect that there will be little change in the cued reaching. And this is what we see. So it seems the striatum does not store the within-day improvement. But if we disengage striatum early in the day and turn off the striatum on all trials, we see that the animals never seem to build up or accumulate that improved performance. And we can see incremental updates. When the mouse touches the pellet, he improves, but this incremental improvement is reduced when we shut off the striatum. So we favor the hypothesis that the striatum acts on a very fast time scale to update behavior. And so in conclusion, what I've showed you today is that activating a specific set of neurons in the brain is sufficient to teach mice an acute response. The striatum isn't needed after learning, but it is needed during learning. And we think it's needed specifically to provide these fast incremental updates. And so a picture emerges. This is just a cartoon, but we can imagine that the striatum is the arrow pushing the animal through behavior space, and that in healthy learning, these incremental updates add up to bring the animal to some optimal place. Maybe addiction is overcharged learning, maybe there's a deficit in Parkinson's in that updating, maybe Tourette's or OCD, or wandering to the wrong part of behavior space, or the brain getting stuck in a local minimum. We think that perhaps the deficits that we see when we shut off striatum, while small on a fast time scale, could really add up over a long time to produce the really serious problems that we observe in basal ganglia dysfunction and disease. So I'd like to thank the people who contributed. Of course, all of the people who developed optogenetics, thank you. Bernardo Sabatini, my advisor, and Marcy Agarola, an excellent technician who's been working with me on this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kim. next speaker is Dr. Edward Boyden from MIT. Ed is the Eva Tan Professor of Neurotechnology and also a professor at the Media Labs, as well as an investigator of Howard Hughes Medical Institute. Ed did his undergraduate work at MIT, where apparently he studied quantum computing, what I learned from his CV. I was surprised about that. And then went to Stanford to do his PhD in neurobiology, working with Jennifer Raymond and Richard Chen, who is the brother of Roger Chen that we heard about earlier, somewhat ironically. While he was at Stanford, he worked with Carl Deiserhoff and Fong Zhang to first put channel-rhodopsin into neurons and show, as we learned earlier, that one could control the activity of 1 million neurons with this tool. Afterwards, he came to MIT, and I think his lab is really one of the broadest and yet consistently creative in many areas, laboratories that I've ever seen. His group has worked, of course, on finding new and engineering new optogenetic actuators, and we've heard a little bit about that. His group has also developed robotic systems for doing electrophysiological analysis in the brain. He's worked on new amplifiers for electrophysiological analysis. And most recently, he's developed what almost seems like a comical approach, but is really incredible, which is that in order to look at tissue at higher resolution, he decided to not improve the microscope, but instead make the tissue bigger, and thus into how complex tissues are organized. Ed, welcome.
Great. Well, first I'd like to express my gratitude to be here receiving this award with my good friends, collaborators, and colleagues. It's a tremendous honor, and I'm excited to get to talk today about optogenetics, but also kind of how different technologies might fit together in this grand quest to understand the brain. The brain is so complicated that I think we need to think about an integrated tool set that lets us make maps of the brain. It lets us control the brain. And optogenetics, of course, is one of those key techniques. And then what you might call the opposite of optogenetics, to watch the brain in action. And interestingly, that tools in that nature are emerging from the optogenetic tool set itself. Why is it so hard? Well, the brain, amongst biological systems, exhibits extraordinary spatial complexity and temporal complexity. So if you think about it, brain cells are enormous, right? They're centimeters in spatial extent. We have neurons of a meter in length going down our spinal cord. And yet if you care about the building blocks of neural computation, you care about axons and dendrites, synaptic connections, and biomolecules within brain cells. So how do you see across all those scales and control across all those scales of spatial extent? And there's also time. So of course, if you care about learning or memory or Alzheimer's disease or development or aging, these are long-term processes that take hours to days to years. And the quantum building blocks of brain computations, though, are these millisecond timescale electrical pulses. So if we're thinking about ways to build tools to address brain questions, you really have to think fundamentally about space and time. And so today I'll tell you about sort of our thinking about these properties that yielded principles of how to discover and engineer tools, focusing on optogenetics, but towards the end I hope to also talk a little bit about how we're trying to develop strategies for imaging neural activity. And of course, if you can see and control neural activity, that's great, but it would be nice to have a map of the brain so you know where in the brain to look or perturb neural activity. And my hope is that if we can stitch together these tool sets, comprehensive emergent pictures of how brain circuits work might become more and more feasible. So let's start with optogenetics. So you've already heard through the first couple talks the introduction of the idea. I first met Carl when I got to Stanford, and we started brainstorming about how would you control neural dynamics, and sort of started going through the laws of physics. Could you use magnetic field? Could you use light? And light, of course, would be great. As Francis Crick independently also outlined, is it's as fast as anything ever gets, and you can aim it at things. You have to bring light into the brain, and much as people have brought electrodes into the brain for over a century, you can bring in optical fibers or other kinds of optical devices. So the next question becomes, do you make a molecule that converts light to electricity, or do you find it? As Peter already introduced, there's a family of microbial opsins that study which goes back many decades, which in single-celled organisms will convert light into electrical signals. So the first of these to be characterized was actually a light-driven proton pump, shown here in structural form. It's a 7-transmembrane protein with an all-transretinal chromophore that absorbs the light, and you get these rapid conformational changes of what the discoverers named bacteriorhodopsin, light-driven proton pump. And that's found in halophilic archaea, microbes that live in really salty water. Around a decade later, several groups found in the same species light-driven chloride pump, which they named halorhodopsin. Some similarities, but differs in certain specific key residues that makes it a chloride pump rather than a pump of positive charge. And then you've already heard about Peter and his colleagues who discovered the channelrhodopsins, light-driven ion channels. Originally, the ones they found were cationic, and now we also know there are inhibitory ones that let negative charge through. So for me, one of the key interesting papers that got me interested in these opsins was from 1999 from Okuno and colleagues. And at the time, these molecules have been characterized in these halophilic archaea. So they worked at very high salt concentrations. Here's electric current versus chloride. And you can see the peak is at a very high level of chloride. And if your brain is like mine, then the chloride is down around here. So this molecule wouldn't work very well. This is a halorhodopsin, light-driven chloride pump from a specific species. But one of these molecules had, for whatever bizarre evolutionary reason, its peak function in the low chloride regime. And so this is actually one of the first molecules that Carl and I started collecting from colleagues. The first one that we tried out was, of course, the one that you've already heard about from Peter, that was discovered by him and his colleagues, the channelrhodopsin 2. And we put the gene into neurons, shined brief pulses of blue light, just from a standard light source for seeing GFP at the time. And almost in the first try, what we found was that you could drive action potentials in cultures hippocampal neurons. And also didn't require the all-transretinal, the chemical cofactor, to be added. For whatever strange reason, mammalian neurons made the chemical cofactor. So a lot of what we've been doing over the time since has been trying to figure out, well, what are the principles of finding these molecules and pushing their physical properties to the limits of speed and spectral sensitivity and all of the other parameters that we would like to achieve. And so this is a summary slide, and I'll go through some of the examples of molecules in the following slides. But what we found is that members of all three of these classes, the light-driven proton pumps, the light-driven chloride pumps, and light-driven ion channels, can be found that actually are safe enough, effective enough, fast enough, and powerful enough that they do work in neurons, which are, of course, a bit of a delicate environment with lots of complex physiology. So Brian Chow and Xue Han, when they were working with me, looked at light-driven proton pumps and found that a member of this family from the archaeopsin class, if you genetically express it in neurons and then shine green or yellow light, will powerfully pump protons out of neurons and silence their activity quite powerfully. Halorhodopsins do inverse pumping, but of a negative charge, so it has a similar physiological effect, although different in a biophysical way. They pump chloride in response to green or yellow or orange light and hyperpolarize the neuron, shutting it down. By deleting neuroactivity, you can look at the necessity of a set of neurons for a behavior or pathological state. And then the channelrhodopsin 2 we put into neurons back in 2004, and you can shine blue light on the neurons, let positive charge in, and you can activate that, letting you investigate what those neurons are sufficient to trigger. And I should mention that Amy Trong, when she was a grad student in my group, pushed halorhodopsins out to some of their different physical limits, and Nathan Kopecki, when he was in my group, tried and succeeded the same with channelrhodopsins. So light-driven proton pumps, this is sort of surprising to us that this worked. We don't think of proteins very abundant in neurons or outside neurons. At neutral pH, their orders of magnitude less concentrated than sodium and potassium and the other ions we often think about in neurophysiology. So to our surprise, we found this molecule, archaeopsin 3, when we put it into neurons, allowed us to make large photocurrents and to silence neuroactivity even in awake behaving mice. This is really, to our knowledge, the first near 100% nearly digital silencing of neural activity in awake-behaving animals. And we find these molecules by either searching genomic databases or by sometimes doing our own genomic investigations. And there are different strategies that you can take. So one, of course, if you find a molecule that you like, you can search locally in genomic space, look at species related to the species that you found the molecule from, and see if you can find improvements. So, for example, there's an archaeal species for which the Archaeodotson-3 came, and Shira and Brian continued to search in species closely related, and the original molecule Arch was powerful silencing, but the small molecule Arch-T was even more powerful. You can also search broadly in genomic space. So Lena and Brown have discovered that a species of fungus, actually, Leptosphaera maculans, had a light-driven proton pump. And we have got the gene, which we nicknamed MAP for short, and we found that it was also able to silence neural activity. And because MAP had a color shift, this is the action spectrum, the current on the y-axis and color on the x-axis, you could express MAP and a more redshifted opsin in two different neurons, and then use two different colors of light to differentially affect them. So a MAP expressing neuron will be more silenced by blue light, and a molecule expressing or red light sensitive molecule will be more silenced by red light. That molecule that was more silenced by red light was actually the very same halo dots that I mentioned earlier, which was then found by the Kuno and colleagues paper to be sensitive to light in a realm of salt concentration that was much lower than you might expect. And this molecule, we published the first proof of concept neural silencing back in 2007, but it was a fairly weak molecule. The currents were not as impressive as we might have hoped. So we started thinking about the same genomic storage properties and thought, well, could we find molecules that are light-driven chloride pumps that are much more powerful? And you can also find molecules that have a redshifted spectrum of activation. Now, why would you want that? Well, when Amy Trump was a PhD student working with me, we started thinking about the propagation of light in the brain. And of course, this is well known by many investigators long before us. But if you put blue, green, or yellow light into the brain, there's absorption and scattering of the light. But if you go to red or even infrared light, there's less absorption. And that's one of the reasons why blood looks red, right? It doesn't absorb as much red light. And so the top are models, at the bottom are actual measurements we made, which suggested that redshifting molecules could be quite powerful. So as often begins, we started by looking through different genomes for candidate genes and stumbled across a class of molecules in this Crookes-Taylor Dobson class, for the technical term, which did seem to have a redshifted spectrum with respect to the original. And then thanks to decades of structural work, both through point mutagenesis and crystallography, we made a couple of mutations that increased the current. And what we found was that if we expressed the gene for this molecule that we call JAWS, because it came from the shark strain of a salamandra, we could actually get light from a red laser, shine it through even an intact skull of an awake behaving mouse, and shut down neurons many millimeters deep into the brain. Nathan Kopecki, he was a PhD student in the group, tried to do something similar but for the activators. And so he did a very large-scale screen. He computationally looked at over 1,000 plant genomes in a project that's headed by Gain Wong called the 1,000 Plant Project, and identified over 60 new channelopsids and expressed all of them looking for function. As you can see from the red X's, a lot of them didn't work at all, but some of them did. And these are his screen currents in the red, the green, the blue, and he found exactly one of these after this enormous search that responded well to red light, which he named Crimson. And Crimson allows you to drive neural activity in response to red light. We made a point with Crimson R that has better kinetics, and you can even use light getting into the infrared, your 735 nanometer light, driving a neuron to spike in a slice of the mouse visual cortex. So, of course, you can use Crimson and red light to activate large volumes and deep into tissue, but it's also found use in other areas that at the time I didn't even really think about. Vivek Jayaraman at Geneva Research Campus really wanted a better optogenetic activator for Drosophila, fruit flies. And the problem with fruit flies is that if you use blue, green, or yellow light, they have a startle response. They kind of flail their arms and sort of freak out, I guess. But if you use Crimson and red light, then the effect is minimized. And he was then able to elicit through crimson and red light activation behavior in Drosophila. And so now it's in very widespread use in the fly community, for example. Nathan, and also this screen, found molecules that were very fast. So one that he named Chronos, which is a generopsin with very fast kinetics. And so it's found uses in parts of neuroscience where kinetics is important, like in the auditory system, or in the stimulation of axons that have high firing rates. And interestingly, these two molecules, crimson and Chronos, have also been very valuable because they can be used together. So if you look at the photocurrent on the y-axis and the color on the x-axis, you can see that, of course, here's crimson, where it has a peak out here in the orange, and you can drive it to the red. Here's Chronos in the blue circles, and then the original chatoropsin 2 in the black triangles. But they're all recruitable, at least to some extent, by blue light. So we made the observation that if we use dim blue light to drive Chronos, so dim that it would really recruit crimson, and we can then use bright red light to drive crimson, we can differentially control the spiking of independent populations. So groups have now used this to look at multiple synaptic inputs to the same cell, or how a neuromodulatory pathway might affect a given excitatory pathway in the brain, because it gives you differential control over these pathways. So a lot of the work we've done has been in the searching through genomes for interesting properties, like extreme shift of color or extreme kinetic performance. But what about getting to the ultimate levels of spatial resolution? Could you get single cell, single steptic event, or single spike control over circuitry? So we started collaborating with an expert on holographic neural stimulation, Valentina Miliani, at the Institute of Vision in France. And this is work that Orshamash Dimitri Tennessee and Larry Zampini triply spearheaded. So she builds microscopes that look like this, where you have a laser and you bounce the laser off of a spatial light modulator and basically project a hologram into the brain, a three-dimensional sculpture of light, if you will. And so we decided, well, what if we could try to build opsins that were optimized for this purpose? Importantly, we also want to make sure the opsins are located just at the cell body and not on all the axons and dendrites. This is an idea that several groups, like Frank Berglund, Jean Pan, and McLean Bolton, had tried taking the original chatoropsin 2 and fusing peptides to them to get them to be just at the cell body. Now, why is that? Well, even if you holographically drive a cell, you're going to hit the axons and dendrites of neighbors that come by. And by fusing a peptide to it, you can localize it to the cell body. So we thought, well, we found all these new opsins. What if we do a double screen and look for new opsins that enable very powerful control when you activate just the cell body, and also peptides that will enable them to be targeted there? It turns out that one of the molecules that Nathan had found in his screen, COCHR, which if we'd known it was going to be cool, we would have come up with a better name, is a very powerful molecule, about an order of magnitude higher occurrence than molecules like chatoropsin 2. And so we thought if we located it just in the cell body, that might help make up for the lack of current, because we're depriving the axons and dendrites of all those currents that would normally come there. And then Orshamash found a peptide that would fuse the COCHR, targets it just to the cell body for expression. Here's a sea of green in this slice of cortex, and here you can see cells that are spaced with darker intervals between them. So why is that helpful? Well, if you record a cell and then scan your holographic laser about, when the opsins are everywhere, about a third of the time, Valentina's team observes straight activation. But if you located the molecules just as the cell body, then the effect went down essentially to zero. So in summary, a lot of this quest has been an optimization of luck, right? The molecules, essentially out of the box, had speeds and amplitudes and profiles that made them appropriate for controlling neural activity. And in recent years, we've really tried to push the toolbox out to their physical limits of performance, maximizing amplitude, accelerating speed, shifting colors, and improving spatial precision. But it's interesting to think about, well, what about the opposite? Can we learn from this experience and do anything for the opposite goal of imaging neural activity? Can we get neurons to light up when they are active? So in this case, of course, the natural world has not made us so lucky. There's no molecule that all by itself will convert neural activity into light with the right speed and safety profile and efficacy. What we got lucky with in optogenetics did not translate to the inverse problem of imaging. So we started thinking, well, if the natural world won't evolve these things, why don't we build a robot that will do the evolution in the laboratory? And so when Kirill Yakovich and Eric Young were postdocs in my group, we decided to try to build basically a robotic scientist. Why can't we build a robot that would kind of do what we do when we were screening for optogenetic tools, but in an automated way? So how do you do that? Well, suppose you have a bunch of genes. They can be obtained from the wild, or they could be mutants of an old gene that you want to evolve in some direction. Some of the mutants might be more interesting for your goal, and some might be less. And then we transfect these genes into cultured mammalian cells, and each cell gets one copy, a different mutant. And then you can use an automated microscope to scan around and look for cells and therefore molecules that have things of the right speed and safety profile and efficacy, and all the things that we want for indicators that for optogenetics the natural world provided. Then we bring in a robotic arm developed by our collaborator, Malit Zabo, and we can then pull out the cells and therefore the genes that are interesting. Now it turns out that Adam Cohen's group here at Harvard made the serendipitous discovery that the molecule arcudopsin-3 that I mentioned earlier, that we had discovered was a very powerful neurosilencer, was actually a weakly fluorescent voltage indicator. And his team went on to make a mutant called Quasar-2 that was brighter than arcudopsin-3, but still quite dim and not very well localized in the membrane. And nevertheless, it's been useful in cultured neurons for imaging voltage. So we thought, why don't we try to do a very large scale, this might be one of the largest directed evolution screens ever done in mammalian cells, that way. We did almost 10 million mutants in 2 rounds of evolution. And let's screen for multiple parameters. We want the molecule to be bright and well localized and safe and photostable. Why screen for multiple parameters? Well, if you're trying to take a molecule and mutate it and then screen for better mutants, if you push it in one direction, say screen for brightness, you might de-evolve it away from the other properties that you seek. Evolution doesn't pull any punches, it's just trying to get the job done. And so here you can see brightness on the y-axis and localization to the membrane, which is sort of a proxy of safety as well as function. And each circle is a different cell containing a different mutant. And indeed, you can see cells and therefore molecules that are very well localized, but you know what, not that bright. And then molecules that are much brighter, but hey, they're no better localized than the parent. So with this, we did a couple rounds of directed evolution and found a molecule that we named Archon, which is well localized to the membrane. In the lower left, it has good kinetics, which is inherited from the parent, Quasar-2. And on the right, it has good changes in fluorescence and signal to noise. And so we gave it to groups like Bernardo Sabatini's group, who did some measurements of synaptic events in brain slice. They would stimulate in one layer of the cortex and image synaptic events in a different layer of the cortex. This focused in the lower left, and black is what you see when you record with a patch like that. It's sort of a ground truth, if you will. And magenta are the unaveraged traces imaged on a microscope. So it turns out that this is a red fluorescent molecule. You can shine 630 nanometer light, which is sort of the color of a laser pointer, and it'll emit redder light around 660 nanometers and longer. More recently, Kirill Yakovich and Sesbet Susan Guan Sang from Shua Han's group have been expressing this in awake-behaving mammals and being able to image neural activity in multiple regions of the brain, motor cortex, visual cortex, striatum. These traces look like patch traces, but they're being imaged on a microscope. In this case, you can see in the upper left an epifluorescent or one-photon microscope. And you can even see a population of neurons in an awake-behaving animal here in the mouse hippocampus, and look at the dynamics of these cells in a local network. Importantly, since this molecule is a red fluorescent molecule, you can use it in conjunction with blue light optogenetics and drive neurons while you image them. So you can imagine being able to perturb in a closed-loop way neural activity while looking at the voltage of the cells as well. So in summary, we wanted to do for imaging what the natural world had done for optogenetics, and it turns out that an optogenetic tool can be mutated to become a pretty useful fluorescent indicator of neural activity, in this case, the voltage of the membrane. But ideally, you would be able to image a circuit and perturb it with also some knowledge of how these cells are connected to other cells, upstream cells that bring in inputs, downstream cells that have outputs. How do you know what the network looks like? And so the last couple of minutes, I want to talk about some newer work we've been doing, which is, I think, going to be very helpful in building a pipeline for generating new hypotheses to be tested with optogenetics. And this is a way we developed to make maps of brain circuitry. Now, why is this hard? Well, many people are using electron microscopy to make maps of brain circuitry. Some here at Harvard who pioneered the field of connectomics, looking at large-scale electron microscopy maps of the brain. But it's very hard to see molecular information with electron microscopy. There's also super-resolution microscopy. Storm microscopy was invented here at Harvard. But it's difficult to scale this up to large 3D structures because of the physical properties of super-resolution microscopy. So starting with two then grad students, Faye Chen and Paul Tilburg, and now at half our group works on this, we decided, well, what if instead of zooming in on the brain, we could physically blow it up? What if you could install a dense spiderweb-like mesh of soluble material, like the stuff in baby diapers, around and between all the biomolecules of a cell, soften the specimen by treating it with chemicals, add water, and you can blow up the brain and make it bigger. And so this owes a debt to a bunch of old lines of research. Actually, my MIT colleague, Toyoshi Tanaka, who unfortunately passed away relatively young from a heart attack, but in the early 1980s, he was studying the physics of these highly soluble polymers. So in this cartoon, you see the white polymer mesh, you add water, and it's drawn in through osmosis, the polymer swells, and it's a highly charged polymer, importantly, so the physical growth can be enormous in a very short amount of time. And he published this beautiful paper studying the sort of phase transition-like physics as the polymer increases by 1,000-fold in volume in a matter of minutes. You also have to get the polymer in, and there's also a long history to that. People like Peter Howes at University of Dreyer were using uncharged hydrogels like polyacrylamide and taking specimens and embedding them in these polyacrylamide hydrogels to improve their imaging. So if you could synthesize instead of spiderweb-like mesh, but make it a charged polymer, one could try to take a brain cell like the one on the left and pull the building blocks of life apart from each other to make something more like the one on the right, a constellation of biomolecules hovering in space, but with a relative organization preserved. So how do we do it? Well, we have to invent a couple chemistries. In this cartoon, the proteins are shown in brown, and we have to invent handles that bind to DNA, RNA, proteins, and now we're even on sugars and lipids, and put little anchors or handles in all of them, so we can apply force to them and pull them apart. Then we have to make the polymer, and so we use free radical polymerization to synthesize the polymer hydrogel mesh, except we use these charged monomers, sodium acrylate, to form a polyacrylate mesh. And the spacing between the polymer chains is very tiny, around the size of a biomolecule or so. And when these chains encounter the handles or anchors, they form a bond. Finally, we soften the tissue by adding in detergents or heat or even enzymes to chop things up. And then when we add water, the polymers will swell, as Tanaka had beautifully worked out the physics long ago, but this time, the biomolecules will come along for the ride. So we published the initial discovery that we could evenly expand the biological system back in 2015. In panel B is a piece of mouse brain. The polymer is very, very dense. The spacing is again at biomolecular scale. After the process, this piece of tissue grows until it's like the one on the right, about 100 times bigger in volume. Now by design, we made the mesh so dense and so evenly synthesized that we wanted it to be an even expansion process. But this is biology. It's not enough just to design it, you have to prove it. And so we and many others have been doing very detailed control experiments where we take a pre-expansion image with a classical method of nanoimaging, like STORM, and then we take a post-expansion image after we blow up the specimen and compare them. And the distortion is not zero, but it's really small, maybe around a couple percent over length scales of tens to hundreds of microns. So here on the left, you can see a piece of the mouse brain, cortex, and hippocampus. This is a Thigh-1 YFP mouse that Opium Fung and Jock Staines and colleagues made many years ago. And we're going to zoom in from top to bottom. That white square we blow up, and you can see two cell bodies and some purplish dots that are synapses of the antibody stain. And we're going to zoom in again, and the purplish dots get blurry because we've hit the resolution limit of our confocal microscope. That's all before expansion. But after we expand, you can now see cleanly the pre- and post-static sides of these neural connections. Blue is an antibody against the pre-static protein Pursuit. Magenta is representing the image of taken with an antibody against Homer 1A, a post-static protein. And the distance between these two protein densities is the same that Catherine Dulac and Xiaowei Zhuang measured many years ago with storm microscopy, except now you can use hardware that most groups already have. Our physics group, we worked with to try to apply some light sheet microscopes that their group had invented to expanded brain tissues. And the effect is that we now have some order of magnitude speed up over equivalent resolution competing technologies. And it's just a matter of engineering to make microscopes go faster. And so this was work that Ray Gao, Sho Asano, and Gokul Kodiyuba typically spearheaded across our group and our Betsy's group, imaging mitochondria and lysosomes at the top and myelin at the bottom. We can look at synapses and dendritic architectures and axonal architectures across the thickness of the mouse cortex. And our hope is that we might be able to have a 50,000-fold speed up just by further engineering, hopefully not too many months from now. So the beauty here is that you can really image it at scale across extended neural circuits, but without losing sight of the nano architecture of what's in a brain. So here is the same color code as before. We have synaptic proteins in blue and magenta, and we now have YFP in yellow. And now we're kind of at a mesoscale, but we can zoom in and get very close to individual synapses. And this is kind of a long movie. In the interest of time, I'm just going to skip to a part here where we're going to start sort of zooming out and seeing more of the context. And you can then again zoom in and see the detail. This is a movie that we made of an entire fruit fly brain where the dopaminergic neurons are expressing a fluorescent protein. And I just like it because it feels like a roller coaster as you fly through it. We're going to go right through the ellipsoid body right there. And now we're going to go out into the more lateral side of the fruit fly brain. And I hope you can see that we can see individual axons and dendrites, but we can also zoom out and see the entire brain as well. So why is it helpful? Well, you can really start to look at the wires of the brain. Here's another Harvard technology, Rainbow, from Jeff Litzman and Josh Haynes and others, where you express 404s in combinations in brain cells. So this blue cell got one 404 delivered by a virus. This green cell got a different one. This aqua one might have gotten one copy of each. And if you zoom in into axons, or here in the mouse hippocampus, you quickly get the resolution without a microscope, and it's hard to see these axons. It's a blur, right? What's this green banana shape? But after you expand, you can cleanly resolve the individual axons of this bundle. And so we and others are now trying to design machine learning techniques to automatically trace neural circuits that are color-coded with a strategy, which they call Rainbow, and also to use expansion to give the resolution at scale. So to summarize, we discovered that you can physically magnify biological systems, and this technique has really started to become popular with people making discoveries published every week in a wide variety of species, not just brain cells, Giardia parasites in the lower left, E. coli in the upper right, planaria and kidney specimens, and the list goes on and on and on. So our last slide is, what I really would like to see is if we can build these into a pipeline. Suppose with expansion mapping, you could make comprehensive maps of brain circuits, and then you can go in and observe the neural activity using fluorescent indicators of voltage and other signals that neurons perform, and then go in with optogenetics and use that to do a causal test of what a pattern means. Can we assemble this into a pipeline that could, who knows, maybe even yield computational models of how neural circuits work or how they go wrong in dysfunction? So I think I've acknowledged along the way all the people who've led specific projects, but I'll just put up this slide, which I don't have time to go through, which just acknowledges people within the group at the top and our alumni who helped with these projects, and an even longer list of people in the middle who collaborated with us to make these reality. It's really an omnidisciplinary arena, neuroscience nowadays. So I hope you can use these techniques in your group. We have a big culture of teaching, and feel free to email me if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Ed. So now we have about a 20-minute break, and we'll come back with the second session.
They're very.
No, I just really want to really good feedback. Yeah. Well, let's how about this? Can we go climbing instead? We really like climbing. I don't really like sponsor. No rocket sports.
Yes, my Rosatera.
Yeah, that's so awesome. I love that.
Yes.
Nice. Oh, that looks good. Oh wait, hold on. He's gonna go like make a show up on that. I love the mouse PR. Oh, nice. This is great.
That's
awesome.
Charlie, you really need to make sure all the videos are working and not the disaster.
No, it's so true though. Like I've seen about 4 talks lately where people tried to put videos and they didn't work, and people were like, "Oh, if I updated PowerPoint,
No.
and like videos apparently stopped working."
Yeah. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're good. Someone? Set.
Nice. That's awesome. That was beautiful. Is that the music scope?
This is someone's.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Yeah.
Very nice.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes. Shall we?
Yeah, let's look.
Great. Awesome.
Is it this place here or is it there?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You got it. Just one. All right. Great. HDMI or. Yep, that works. I haven't adapted to use my own. If you don't mind, yeah. And probably lose them. Yeah. Enormous rate. Yeah. Just wanna. Actually, let me try this one. Pat in the back's part of the way. If you just press play, and then he'll throw you off. Just have a large. Okay, that looks great. Just take it. I started the black slide. So. Okay. I just want to quickly make sure that this thing is able to sleep on me. Yes. So is it nice and bar? Nice and bar. Yeah. If you need a laser pointer, that's one of the buttons. Okay, that's better. That microphone. Yeah. Can you hear decently in the back? It helps. Yeah. The same close. Yeah. Close to after that. Okay. Great. Thank you so much.
No, I'll take care of it.
Yeah. Can I just test out? Have you put your
Do you mind flashing me up for just a second?
when they're done, just close there. I'll close mine down before you go.
Can we just double check this again?
This looks good.
Awesome. And I'll bring the lights down. Thank you, Ed.
Okay, well, if everybody can take their seats, please, we're ready to start again. Okay, well, welcome back for the second half of our Alpert Prize Symposium. We're going to follow the same format with the two awardees bracketing talk by a postdoc. So our first talk is by Gero Miesenbach. Gero is the Wayne Fleet Professor of Physiology at the University of Oxford and the Director of the Center for Neural Circuits and Behavior. He's from Austria, and he did his medical degree at Innsbruck, which he studied with the classical physiology, and then took a remarkable reductionist turn and came to the United States to work at Yale with Jim Rothman on the mechanisms of vesicle secretory pathways in cells. And what I like very much about Gero is that when he faces a problem in biology, and I think he's very much motivated by biological problems, when he faces a problem in biology, he creates a tool to solve it. So when he was in Jim's lab, he invented what I think is really the first GFP-based sensor of a cellular process, or at least one of the first, which was a synaptofluorin, in which he exploited pH sensitivity and modified the pH sensitivity of GFP in order to create a protein whose fluorescence changed from the acidic environment to the extracellular environment in the secretory chain. This has been very important as a tool that's still used today to monitor, among other things, the release of neurotransmitter from neurons. When he set up his own laboratory, he chose something in between the secretory pathway and animal physiology, or rather mammalian physiology, and studied the Drosophila nervous system and tried to understand how the brain of that smaller animal controls its behavior. Again, faced with problems, he invented several forms of optogenetics. One was to reconstitute, as we heard before, the entire visual transduction pathway of the fly in neurons to render those cells sensitive to light. It was a great demonstration. I don't think he really used it for biological discovery, so he went on and invented yet a second approach, which was to exploit ion channels that were not present in the fruit fly, for which he could design light-activated ligands. And he's used that to great extent to make fundamental discoveries about the relation between activity and behavior in the fruit fly. And I have great admiration for his work. I think he's going to tell us today about some biology, including some wonderful work on the basis of sleep drive in fruit flies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernardo, for this very, very kind introduction. It's obviously an enormous honor and a huge pleasure to be here. In fact, the honor and the pleasure are so large that I decided to share them with my doppelganger. This is Dr. Gero. We have more in common than just the first name. He's also a scientist, a mad one in this Japanese comic called Dragon Balls. He strives for world domination, just like I do. And if you look carefully, you can see that his skull has been replaced with a transparent plexiglass dome. Of course, so that the function of specific genetically targeted neural circuits in his brain can be controlled with light. And that's what today is all about. Now, what motivated the invention of optogenetics some 20 years ago was the idea that a technology like this would open 3 experimental doors for neuroscience that had previously been locked. The first of these doors was the ability to pinpoint the neuronal causes of behavior with much greater precision than what had been practiced previously. And this idea really reflects my scientific upbringing as Jim Rothman's postdoc, where the mantra that I was exposed to on a daily basis was reconstitution, reconstitution, reconstitution. In other words, if you're a biochemist, you want to understand how a biochemical process works. What you do is you purify the responsible actors, you put them back together, and you reconstitute the biological process from these pure components. So when I started my own lab, I thought, what would be the equivalent of a biochemist's reconstitution for a neuroscientist? And of course, that equivalent is to metaphorically purify the electrical activity patterns that underpin our mental lives, play them back into a nervous system, and if you in this way can reconstitute perception, action, emotion, thought, then you have a credible claim that you really understand how these mental events are actually based in the physics of the nervous system. The second experimental door that I thought optogenetics would unlock was the probing for neuronal connections, which is classically done in a painstaking way in paired electrode searches, and in more modern approaches, equally painstakingly through large-scale reconstructions of neural circuits. One alternative approach, of course, would be to replace one of the stimulating electrodes with a light beam that can be rastered across tissue, and then just listening with one electrode whenever the light beam hits a connected partner, and in this way unravel synaptic connectivity. And the third experimental door, of course, is the test of mechanistic ideas. If you have a conjecture about how a system works, then of course the only way to figure out whether that conjecture is right or wrong is to interfere in a targeted fashion in the process. So for much of the rest of my talk today, I will relate some of our recent work on a biological problem in which optogenetics has indeed unlocked all three of these experimental doors for us. And that problem is the biological function and neuronal control of sleep. Sleep is one of the great biological mysteries. Each night we disconnect ourselves from the world for 7 or 8 hours, a state that leaves us vulnerable and unproductive. And yet, despite these risks and costs, we still have no clue as to what sleep is good for. We are trying to get at the biological role of sleep by understanding its neuronal regulation, based on the premise that somehow the brain's sleep control systems must respond to molecular changes that are intimately linked to the core function of sleep. It's widely thought that there are two of these control systems in our brains that are symbolized on this classical diagram by two different forms of oscillation. The sine wave represents the well-understood circadian clock, which oscillates in synchrony with predictable external changes that are caused by Earth's rotation. As such, it's a purely adaptive mechanism that makes sure that we do our sleeping when it suits our lifestyles best. But understanding the clock is unlikely to speak to the deeper mystery of why we need to sleep in the first place. The solution to that mystery, we believe, will come from understanding the second control system, the sawtooth oscillation that's superimposed on the circadian clock. And that sawtooth oscillation represents the sleep homeostat. The homeostat measures something that happens in our brains, our bodies, while we are awake. That something accumulates or depletes, logically it's the same, during waking. And when a certain threshold is reached, we go to sleep. The process resets itself while we are asleep, and then the cycle begins anew when we wake up on the next morning. Now, we know a lot about the circadian clock, and this is really the Rosetta Stone that broke that problem open. The discovery by Seymour Benzer and his graduate student Ron Konopka almost 50 years ago of fruit flies whose circadian clocks ran abnormally fast or slow. And from that discovery then followed, through the work of many laboratories over the past 5 decades, a pretty complete molecular, cellular, and systems understanding of circadian timekeeping. This slide, in contrast, summarizes pretty much everything we know about the molecular basis of sleep homeostasis. And it's an overstatement, but maybe not too gross an overstatement. And my goal for the rest of the next 20 minutes or so will be to draw at least a few outlines on that black canvas. Conceptually, we know how the homeostat must operate. It's a relaxation oscillator, a bistable system that switches between a fill and discharge mode, where waking corresponds to fill mode, where something called sleep pressure builds. Until a tipping point is reached, the system flips into discharge mode, and then the accumulated sleep pressure is dissipated. Now, at the end of my talk, I hope to propose a molecular interpretation of what sleep pressure is, Then the brain, it accumulates, and what the processes are that underlie this bistability, this switching between a fill and a discharge mode. The story begins, like Seymour Benzos and Ron Konopka's, in fruit flies, with the discovery by a former postdoc in the lab, Jeff Donnelly, when he was actually a graduate student with Paul Shaw at Washington University in St. Louis, of neurons in the brains of fruit flies that exert a powerful influence over sleep and waking. There's about 24 of these neurons. They're labeled here by a promoter-enhancer element called R23E10. So whenever you see that string of symbols, you know that a genetic manipulation is targeted selectively to these 24 or so out of the 100,000 cells that make up the fruit fly's brain. The neurons project to this inverted V structure in the midline. This is one particular layer of the fan-shaped body of the central complex. Why such a small number of neurons can exert such a powerful influence over the probably most dramatic global state transitions we undergo on a daily basis is another mystery, but a topic for a different talk. Now, together, we, Jeff and I, discovered that these neurons represent the output arm of the sleep homeostat. The neurons themselves, I should say, Jeff originally identified in an activation screen where the brains of flies were randomly peppered with actuator molecules. So this is one example of an optogenetic, or in this case, thermogenetic application, where the neuronal substrates of behavior can be pinpointed in an almost classical photogenetic screen. So the way we do typically our experiments is that we head fix a fly, we let it walk on a little styrofoam ball whose rotations we read out with an optical computer mouse. And since there are no documented cases of somnambulism in flies, we know that whenever the ball is spinning, the fly must be awake. What you can't see is that the head capsule is actually open, and we've inserted a patch electrode into one of these 24 sleep control cells and expressed an optogenetic actuator in the entire population of neurons. So we can control the electrical activity of these neurons optically, and at the same time have one recording electrode as a measure of one member of that population. And this is now an experiment lasting for half a second, for half an hour. You see that the fly starts out awake, it's moving along happily, the ball is spinning, these are the red tick marks, and the sleep control neuron is completely silent. At about 3 or 4 minutes, we switch on the lights, you can see that the neuron whose activity we are recording begins to emit electrical impulses, and all movement virtually instantaneously stops. At about 19 minutes or so, we switch the lights off again, the sleep control neuron falls silent, and movement quickly resumes. So we have isolated a switch in the brain of the animal that allows us to toggle it into and out of sleep on command. Now, during many of such recordings, we found that when we targeted one of these sleep-inducing cells with our patch electrodes, these neurons were typically found in one of two states. In one state, shown here on the left, where the neuron behaves like you would expect a well-behaved neuron to act. You see that it responds to injections of depolarizing currents with action potentials whose frequency grows in a graded fashion with the amplitude of the injected current. The neuron on the right, in contrast, does not initially look like a neuron at all. You can see we can step depolarize this cell to positive membrane voltages and still not squeeze a single electrical impulse out of that neuron. It's not just the active membrane properties though that have changed. It's also the passive membrane properties. If you compare the size of the voltage steps that are elicited by standard-sized current injections, you can see that the voltage deflections on the left are very large, suggesting that this neuron opposes the injected current with a large resistance, whereas the voltage deflections on the right are much, much smaller. Also, the neuron takes much less time on the right to settle into a new equilibrium membrane potential after a current step, whereas on the left it takes quite much longer. So this combination of a short membrane time constant and the low input resistance on the right is almost diagnostic of the opening of a current or a current shunt. And I'll show you in a few minutes what the molecular basis of that current shunt is. Now, when we saw this, we of course immediately thought, well, maybe this is the mechanism of homeostatic sleep control. Maybe these neurons naturally switch between electrically active and silent state, depending on then whether the fly is asleep or awake. And our sampling of flies whose sleep histories have been manipulated confirmed this prediction anecdotally. But of course, in order to really nail this point, to demonstrate that a neuron is capable of transitioning between these two states as a function of its sleep history, one would like to be able to control that transition directly. And in order to do that, one would need to know a signal that normally acts on these neurons and activates the switch. Now, what might such a signal be? Well, a clue to the identity of that signal had come in the first experiments in which the behavior of an animal was controlled optogenetically. These experiments were done by my then graduate student, Susanna Lima at Yale in 2004. And what Susanna had done was she had expressed light-gated ion channels in all dopaminergic neurons in the brains of flies, and then recorded their movement trajectories for 2 minutes before and after switching on dopaminergic activity in these animals. Here you see examples of these movement trajectories in a circular arena of 4 animals before and after activation of the dopaminergic system, and you clearly see that dopamine has a highly arousing effect on flies, as it of course does on mammals. Most psychostimulants, cocaine, amphetamine, of course act by inhibiting reuptake of dopamine at the synapse and thereby elevate synaptic dopamine levels. So one potential signal that should act on these sleep-inducing cells is an arousal-inducing dopaminergic projection. And there's in fact a class of dopaminergic neurons that extend their processes exactly into the same brain region that's also inhabited by these sleep-inducing neurons. In fact, the two neurons shadow each other so closely that the question naturally arises whether they are synaptically connected. And optogenetics gives us the tool to probe for these connections by recording with a patch electrode from one of the sleep control neurons while manipulating the activity of the putative presynaptic partner, the dopaminergic neurons. So this is now such an experiment where we start with our sleep-inducing neurons in the electrically active on state, and then we switch on the dopaminergic projections that innervate these neurons optogenetically. We can even predict what the effect of such an arousing dopaminergic signal on these neurons should be. It should, of course, silence them and switch them off, and this should be the mechanism that underlies awakening. And this is exactly what happens. You can see that after dopamine delivery, the neuron falls silent, the action potentials disappear. Also, the passive membrane properties change, the input resistance drops, the membrane time constant shortens, and importantly, if we hold the recording long enough, which we can do in some cases, we can see that these changes are completely reversible after an extended time frame. So this suspension of electrical activity is temporary. It's part of the normal duty cycle of the neuron's activity and not an artifact that's brought on by our experimental manipulations. If we use the passive membrane properties, input resistance and time constant as a measure of the kinetics of these changes, we can see that the switch happens rapidly with a time constant of about 1 minute, which is of course way too fast to be accounted for by the production of new ion channels, but must instead involve the modulation of the existing channel repertoire of these neurons. And we can also demonstrate that the action of dopamine on the sleep control neurons is direct, because we have discovered the dopamine receptor in these neurons that mediates the effect. And if we remove that receptor selectively from these neurons using RNAi, the neurons become resistant to the dopaminergic signal. The flies become unable to wake up and literally doze away their existences, spending 23.5 hours a day asleep. Now, the ability to control this excitability switch of the sleep control neurons also gave us the means to dissect the underlying biophysical mechanism. In the interest of time, I will only summarize the results. What we discovered is that there are two potassium channels that get modulated antagonistically between the electrically active on state, which corresponds to the sleep state, and the electrically silent off state, which corresponds to the awake state. There's the classical voltage-gated KV1 channel shaker, which gets upregulated during electrical activity, and a two-pore domain leak potassium channel that we've discovered in Turban Sandman that gets translocated into the membrane of these sleep-inducing neurons when dopamine switches their electrical activity off. And it's the potassium current through the sleep channel that underpins the shunt that you've seen in the electrophysiology. So that's responsible for the short membrane time constant and the low input resistance of these neurons. Now, knowing the biophysical basis of this transition between sleep and waking then allows us to reframe the relatively vague biological question, what is the biological purpose of sleep, into a mechanistically well-defined problem. We can ask what signal or process switches these sleep-inducing dorsal fan-shaped body neurons on. And in fact, we can make our question even more mechanistically precise because we know the crucial role that is played by these two potassium channels. Any sleep-inducing signal that's sensed by these neurons must ultimately act by upregulating the shaker current and by driving the internalization of the Sandman channel that acts as a detent on the electrical output of these neurons. I'll focus for the rest of today on our understanding of the regulation of shaker, of which there has been more progress recently than in the Sandman control. Now, shaker, like many voltage-gated potassium channels, is a beautiful structure composed of two different types of subunits. There's a pore-forming alpha subunit, shown here in gray, to which is appended on the cytoplasmic side a beta subunit, shown here in blue. Now, if you zoom in closer on the beta subunit, you see that it actually has a small molecule cofactor bound, shown here in red, which is the nicotinamide NADPH. This structure solved by Rod McKinnon that revealed this enzymatic nature was not unexpected, because when the first of these potassium channel beta subunits were cloned some 25 years ago, the sequences suggested that they are actually enzymes, specifically oxidoreductases. And that then raised the question, are these molecules voltage-controlled enzymes, or are they redox-controlled ion channels? I will present you evidence that they are certainly the latter, and that their ability to sense changes in cellular redox chemistry is an integral component of the regulation of sleep, and perhaps even causally tied to the biological function of sleep. I will also argue that it may actually be the interplay between the pore of the channel and the active site of the enzyme that's the fundamental accounting principle that underlies sleep homeostasis. It was also noted quite early on that even if these molecules, these potassium channel beta subunits, clearly look like aldoketo reductases, they are terrible enzymes. They have very, very low turnover numbers. And one of the structural reasons is evident in this structure here. If you look carefully, you can see that the binding cleft in which the NADPH sits is almost closed in a latch-like fashion by a tryptophan residue that locks the cofactor in place. And it's this obstacle to cofactor exchange that slows down the turnover of the enzyme. We think that this is an absolutely essential feature for the ability of these neurons to monitor changes in sleep progression. Now, in fruit flies, the KD beta subunit is a protein called hyperkinetic, which Chiara Cirelli and Giulio Tononi discovered more than 10 years ago, causes insomnia then mutated. Just like mutations in the alpha subunit shaker also lead to insomniac flies. We've here reproduced these experiments showing that homozygous hyperkinetic mutant flies are indeed insomniacs. and that we can rescue the insomnia of the hyperkinetic mutants by restoring wild-type protein function just in these 24 sleep regulatory neurons. So this points to these cells as the sleep-relevant site of action of the protein. Now, surprisingly, if we use a rescue construct that carries a single point mutation that allows normal expression, folding, association of the beta subunit with the channel, but abolishes its catalytic activity, the rescue no longer works. So the insomniac flies remain sleepless. This suggested to us that hyperkinetic sleep regulatory role must be tied to its ability to bind this cofactor NADPH and sense changes in cellular redox state. From that inference then follow two predictions. The first one is that changes in redox chemistry are expected to accompany changes in sleep pressure. And second, that if we could somehow perturb the redox chemistry of these sleep controls neurons, that should have consequences for sleep. From this inference and these two predictions and our knowledge of intermediary metabolism, then also follows the conclusion that DFB neurons probably monitor these redox processes as a gauge of energy metabolism, because this is, of course, where redox chemistry is ultimately determined, specifically in the way electrons that are food-derived are handled in the electron transport chain of mitochondria. So when we stumbled into this particular area of research, we certainly needed a little refresher in mitochondrial electron transport. And I suspect that something similar may be true for you. So here's a very simple refresher of mitochondrial electron transport. We have 3 proton pumping complexes in the inner mitochondrial membrane, 1, 3, and 4. One accepts food-derived electrons, mostly from the Krebs cycle, but also from the oxidation of fatty acids in the form of NADH. These electrons are then handed off in a very carefully controlled fashion due to the explosive nature of the use of oxygen, of combustion, from one complex to the other using 2 mobile carriers, ubiquinone or Q between complexes 1 and 3, and cytochrome C between complexes 3 and 4. The proton gradient that's built up across the inner mitochondrial membrane is then, of course, used by the proton-powered turbine, the ATP synthase, which you see on the right, which phosphorylates ADP to ATP. So what you see here is a condition where the ATP demand is high, there's a high level of ADP, and there's a sufficient supply of NADH fuel. So demand and supply are in balance. But when that is not the case, so when you have an overabundance of NADH, but ATP reserves that are full, then the proton motive force that is large, then the ATP synthase slows down. Electrons still get stuffed into the transport chain at complex 1, but they have nowhere to go. They accumulate mostly in the ubiquinone pool and start to transfer directly to molecular oxygen and produce the oxygen-free radical superoxide. So we would predict that these sleep-inducing neurons during the state of waking, when, as you remember, Sandman is inserted into the membrane, shunts the electrical activity, so prevents them from producing energetically costly action potentials. But the animal, being awake, has just had its breakfast or its lunch, and therefore has ample caloric reserves that lead to exactly these conditions, that electrons are fed into the mitochondrial transport chain, but somehow there's little demand for ATP synthesis. And so that should render these neurons particularly prone to mitochondrial oxidative stress. To test this idea, we filled the mitochondria of these sleep-inducing neurons with a protein called mitotimer, which is a derivative of the green fluorescent protein, whose chromophore converts irreversibly from green to red as it's oxidized. So this is sort of an integrative indicator of mitochondrial oxidative burden. We express this protein in these 24 sleep-inducing neurons and then image their somata and their dendritic fields. What you see here are 2 photon stacks through the dendritic fields of 12 or so flies whose sleep histories differed. And you can see that in flies that have been kept forcefully awake, this is the top row, there's a clear redshift of the mitotimer fluorescence, suggesting that these sleep-deprived animals indeed suffer a larger degree of oxidative stress than well-rested flies at the bottom. Now, what we also noted is when we measured the basal sleep of flies that expressed this reporter protein in the mitochondria just of these 2000 sleep-controlled neurons, is that there was a small but significant observer effect present. Namely, flies that had mitotimer in their mitochondria lost a small but significant average of about 2 hours of daily sleep. And we suggest that this reflects the fact that as mitotimer is oxidized, it actually acts as a buffer for oxygen-free radicals. And it's the consumption of these oxygen-free radicals that's reflected in a reduction in sleep. To test this notion more clearly, we looked for better tools to do this, and probably the best there is a plant-derived molecule. So this is another theme, I guess, today, that many of the best tools come from unexpected parts of the kingdom of life. So many plants have bifurcated mitochondrial electron transport chains with a second terminal oxidase. Our terminal oxidase is complex 4, and plants have an alternative oxidase called AOX that taps directly into the ubiquinone pool and acts as an overflow valve when there are too many electrons accumulating in that pool. So it's not an uncoupler, it doesn't interfere with energy metabolism, it simply takes electrons that are surplus and detoxifies them by transferring them to molecular oxygen and producing water. So when we introduced this particular molecule into the inner mitochondrial membrane of these 24 neurons, you see that the sleep loss was dramatic, almost 8 hours per day. So capping mitochondrial reactive oxygen species production at the source indeed seemed to ease the pressure to sleep. Now, in animals, the typical antioxidant defenses are 2 enzymes, superoxide dismutases. We manipulated both. I show you the results with just one superoxide dismutase 1, the cytoplasmic form, which exists in an antioxidant form, which has the predicted effect, namely reduction in sleep. But there's also a point mutation that turns the antioxidant into a pro-oxidant, and introducing this particular variant has the opposite effect, namely it increases sleep. But the increase in sleep is blocked if we remove either the potassium channel beta subunit hyperkinetic or the alpha subunit shaker from these neurons. So altogether, we think these behavioral and imaging results suggest that the potassium channel beta subunit indeed couples mitochondrial electron transport to sleep. Now you probably ask yourselves, how can it be that an extremely short-lived agent such as superoxide or hydrogen peroxide with a very short lifetime because it's so highly reactive can serve as a signal that is conveyed from the mitochondrial electron transport chain all the way to the potassium channel beta subunit that's suspended from the plasma membrane. What we think is that we are probably missing a crucial biochemical link in this signaling chain, and we also have a hypothesis as to what this particular intermediate might be. We think it's lipid peroxidation products that are derived from mitochondrial membrane lipids. These lipids are some of the most susceptible targets of oxygen-free radicals, and importantly, they produce compounds such as the 4-oxo-2 nonenal that you see, which are established potassium channel beta subunit substrates. The beta subunits are oxidoreductases, or specifically aldoketoreductases. So they take carbonyl compounds and reduce them to the alcohol. And the oxo-2 nonenal is obviously an aldehyde, so it has the correct chemistry to be reduced to the alcohol, and that reduction would then be coupled to the oxidation of NADPH to NADP+. There's several additional pieces of evidence that suggest that this is a likely candidate. One is that Rob McKinnon, in the discussion of his structure, notices that the active site of the beta subunit is unusually hydrophobic, and he also notices that there's an ill-defined electron density in the active site. To me, this suggests that it's a lipid or a lipid mixture that's bound to the crystal, and of course, since fatty acids are heterogeneous, the breakdown products that will be produced by them through peroxidation will also be heterogeneous and not produce a clear diffraction pattern in the crystals. So the idea then is that the molecular signal that conveys rising sleep pressure in these neurons is the progressive oxidation of the cofactor at the potassium channel beta subunit from NADPH to NADP+. And that somehow is linked to the induction of sleep. So we, of course, looked for ways to test this idea causally, and found an optogenetic tool, or adapted an optogenetic tool that would allow us to do precisely that, and through a pulse of light, flip the redox state of the cofactor that's bound to the potassium channel beta subunit. The tool that we used was developed by the late Roger Chen, who's also been mentioned several times already today, as a genetically encoded contrast agent for electron microscopy. The tool is called Minisorb, a small superoxide generator. It's an engineered flavoprotein, which we have in this case anchored with a lipid modification at the inner leaflet of the plasma membrane in close proximity to the potassium channel. And then upon illumination, we expect this tool to oxidize the NADPH cofactor either directly or via a locally produced lipid peroxidation intermediate. And that, of course, then, if our idea is correct, should put flies to sleep. And as you can see in these experiments, it indeed did so. The crucial column to look for is the one in the center. In all cases, we measure sleep in individual flies. Each row is one fly for 30 minutes after an initial 9-minute exposure to blue light. And you can see that compared to their parental controls, flies that have Minisorb go to sleep in much greater proportion and for longer than their parental controls. Once again, the effect is blocked by the removal of hyperkinetic. That's the fourth column from the left. But it's not blocked by the removal of an innocuous potassium channel KV4 or shadow. Now, the ability to set the redox chemistry of the cofactor directly through our optogenetic tool then also opened the door through to biophysical studies of what actually happens to the excitability of these neurons as we flip the state of the cofactor. So we're able to patch onto one of these sleep-inducing neurons, and then again, after 9 minutes of illumination, measure either in current clamp with spiking behavior or in voltage clamp with the characteristics of the voltage-gated potassium currents. This is an example of a neuron. You can see that clearly after illumination, the spike rate increases, the input-output function steepens, the interspike interval contracts. So in other words, the neuron becomes much more vigorously electrically active. And the biophysical change that underpins all of this in the voltage-gated A-type potassium current is a lengthening of the inactivation time constant. So the potassium channel starts to inactivate more slowly with an oxidized cofactor than with a reduced cofactor. Now, when Chuck Stevens and John Connor defined the A-type current in 1971, they included a modeling study in which they proposed that the A-type current is the main determinant of the interspike interval of persistently active neurons, and conceptually or intuitively, the way to link inactivation kinetics to firing rate is in the following way. You need a powerful A-type current to restore the membrane potential to its resting level after a spike. If your neuron is persistently active, with each spike, it will push a certain fraction of your potassium channels into the inactivated state and therefore make them unavailable during the next repolarization event. By slowing the inactivation, you keep a larger fraction of your channel population in the conducting active state, and that allows you faster repolarization and therefore higher spike rates, and in this particular physiological context, deeper or longer sleep. If we express just GFP and not mini-SOG, you can see that light has no effect, but the changes that we saw upon illumination in within-cell experiments were also reflected in between-cell recordings where we just compared the properties of neurons, this is the bottom row now, that either express the catalytically active or the catalytically dead rescue trans genes. So you can see that the catalytically active rescue trans genes again cause high spike rates and slowly inactivating A-type currents. And the same is also true for manipulations of the cell's ability to either prevent the production of reactive oxygen species or to induce them with the presence of this pro-oxidant version of SOD1. So this suggests that there may in fact be a direct mechanistic connection between rate of living and sleep, which is not entirely unexpected given the epidemiological evidence. Many things that cause oxidative stress have been implicated in aging and degenerative disease. And of course, chronic sleep deprivation has also been implicated as a cause of shortened lifespan. So possibly this is the mechanism that might link these two important phenomena. So we've reached a stage where I can return to this conceptual animation and try to replace it for you with a molecular mechanistic animation. On the next animation, there will be quite a bit going on, but I'll talk you slowly through it. So the crucial regulator that determines whether the sleep-inducing neuron is in fill or discharge mode and the animal awake or asleep is the Sandman channel, shown here in yellow, which can be either in the plasma membrane or in intracellular vesicles. We know that dopamine drives the internalization, and we are feverishly working to find the signal that causes the endocytosis of the Sandman channel. So when Sandman is in the plasma membrane, spiking is blocked, and the cofactor of the potassium channel beta subunit population gets progressively oxidized to NADP+, as a reflection of the operation rate of the mitochondrial electron transport chain. Now, I mentioned to you before that these beta subunits are probably the lousiest enzymes known to man. And of course, that's exactly the property you would desire if you were to construct a system like that, because what you need is a biochemical memory that holds on to each oxidation event, and out of multiple of these events, then constructs an analog measure of the accumulated sleep pressure. If the enzyme was each oxidation would be fleeting and ephemeral, and your accumulated sleep pressure would disappear. Now, through this ability of the beta subunit to communicate with the inactivation rate of the channel and to regulate the inactivation time constant, the same process also automatically determines the commensurate corrective action, because it is the fraction of the hyperkinetic pool that's been oxidized that determines the kinetics of the A-type current and therefore the spike rate of the neuron. Now, one particularly important aspect of a system like this is, of course, that the accumulated sleep pressure somehow has to be dissipated when the animal actually goes to sleep. And what we think a particularly beautiful way of accomplishing this is by coupling the enzymatic activity of the beta subunit to the voltage-driven rearrangements of the alpha subunit. So as you see on the animation here, when Sandman moves out of the membrane, the neuron becomes electrically active, the voltage sensors start to move, these conformational changes we think get transmitted to the beta subunit, and suddenly an escape path for the oxidized cofactor opens up, NADP+ gets kicked out, gets replaced with any pH, and the animal wakes up refreshed with its cofactor pool replenished. Before I finish, I'd like to return for just a minute to the very stone age of optogenetics. When we started to work on the first optogenetic actuators, I became aware through a citation alert to the synaptofluorine paper that Bernardo mentioned, of a quotation that Bernardo also already mentioned in his introduction, and that showed to me that I was not the only scientist who had seen the need of technologies like this. And obviously, Francis Crick, in an essay entitled "The Impact of Molecular Biology on Neuroscience," which was published in the millennial issue of the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society, wrote, as Bernardo already said, the next requirement is to be able to turn the firing of one or more types of neuron on or off in a rapid manner in the behaving animal. The ideal signal would be light. This seems rather far-fetched, but it is conceivable that molecular biologists could engineer a particular cell type to be sensitive to light in this way. So when we had the first experiments that turned that far-fetched possibility into a reality, and these are these experiments, these are hippocampal neurons growing culture, transfected with an opsin protein taken from the fly eye, because the correct gene for generalopsin had not yet been identified, and GFP. So when we then patch onto one of these transfected neurons, you can see that in the dark it sits around resting value, but as soon as we turn on the lights, there's a depolarizing step, and the neuron responds with the volume of action potentials. So when we had these experiments, I sent Crick a preprint of our paper. And if you've read this wonderful book called The Eighth Day of Creation, which recounts the early days of molecular biology, you know that Crick was a prolific letter writer who steered the development of many fields through a vast correspondence. And his stylistic hallmarks as a correspondent, the twofold. He was always encouraging, and he was also constructively critical. And that's exactly what I got. So he wrote back to me and said that he read the paper I had sent him with great interest, and was excited to see that the system already works, at least to some extent. However, he realized, as I did, that it still needed improvement, and that this was that this would take further work. Unfortunately, Crick didn't live to hear how not just our experiments progressed, but those of many others. But I think it's fair to say that the improvements have come, thanks in large measure to my co-laureates, and that as a result of all these efforts, the way the neuroscientists go about our business is fundamentally changed. With that, thank you very much, and thank you to the members of my group. I'd just like to mention a few of the key individuals. So the current crew is aligned to the left, and some of the notable alumni have been displaced by one tab stop to the right. Boris Semmelman was the postdoc who made the first optogenetic actuator. Susanna Lima, the graduate student who used them in the behaving animal. And the recent work on sleep was done by initially two postdocs, Jeff Donnelly and Diogo Pimentel, and the more recent work on the redox control of sleep by a postdoc, Anissa Kempf, and a grad student, Matthew Song. Thanks.
Thanks, Garo, for that wonderful talk. So our next talk is from another postdoc. It's by Dr. Charlotte Hart. She is originally from Germany, did her undergraduate work at the University of Caen, and then went from there to do her PhD with Michael Hauser at University College London, and then came to Harvard and joined the laboratory of Chris Harvey in the Department of Neurobiology. And she's going to tell us about how she uses light to read out and manipulate the activity of neurons in an effort to understand decision-making processes in the brains of a mouse.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to share our recent work. It's truly an honor, and I'm excited to be able to share our work at this occasion. Coming back to the theme of racket sports, we make decisions in our everyday life all the time. If you think of being a tennis player like Roger Federer, for example, which I do on a daily basis, he has to make up his mind of hitting the ball to the left or to the right over and over again. But the process by which he arrives at a decision might very much depend on the context in which he makes it. So in this case, imagine you're Roger Federer and you're in a training situation. Your coach is across the net and the coach instructs you to always hit the ball to the exact same spot. So in this case, the mapping from sensation to action is very straightforward to you, guided by key instructions. But now imagine you're Roger Federer again, and you're playing in the Wimbledon final against Rafael Nadal. The ball is coming towards you in the exact same way as in training, and you might hit it to the exact same spot. But now what's guiding your decision is a complex model of your environment, including a model of your opponent and the statistics of the match like this. So this combination of sensory input with some internal knowledge or experience to guide action is what we think of as cognition. And in the Harvey Lab, we would love to understand how this process is implemented in the nervous system. We understand this is a very ambitious question, so we try to tackle it by asking two concrete questions here in this talk. Firstly, we want to know what brain circuits actually mediate such seemingly simple decisions as hitting a ball to the left or to the right. And once we've identified these circuits, we can then ask how does context actually affect the implementation of such a decision-making process in these very circuits. And what I want to tell you about today is how we search for such circuits mediating simple decisions. And to our surprise, we found that the identity and the involved brain areas mediating decisions would change depending on the context and the experience of the animal. So for the remainder of the talk, I'd like to tell you how we arrived at this conclusion. Wanting to study brain circuits for decision-making, we don't have tennis players, but we train mice to make decisions by running to the left or to the right in mazes. We think this is quite a naturalistic behavior for animals to display because that's what they need to do in the wild to survive as well. And once we train mice to make decisions in that manner, we can then inhibit and silence different parts of their brain and ask what brain areas are they actually using to guide their decisions. You can imagine that experimental setups to manipulate different brain regions in the same mouse might be quite heavy and difficult for an animal to carry around. So instead of having the mouse run freely in the environment, we actually move the world around the mouse and keep the mouse stationary. So here you see an animal in such a virtual reality setup. It's running while being head fixed, and the styrofoam ball that it's running on, the movement of this ball is translated into movement of the virtual world that we project on the screen surrounding the animal's field of view. So animals are using the visual feedback that they get from this world to update their running patterns. We can use the system now to train mice to turn either left or right in a very simple Y-shaped maze. And we train them to use visual associations of cues that they see on the maze walls with rewarded turn directions. So in the top example, you see the mouse is seeing vertical cues on the side of the maze. And in this case, it has to run left at the end of the maze to get a reward once it gets there. In the bottom case, it sees the opposite trial type, a vertical cue, and then it has to run to the right. So let's see what this actually looks like in action in a trained mouse. The animal in the left case encounters this horizontal bar, successfully runs to the left where it's supposed to run, gets some visual feedback of the correctness of its choice, and then a little drop of milk is dispensed to reward it. And a few tries later, it encounters the opposite try type, those vertical bars, chooses to run to the right, which is the correct decision in this case, and again gets rewarded at the end. Now that we have animals making decisions in this virtual reality setup, we can expose their brains by removing the skin from the skull and thereby gain optical access to the brain surface right underneath. We're using mice that express channel rhodopsin, what you've heard about a lot so far now, specifically in GABAergic neurons in neocortex. So these neurons are the small interneurons here depicted in green that inhibit the pyramidal cell population. And the pyramidal neurons are normally the ones that carry information from the local circuit out to different brain regions. So when we now shine light at the appropriate wavelength onto the skull, we can activate the interneurons through the skull, and those interneurons in turn inhibit the local population, thereby silencing a given volume of the brain. And we can do this with very high temporal precision, again, as you've heard in the previous talks. Here the light is on, indicated by the blue bar, For just a few hundred milliseconds, the interneuron that you see in the top row there responds reliably and strongly, and the pyramidal neuron simultaneously recorded underneath is pausing and spiking at the same time. And at this point, I'd like to thank the pioneers of optogenetics whom we're honoring here today, because none of the experiments that I'm about to describe would have been possible without their contributions. And even after running these experiments for quite some time now, it's still astonishing to be able to remote control brain activity in a living mouse making decisions. What areas do we actually want to inhibit? We focus on a few candidate areas for decision making, one of them being the parietal cortex. The parietal cortex gets sensory input from many different modalities and in turn projects to different areas implicated in action selection. So it's really at the intersection of sensation and action and has been implicated in decision making across species. Another region we're focusing on is the retrospinal cortex, given that we're using a navigation-based decision-making task, because the retrospinal cortex is at the interface between subcortical systems for navigation, such as the hippocampus and the entorhinal cortex, and other cortical regions, including the parietal cortex. We can now couple our blue laser light to a system of mirrors whose position we can change very quickly to steer the laser beam onto different target locations on the skull. So in one trial, for example, we may be inhibiting the parietal cortex on both hemispheres here while the animal is running down the maze and choosing to turn left or right. And then in the next trial, we can quickly change the mirror positions and steer the laser beam onto a different region, here retrospinal cortex. We choose the order of these target locations randomly, and we also interleave them with control trials where we steer the laser beam outside of cortex. We have another control trial in somatosensory cortex where we inhibit the local volume that supposedly isn't involved in making these types of visual association decisions. So given that we have a system now where animals are making decisions in this virtual reality and we can inhibit different brain areas, we can finally ask what areas are actually necessary for making this simple type of navigation decision. And we do this by sub-selecting trials where the laser beam was in a particular location and then quantifying the average performance of the animal in those trials. So we quantify performance as fraction correct, where 1 or 100% means the animal is making no mistakes, and 0.5 or 50% means the animal would perform at chance level, either just guessing randomly or continuously running to the same site. But you see here in the control case, the performance is very high, far away from chance level. The animal is making very few mistakes, meaning 1, that it knows this task very well, but 2, also that it's not distracted by blue light in general. When we now inhibit somatosensory cortex, we see a very similar picture, indicating that the animal is not relying on spiking activity in that area to guide its navigation decision. When we inhibit retrospinal cortex, we see a very different picture now, where every time on average when we inhibit this brain area, we're causing the animal to make mistakes in this type of decision-making task, indicating that it's actually relying on activity in this area to guide its decisions. And now, quite surprisingly, when we inhibit parietal cortex, the animal can still perform the task very well, indicating that activity in this area seems to be dispensable in this setting, and the animal can do quite well without it. So having identified now the retrospinal cortex as an area that's mediating these simple types of decisions, we can now go ahead and modify the context in which the simple decision is made. So we create a flexible context now where on top of the 2 associations that I showed you before, sometimes the animal has to make the opposite choice given the same visual cue. In a given experimental session, we introduce these 2 pairs of associations in blocks of tens of trials. And once an animal has been trained in this setting for quite some time, it can perform quite well, mainly making mistakes really at the change points of these blocks. So after a switch of the association block, the animal makes a few mistakes because it's still using the old association. Then it realizes it doesn't get rewarded this way and updates its strategy and uses the new pair of associations. So towards the end of each of these blocks, the animals are performing a very high percent correct, and their decisions outwardly look very similar to the ones that animals made in the simple context. And let me just show you how similar those decisions look. In the left case, you see an animal that was trained in the simple context that encounters this horizontal cue and has to turn to the left. In the right, you see an animal that was trained in a flexible context, encounters the same try type, also has to turn to the left. And when you just look at these movies side by side, they really look identical, indicating that the types of decisions outwardly these animals make are very similar. So now as a sanity check, we first wanted to see if, again, retrosplenia is actually mediating decisions in the rightward case. So we inhibited the same targets as I showed you before, but now specifically towards the end of these blocks, where the animal is performing at very high fraction correct, meaning it knows the association well. So again, in a control setting or within some other sensory cortex inhibition, the animal is performing the task very well. Again, with retrosplenial cortex inhibition, we induce many errors, but now you see the drop is quite large, actually close to 50%, meaning the animal is almost performing at chance level. So in this flexible context, it seems to especially rely on activity in this part of the brain to guide its decisions. But now, quite surprisingly, when we inhibit parietal cortex, we also see a very large drop in performance. And again, we didn't see this type of drop in performance in the simple context. So in the flexible context, now it's not just retrosplenial cortex guiding the animal's decisions, but the animal is also relying on this additional brain area, the parietal cortex, which, just to remind you, in the simple context, for the very same outward decision, it didn't need. And given that we were quite stunned by this result, we wanted to make sure that we understand what's going on. It seems like the current cognitive context dictates whether this parietal area is also necessary for decision making. Now, if that's true, we should be able to take the exact same mouse, change the cognitive context it's experiencing, and thereby change the number of brain areas that are involved in the decision. So to test this as a sanity check, we took an animal that was trained in the flexible context. And again, to remind you, with parietal cortex inhibition, we see a very large performance drop, so the animal is using this part of the brain. And then we transition this animal to the simple context for 14 days, where it's not experiencing any association switches. In the control case, of course, the performance stays very high, but now stunningly, when we inhibit parietal cortex, we continue to see the strong effect on performance, suggesting that the brain persists in using this decision-making area for this very simple decision, even weeks after we switched the animal from the flexible to a simple context. And we thought this was quite stunning, especially again when we compare the lack of effects in the animals that were trained in a simple context here. Because again, animals trained in the simple context who have never seen the flexible context do not rely on this brain area, the parietal cortex, at all to guide their decisions. So in addition to the current context dictating what brain areas are used to make decisions, context can also have a very long-lasting impact on what brain areas are used to guide the same simple decision. Finally, we wondered whether maybe we see this very large effect of context because perhaps we're looking at a very extreme case here, or maybe it's of some special case where we're comparing this simple context to a flexible context. It could be that perhaps the flexible context is especially demanding for the nervous system, where the same cue has to be matched to opposite choices. So we created another context and then we add two more associations with different visual cues, but now importantly, the mapping from the visual cue to the choice of the animal that's rewarded is constant. So finally, we ask what brain areas the in this type of decision making, and again, we see not only retrosplenial cortex, but also parietal cortex being used by the animal to guide its decisions. So it seems that context in general has a very strong impact on what brain areas are used for decision making. And context can be changed in various ways. You can increase diversity of context, or you can make the context more flexible. And probably there are many different ways on top of these two variations we've shown you that would change the number of brain regions involved in decision making. So we think we've seen something quite interesting about the brain here, namely that it can implement the exact same decision from the outside using completely different brain circuits. And this suggests that the brain is actually tremendously flexible and shaped in very profound ways by context and experience. Because we're not just talking about changing the synaptic connections between individual neurons here, we're talking about using entirely different sets of brain regions for the very same decision. And we think this might have some important implications for how we want to study cognition as systems neuroscientists, because we have shown that behavioral task design details and training history really matter. If we have two animals that perform this outwardly seemingly identical task, they might actually be relying on different brain regions to do so depending on their experience. So we need to control for experience much more carefully. But in addition, we're also suggesting that perhaps we should leverage this diversity to create more diverse, naturalistic laboratory settings in which we study decision making. Now, where do we take this work next? With Sophia Suarez in the Harvey Lab, we've built a special microscope that allows us to image different brain areas simultaneously. So we're currently using this approach to look at activity in all those decision-making areas that I've talked to you about previously. And we're asking how activity in those areas, but also across those areas, may differ depending on the cognitive context in which animals are making the seemingly same decisions. And another interesting research direction taken by other lab members is trying to actually get towards the inner workings of those individual areas. So all the optogenetic approaches that I've shown you today were quite coarse, silencing entire brain regions. But Salman in lab has developed a method where you can activate individual neurons one at a time while monitoring the activity of the surrounding tissue. So here you see from left to right, he's intentionally with light activating one neuron at a time in the living brain. And you can use this technique to ask questions about the functional microcircuit architecture and about computations that a given circuit may be performing. And Dan Wilson in the Harvey Lab is taking this approach a step further by now activating 10 neurons simultaneously, here shown with the blue arrow. And he's doing this as animals perform decision-making tasks. So he can ask what the causal link is between the activity of individual neurons that he can functionally identify, for example, neurons that respond to a visual cue that the animal is using to guide its choice. So you can link activity of those neurons now to the network activity, but also to the performance of the animal, trying to draw causal links between activity of individual neurons and cognition. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone who's contributed to this work. First and foremost, Roberto Barroso Luca. He was a research technician in the Harvey Lab whom I very closely collaborated with on this project, and who is now off to grad school, but he really helped to push it forward and push it in all different directions to the scale that you saw today. I'd also like to thank Prasari, who's been a tremendous advisor on all aspects of the project, from training mice all the way up to preparing this talk. I really value his input and advice and his passion for science in general. I'd also like to thank Salman, who originally designed this flexible decision-making task that inspired the whole project, really. And then the whole Harvey Lab community for fun scientific discussions and great feedback, our funding sources, the Research Instrumentation Corps, and the medical school community in general.
Thank you, Charlotte. That was wonderful. So our last speaker is Dr. Karl Deiseroff from Stanford. He is the Chen Professor and Chair in the Departments of Psychiatry and Bioengineering, an interesting combination which really defines his career. Karl did his undergraduate work here at Harvard, majoring in biochemistry, and then went to Stanford to do a combined MD-PhD. He also worked with Dick Chen, as did Ed, and studied the coupling between activity of neurons, calcium entry, and cellular processes. And this is where I first got to know him, because I was doing similar work here with Wade Revere. After finishing graduate school and the MD, he did clinical training in psychiatry and is still a practicing psychiatrist. As we've already mentioned, he, along with Ed and Fong, were the first to put channel rhodopsin into mammalian neurons to show that they control the excitability of those cells using light. Since then, his laboratory has really led a steady drumbeat of developments in optogenetics over the years, in which he's produced literally dozens of different kinds of optogenetic actuators that can be used to manipulate the activity of cells. His lab has also produced light-activated G-protein coupled receptors, step function options, and many, many other tools. Separately, his laboratory also invented the brain clearing approach, Clarity, that's now being used ubiquitously to look at the structure of the brain in intact organs that don't need to be sliced. This has become a very powerful technology. And as you'll see in a minute, in addition to inventing technologies, Carl's lab has constantly used these to make fundamental discoveries about the organization of the mouse brain, and I think led by his own experience as a psychiatrist, has really begun to reveal how the animal not only makes decisions in a normal state, but also how this goes wrong in some pathological states. Carl?
All right, thank you, Bernardo. Very grateful for this tremendous honor, and heartfelt congratulations to my fellow prize winners. This is a wonderful moment, so thank you for all you've done over the years. I want to, since going last, you have heard a lot about things, so I'm going to move as quickly as I can to the present day. Without spending too much time on the past, I do want to talk a little bit more in even greater detail about the inner workings of the channel rhodopsin protein itself. The progress of this field has been very rapid. As recently as 2011, we did not know much about the inner structure of channel rhodopsin, but things have progressed very quickly over the ensuing 6 years. We now know a great deal. Here's that retinol binding pocket that Peter mentioned. This is the ion pore lined with charged and polar residues, including these 5 glutamates, E1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And attaining this level of understanding of the protein is, of course, exciting in its own right for people who care about proteins and molecules and amazingly elegant natural machines like this. But of course, also has led us to be able to change them, change their properties fundamentally in ways that really matter and are useful. For example, we were able to make them faster, as Peter mentioned. So here, going up to 200 hertz spiking with a very fast mutant, as we described. In 2010, getting red light-driven spiking, as we did it in 2011, together with Peter Hegemann and Ofer Yizar, who's here today. Getting this bistable operation with step function tools, flipping cells into and out of excitable states, and then making the channel rhodopsins inhibitory, and then making that in turn be bistable inhibition as well. And all of these stem from molecular modeling, structural determinations, a great deal of work, most of it in collaboration with Peter Hegemann and many other very talented colleagues. I want to touch on 2 aspects of this scientific journey that were particularly useful and relevant to modern neurobiology. Of course, a big part of it was getting these 3 crystal structures. When we got the 2012 one in collaboration with Hideaki Kato, Feng Zhang, Ofer Yizar, Shar Ramakrishnan, and Osamu Nareki, we saw right away it was a dimer of 2 7-transmembrane proteins. Each one had its own retinal, its own pore. But we also, in seeing the pore, we, for the first time, had the opportunity to change it. It had been prominently hypothesized that the pore might lie, rather than within each monomer, might lie at the interface of the dimer or even the trimer. This turned out to be wrong, but of course, not even knowing where the pore was, it would be very hard to re-engineer it, and we were able to do that. In looking at the inner lining of the pore from our structure, we could see that it was largely lined with polar, but also residues that would be predicted to give rise to negative surface electrostatic potential in the internal lining of the pore and of the inner and outer vestibules. And this led to an idea to change the ion selectivity. This wild-type channel rhodopsin was a non-selective cation channel, as you've heard, fluxing sodium, potassium, calcium, and protons. And Andre Berge and Sue Lee in my lab worked hard to change that inner lining to be more positive, and they succeeded against all odds. This came out along with a beautiful paper from Peter Hegemann, a similar result, different mutations, both ending up in creating this chloride conducting channel rhodopsin capability, which allows one to deliver blue light based inhibition of spiking. And together with Peter, we optimized these further and created the step function inhibition forms of these inhibitory chloride conducting channel rhodopsins. So these have been now widely used. For example, together with Will Allen in my lab, Will is now here as a Harvard fellow. We were able to use this fast IC++, the next generation version of the chloride channel, to identify the causal roles of neurons that are involved in the fundamental survival drive of thirst. Now, this is just one example. Getting to the inhibitory chloride conducting channel rhodopsins in 2014 was one step, but then a very interesting thing happened the following year. John Spudic's lab identified naturally occurring chloride conducting channel rhodopsins from Giardia theta, and just last year we were able to get the crystal structures of both the naturally occurring chloride channel and the one that we had produced together with Peter. And this gave us a very interesting insight into both the natural and the designed chloride conducting channel rhodopsins. In particular, that both the engineered one and the one that nature had developed, in fact, used this principle of surface electrostatic potential within the pore and also at the surface vestibules of the channel pore to exclude, in this case, likely anions and to exclude cations, in this case, to create a anion conducting pore. So this revealed, and we were able to both convert anion conducting channel rhodopsins to give them cation selectivity, take the cation conducting channel rhodopsins to give them anion selectivity, all based on this structure-based analysis of the pore. So at this point, we understand the pore, at least to some extent, and as you'll see later, that's even helped us screen for and identify and understand new kinds of opsins that have new kinds of functionality. But I want to talk about color selectivity as a very important step first. And this red light-driven spiking in part depended on discovery of a red light-driven channel rhodopsin, which was work, again, in collaboration with Peter and with Ofer Yazar, but work led by Feng Zhang in my lab. In 2008, he found this red light-driven channel rhodopsin from a multicellular green algae called Volvox carteri. And this enabled, ultimately, although we didn't realize that it would have this impact at the time, this ultimately enabled us to even move beyond what Crick's initial concept of the utility of light control might be. And this has been shown a couple times already, but I want to focus on a different aspect of it, of Crick's initial statement. He very clearly focused on types of neurons, engineer a cell type. And indeed, this is very useful, and indeed, this is how the vast majority of optogenetics has been done around the world, allowing one to turn on or off genetically targeted cell types. But he didn't, even in this piece, describe a control of multiple individual neurons, which is what ultimately the red light-driven channel rhodopsins have done a great deal to enable. This, of course, in the very first experiments, we controlled single cells, but this was with a readout of patch clamp pipette and culture. And here, showing some of those very early experiments. Here is the small group back then. Here's myself and Ed and Fung, the good old days. With Mike Greenberg in the audience, it's nice to point out that the initial readout of membrane depolarization was Krebs-Stern 133 phosphorylation. I was initially a patch clamper, but I also did a lot of work that ultimately followed up on Mike's identification and creation of reagents that allowed us to study this very interesting phosphorylation event. So let the word go forth from the Warren Alpert Symposium that Mike Greenberg helped launch optogenetics. So thank you, Mike. But then, of course, Ed's gorgeous spiking recordings, Fung's elegant design of viruses, and his design of fiber optic interfaces to allow us to control in behaving animals, and that led to this initial control of mammalian behavior in 2007, where this illumination of supplementary motor cortex M2 on the one side of the animal causes the animal to rotate in the opposite direction. As soon as the little blue light turns off, the animal stops rotating. Now, even this was with control of types of cells. In this case, the photosensitive cell population was layer 5 cortical neurons. And we went on from there to target deep hypocretin neurons in the lateral hypothalamus. Again, work led by Feng Zhang and Antoine Adamantides. But all of this cell types. And what ultimately turned out to be particularly useful in opening the door to single cell was a derivative of the initial Volvox channel rhodopsin that Ofer and Peter and myself and several in our group described in 2011 called C1V1. It's a chimera of channel rhodopsin 1 from Chlamydomonas and Volvox channel rhodopsin 1. Rohit Prakash in my lab was able to express this in 2012 here using a patch clamp electrode and loose patch configuration in a living mouse, and doing raster scanning 2-photon illumination just above the cell, not getting spiking, within the cell getting spiking, and just below the cell not getting spiking. So single cell resolution control in vivo in mammals, and this was work in collaboration with Adam Packer and Rafa Yusta, and it was back-to-back with a paper also collaborative between our two groups, showing the first spatial light modulator liquid crystal-based holographic control of single cells, but that was in culture. It took a number of years between 2012 and the present to actually translate this into the control of mammalian behavior by control of multiple individually specified cells. The path to this led through all optical experiments, so using the red light-driven aspect of the Volvox-driven generodopsins and the blue light actuated calcium sensors like the GCAM series that you've heard a fair bit about already today. And we had combined in an experiment together with David Tank, we combined the Volvox-derived opsin together with readouts of calcium signals, blue light-driven calcium signals, the GCAMs in 2014, but it was not with behavior as a readout. It was simply showing that you could do all optical interrogation of neural circuits, but not affecting behavior. It was in behaving animals, but not affecting behavior. It took some time even from that point to get to the point where we could exert control over mammalian behavior at the level of multiple single cells. This was work from earlier this year led by Josh Jennings and Tina Kim and Jim Marshall in the lab. And what we did was target orbitofrontal cortex. This is a part of the mammalian brain that in human beings, if its lesion gives rise to a syndrome called orbitofrontal syndrome, where you can have serious dysregulations in feeding behavior and in social behavior. This is a structure that, of course, does many other things as well. It's involved in value-based decision-making, but we were interested in understanding and leveraging our potential for single-cell resolution control. Our goal was to see if we could study the interaction and competition of two primary drives, primary survival drives, feeding and social interaction within this structure. And these cells, as is common in systems neuroscience, are very often observed to be active during behaviors, but not necessarily known to be causally involved in those behaviors. And so that was a big and open question. So what we did was use a grid lens-based optics to give us access to this somewhat deep cortical structure and exert control over single cells while also getting readouts via calcium imaging of the activity of those individual cells. And under the system, we can quite readily identify feeding cells. As this trace progresses at each of the gray bars, that's when a little droplet of high caloric reward is delivered. And we can see cells that quite reliably respond at the feeding droplet delivery. And so these are, as we call them, feeding cells. These are cells that always or almost always respond when this high caloric reward is given. So this is their naturally occurring activity, and this is very useful. They're sprinkled in among other cells that don't have these properties, and then we can come and give optogenetic control, leveraging our ability to exert this single cell resolution control. And we can do this as shown here. The non-targeted cells called NT here, these are cells that are next to stimulated cells, and this gives you a flavor of the spatial resolution. You can see the non-targeted cells, the NT cells, are active in their own right, doing their own thing, but they're not activated when we activate optically the feeding cells that are right next to them, absolutely cheek by jowl with them in this structure. So we have single cell resolution control over these cells, and then the question is, do we have, are these cells causally involved in the behavior? And so here's the result of that experiment. If you, in this case, driving, we found if we just drove 20 to 25 of these feeding cells, we could enhance and extend the feeding response to the droplet where each little tick is a lick delivered by the animal. Did a number of controls. For example, if you leave the Volvox-derived opsin out, you don't get that response. That's good news for the experiment. It shows that it's not an artifact of the light, for example. But of course, you might ask, does it matter that you're targeting the feeding cells? What if you target other cells too? And what if they were important cells to the animal cells involved in repetitive drive? And so here we want to identify responsive cells, and we did that experiment as shown here. Now, this is all done in a head-fixed configuration, so you might ask, what really is head-fixed social behavior? And it's maybe not quite the same as natural social behavior, but in this case, there's definitely is a conspecific social interaction, an interaction with another member of the species, a juvenile same-sex mouse that can move freely around this chamber and occasionally come in here where there's an extended period of whisking and sniffing. And indeed, there are social cells that are active when this happens, and those are not the same as the feeding cells. You might also ask, maybe these are just surprise cells or novelty cells, and that was an important thing. When I'm very surprised or shocked, I might not eat as much, and so that's an important distinction to know, are these truly social cells, if that's what we're interested in, or something else. And so here we 3D printed a mouse and had it pop up in quite a shocking, almost horror movie type fashion. I'll play this movie here. So the mouse is here waiting. And what's amazing is the social cells absolutely do not respond at all even to that shocking stimulus. There are other novel object cells that respond. Going to come up again here. So, and other controls give us confidence that these are related in some way to social interaction. And then the question became, if you drive those cells, what happens? Does it increase or decrease or do nothing to the feeding response? And what we found, at least for the first couple of minutes, was there was in fact a suppression of the feeding response by driving the social cells. So here in orbitofrontal cortex, there is a interaction between cells serving or related to primary survival drives. If you drive other cells that are non-feeding or non-social, and SNF cells, you see no effect at all. So that it does appear to be at least somewhat a specific aspect of the feeding cells, of the social cells and their effect on feeding. So this was exciting because we were able to take these Volvox-derived opsins and finally do an experiment that we wanted to do from the very beginning, which is to exert control at the multiple individually specified cell level over mammalian behavior. But of course, we've been wanting to push this to yet further and further levels. One limitation that at first seems almost like a physical limitation is one has to be very careful with the amount of light power that one delivers into living tissue. These are powerful lasers that we're using to generate these spots and drive these cells. And if we start wanting to control more and more cells, we may, if we're not careful, enter into regimes where we're delivering too much heat or damaging cells in other ways. So we've been working hard on this, working on ways to deliver spots of light over broader fields of view, which is good in its own right as well, and also finding and identifying and using opsins that need vastly less light in order to give rise to still fast triggered responses. And this has come along quite quickly as well. Along with device development, we've been producing very large spatial light modulators that can give rise to holograms projected over very large swaths of the mammalian brain, up to a 1 by 1 millimeter area, which, for example, can cover most of the visual cortex. These look like this, and these now have enabled us to do the following sort of experiment. What's shown here are 6 squares depicting 1 by 1 millimeter areas of primary visual cortex in an awake behaving mouse. And these 6 areas are listed this way because we're going from superficial to deep, so it's in 3 dimensions. And all the red circled cells are cells that are, first of all, co-expressing both GCAM and a new opsin that allows us to deliver much less light while still controlling many cells that I'll tell you about in a moment. But also, these are cells that have been picked out by us by virtue of their naturally occurring activity. So we're able to individually specify these visual cortex cells by by first identifying the ones we want to control by presenting visual stimuli to the animal and picking out the cells that respond the way we want. In this case, the circled cells are all cells that we picked out because they respond to one orientation of a drifting grading, but not another. So with this configuration, we can do the following sorts of experiments. For example, here are two cells that are more than a millimeter apart. By setting up our holograms, we can truly stimulate simultaneously two cells that are set this far apart, or dozens, tens, or even hundreds of individually specified cells at once in 3 dimensions. And the opsin that we use is a very interesting and strange one. This is the first one that has this unusual property. It is a cation-conducting channel rhodopsin, but its primary sequence phylogeny puts it closer to the pumps, actually, than to the other channel rhodopsins, which by itself is interesting. We found this in a collaboration with Susumi Yoshizawa and Hideaki Kato. It's from a marine organism, and we call it carmine, because we used a structure-guided genome mining approach, and it's a channel rhodopsin. And carmine, I learned from my lab manager, is a deep red color, which I didn't know that before. You learn a lot in this business, and I learned a lot about colors. But it was a name that actually it turned out to be, although it looks somewhat sinister, it's actually quite a good opsin. Don't say crime, it's carmine. So what this allowed us to do, its key properties, it's red light activated, but it has an extraordinarily high photocurrents, more than 5 nanoamps per cell. Very often, of course, that's actually too much, and so we can back off on light power, which is what we ultimately want, and give rise to currents that drive spiking at extremely low light power densities. And that lets us in turn control many cells, tens to hundreds. And I'll show you how we're able to use this to control individually specified cells, look at population dynamics elicited in the cortex, and look at behavior. Carmine has, although we don't have a structure for carmine yet, it's got these very large photocurrents in the red, but also by homology modeling, we think there's some interesting features to its likely internal structural design, not yet proven. What's interesting is that most of its predicted surface electrostatic potential is localized, we think, toward the inner and outer vestibules and not so much in the channel lining itself, which may reduce the effective electrostatic stickiness of the inside of the channel and allow higher ion fluxes while still giving it selectivity by affecting the access of ions to the vestibule. We are working hard on getting the structure. We don't have that yet. But very large photocurrents, very low light sensitivities, and this allows us to do this following sort of experiment where we can have an awake alert animal. We present visual stimuli to it, for example, vertical or horizontal drifting gratings. We can find all the cells that respond to vertical stimuli, all the cells that respond to horizontal stimuli, show that they're selective, and pick those out over 3D across visual cortex. We can also identify non-selective cells. We call these the random population, to see that it matters that we're picking out cells that are of a particular orientation or not. And then we can come in and control the cells of one orientation or another, or random cells, both while imaging thousands of cells across visual cortex, looking at the elicited population dynamics, the internal representations, if you will, of the visual stimuli, and also later, as I'll show you, looking at behavior. What we first found was something we didn't know if it would be the case. We didn't know if by stimulating a few cells, we didn't know what would happen to the rest of cortex. Would there be no broad generalized response? If you want to just stimulate 10 or 20 or 100 individual cells, would those be by and large mostly the only cells activated, or would we recruit large numbers of other cells? And if we recruited many other cells, what cells would those be? What would be the patterns that they gave rise to? Would it look like something naturalistic, as if the animal were seeing the vertical or horizontal stripes, or would it be some other aberrant pattern of activity? And so to do this, we look at the population dynamics. It's very high dimensional in principle, but you can reduce this into lower dimensional space with the principal component analysis. And here are the trajectories that these thousands of cells in visual cortex take when the animal is looking at vertical or horizontal stimuli. Here's one mouse and another mouse. And what we can see is this is the natural response to visual stimuli, and this is the response to optogenetic stimulation of just 20 or so individually specified cells of the same orientation. And what you can see is that the trajectories in this principal component space resemble those that are seen during natural visual stimuli, and those are not seen with random cell stimulation or no stimulation. And it's not just us looking at this and saying, oh, those look sort of similar. You can train the classifier and see that the classifier can automatically identify which orientations were the cells that you were stimulating based on the population dynamics of the response. So this was reassuring in many ways. It was nice to see that population dynamics at this regional level, elicited by properly targeted optogenetics, resemble those that are given rise to by natural stimuli. It also was quite interesting that stimulating just 20 or so cells, and these are untrained animals, cells that haven't been worked hard with light patterns for long periods of time, that might have gone through plasticity. These are animals that are not behaving. We're just looking at the population responses, and stimulating just 20 or so cells can give rise to this broad recruitment of hundreds of neurons among the thousands that we're imaging from in this three-dimensional space of visual cortex, which by itself is interesting. And in this paper, together with Sergei Ganguly, an outstanding computational neuroscientist at Stanford, we began to explore what this means, that cortical circuits seem to exist in this critically excitable regime. But of course, we also did want to see if we could affect behavior as well. And so for these sorts of experiments, we take animals and we train them to respond to one orientation of the visual stimulus or another, and we can make the job challenging by reducing the contrast, for example, of the grading, and we can generate psychometric curves. We train the animals on high contrast, which they learn the task very well and perform at high levels. You've seen this D prime measure before. But even after training, they can't do well at low contrast, at 2% contrast, and 10% is fairly intermediate, and they can perform all right on that. We found a couple things. First, by optogenetic stimulation of a population of cells that was concordant with a weak contrast visual stimulus, we could improve the animal's behavioral performance. We could help it to detect significantly more reliably what the correct orientation was if we gave stimuli concordant with the orientation of the visual stimulus. But then we even took away the visual stimulus completely. And so in darkness, we asked, just by stimulating a few cells, can we get the animal to respond as if it is seeing the visual stimulus? And the answer is it can. And what's more, we could titrate down the cell number to remarkably low levels. And this is both in terms of behavioral measures and in terms of looking at the population dynamics, the classifier automatically detecting and classifying the nature of the stimulus. And you can see number of neurons stimulated here. We can actually drop that even below 20 to just a handful of cells where we can still detectively see both the correct behavior and the population dynamics response. It looks like layer 5 cells are a little more potent than layer 2-3 cells, and that you can get down to fewer to get a comparable level of behavioral response. So this by itself is also quite interesting and leads to a lot of interesting questions about how cortex is set up to allow this sort of ignition or critical dynamics to be present and to not cause any problems. Now this, of course, was also interesting because we were seeing naturalistic dynamics elicited by a few cells. This was broad and three-dimensional, covered most of the visual cortex. But of course, we would like to know, even brain-wide, if does properly targeted optogenetics elicit naturalistic brain-wide responses as well. And although we can't see in real time the activity all across the mammalian brain with optical tools, we can get such measures with electrical tools. And this is work led by Will Allen in the lab, who, as you can tell, has many talents. And he led this experiment where we used neuropixels probes, which are very long shank, high density electrical recording devices, placed in different trajectories in different animals. In this experiment, there was one neuropixels probe per animal, but by using a temporally precise task, we're able to combine the results across many different animals with known trajectories. We clear the brains, see where the trajectory of the neuropixels probe was, align that to the Allen Brain Institute atlas, and we can build up in this way a brain-wide understanding of the populations of cells that are active during behaviors. And as a first step, we picked probably the simplest possible behavior we could imagine, which is just an animal looking for water when thirsty. And this is, by design, the simplest possible task because we wanted to see across the whole brain what would be the representation of this task. And starting from the simplest possible task was a good place to start. And in this go, no-go task, the animal has learned that one odor means that there will be water coming. Another odor means there will not be water coming. There's an onset and offset of the odor, and then an onset of reward, 3 vertical lines. And here's just the behavior. The animals learn to lick for the go odor and not for the no-go odor, and this is over many trials. The animal eventually becoming sated and no longer looking even for the go odor. First question is, what happens to my computer? There we go. First question is, what happens across the brain without optogenetics? What is the brain-wide representation? And an interesting finding, these are all different brain regions, color-coded. Here are those 3 dotted lines indicating the different phases of the task. Red means more active, blue means less active. You can see there's recruitment of virtually the whole brain by this very simple task. In fact, more than half of all the neurons that we recorded from were statistically modulated by the operation of this task. That was an interesting finding in itself, which has its own implications, which we maybe can talk about later. But then the question was, what happens if we optogenetically drive in a properly targeted way a deep population of thirst neurons? And here we targeted the same pathway that we had identified using IC++, the engineered chloride-conducting channel rhodopsin, to implicate a particular population of thirst eliciting neurons. And so targeting the subfrontal organ input to the MNPO thirst neurons, you can get this sort of behavioral result. Animal looking to the go cue, becoming sated, and then when you drive the thirst neurons, this tiny population deep in the brain, you can restore this triggered survival drive behavior, looking for water. And so then the question is, what's happening across the brain in this setting? And the answer, remarkably, is that it's very similar to the natural state. All across the brain, tens of thousands of neurons. Here's the natural looking for water state, here's the sated state, and here's this optogenetically induced state, resembling the natural state to quite a remarkable degree. So this is good news, of course, for everybody studying optogenetics. As you target things right, you elicit naturalistic dynamics, both locally and across the entire brain, and also raises a lot of interesting questions analogous to the ones I mentioned in visual cortex. What does it mean for the controllability of the brain? How is it structured to allow small populations of cells to elicit such broad responses? This clearly is a very elegant design, one that probably can't go wrong, and is beautiful when it goes right. And I'll wrap up there, but I'll show this last slide, which by chance was the same first slide that Peter showed at the very beginning. I think it's a useful slide to reflect on because all the exciting advances that we made in understanding the brain and mammalian behavior and behavior of many species and circuits across biology, in many ways is deeply rooted in botany and in basic science of studying plants. And so it's a nice story, I think, for us to keep in mind, thinking about the value and the importance and the need to support basic science. And I'll take a moment at the end to thank all my amazing, mention many of them along the way. the crystal structure work, I mentioned the stuff that came out very recently was led by Yoon Kim, a graduate student in my lab. I think I forgot to mention him early on. Extremely talented. He might be coming here as well. We'll see. But many other very talented students and postdocs along the way that work that he did was also important for identification of carmine and for the paper on eliciting the visual responses in mice was led by Jim Marshall along with Tim Machado and Sean Kieran in the lab. And all my many collaborators around the world over the years, first and foremost Peter Hegemon, but many others as well. And again, amazingly talented people who've worked with me back at Stanford, Ed and Fung and many others. It's been a wonderful time, a lot of astonishing progress, and it's been a pleasure to share it with you. So thank you.
Wow. Okay, thank you very, very much. An incredible afternoon of great science. I want to thank Bernardo for his moderating this. I want to recognize again the members of the Warren Alpert Foundation. I had forgotten to mention early, our former dean, Joe Martin, is here, also a member of the foundation board. And finally, to congratulate the winners on this spectacular display of science. Thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing you all here next year again.
Field attention here at Cape Canaveral. Sending astronauts to space is a lot more fun than not sending astronauts to space. T-minus 1 minute and counting. And NASA should know. Ignition. For decades, the country that landed 6 crews of astronauts on the surface of the moon was the undisputed leader among spacefaring nations. But since 2011, after the last of the great American space shuttles flew, the U.S. has been completely unable to launch its own astronauts aboard its own rockets from its own soil. One final time. Instead, we have become a grounded nation, a humble nation, reduced to hitching rides toward Russia's Soyuz rocket at $80 million a seat. That all changes now. When a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and Crew Dragon spacecraft leave the launch pad at Cape Canaveral carrying astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley on May 27, an entirely new chapter in space travel will begin. The launch marks the beginning of the age of commercial crewed flights, a great democratization of the space game, with private companies designing and building glittering 21st century rockets using 21st century technology and selling their services to NASA, leaving the space agency free to focus on its longer-term dreams of sending astronauts to the moon and Mars. SpaceX is not the only company that will be part of this brand new enterprise. In position to fly soon is Boeing's Starliner spacecraft, which will tag team with SpaceX in getting crews to and from the International Space Station. It is altogether fitting that the upcoming launch will take place from Cape Canaveral's Pad 39A, the same pad from which Apollo 11 launched, carrying the first crew of humans to the surface of the moon. Just as a new era began then, so too is one beginning now. America, once grounded, is flying again. Afternoon, as we broadcast live from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Jeffrey Kluger at the Time Magazine headquarters in New York. It has been 9 years since the final flight of the final space shuttle, which means it's been 9 years since the United States has had the capability to launch its own astronauts aboard its own rockets from its own soil. That's the longest America has been grounded since Alan Shepard became the first American in space 59 years ago this month. In that time, America launched 6 one-person Mercury missions, 10 two-person Gemini missions, 15 three-person Apollo missions, and 135 missions of the space shuttle. Every single one of those spacecraft had something in common that they do not have in common with today's flight. They were effectively designed by NASA and then built to order by a company it hired to do the job. The SpaceX Crew Dragon vehicle that will take astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley to space today will be the first privately designed and built rocket and spacecraft ever to fly human crew. History will be made by the mere fact that America is getting back into the space game. And more history will be made by the fact that that feat will be achieved in so different a way. We have what's known as an instantaneous launch window at Cape Canaveral today, and what that means is when this rocket takes off, this rocket can take off at 3:22, period. It can take off at 3:22 and a half, it can take off at 3:22 and a third. That's because it has to rendezvous with the International Space Station, which is currently in an orbit with a 51.6 degree inclination to the equator. That's a pretty high inclination. At 250 miles of altitude, the spacecraft will launch from an entirely different orientation. Basically, that means 19 hours of chasing the space station before the crew catches up with it. It'll take only 12 minutes to get to space. It'll take a full day almost before the crew actually docks. Bad weather scrubbed the launch last week or on Wednesday, and there is a lot that can go wrong when it comes to the weather. NASA has a whole series of rules dictating when spacecraft will be grounded. You don't launch within 10 nautical miles of an attached thunderstorm. You don't launch within 3 nautical miles of thunderstorm debris clouds. You don't launch within 5 miles of disturbed weather. You don't launch within 10 miles of cumulus clouds. There's rule after rule after rule intended to keep the crews safe. Now, this isn't to say that people haven't launched in dangerous conditions before. They have. The Apollo 12 crew, which launched in November of 1969, was actually struck by lightning barely a minute after it got off the pad, causing the entire electrical system to drop out. So that was a cautionary tale. The shuttle Challenger was, of course, America's great tragedy in 1986 when Challenger blew up on liftoff, and a great deal had to do with flying in cold weather when the O-rings that sealed the solid fuel in the solid fuel boosters on either side of the spacecraft became brittle and burned through, causing the explosion that claimed the crew's life. So weather is a critical issue in any launch, and it will be an issue in today's launch, as disappointing as it was on Wednesday when the spacecraft did not launch on time. We have to be prepared for possible disappointment again today. Safety is paramount in a launch like this, especially in a first test of a first spacecraft first new crew flying. And Doug Hurley will be wearing an entirely new generation of spacesuits today. The suits that were actually designed in part by a Hollywood costume designer, Jose Fernandez, who designed some of the costumes for Batman versus Superman and the Avengers. Fernandez has told the press that Elon Musk, the head of SpaceX, said, quote, "When people put this spacesuit on, I want them to look better than they did without it, like a tuxedo." It is a one-piece suit. It effectively is a spacecraft all by itself, a self-contained life support system for the astronauts. They can slip into it easily, and it plugs directly into the life support systems of the suit. We now have some interesting footage from SpaceX describing how the suits were designed by the people who designed them.
I think one of the things that was important in the development of the suit was to make it easy to use, something that the crew just has to literally plug in when they sit down, and then the suit kind of takes care of itself from there. So the suit is really kind of one part of the bigger Dragon system. It's really part of the vehicle. So we think of it as kind of a suit-seat system. So the seat that the crew is in and the suit are in a lot of ways working together. And so it made sense that we were designing Dragon in-house to also design the suit.
Our spacesuit is completely designed in-house. It's built here in Portland, California, in the same building as the rocket and the capsule. The spacesuit is custom made for each crew member, and that is to optimize the fit for the crew member.
We definitely wanted to innovate. We wanted it to look inspiring, but first and foremost, we wanted it to be safe and reliable. The spacesuit's primary purpose is to protect the crew in the unlikely event that the cabin were to depressurize. But the suit does a number of additional things. It provides cooling and communication to the crew inside the suit. It provides them hearing protection. And the outer layer of the suit is flame resistant, so it provides flame protection as well. When the crew gets in the capsule, they get in their seats and they plug the suit into the umbilical that's attached to the seat. And the umbilical is providing everything that the suit needs. So it provides the avionics or electronics for communications. It's providing the air to cool the suit, and it also provides gas when needed to pressurize the suit. So it's really a single point that lets the suit do all the things that it needs to do. We designed the helmet in-house. The helmet serves a number of different functions. Obviously, it's protecting the crew's head, and it's containing gas like the rest of the suit, but it also houses the microphones as well as the valves that are regulating pressure in the suit. We had designed the gloves so that they would work with the touchscreen. So the gloves also had to do a number of other things like the rest of the suit. So all of those things had to come together within the glove. It'll be obviously really amazing to see Bob and Doug in their flight suits. And I think one of the things that's cool about the suit is it's not just a piece of hardware. It's not just a suit. It's a very personal thing. It's Bob's suit. It's Doug's suit. And so seeing the two of them in their suits using it in flight will be just a really amazing thing.
We're looking at a shot now inside the Launch Control Headquarters at Kennedy Space Center. There are actually three active mission controls operating today. There is the Launch Control Center here at KSC, at the Kennedy Space Center. There is a Launch Control Center at the SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. And of course, there is Mission Control in Houston, which will take over the flight the moment the engine bells clear to the tower. As soon as the spacecraft is free of the gantry, it is basically Houston's bird to fly in cooperation with the crew in Hawthorne, California. What we're seeing now is the area around the crew walkout facility. Down that small gangway you see right in the back, this is the ramp and the doorway through which historic crews have passed before. The first, well, right here we have the first crew to go to the first moon landing, Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins. This is the Apollo 11 crew. This is the first crew to fly the space shuttle, Bob Crippen and John Young in 1981. This tragically is the Challenger crew at their walkout on the way to their flight. This similarly is the Columbia crew, the crew that was lost in 2003 when their spacecraft broke up on reentry. There have been many more successful missions coming out of these doorways over the course of decades than there have been these periodic tragedies. And we see Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. This is from last Wednesday during their walkout, wearing the new SpaceX spacesuits. They are climbing into a gull wing Tesla, and one of Elon Musk's companies, on their way to the launch pad. We are told that on that flight, on that drive to the pad last Wednesday, their audio track included AC/DC, the Blues Brothers, and the Star Spangled Banner to get them into a patriotic mood. The look at the pad right now is not enormously promising. The cloud cover obviously suggests that there could be some weather delays again today. Of course, a weather delay effectively means a scrub because, as we said, we have a 3:22 p.m. instantaneous launch window. It slammed shut at 3:22, and at that point, the crew would have to wait again until tomorrow at 3 p.m. What we're seeing here is the swing arm attached to the Crew Dragon spacecraft. That swing arm runs from the gantry, that scaffolding that stands next to the rocket and provides the crew access to the spacecraft itself. The large building we were just looking at was the vehicle assembly building where the rocket is, as the name suggests, assembled and uprighted. Again, we are back on the pad here. The sight of the flag waving as briskly as it was in the breeze is not necessarily the best indicator of ideal weather, as is this cloud cover. But for now, all systems are still considered go, and the flight is still a go for 3:22 p.m. We are seeing now astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley walking through those same historic doors, getting ready to be transported to the pad. That's Bob Behnken on the right, Doug Hurley on the left. Doug is the overall spacecraft commander. Bob is the commander of the crew activities, particularly rendezvous and docking. You notice that in the space game, everybody gets the name commander in their title. Nobody wants to be seen as the subordinate. Back in the days of the Gemini program, they were called not pilot and co-pilot, but the command pilot and the pilot for the same reason. These are the astronauts, of course, saying goodbye to friends and family. You note that in this time of quarantine especially, there's no physical contact. This has been going on since long before the COVID era. There have been crew quarantines as far as long ago as the Gemini program. The crew climbing into this Tesla Gullwing will be attached to the seats through the same life support system that attaches them to the seats in the spacecraft. This allows oxygen and other life-sustaining systems to begin running through the suits. Think of each of these suits as a freestanding independent spacesuit. They are now getting primed for the suits to be able to sustain them once those helmets are closed. Basically, once those helmets are closed, the crew will have breathed fresh air for the last time until they return to Earth. It will be canned air on their way up, on their time aboard the station, and on their way down. They now begin a 9-mile ride out to the launch pad. One more goodbye to family and friends, and then off they go for that ride to the pad, which is close to the last time we will see them live until they return to Earth, anywhere from a month from now to 3 months from now. Typically the ride to the launch pad has taken place in a sort of RV, a recreational vehicle, a climate-controlled van in which the crew sat together. This caravan of Teslas is the kind of advertising money can't buy, but they are also sweet machines, and they are in keeping with the technology that's on display today, which is Elon Musk's 2 key companies. So it is only fitting that they will drive to a SpaceX space capsule spacecraft in a Tesla car. The one astronaut who has gone to the pad before The distance, the mileage to the launch pad is a function of the fact that what the astronauts will be flying aboard today is essentially a 76,000 gallons of highly explosive fuel in a 229-foot rocket. That is a very dangerous machine. And all flights are observed. The viewing stands are about 3.5 miles from the launch pad itself. The somewhat circuitous route that the crew has to travel via NASA roadways to get them out to the pad is about 9 miles, which is why we see this long motorcade. During the days of the Apollo program, the Saturn V rocket, had it exploded on the launch pad, would have produced the greatest non-nuclear explosion ever engineered by human beings. So there was a 3-mile sort of no-go footprint stomped around the rocket. There was an absolute absence of any other human life aside from the astronauts themselves and the key pad crew technicians and the hundreds of thousands of people who watched those launches and watch from that 3-mile distance. Here we're seeing the motorcade approaching closer to the pad. Once it arrives, the crew will board the elevators that will take them up the gantry and to the spacecraft level at the top of the Falcon 9 rocket.
So they can be on the pointy end of the rocket, as you go up to space. It's just a momentous moment.
They're listening to some tunes too, I heard, right, Lauren?
Yeah. There are at least 3 songs on their playlist that are super interesting. The first is AC/DC's Back in Black. You know that one?
Yeah, well, who doesn't?
Right. Another one that they're listening to is the elevator music from the Blues Brothers film, The Girl from In Tiny Matt.
Oh, man.
Got another career.
That's enough.
Career 3. NFL, astronaut, musician.
And of course, they are also listening to the Star Spangled Banner, the Army French horns version.
Now, we didn't have tunes in the Astro Band.
No?
And I know that Tesla has a really kicking stereo system. Is that still the custom stereo system that's in the Tesla?
I haven't been in this one, so I don't know what they're rocking, but I'm sure it's pretty cool.
And again, just for some perspective, they left the operations and checkout building just a minute ago, and so it's about a 9-mile drive from there to the launch pad. It takes them around 20 minutes, kind of depends on how quickly they're trucking.
The other thing sometimes that you hear as you're in the convoy is the helicopter, the huge helicopter flying overhead, and it's kind of also, you're thinking military, you're thinking really important things, and it's a moment that also kind of solidifies in you that, hey, something big is about to happen, and that the sound of that Huey is in your head, and it feels good. And all those people are helping you get there safely.
Yeah, I think we heard that actually coming by this building earlier, because we were talking, I was like, I hope that's what I think it is.
And it was pretty low, but it was pretty loud.
You could feel it.
I could feel it.
I took this drive yesterday in my rental car, and granted it wasn't in a Model X, and I'm not an astronaut, but driving to 39A, that same route, and trying to put myself, like imagine myself in that headspace, it was pretty awesome. I had to figure out how to get on Falcon 9.
Lauren, we're all astronauts. We're in space.
That is true.
You just gotta get on the rocket.
Yeah, well, Leland, there's a big group of people that want you there.
I think we should, listen to them.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
I think
Maybe we should make that a poll question.
Yeah. Well, we should all maybe go to space.
I am on board. I mean, not literally right now, but I would like to be on board.
Lauren, would you go with us?
Absolutely.
Okay, poll question.
We have so many people watching online, sending well wishes to Bob and Doug. I mean, it started early this week as we were ramping up for Wednesday, and I feel like it's just been this buildup of momentum because, we were following along Wednesday, and now we're all following along Saturday, and we have people watching from home that hopefully don't have to work today and can really tune into what's going on here.
And we, as astronauts, truly appreciate all the support, all the social media feeds, and we think about, our families. We saw Megan and Karen there with their sons, wishing Doug and Bob well wishes.
Convoy is now approaching Launchpad 39A, the historic pad from which Apollo 11 launched, from which nearly all of the lunar flights launched, and which is now leased to SpaceX for the launch of the Falcon 9 rocket and ultimately the Falcon Heavy rocket. We see well-wishers on the side of the road. We see the waving. We see the farewells. This is the critical moment when the crew will begin to take leave of the Earth, take leave of these ground-based vehicles, and become a part of the machine that's going to take them to space. When they arrive, there will be a short walk from the cars to the elevators that will take them up to the top of the gantry level, through the swing arm and over to their spacecraft, which will be their home for the next 20-some hours, about 24 hours from right now. The crew will be rendezvousing with the International Space Station. As we said before, it'll take them only 12 minutes to get to space, but it will take them 19 minutes to catch up with the ISS, the International Space Station. And when they board, they will be aboard the station for anywhere from a month to 3 months. We hear these helicopters overhead now. You can see these, the NASA logo on the back of the Teslas is the 1970s worm logo. It was called because of its squiggly sort of sine wave design. The worm logo has been taken out of mothballs and is being put back to use, along with the more traditional NASA blue round logo that is nicknamed the meatball. On what we're looking at right here, toward the left, what that structure that looks like a water tower is exactly that. It is a water tower that dispenses hundreds of thousands of gallons of water to cool the launch pad shortly after the engines light. The larger structure in the middle is the gantry that holds the elevator and other support structures. And at the top of the gantry, off to the right, you see that swing arm, which will be the gangway that the astronauts will walk across in order to board the rocket.
last danger area. Now, before any pad technicians, engineers, or astronauts enter that area around the launch pad, the SpaceX and NASA teams do an internal go, no-go poll to make sure everything is clear.
This storied launch pad, which has been the beginning point for so many firsts, is the perfect backdrop for today's historic launch that marks a new first and a new era in human spaceflight.
And here's a view from our gantry near the Launch Complex 39A. We've got another view of the convoy going by here. If I had to count up all the cameras we have all over the place for this, I'd be here all day.
That's a beautiful shot right there, looking at the Kennedy Space Center and Merritt Island and all of the nature around us. It's a big buffer from 39A so that we can be safe and launch our rockets off to space safely.
Absolutely, and a lot of people don't realize this is a national wildlife refuge. I mean, I pass turtles on the way to my car every day.
Well, when we would run from the operation and checkout building, we'd have to watch out for snakes and for alligators, and so be really careful about the wildlife.
We used to have one who lived at 39A.
Oh, really?
Yeah, an alligator.
Well, maybe we'll see you. Keep an eye out. Tweet at us if you see any.
Did you name them Worm?
Ooh, ahead of my time.
I don't know how an alligator would feel about being called Worm.
Yeah.
And we've got a ton of you following along on social media. Lynn says, as a fellow Missourian, we're so proud of Bob. Launch America, we will be watching from the Space Coast, cheering loud. And another comment, Godspeed and good luck, Astro Bacon and Astro Doug, # Launch America. There you see the SpaceX horizontal integration facility. It's on the left of the screen now. We saw the front of it from the other angle. Or I'm sorry, no, there it is. I was getting my buildings mixed up. It's on the right now. Bigger building.
Yeah, there's the Falcon Support Building. It's where all of our offices are. And yes, you're correct.
Thank you for the correction.
There's our hangar. We process Falcon Heavy in there. There are other boosters in that hangar as well. And the rocket and Dragon that is on the pad right now was put together, or rather finally integrated inside of that hangar and then rolled out to that pad to go up vertical.
And there it is. That shot really gives you a sense of the scale of the Falcon 9 rocket. Those Teslas look teeny, teeny, tiny, making their way up there. And so as they make their way up to the pad, we're going to throw it over now to Hawthorne, where Jesse and Dan are watching the action. Hi, guys.
Another pretty key upgrade is the Dragon's new life support system. As you can imagine, flying humans requires keeping a habitable environment throughout the entire flight, and that means covering everything like providing breathing air, keeping the capsule at a safe pressure, keeping it free of contaminants, removing any carbon dioxide in the air, regulating the temperature, the humidity, all of these things, and also implementing that waste collection system, aka the toilet.
That sounds pretty important. The changes to Falcon 9 were small but extremely meaningful to meet NASA's requirements for safety for human spaceflight. And specifically, SpaceX had to prove a high degree of fault tolerance, meaning that small failures in the system would not lead to mission failure. Falcon 9 was already able to handle engine failure, but new emphasis was put on making sure that a failure throughout any phase of launch would not mean mission failure. And this goes all the way down to latches, control valves, electronics, wiring, and so much more.
Right, well, with the astronauts now on location at Pad 39A, we're going to swing it right back. Marie, Lauren, and Leland take us through the crew making their final steps towards the Dragon spacecraft.
Sure thing. So we are looking again at Launch Complex 39A. Just a few seconds ago, we saw the Tesla carrying Bob and Doug pull up to the launch pad. This is the site of so much history, you guys. This is where Apollo and Saturn V rockets that launched the moon took astronauts from. I mean, this pad has so much history. Leland, you launched from there. What's it like seeing Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 there with the pad, with all of the visual changes that have been made? I mean, what kind of emotions does this stir up in you?
You know, when we got out of our Astro van, we stepped out and we just looked up to see this vehicle, and it was creaking, it was groaning, it was making noises, it was getting ready for us to enter it, to take us off planet. And you know, you get a chance to take a picture. Sometimes you stand there, you look there, you think about all the training you've done, all the preparation, and again, all the people that have helped you get there. And it's just a solemn, amazing moment for all of us.
And there's another amazing drone shot. Lauren, you explained this a little bit earlier about kind of how SpaceX brings the rocket and capsule vertical. Now that we see it, can you kind of explain that again for folks who maybe missed that?
Yes, of course. Dragon is actually processed a few miles down the road at Area 59, or Dragonland as we like to call it. We then put it on a truck and drive it all the way to the hangar where the rocket is. And so what will happen is we'll then we call it breakover, where the vehicle's up vertical, we'll turn it sideways because the rocket is being processed sideways or horizontal into the hangar, lift it, make it to Falcon 9, and then roll up those hangar doors and essentially pull the vehicle in the transporter erector, which is the big white truss structure that you see there. All the fluid lines, electrical lines, and everything are connected to the vehicles via TE, transporter erector. And they basically roll it up those rails. You can't really see them. You can see them on the screen. Those are rails. Roll the entire TE rocket Dragon assembly up to the very top of the pad, pin it into the pad systems, and then roll it up vertical.
And we are about T-minus 2 hours, 57 minutes, 44 seconds and counting. In just a couple of minutes, we are expecting to hear a formal announcement that the crew is at the pad. Of course, we saw them pull up in the Teslas, and there they are. Looks like they've already gotten out of the car, and they are walking up to the elevator that will carry them all the way up to the 255-foot level, and then they'll have a couple of steps to get up to the level where the crew access arm is.
I have the AC/DC song in my head as I see them walking up.
You know what I was kind of jamming out to on my way in was ZZ Top, Sharp Dressed Man.
Oh, nice.
I was like, I don't know, that might be on my playlist. There they are, taken in the sight, raining to see the top of the Falcon 9 rocket. It's 230 feet tall if you round up, and then Crew Dragon is another 27 feet from the bottom of the trunk to the top of the nose cone. So when you're out there in person, it's really hard to describe just how large it is.
Look at them getting excited. They're ready to get in the vehicle, get in the elevator, and make it to the top. There's some fog he's picking up, foreign object debris.
Appreciate that. They're also wearing FOD covers on their shoes, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We want to make sure that they don't, track the inside of Dragon when they go in. And so right before they enter the vehicle, they'll remove the FOD covers off of their boots.
You take for granted, all just the little details like that, all of the thought and preparation that has to go into literally every single piece of this operation.
I love the makeover of Pad 39A with the sleek black with the white ticking and the lines, and it's a very futuristic look for this iconic launch pad. And to think what's been there before with Mercury, Gemini, Apollo shuttle, and now the SpaceX Crew Dragon getting ready for a launch to the International Space Station. Rocket fuel still flowing through my veins.
And we feel so honored to be able to launch from here. Oh, here they are. That's a really fast elevator.
Yeah.
No, it really zips. I took them up to 255 feet in just a matter of seconds.
They were moving their FOD covers.
Looks like they were just maybe checking something on his boot or leg.
And we should hear a call any moment that the crew has arrived at the pad as they make their way up the stairs, and they're headed to the crew access arm now. There's the worm again, popping. You know it.
Meatball.
Don't worry, there's a meatball on Crew Dragon.
Those white arrows you see there are essentially illuminating the way for anyone who's up there to find their way to the escape baskets in the event of an emergency that would require them to get far away from the rocket and the pad.
And it's hard to tell from this angle, but there's actually a phone right here, and I can't tell if it's Bob or Doug that's using the phone right now, but Leland, can you explain the significance of that? It's the same phone that was there during the shuttle days.
Yeah, you get a chance to talk to maybe friends or family that you haven't had maybe couldn't come to the launch. In this case, it's quite a few people, but just to have that last moment to talk to someone before you get in the vehicle. Beautiful, beautiful.
And we're watching the crew, when they're done using the phone there, we expect them to be making their way into the crew access arm. And coming up at about T-minus 2 hours and 35 minutes, the astronauts will ingress, or that's a word we use to describe climbing into Crew Dragon. And we saw Doug do it a couple minutes early on Wednesday. They were a little bit ahead of schedule, so that time could be a little bit flexible. But that's going to happen with the assistance of the suit techs, and they will get strapped into their seats. And so with that coming up, we're going to head over to Hawthorne for a preview of what's in store for the future in space travel. Jesse?